I opened my eyes in a white mist. The ground was dry and cracked, nothing but dust and rocks everywhere. A wasteland. No water, no food, no wood. Just my bad luck. I knew what this place was. The multiverse hunting grounds. Everyone on Earth gets sent here when they turn 18. You become a lord, grab territory, fight to survive. I had trained for this at the academy for years. Then a message appeared. It said I had memories from 2 lifetimes, and my soul had changed because of it. It gave me a special talent called Lone Wolf Fortress. I'd never heard of it. I checked my status panel and nearly choked. It was mythical rank, the highest rank that exists. 1 in a billion people get something like that. But when I read what it did, I wasn't sure if it was a gift or a curse. Every soldier I recruited would make my buildings weaker. But if I had 0 soldiers, all my buildings would get 10 times stronger. And the more buildings I built, the stronger they all became. It was forcing me to fight alone, no army, just buildings. I looked at my Lord core glowing red at my feet. New lords get 7 days of protection. The core can't be destroyed, and as long as it exists, I come back to life every time I die. So I walked straight into the fog to explore. A snake monster attacked me immediately. Half woman, half serpent. She wrapped around me and crushed me dead in seconds. I respawned at my core, perfectly fine. I just smiled. I opened my starter gift pack and got a blueprint and 1,000 units of crystal energy. I spent 100 energy and built a crossbow defense tower right there on the cracked ground. No workers needed. The energy created it instantly. Thanks to my talent, that little level 1 tower had stats like a level 10 tower. Over 100 health points. Attack and defense above 10. The tower locked onto the snake creature and fired 1 bolt. It went straight through her chest. She dropped dead. 1 shot. 1 kill. The meat she dropped went straight into my storage. I smiled again. No soldiers, no workers, no problem. Just me and my towers. This was going to work. I checked my territory status. Level 1 core, room for 10 buildings, 900 energy left. I had blueprints for a barracks, more crossbow towers, a hero tavern, a trading post, and cottages for workers. My wrist ring started buzzing. The group chat was going crazy. Everyone wanted to know what barracks I got. People were showing off. Someone pulled a rare minotaur. Another guy got a legendary 6-winged angel. Nobody cared about talents. All they talked about was barracks. I typed back, "I'm not building a barracks." The chat went quiet. Then everyone started freaking out. They thought I was giving up. I sent a photo of my wasteland. Just dirt and rocks, nothing else. After that, nobody wanted to follow me anymore. Some guy called Wang Chong killed a demon at his gate after dying 5 times, and suddenly everyone was calling him Brother Chong and begging to join him. The same people who used to praise me every day at the academy switched sides, just like that. Only Su Lu spoke up for me. She was a girl who had followed me around before graduation, hoping I'd protect her in the hunting grounds. She sent me a private message asking if I was really giving up. I replied, "Not giving up." I closed the chat and got to work. I built a star trading post for 200 energy. I couldn't use soldiers because of my talent, and workers were useless in a fight. What I really needed was a hero, someone strong enough to explore and fight beside me. But a hero tavern cost 1,000 energy. I didn't have enough yet. So I put my starter barracks blueprint on the trading post for 10,000 energy. Everyone thought I was insane. They said I was throwing away my only free chance at a good unit. The chat exploded when they saw my name on the listing. They all thought I had given up for good. But I knew what I was doing. Rich lords, the ones who had collected extra blueprints and energy from others, they couldn't resist a blind box gamble. Sure enough, it sold in less than 5 minutes. 10,000 energy in my pocket. I built the hero tavern right away. Then I stopped. A thought hit me. My talent said that once I had 10 buildings, all their special effects would multiply by 10. That meant the tavern's recruitment power would also increase tenfold. I spent 700 energy and built 7 more crossbow towers around my camp. With the first tower, the trading post, and the tavern, that made exactly 10 buildings. A white glow exploded from every structure. Halos of light spun across the ground. The whole camp felt different, powerful, sacred. I stood in front of the tavern door, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Begin recruitment." The hero tavern worked on pure luck. Normally, getting a strong hero without a special token was almost impossible. But with my 10 building bonus multiplying everything by 10, the summoning power inside the tavern became insane. The moment I activated it, a pillar of purple and gold light shot out of the building and tore through the dark clouds above. Sunlight hit the wasteland for the first time. A sound like a sword ringing filled the air. Then a figure floated down from the light. She had long silver hair blowing in the wind. She wore a green leather outfit and a skirt made of leaves. A glowing short bow hung on her back, and she walked barefoot, light as a feather. Her eyes were red like rubies. She knelt on one knee and said, "Honored Lord, Yuffie is ready to serve you with all her heart." I couldn't believe what I was reading on the status screen. Supreme Mythical Rank. A Moon Elf Divine Archer. Level 1, but with a power rating of 103 skills already unlocked. A mythical hero from my very first summon. I just stood there staring at her for a moment. Then I snapped out of it and stepped forward. "Please, stand up," I said, and helped her to her feet. "In private, just call me Li Wei." "As you wish, Lord Li Wei." Her loyalty went up by 1 point just from that. In the hunting grounds, loyalty matters a lot. Everyone you summon starts at 70. If it drops below 60, they might turn on you, even kill you in your sleep. Then another message popped up. Her loyalty went up again, just because she liked how I looked. Apparently, elves care a lot about appearance. That was never in any textbook. I realized right then that all my old plans and academy knowledge were useless now. Everything about this place was different from what I'd studied. Looking at Yuffie and my mythical talent, I felt a fire inside me. I was going to aim higher than anyone could imagine. Yuffie raised her wrist, showing her deputy commander bracelet. "Lord Li Wei, please start training archers right away. I'll lead them into battle for you." "I don't plan to train any troops," I said. She froze, her red eyes full of confusion. She looked completely lost. Then a notification popped up. Her loyalty went up because she found my relaxed attitude appealing. I stared at her. Wait, my supreme mythical hero was actually a lazy person deep down? She wanted to slack off? That's why she was happy about no army. She noticed me staring and got nervous, her neck turning pink. I told her to come explore with me. She stood up straight and promised to protect me. I waved it off. "I can revive endlessly," I said. "You can't. If things get dangerous, just run. Don't get hurt." Her loyalty went up again, just from a few kind words. I was starting to wonder if all elves were this easy to win over. We headed outside the territory. The land was nothing but bare rocks. No flat ground anywhere. A group of mutated wolves was digging around in the stones nearby. Yuffie pulled out her glowing bow and fired. One arrow, one dead wolf. Then her fingers became a blur. Arrows flew like rain. Every wolf dropped before they could even howl. She leveled up to 2 right there. I climbed a tall rock and looked around. It really was just a lonely mountain. Steep cliffs on all sides, only one narrow path down. But far in the distance, I could see a patch of green, plants, maybe trees. On the way back, the path was so steep that Yuffie had to hold me and help me jump across gaps. But I was smiling. This mountain was a natural fortress. Nobody could easily climb up here. And since I only needed energy to build towers, not wood or stone, this place was actually perfect for me. On the way back, I opened the group chat. Everyone was showing off their units. Someone got a female mage, another got stuck with ugly goblins. They were laughing about me too, saying I was probably starving in the wasteland. I smiled and took a photo of Yuffie's back, her silver hair, her pointed ears, and posted it with a caption. "Got an elf assistant at the start. Not bad, right?" The chat exploded. Elves were the most desired units in the entire hunting grounds. Everyone lost their minds over just a back view. When I told them she was a hero unit, not even a regular soldier, they went completely crazy. Suddenly, everyone wanted to be my friend again. Sulu asked me to come help her. Others begged to follow me. The same people who wrote me off 5 minutes ago were now calling me boss. I turned off notifications. Too annoying. Yuffie leaned in and asked what was making me smile. "Just seeing your face makes me happy," I said without thinking. She blushed and her loyalty went up again. I looked away fast. Forum veterans said that once loyalty hits 90, units become completely obedient and unlock special interactions. Thinking about that while looking at Yuffie's innocent face made me feel guilty. Time to focus. I started expanding my territory. Instead of spreading evenly, I pushed straight north in a narrow strip, 1,000 meters long but only 100 wide. I needed to reach a resource point I'd spotted earlier. Whenever we hit a cliff, Yuffie picked me up and jumped. She'd gotten stronger after leveling up, and carrying me was nothing for her. Each leap pressed her against me, which was distracting. We claimed 9 plots of land. It looked reckless, a thin line of territory that monsters could easily cut through. But I didn't care. A wolf jumped out of the fog and landed at the edge of my new land. Before it could even growl, 8 crossbow bolts flew 1,000 meters from my camp and punched through its skull. Instant kill. Yuffie stared in shock. My level 1 towers were shooting farther than she could at level 2. The fortress blessing had multiplied their range by 10. 1,000 meters of coverage from simple wooden towers. She looked at me like I was some kind of genius. Her loyalty went up again. I used 5,000 energy and my 10 land tiles to upgrade the Lord Core to level 2. New blueprints unlocked. Walls, a lumber mill, a quarry, a leather workshop, a rune room. My building limit jumped to 100, my territory limit to 100 plots, and my daily energy production went up to 500. Maximum level for everything rose to 20. Things were just getting started. With my core at level 2, I could now build up to 100 structures. My plan was simple: fill every slot. I didn't need to upgrade them. With my lone wolf fortress talent, quantity alone would make everything powerful. But I was almost out of energy. I could only afford a cheap straw hut to recruit some workers. I remembered how the tenfold aura had given me a mythical hero at the tavern. Maybe it would do something special with workers too. I rubbed my hands together and shouted, 10 draws in a row. The rickety door swung open and 10 people walked out. 5 men, 5 women, all giants over 2 meters tall, muscles like steel. The women were just as strong, tall and athletic in their rough clothes. These were supposed to be simple laborers? They all knelt and swore loyalty in perfect unison. I checked one of the women's stats. Every single skill was maxed out: logging, mining, construction, repair, everything. And her loyalty was 100. Unshakable. That meant she would never betray me, no matter what. All 10 were the same. The tenfold summoning power was too much for ordinary worker bodies, so after maxing their skills, the leftover energy poured straight into loyalty. I put them to work immediately. Built a lumber mill, a quarry, and a leather workshop. Sent the men to carve stone stairs into the cliff so I wouldn't need Yuffie carrying me up and down anymore. The women started skinning the wolves we'd killed earlier. These workers were unreal. One bald guy punched a boulder and shattered it. One of the women snapped a thick dead tree in half with a kick. I started wondering if I even needed defense towers with people like this around. By sunset, the stairs were done. I'd also built a rune enhancement room at the foot of the mountain. My energy was completely spent. I had to buy drinking water from the market since there was none in the wasteland. I sat by the campfire eating roasted meat, watching my growing camp, feeling good. Selling that blueprint box had been the right call. Most people would never give up their only shot at a rare unit. But since I couldn't use soldiers anyway, it cost me nothing. After dinner, I opened the group chat. Everyone was miserable. People complained about scary noises at night, workers losing loyalty from guard duty, soldiers getting hurt with no medicine, ugly goblins making everyone unhappy. Meanwhile, my 10 workers were completely loyal and treated Yuffie like a goddess. I typed, "You're all struggling this much? Did you even pay attention during the simulation tests? The boss is here." The chat lit up when I appeared. I sent a panoramic photo of my camp. Everyone lost it when they saw I already had a rune enhancement room on day 1. Someone told me to check the main forum. Apparently, the photo of Yuffie had gone viral. A rich player offered 10 million in real cash to buy her. I typed back, "Not selling. I'd have to be insane to give her up." That night, my workers insisted I take the hut while they slept on the workshop floor with just animal hides. They didn't complain once. Yuffie offered to stand watch, but I told her the towers had it covered. I pointed at the tavern bed and asked if she wanted to rest there with me. She turned bright red. Her loyalty went up again. I behaved myself all night. Didn't try anything. When morning came, the system told me her loyalty had jumped by 3 points to 80. Her status changed from dutiful to deeply bonded. I woke up and accidentally saw her getting dressed in the morning light. I shut my eyes fast and pretended to be asleep. Couldn't risk losing those loyalty points. The day was just beginning when something unexpected happened. A guy named Chen Fei had a giant wind eagle, a high-level flying unit. He'd been soaring around scouting camps, planning to crush everyone once the protection period ended. He spotted my territory and charged straight in, thinking no defense tower could reach him at 300 meters up. He was wrong. Sharp whistles cut through the air. My boosted crossbow towers hit the eagle instantly. It screamed and dropped. A bolt went straight through Chun Fei's chest. He died in midair. His eagle crashed at the foot of my mountain, dead. Yuffie had taken the final shot herself. She didn't want the tower stealing her experience. She leveled up to 3. I smiled. Losing a high-level flying unit this early would cripple that guy. I sent Lu Yen, one of my workers, to pluck feathers from the dead eagle. Yuffie watched me grinning and got an idea. Since her loyalty had passed 80, she seemed eager to do more for me. Lordly Wei, I want to go hunting, she said softly. I told Yuffie to go hunting, and she headed down the mountain with a smile. Near the beginner area, nothing could threaten a mythical hero, so I wasn't worried. I had my own boring work to do, claiming land. A level 2 core let me take 100 plots, but each one needed me to stand still for 300 seconds. I planned to grab the flat plains first and turn them into farmland. My workers were perfect for that. Meanwhile, Yuffie was tearing through the forest. She didn't even use her skills, just normal shots, every one a perfect kill. She hit level 4 in no time. At that level, her combat power was 400 points, equal to a level 20 rare boss. She could wipe out dozens of beginners by herself without breaking a sweat. Loot kept pouring into the warehouse. I put 100 units of meat on the trading post. Food was hard to get early on, so it would sell fast. Then I checked my messages. Sulu had sent me her location. She was about 50 kilometers away. I'd promised to look after her before graduation, so I couldn't ignore it. She told me she'd drawn a nun from her starter box, a rare healer unit with 0 combat power. The nun couldn't fight at all. No wonder Sulu was scared. I sent Yuffie northwest towards Sulu's direction. With her wind skill, she could cover 50 kilometers in about an hour. On the way, Yuffie found a large freshwater river. That solved our water problem. No more buying overpriced water from the market. She kept killing everything in her path. Wolves, elite wolf leaders, leveling up to 5. Then my screen flashed bright red. Yuffie had killed a legendary field boss, an abyss frost dragon. I jumped off my stone seat. A legendary boss, taken down during the beginner stage? That gave me 100 dragon meat, 10,000 experience, and 5,000 crystal energy. Yuffie shot up to level 7. It only happened because I'd sent her towards Sulu. A lucky detour led her straight to the dragon. I opened a private chat and sent Sulu 2 words, "Thank you." She had no idea why. I shouted down to Lu Yin and told her to take all 10 workers to bring back the dragon's body. Everything on a legendary creature was valuable. Yuffie had already cleared the path, so they'd be safe. After I sent, "Thank you," Sulu panicked. She thought I was coming to steal her territory and her people. She started begging me not to attack her. She even offered to sign a servant contract. I had no idea what she was talking about. I told her she was overthinking it. I just thanked her because sending me her location made me change Yuffie's route, which led us straight to a legendary boss. When I told her I'd killed a level 10 legendary monster on day 2, she completely lost it. She started doing the math. To beat something like that, you'd normally need dozens of legendary soldiers. Nobody had that on the second day. Then she went back through the chat history and figured out that my elf wasn't just rare. She had to be legendary or higher. She was right, though she still underestimated Yuffie's actual rank. Sulu started dreaming about winning my favor and becoming some kind of galactic queen. Meanwhile, her own start wasn't bad at all. She had a rare barracks and a high-level berserker hero. Most beginners would kill for that. But next to me, she felt like a beggar. Then things got serious. Yuffie sent me an image from near Sulu's territory. I almost choked. Right outside Sulu's base, there was an epic level boss sleeping, a purgatory black dragon, level 15. Epic monsters were so rare you might find 2 or 3 on an entire planet. And one was parked at her front door. If Yuffie hadn't scouted ahead, the moment Sulu's 7-day protection ended, that dragon would have wiped her out instantly. I took a screenshot and sent it to her. She saw her own broken wall in the background and started crying. An epic boss blocking your gate on day 1. That was the worst luck imaginable. I told Yuffie to pull back from Sulu's area without waking the black dragon. She was only level 7, and the dragon was a level 15 epic boss. She said she'd need at least level 10 to fight it safely. I thought about luring it back to my towers, but if Yuffie got hurt, I'd never forgive myself. We'd deal with it later, as long as we killed it before the protection period ended. Yuffie came back covered in dust. I stepped forward and thanked her. She sat down next to me, and even after a morning of fighting, she still smelled like fresh air. Some kind of elf thing, I guessed. I handed her a tendon from the frost serpent we'd killed earlier. I wanted to use it to upgrade my crossbow towers, but the wood couldn't handle legendary-grade material. Yuffie smiled and offered something better. Once we killed the black dragon, she'd use the tendon and the dragon scale to craft me an epic longbow herself. I was touched. Without thinking, I started wiping the dust off her armor with my sleeve. My hand accidentally brushed her arm. Her ears turned bright red. Her loyalty went up to 81. I decided not to push my luck. That afternoon, Yuffie explored northeast and found an open-air iron mine. I immediately stretched my territory out to claim it. I also had a long strip reaching northwest to the river Yuffie found earlier. By sunset, I'd maxed out at 100 land plots, 1,000,000 square meters. But my territory looked ridiculous. 2 long arms stretching out in a V shape like rabbit ears. Anyone else would have been destroyed spreading that thin. But with my towers covering 1,000 meters in every direction, nothing could touch me. My workers were amazing. The men mined iron and refined it in the rune room. Then they hauled it up the mountain. I poured all my materials into upgrading one crossbow tower as high as possible. It reached level 5 by nightfall. 600 health, 60 attack, 60 defense, stronger than a level 20 high-grade tower. I concentrated my firepower into one beast of a weapon because that epic dragon near Sulu reminded me that something just as dangerous could show up at my doorstep. Tomorrow morning, I'd fill all 100 building slots and upgrade everything I could. Now that I had materials, building towers didn't cost crystal energy anymore. Workers just needed wood and iron. I told them to rest for the night. They'd earned it. I went to the trading post. I needed 50,000 energy to upgrade my core to level 3, so I had to start earning money. I pulled out the 2 blue dragon eyes from the frost serpent and put them on the shelf. Legendary rarity. The moment they appeared, they shot to the top of the entire server's trade list. The whole server went crazy. Orcs, demons, ghosts, dragonkin. Everyone was staring at the listing. In the group chat, people couldn't believe someone was selling legendary items on day 2. This time I hid my seller name. I'd learned my lesson from last time. Sulu messaged me. She'd already figured out it was me. She joked about it, then asked me to kill the epic dragon outside her base when I had time. I told her I would. She sent me a bunch of hearts and kissy faces. Nobody bought the dragon eyes that night. I wasn't worried. Rich players always show up eventually. I went back to the tavern to sleep. When I opened the door, Yuffie was changing. I saw way more than I should have. She gasped and threw on a loose robe, but it didn't cover much. She slipped into bed, face bright red. I climbed in beside her. Couldn't sleep. The moonlight lit up her silver hair. She smelled amazing. After she fell asleep, I reached over and put my arm around her waist. Soft and smooth. I finally relaxed and drifted off. Next morning, the system woke me up. It said I didn't sleep properly, and Yuffie's loyalty jumped by 5 points to 86. I had no idea what that meant exactly, but she wasn't angry. She smiled at me like nothing happened. Then the real news came. The dragon eyes sold overnight for 100,000 crystal energy. I spent 50,000 right away and upgraded my core to level 3. New blueprints unlocked. Kitchen, fancy tiles, a leisure hall, a mysterious black market. My territory limit jumped to 500 plots, building limit to 500, tower level cap to 30, and daily energy production hit 2,000. Everything was accelerating. I spent energy on 9 more huts and recruited 19 new workers, 10 men, 9 women. All massive, all max skills, all completely loyal. With Yuffie, my total population hit 30. I put everyone to work building crossbow towers. 100 towers was the first goal. The women were just as strong as the men, lifting hundreds of pounds of iron like it was nothing. Yuffie smiled and told me building was the worker's job. Her job was fighting for me. Then she vanished into the forest like a green streak of light. I had 50,000 energy left. Couldn't upgrade the core to level 4 yet. It needed a rare mineral I didn't have. So I built a mystery black market for 5,000 energy. It was a tiny building like a newspaper stand, refreshing its goods daily. The first batch was junk. I spent 200 energy to refresh it. Golden light flashed. Sitting on the shelf was a rainbow-colored crystal, a hero spirit crystal. Rare quality. It could upgrade my tavern into a hero hall and add an extra hero slot. Price, 30,000 energy. I bought it without blinking. The tavern transformed instantly. The old wooden shack became a grand marble hall with white jade pillars, 100 square meters wide. I built one more hut to raise my population cap, then walked to the center of the hall and shouted, "Begin summoning." The explosion shook the entire wasteland. A second sun appeared in the sky. Blinding light poured into the hall and shattered like glass. A tall figure stepped out. Sparkling light formed silver-white armor around her body. 6 huge white wings spread behind her. Silver hair, silver eyes, glowing skin. Her armor barely covered anything. It was more decoration than protection. A 6-winged angel. Supreme mythical rank. Her name was Saris. I stared. Then the system hit me with a warning. My dazed and foolish appearance disappointed her. Loyalty dropped to 69. Then she looked around at my dirt mountain and broken huts, and it dropped again to 68. This angel was the complete opposite of Yuffie. Cold, proud, unimpressed by everything. She called me Lord, but her tone said she'd rather be anywhere else. If her loyalty fell below 60, she might rebel or run away. I had to figure out how to win her over fast. Dismissing her and trying again wasn't an option. A mythical flying hero was too rare to throw away. I just had to find a way to tame this ice queen. I told Saris to go outside and clear fog and hunt monsters. She stared at me for half a minute, then said, "I refuse." She called the monsters outside, crawling insects, not worth dirtying her sword. Too proud to even fight. I thought about the epic black dragon near Su Lu's camp. I kind of wanted to see this arrogant angel get humbled by it. Then something unexpected happened. My level 5 crossbow tower fired on its own. A massive bolt tore through the air towards something in the distance. Saris froze. She stared at the wooden tower, and for the first time, her cold expression cracked. The system said the hidden firepower in my territory shocked her. Her loyalty jumped by 10 points to 78, and her status changed from passive to dutiful. This woman respected power. Good to know. Meanwhile, that poor guy Chin Fei was having the worst week of his life. Yesterday my towers killed his first eagle. Today he bought 2 new ones and brought his only hero along, flying low to be safe. Then my crossbow tower upgrade caused a blinding flash of light that disoriented his birds. Before he could recover, my tower shot down both eagles and killed his hero in seconds. He didn't even see my walls. He was just farming monsters in the wild and got sniped from an insane distance. He went back to the forum crying about system bugs and cheating. Everyone mocked him. Nobody believed towers could shoot that far. I looked at the kill notifications and scratched my head. More big birds. I was starting to like these flying visitors. The first eagle Yuffie killed had the softest belly feathers. Lu Yin had sewn them into a thin feather dress that Yuffie wore to bed last night. My level 5 tower now had 1.5 times the base range of a level 1, multiplied by 10 from my talent. The reach was ridiculous. I messaged Yuffie to come back to camp and take Saris out to level up. Then I sent a second message. If the angel acted bossy and refused to cooperate, take her northwest and introduce her to the epic black dragon. I had some workers pluck the feathers from the dead eagles. Then I checked the loot. A warrior promotion token had dropped from the enemy hero my tower killed. Useless to me, so I threw it on the trading post for 1,000 energy. Yuffie came back and saw Saris. 2 mythical heroes standing side by side. Saris was stunned. She couldn't believe a second mythical unit existed in my shabby camp. Her loyalty suddenly jumped to 80, close bond, status. Apparently, she was awed by whatever mysterious power she thought I had. Yuffie was curious about Saris, poking her arm and touching her waist. Saris pushed her away coldly, but followed when Yuffie said it was my order to go hunt together. While they were gone, I kept expanding. By sunset, my buildings passed 100, unlocking the hidden effect of my talent. I could now build outside my territory borders, anywhere in the wild. My territory covered 256 plots now. Core level 3, 2 hero slots filled, 100 buildings done, 1,850 energy saved up. At dinner, I called everyone in. I'd built a silver-level kitchen, 2 floors, spacious, tables loaded with rice, vegetables, roasted bird meat, and stewed tiger. The workers packed in, sweaty and exhausted. Saris waved her hand, and a soft white light cleaned the smell from the air. Even cold as ice, she had her uses. I sat between Yuffie and Saris, feeling like I was on vacation while everyone else in the hunting grounds was barely surviving. So naturally, I took a photo of the feast and posted it in the group chat. It's dinner time. Has everyone eaten? The reactions were instant. People were furious. They'd been working all day without even hot soup. Sulu posted a photo of her workers failing to start a fire. Others mocked me, saying I was wasting resources and would be destroyed when the monster siege came. The class monitor told me to save resources. Someone said my elf had probably already run away. Then Sulu shut them all up. She pointed out the silver-level kitchen in the background. That could only be unlocked with a level 3 core. On day 3, the chat went silent. The group chat went dead silent after Sulu pointed out my level 3 base. Then it exploded. Everyone wanted my help. People reminded me of every tiny favor they'd ever done, wiping blackboards, buying breakfast, even childhood bathroom trips. Wang Chong and the class monitor suddenly called me Big Boss. I rejected every friend request and turned off notifications. Sulu begged to come eat at my place. I told her it was 50 kilometers through monster-filled wilderness. She said she'd just keep respawning and running. Her territory was completely stuck. The epic dragon blocked her door. Her nuns were too scared to even chop wood, and loyalty was dropping daily. I told her I'd kill it. I opened the new player forum. My dinner photo was trending. Trolls called me a cheater, a corporate puppet, someone who sold his body for resources. My classmates defended me, but got shouted down. Some guy named Wang Ergo swore he'd eat manure on livestream if I was really the one who sold the legendary dragon eyes. I posted my transaction receipt. 10 million energy, right there in a screenshot. Tagged him directly. The forum erupted. Wang Ergo deleted his account overnight. All the insults turned into worship. Meanwhile, Murong Chinchua, the Federation chief's daughter, found out it was me. She was furious. I'd beaten her in every military simulation at the academy, and then I'd publicly refused her father's marriage proposal. She hated me. Seeing my silver restaurant, she rage upgraded hers to gold level out of pure spite. I sent Yuffie and Saris out hunting for the whole day. Yuffie hit level 10, Saris reached level 7. The workers built over 100 more crossbow towers while they were gone. Total defenses now exceeded 200, spread across the camp and into the wilderness. I discovered that outdoor towers don't draw monster aggression toward my base. They just quietly snipe anything that moves. My entire territory was wrapped in overlapping crossbow fields. Nothing could get through alive. That evening, I checked the radar and spotted a blue dot approaching. It was Sulu. She'd actually walked 50 kilometers by herself to reach my camp. I went down the stone steps to meet her. She was covered in mud, hair full of spider webs, legs shaking. She could barely talk, just stared at my fortress with her mouth open. I brushed the weeds off her clothes and told her to come eat. She stumbled and nearly fell. Her legs were completely numb. I caught her and offered to carry her up the mountain. She climbed on my back. I held her thighs and started up the stone path. She fell asleep within minutes. After all that walking in fear, she was completely spent. I carried her to the top, threw her on the bed in the hero hall, and went to eat without her. 2 hours later, she woke up screaming about missing dinner. The feast was the only thing that had kept her going through 50 kilometers of wilderness, and she'd slept right through it. I told Sulu I'd saved her some meat. She woke up blushing, realizing she'd fallen asleep on my bed. I led her to the silver kitchen. White tablecloth, carved windows, tiger skin rug, the smell of roasted meat everywhere. Her eyes were glowing. Then Yuffie and Saris walked in. Sulu completely lost her mind over Saris. The cold angel with silver hair and sacred armor was exactly the powerful queen image Sulu had always dreamed of becoming. She reached out to shake hands, then froze when she saw her own muddy fingers. Saris waved her hand, and a wave of holy light washed every speck of dirt off Sulu's body, even cleaning her hair. Sulu dropped to her knees right there, calling Saris, Light Empress, and begging to be her disciple. I nearly choked on my soup. A lord kneeling to my subordinate. Embarrassing. After dinner, Su Lu passed out in a chair with a full belly. I carried her to a spare bed. That night, I accidentally grabbed Yuffie's waist in my sleep again. Her loyalty went up to 89. When I opened my eyes, she was already awake, staring at me with those ruby eyes. One more point, and she'd hit 90. Day 5. 3 days until the monster siege. Yuffie was level 10, Saris level 7. Time to kill the black dragon blocking Su Lu's territory. Su Lu was terrified. Just the 4 of us? That thing has over 1,000 battle power, I shrugged. So what? She looked at me like I was crazy, but she'd seen my camp full of crossbow towers. She trusted me enough to follow. Yuffie cast her wind whisper on all of us. We moved like birds, covering 50 kilometers in under 2 hours. Su Lu was amazed. The same trip had taken her an entire painful day of walking yesterday. We reached a green valley. At the bottom, a massive black creature lay sleeping, snoring like thunder. The level 15 epic Hellfire Black Dragon. Right outside Su Lu's front door. The black dragon was massive, over 10 meters tall, curled up like a dark mountain. Its breath scorched the ground black. Nothing lived within thousands of meters of it. When it sensed Yuffie and Saris approaching, its red eye snapped open, and it roared so loud the sky shook. I grabbed Su Lu and dove into the tall grass. We were just spectators. If I died, I'd respawn 50 kilometers away and miss the whole show. In the grass, Su Lu was pressed against me, her legs wrapped around mine, nowhere else to put them. She was crying. Her buildings would be destroyed in the crossfire. I promised to help her rebuild before the monster siege in 2 days. Yuffie struck first. A wind-powered arrow punched straight through the dragon's scales. Then Saris flew up with a giant holy light sword and slashed down. The wind and light were so intense I couldn't even open my eyes. The roar made me go deaf. I couldn't even watch the fight properly. Without enough stats, I didn't even qualify as a spectator. It didn't take long. The dragon fell. The rewards were insane. 1,000 units of dragon meat, 75,000 experience, 37,500 crystal energy, plus epic loot, tower enchantment blueprints, a spell scroll, a dragon heart core, and a shadow crystal. Yuffie jumped to level 12, Saris to level 10. They walked out of the ashes without even breathing hard. Su Lu went crazy celebrating and took photos of the scorched battlefield. She kept praising Saris, calling her Great Light Lord. Saris ignored her completely, which only made Su Lu admire her more. I said goodbye to Su Lu and she rushed back to fix her wrecked camp. Yuffie tied up the shrunken dragon corpse like a giant dumpling and lifted it with one hand. I pulled out my dagger and aimed at my own chest. Dying was faster than walking 50 kilometers home. But a shield of holy light blocked my blade. Saris, I'll take you flying, she said, completely cold, no emotion. My eyes lit up. I'd never dared to ask her for a ride, afraid of losing loyalty points. Yuffie laughed, tossed the dragon rope to Saris, and lounged on top of the dragon remains. 6 white wings spread behind Saris. She grabbed my collar like I was a baby chick, held the dragon bundle in her other hand, and shot into the sky. Below us, Su Lu looked up and saw the 6-winged angel tearing across the sky. Her jaw nearly hit the ground. She'd guessed Saris was epic level at most. An angel was beyond anything she'd imagined. The moment I landed, my whole body was numb from the cold wind. Flying with Saris nearly killed me. She offered to take me again once I got stronger. I said no thanks. I told Lu Yin to break down the dragon corpse and store everything. Then I gave Yuffie and Saris the day off. Yuffie cheered and flopped onto a big rock immediately. Saris cleaned my clothes with holy light, then dragged Yuffie back to their room. I went down to find Zhao Taizhu and handed him the 2 epic drops, a frost enchantment scroll and a flame burst modification blueprint. These could upgrade basic wooden towers into high-level elemental defenses. I told him to stop building new towers and start upgrading the existing ones. I saved the Abyssal Flame spell scroll for myself. Once I survived the beginner period, I'd be able to cultivate my own power. The Shadow Crystal core went into the Lord's core as a power source for camp lighting and facilities. The Black Dragon Heart went into storage for later. By the end of the day, 50 towers were upgraded. Half became Frost Ice Arrow towers with a slow effect that reduced enemy speed by 40% amplified tenfold by my talent. The other half became flame burst cannons with area explosions dealing 50% extra damage, also multiplied by 10. Both types had 1,500 meters of range. I dumped all my remaining energy into pushing those 50 elemental towers to level 3. Their attack power hit 65 points each. Devastating. After dinner, I called Zhao Taiju over. First time I'd ever asked the workers to do overtime. I held up 2 fingers. You have 2 days. Upgrade all 180 regular crossbow towers to level 5. He pounded his chest and swore he'd finish. I stood on the cliff looking over my camp. A level 5 crossbow tower had only 5 base attack, but with my mythical talent bonuses, it reached 72 points, equal to a level 30 advanced tower. I had 180 of them, all with 10 times normal range. Together with the 50 elemental towers, my camp was an absolute death zone. Even my own mythical heroes would be shredded if they tried to charge through. The monster siege was coming. I was ready. This was the same stretch of time, so let me fill in the details I missed before. When I landed after Saris' flight, I could barely stand. She frowned and apologized, saying my mortal body was too weak. She offered to fly me again once I got reborn stronger. I passed on that. I had Luyan start breaking down the dragon corpse right away. Then I gave both heroes the day off. Yuffie let out a happy little cheer and threw herself onto a flat rock. Saris said nothing, but she quietly cleaned all the dirt and blood off my clothes with holy light. Then she grabbed Yuffie off her rock and took her back to their room. I went down to Zhao Taiju and gave him the Frost Enchantment Scroll and the Flame Modification Blueprint. Told him to stop building new towers and start upgrading what we had. We already had over 230 crossbow towers, more than enough. Now it was about making them deadly. I kept the Abyssal Flame spell scroll for myself. Once the beginner period ended and my lord status was confirmed, I could start cultivating my own power. They say once a lord passes level 100, they become truly immortal. That was the real endgame. The Shadow Crystal Core went into the lord's core as a permanent energy source. The Black Dragon Heart went into storage. I need it later for a big building. By end of day, 50 towers were converted. Half became Frost Ice Arrow Towers, 1,500 meter range, with a slow effect cutting enemy speed by 40%, multiplied tenfold. The other half became Flame Burst Cannons, same range, with area explosions doing 50% bonus damage, also multiplied tenfold. Ice for fast targets, fire for swarms. A perfect combination. I pushed all 50 elemental towers to level 3. Attack power reached 65 each. After dinner, I asked Zhao Taiju to work overtime for the first time. 2 days to upgrade all 180 regular crossbow towers to level 5. He slammed his chest and promised it would be done. I stood on the cliff doing the math. A level 5 crossbow tower hit 72 attack points with my talent bonuses, matching a level 30 advanced tower. Multiply that by 180 towers, all shooting from insane range, and nothing alive could get through. Not even my own mythical heroes could survive charging into that wall of fire. The monster siege was 2 days away. My fortress was becoming something terrifying. Day 6. I stood on the cliff edge carrying the dragon flame bow, looking south. Below was a sheer drop, hundreds of meters straight down. No need for towers there. Ordinary monsters couldn't climb it, and anything that could fly or crawl up walls, Yuffie and Saris would handle easily. I turned and looked at my camp. It was unrecognizable from the barren rock I'd started on. Neat buildings lined stone roads. Workers had planted greenery along the paths. At the mountain's base, the frost dragon skeleton stood assembled as a gate decoration, its transparent bones staring at the sky. The epic black dragon skeleton was still in storage. I'd put it at the peak after the siege as a totem to terrify anyone who came near. I had nothing urgent to do. The defense line was complete. Towers stretched beyond my borders into the wild. I wandered around checking everything, then sat on a flat stone as the sun went down. Yuffie landed beside me. I'd given both heroes the day off to rest before tomorrow. She leaned her head on my shoulder, and we watched the sunset together. She asked what I planned to do after the siege, once I became a real lord. Then she asked if I'd visit the elf tribe's territory. I said yes. Her eyes lit up, and before I knew it, she leaned in and kissed my cheek. Then she turned red and ran off like a startled rabbit. Her loyalty hit 90. Status changed too, life and death together, but temporary. I need to actually visit the elves to make it permanent. Sulu messaged me, panicking about tomorrow. I told her to relax. I'd come help. The group chat was chaos all night. Everyone was terrified about the monster siege. The difficulty scaled with your territory's strength. 5 levels: Vengeful Spirit, Blood Fiend, Abyss, Divine Punishment, and Doom. Most people hoped to survive the middle tiers. I wanted Doom, the highest level. With 2 mythical heroes and 230 upgraded towers, I knew I could trigger it. The rewards for clearing Doom were supposedly enough to leave every other new player in the dust. My workers pulled an all-night shift upgrading the last towers. Day 7. Dawn. I asked Saris to fly me to Sulu's camp. She agreed, but I begged her not to carry me by the collar again. She offered her hands instead. I grabbed on and she lifted off. This time, the flight was completely different. The dragon flame bow I carried had a skill called Mythical Spirit Kiss. Wine spirits shielded me from the cold and turbulence. It was smooth, warm, even pleasant. I held Saris's hands and watched the mountains rush by below us. The comfortable ride ended too quickly. Before I could enjoy it, we were already hovering above Sulu's territory. I called out to Sulu from the sky. She came running, spinning around us, praising Saris and calling her, Bright Lord. I told her to stop pretending they were close. Then I used crystal energy to build 1 crossbow tower outside her ruined camp. Just 1. Sulu lost it. She burst into tears, collapsed on the ground, sobbing like I'd betrayed her. 1 wooden tower against tonight's monster siege? She thought I was abandoning her. I told her to calm down. My towers weren't normal. I showed her the glowing ring at the base, the fortress blessing. 10 times the power, 10 times the range. Her eyes went wide, and she nearly kissed the thing. She asked if she could upgrade it. I said sure, if she had iron. Turns out she had iron, gold, silver, and copper mines all within walking distance of her camp. For mineral veins right at her doorstep. I stared at her. I'd been hauling iron from a distant mine in my northeast corner this whole time, and this girl was sitting on a treasure pile without even knowing it. I told her I was almost tempted to take her territory for myself. She panicked and started shooing me away. Before leaving, I asked about her talent. It was Eternal Warm Spring, a climate ability that made crops grow year-round regardless of season. In the late game, when feeding huge populations, that would be incredibly powerful. Let's work well together in the future, I said. She caught the meaning and started waving and shouting excitedly as Saris carried me into the sky. Back at camp, dusk was falling. Zhao Taiju knelt before me, shirtless and exhausted. All 180 crossbow towers had been upgraded to level 5 before sunset. Every single worker had been going for 2 days and nights without rest. 29 of them were lying on the ground gasping. I told them all to go sleep. They crawled into their huts and passed out instantly. Not one complaint. They knew what was coming tonight, and they trusted the fortress I'd built. 180 level 5 crossbow towers. 50 elemental towers at level 3. 2 mythical heroes. The monster siege was hours away. We were ready. The cool evening wind blew across the cliff. I stood waiting with Yuffie on one side and Saris on the other. Then the sky ripped open. A massive black crack split across the clouds like the gates of hell opening. The sunset turned blood red. The system announced the protection period was over. My core was no longer invincible. The beast tide had arrived. Then came the warning I'd been hoping for. My camp's combat power was so far above normal that the system forced the highest difficulty, Doomsday Calamity. Survival rate almost 0. The system actually recommended I give up my Lord title and go home to Earth. I didn't even read the warnings. I stared at the crack above as a flood of mutated monsters poured out like a black waterfall. In the group chat, people were panicking. A third of the class had already surrendered and left. Everyone else was trying to encourage each other, but nobody felt confident. Somewhere out there, Chen Fei, the guy whose eagles and hero my towers had killed, was staring at his surrender button with a pale face. He had nothing left, but he remembered his parents' faces, mounted his last eagle, and charged into the monsters screaming. Sulu had it easy. The system gave her the weakest difficulty since her combat power was so low. The 1 crossbow tower I'd built for her handled everything by itself, sniping every monster before it got close. She sat in a chair drinking juice while her nuns massaged her shoulders. She cleared the exam in minutes and got promoted to an official lord. She posted her victory in the group chat, acting proud. Then she looked up and saw the sky above my camp. The massive black crack. The red sky. Doomsday Calamity. She started crying, begging me not to die. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a girl I'd never met sat alone on empty ground. No buildings, no walls, no troops. Just her and a Lord Core. She was from another dimension. A Fire Clan genius called the Flame Witch, Lilith. Golden flames burned in her red eyes as she stood up to face the Doomsday Calamity completely alone. But that was her fight. Mine was about to begin. People for hundreds of miles could see the black crack in my sky. Chen Fei, the guy I'd been shooting down all week, was thrilled. He hoped the Doomsday Calamity would wipe me out. He'd barely survived his own beginner test and was laughing about my situation. Somewhere else, a golden-eyed young man from the angel race had also cleared Doomsday difficulty. He was celebrating, convinced he'd take first place on the new player rankings. Apparently, a massive 1,000-year ranking battle between all races was coming, and the top forces were betting everything on new players like us. Only 10,000 spots existed. Meanwhile, in my camp, the Doomsday Calamity was a joke. My 230 upgraded towers hadn't fired a single shot. I'd ordered Yuffie and Saris to block the monsters right at the crack in the sky and farm experience there. Not a single creature made it past them. Yuffie hit level 20. Combat power over 3,000. One wind arrow carved a vacuum dozens of meters wide and 10 kilometers long through the monster horde. She could flatten a city with that. Saris was just as terrifying. A level 15 epic boss, a void-devouring hound, poked its head out of the black hole. Before it could even finish roaring, Saris casually raised her hand and sliced it in half. Days ago, she needed Yuffie's help to fight the Black Dragon. Now she could one-shot epic bosses alone. This wasn't a battle. It was lawn mowing. I yawned. Then a crazy idea hit me. The quest said to prevent the calamity from arriving. Yuffie and Saris could seal the crack anytime and end the trial. But what if I didn't stop it? What if I let the full disaster descend? The test only failed if my core shattered. As long as the base held, the system wouldn't count it as a loss. In all of Hunting Ground history, only one person had ever survived a full calamity descent during the beginner phase. Everyone else who tried was destroyed. But with my fortress, my towers, and 2 level 20 mythical heroes, Saris landed beside me and asked why we didn't just seal the crack. The monsters were too weak. She wasn't getting any experience from them anymore. I stared at the expanding black hole above and smiled. Night fell, and I was the only one still fighting on the entire server. Everyone else had finished their exams hours ago. The forums were going crazy wondering why the rankings hadn't been announced. Chen Fei was hoping I'd die. Su Lu was crying, terrified for me. The golden-eyed angel race, Saint was impatiently waiting to claim first place. A Fire Clan girl named Lilith had also cleared Doomsday difficulty alone. What none of them knew was that I'd let the disaster fully arrive on purpose. The void beast that crawled out of the black hole was 20,000 meters long. Level 20. Mythic rank. An ancient creature that could grow to immortality just by staying alive. It covered the entire sky above my mountain. It tried to crush my camp with a giant claw. All 230 of my towers fired at once. The barrage pushed the claw back and lifted the beast hundreds of meters into the air. It roared, sending a shockwave that hit every tower for 200 damage. But my towers had 725 health each. Not one fell. Then the beast got serious. It compressed itself from 20,000 meters down to 3 meters tall. Small, fast, and terrifyingly dangerous. That was its true form. Yuffie fired her strongest arrow. The beast caught it with one claw and reflected the force back. She was thrown through the air, bleeding, her armor shattered. I clenched my fists. Now I understood. It had a damage reflection ability. The beast started tearing through my camp at impossible speed, smashing towers. My frost arrows couldn't hit it. Too fast. Only the flame cannon's area explosions slowed it slightly. Saris unleashed divine judgment sword rain. Hundreds of tracking light, swords that forced the beast back. When it tried to use reflection again, Saris detonated the swords in front of it instead of hitting directly, blinding it with pure white light. In that opening, frost arrows finally connected and slowed it down. Yuffie nailed it with a death pursuit arrow straight through the belly. Wind blades exploded inside. The beast screamed, cut off its own tail, and teleported straight to my mountaintop, right next to my core. Its claw shot toward the crystal. My heart stopped, but Saris had placed a divine barrier on the core beforehand. The claw slammed into white light, and the beast was blasted away. Cold sweat covered my face. Slowed by ice, hammered by cannons, its purple-golden scales finally cracked and shattered. Saris gathered a 50-meter sword of light and launched the beast into the sky. Yuffie leaped up, landed on its head, gripped its neck with her thighs, and drove the ice dragon horn dagger straight into its skull. The system announced it, Doomsday Calamity, completely cleared. Meanwhile, across the universe, the highest leaders of countless civilizations, human elders, magic lords, martial saints, machine faction leaders, had been sitting in their halls for hours wondering why the rankings were delayed. They had no idea it was all because of me. A nobody from Earth with no cultivation, no background, no special training. Just towers, 2 mythical heroes, and a plan crazy enough to work. The void beast's body scattered into light. Yuffie hit level 22. Saris hit 22. The exam was over. I'd cleared it perfectly. I looked around. My camp was wrecked. Most of the crossbow towers had been smashed to pieces. That ancient disaster was no joke. Even with everything I had, it nearly broke through. A wave of real fear hit me for the first time. Yuffie landed with blood still at the corner of her mouth. Saris floated down behind her, her legs trembling slightly, her icy face showing a faint smile for once. I think she finally respected me. I named my territory Never Fall, because that's exactly what it did. The rankings dropped across the entire server. I got first place. Second went to someone called Red Demon Realm, the Fire Clan girl, Lilith. Third was the golden-eyed angel race saint and his Sanctuary of Holy Light. That angel saint screamed when he saw he was third. He'd been so sure he was number one. He couldn't accept it. Across the universe, the highest leaders of every civilization were watching. The human elders, the elf queen, mechanical lords, magic masters, they were all trying to figure out who Never Fall was. No faction prefix, no guild name. They couldn't believe a commoner with no background could top the rankings. They argued about it for hours. The elf queen sat on her throne, heartbroken. Her race had fallen so far that their best prodigy only placed 5,332nd. The human race wasn't much better. Meanwhile, in my class chat, everyone was celebrating their survival rewards. Sulu showed off her high-level blueprints. Then she tagged me. I told her to shut up. I was busy. My loot was insane. 15,000 cannon fodder kills, 10,000 elite boss kills, 1 disaster god kill. The rewards filled my entire screen. Random blueprints, rare defense tower plans, heavy armor sniper tower, energy beam cannon, cutting ray tower, obsidian barrier. Mountains of basic materials. Enchanted stones, forging stones. I learned the 4 rare defense blueprints immediately. The obsidian walls could be moved once per day, which was useful. I'd dismantle the old crossbow towers and replace them with the new stuff. I opened the top-ranked Supreme gift box first. A legendary hero recruitment order. I wrinkled my nose. I already had 2 mythical heroes. Legendary was a downgrade. I tossed it in the warehouse to sell later. Then I opened the real prize, the first kill disaster box. Rainbow light exploded into the sky. Heart of city building. Supreme mythical grade. Permanent buff item. 3 effects. First, all buildings in my territory get 10 times the health, attack, and defense, on top of the boosts I already had. Second, as long as any defensive building exists in my territory, my Lord Core becomes automatically invincible. Third, the building limit is removed entirely. Unlimited buildings. Forever. I stared at the glowing gem in my hand. Combined with my Lone Wolf Fortress talent, this thing was going to break the game wide open. Li Wei didn't hesitate. He crushed the city building hard in his hand. A flash of light. The territory attribute panel instantly refreshed. Besides his unique mythic talent, 3 powerful auras appeared: Unbreakable City, Absolute Barrier, and Infinite Territory. The Absolute Barrier took effect immediately. As long as there was any defensive tower in the territory, the Lord's Core became invincible. Even top-tier stealthy or sneaky assassin heroes couldn't sneak in to attack the core. Trying to secretly reach the core only to find it automatically invincible? Just imagining it made Li Wei feel very satisfied. The most amazing part was the infinite territory. There was no longer a limit on the number of buildings. He could build as many as he wanted. With the mythic bonus from Lone Wolf Fortress, as long as resources were enough, Li Wei could fill the entire wasteland with tens of thousands of defensive towers. Covering the whole universe with a crossfire network was easy. His heart was pounding with excitement. Li Wei sat on a large rock at the edge of the cliff, so excited that he stayed awake all night. Until the first light of dawn shone on the ruins camp, he barely managed to calm his excitement. He took a deep breath, opened the holographic screen, and typed in a familiar Star Network ID in the search bar. Click to add as a friend. Lin Shushua has accepted your friend request. Lin Shushua, little brother, congratulations on becoming official. You've survived the beginner phase. Li Wei. Lin Shushua, hurry up and call me big sister, so I can give you a V50 candy. Seeing the teasing words on the screen, a slight smile appeared on Li Wei's face. An elegant, beautiful figure naturally appeared in his mind. In his past life, when he was poor and struggling, she was the only one who gave him a little warmth. She always wore a clean, white, fitted t-shirt, stretched tight over her high, white chest. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail. His gaze crossed the endless starry sea. Within the territory of Frost Moon Gorge, Lin Shushua turned off the holographic screen and lazily leaned back on the Lord's throne. Two long, white, beautiful legs are casually crossed, and a sweet smile plays on her lovely face. Knock, knock, knock. The main door of the city mansion is gently knocked. Come in. Lin Shushua instantly hides her smile and adopts a cold, distant attitude. Lord, Zhao Tianyu from the Sunfire Tower requests to see you, reports her personal maid respectfully. Lin Shushua slightly frowns her eyebrows. Let him in. A young man dressed in a fancy robe, led by guards, strides into the hall. As soon as Zhao Tianyu enters, his gaze lingers on Lin Chushua's crossed legs, showing greed clearly. Since their last chance encounter, he has been longing for this stunning female leader. Beautiful Lady Lin, no need to beat around the bush. Zhao Tianyu raises his chin proudly, looking pleased. I like you. Be my wife, and I will make sure you live a happy life. Oh, Lin Chushua's tone is cold, and she doesn't bother to look at him directly. She gently waves her hand. The top female swordswoman beside her, Fian, instantly draws her sword from her waist. The sharp blade points directly at Zhao Tianyu's throat. His smug expression instantly freezes. Lin Shushua, what do you mean? He demands loudly. In the interstellar hunting ground, as long as the core isn't destroyed, the leader won't die completely. But for experienced leaders who have passed the beginner stage, death penalties are very harsh. If killed and reborn at the core, 5 levels are deducted immediately. Based on the development speed of the last batch of newcomers, losing 5 levels is like wasting several months of effort. Zhao Tianyu feels a bit nervous, but mostly angry. He doesn't believe this woman dares to really kill him. When he later destroys her territory, he will see if she still dares to be so arrogant. Lin Shushua, you dare to provoke me. Zhao Tianyu's face turns pale. Fian, cut him down. Lin Shushua casually orders without even looking. Yes, ma'am. The female swordswoman swiftly raises her sword and strikes. A head is severed and flies into the air. Zhao Tianyu's eyes widen in shock, never understanding how this woman dared to kill him directly. Lin Chushua's expression is calm and indifferent. She knows well enough that her beauty attracts men, which is normal. But in her life, she only needs one person to look at her twice. Everyone else who looks at her more is just dirtying her. I didn't want to dirty the floor of this hall. Lin Chushua looked at the headless corpse on the ground and made a disgusted face. However, if Li Wei finds out that flies are bothering her, he will definitely get jealous. Looking at the corpse turning into white light and disappearing, she spoke very seriously. Flying swallow, Lin Chushua raised her head, her tall ponytail swaying gently behind her. Your subordinate is here. The female swordswoman bowed her head. Gather 500 elite heavy cavalry and 1,000 divine archers to completely flatten the Sunfire Tower. Leave no grass behind. Lin Chushua's voice carried a murderous intent. She had long disliked this broken name. Her territory had a month character in its name, and the other side insisted on using a name with the Sun character to match? Who are they trying to annoy? I wonder what name Li Wei, that brat, chose for his territory. After being promoted to a formal lord, the rules of the interstellar hunting grounds changed dramatically. To give newcomers a chance, the system provided many conveniences during the first 7 days. Now that the welfare period is over, the first thing affected is that crystal stone energy can no longer be used to create buildings out of thin air. To build houses, one must honestly have workers use blueprints, with real wood and stone, laying bricks and tiles. Energy has become purely a material for upgrades, maintenance supplies, and trade currency. However, the system introduced a new building fusion feature. 5 low-level buildings can be directly merged and upgraded into a high-level version. For example, 5 chain arrow towers can be fused into a heavy siege crossbow formation. Additionally, the Lord now has teleportation rights, allowing free access to the public neutral trading zone called Starry Sky Divine City. Finally, there are restrictions on rapid troop deployment. No matter what type of soldiers are recruited, they must consume the corresponding recruitment token. Without tokens, the barracks are just decorations. Faced with these new rules, Li Wei was completely calm. He follows a pure tower defense style, so he doesn't need to recruit soldiers, and his hero quota is full. Tokens are meaningless to him. Today, he only needs to do one thing. Steel pillar, here. Lord Li Wei, Zhao Taizhu ran forward energetically. Li Wei pointed to the open space at the foot of the mountain and said, "From today on, stop building defensive towers. Everyone, get to work and build thatched huts with all your might. Cover all the flat land at the foot of the mountain. With the infinite territory, Halo, there is no limit to the number of buildings within the territory. There's no need to worry about thatched huts taking up space meant for defensive towers. Plus, thanks to the mythic talent's ability to build across boundaries, if the land isn't enough, he simply extends into the wilderness." Li Wei plans to first raise the population cap quickly, recruiting thousands of strong laborers to build the strongest construction army in the universe. He even generously cleared out the black market, buying tons of cheap cotton to make soft beds for the workers. After assigning tasks, Li Wei turns to look at the 2 stunning beauties behind him. Yuffie, Saris. I'm going back to my home planet today for a celebration, and I'll be back tonight. He activates the teleportation function on his wrist hologram. Understood, Lord Li Wei. Yuffie smiles with her eyes curved like a crescent moon. When the boss isn't home, it means she can relax and take a break without worry. Sally still maintains her icy, beautiful face, nodding slightly in response. Beneath her pure white armor, her long, straight, snowy legs stand close together. Her mind is full of the divine aura Li Wei emitted last night when the disaster struck. Sulu did not feel embarrassed. Instead, she moved closer, lowering her voice like a sneaky little fox, and said, "Brother Li Wei, don't worry. I will definitely keep your ultimate secret safe." She is very clever and had already guessed that the top of the ranking list, Never Fall, was definitely Li Wei's territory. Humans have been weak in the starry sky for a long time. If news of Li Wei reaching the top spreads, alien races will definitely go crazy and send people to attack secretly. It's hard to guard against both open and hidden dangers. What secret could I have? Li Wei looked at her with a half-smile. Got it. Got it. You're pretending to be naive. Ha. Sulu covered her mouth and giggled secretly. Today's schedule was very busy. At noon, there was a gathering of classmates from Starfire Class 2. In the evening, the Federation officers would hold a high-level official celebration for the new survivors of this batch. Li Wei had sold legendary materials, and Sulu received a high-level barracks. Both of them were on the official invitation list. They walked side by side into a reserved private room at a big restaurant. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Li Wei the Immortal has arrived. Brotherly, please take the best seat. Big shot. If you become successful in the future, don't forget to help your brothers out. Dozens of people in the room crowded around, flattering and praising endlessly. Everyone chose to gather on Earth instead of spending a lot on Starry City parties. Most faces showed joy after surviving the crisis. A few classmates looked gloomy, hiding in the corner, drinking alone. They were all those who couldn't handle the pressure in the big exam and chose to give up and drop out. Fortunately, everyone retreated in time, and no one from Class 2 lost their life. After 3 rounds of drinks, following some lively small talk, someone finally couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked boldly, "Immortal Li Wei, where did you get those legendary level Jiao Dragon's eyes?" Everyone in Class 2 knew the answer clearly. Li Wei had started by selling blind box blueprints and never built a barracks. Relying solely on a commander to slaughter legendary dragons? They wouldn't believe it even if you told them. Picked up from the roadside, Li Wei replied casually, not looking up from his steamed coral fish as he responded. "Although I often have high-level beast meat at my camp, I haven't really tried much seafood. When I go back, I must have the workers raise some aquatic creatures in the big river to the northwest." Picked it up? Everyone in the group stared wide-eyed, looking shocked. Sulu sat nearby, trying to keep a cool face, pretending to be aloof. She was afraid she might reveal her true feelings, so she copied the cold, distant style of the Ice Queen Sally. Crossing her arms, with her elegant, white, slender legs crossed, she radiated a cold aura that kept others at a distance. "Big boss, where can we find such treasures? With luck, I found a graveyard of high-level monsters and took it for free," Li Wei said casually, like he was talking about the weather. "This luck is just unbelievable." Everyone gasped, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Just by building a tavern, you can get top-quality spirits, and wandering around outside can find legendary treasures? What kind of incredible story is this? Brotherly, if you hadn't sold the initial blueprints, maybe you could have directly built a legendary barracks, joked class leader Lin Wanner with a smile. Lin Wanner is very popular in class, gentle in personality, and never puts on airs. Even now that everyone's status has changed, people still want to show her respect. Li Wei just smiled and said nothing. Building barracks? Absolutely not. The more barracks you build, the more the powerful defensive aura of the territory weakens. It's just shooting yourself in the foot. The gathering ended. Students went their separate ways. Some rushed back to the hunting grounds to do construction. Others went home to visit family. Li Wei, with his hands in his pockets, strolled along the busy shopping street. His gaze swept over the shops and the wide asphalt road. As a lord in the interstellar hunting ground, just fighting and killing isn't enough. When the population grows, he must plan transportation and commercial areas early. The city layouts in real life are the best reference maps. Li Wei, brother. Li Wei, the god, Su Lu, wearing small white shoes, ran after him, skipping happily. "Hee, I did pretty well at the dinner, right?" she asked, lifting her pretty face with a proud smile. Faced with subtle hints from other classmates, she kept her mouth tightly closed and didn't reveal any information. "Not bad," Li Wei replied casually, his gaze fixed on a tall building ahead. The two strolled along the street, chatting casually, heading toward the Federal Executive Building. Tonight, the chief executive of the Interstellar Federation was hosting a celebration dinner here for the top newcomers who had survived this year. In previous years, there had been similar formal banquets, but this year's event was extremely grand. All the invited newcomers were top students selected from various provinces and cities. Su Lu had ranked high in the national exams and received an invitation. Li Wei was also on the list because he had sold a legendary-level dragon eye. As evening fell, the wide interstellar avenue was filled with all kinds of floating cars rushing by. Li Wei and Su Lu walked side by side to the main entrance of the building. Huge holographic streetlights on both sides cast colorful lights and shadows. They stepped onto a soft red carpet, guided by a beautiful hostess, and entered a luxurious banquet hall. The hall was decorated elegantly, with a large crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, providing soft lighting. There were buffet tables on both sides. Feeling uninterested in the crowd, they found a quiet corner to sit down. Soon, more and more people gathered in the hall. Tonight, everyone present was among the best of their age group, truly outstanding. They were all top newcomers from the current year on Earth. As long as they didn't fall along the way, their future would be bright. Even if they left the hunting grounds, they could still rise to high positions in the Federation on Earth. Rumors had spread widely that the chief executive had prepared a generous reward tonight. So, all the talented invitees had come. There were over 100 people present. Suddenly, Li Wei sensed a hostile gaze. He turned his head instinctively and looked toward the VIP front row. He saw a stunning girl in a pure white, high-slit evening gown, biting her lip and glaring at him angrily. She was Murong Qianxue, the daughter of the Interstellar Federation. Li Wei was confused. He had only interacted with this young lady once during a military chess simulation at school, and he had also refused her marriage proposal publicly. Why are you looking at him with such a fierce, revengeful look? Li Wei immediately looked away, too lazy to bother, and turned to pick up a glass of juice. Damn you, Li Wei! How dare you pretend not to see me? Morong Qinxue was so angry her chest heaved violently, and her deep cleavage was barely visible. She clenched her silver teeth in frustration. At that moment, a tall, imposing middle-aged man strode confidently to the center of the hall on a high platform. The noisy hall instantly fell silent, as quiet as if a needle had dropped. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in a well-fitted black military uniform, and his presence was overwhelming. He was Murong Zhan, the highest ruler of the planet Earth and the chief executive of the Federation. His name sounded rough, but his position and strength were the top in the planet's military power. No one on Earth dared to call his full name directly. Tonight, I thank all the new stars for attending this banquet. Murong Zhan's voice was deep and powerful, with a cheerful smile on his face. He looked around the crowd, his gaze just passing over his daughter, who was biting her teeth in anger. Following her furious gaze, he directly locked onto Li Wei sitting in the corner. Murong Zhan chuckled softly. He had a deep impression of this stubborn young man who refused marriage publicly. He had hoped to make an exception and bring him into the Murong family, but the young man refused outright, even becoming a joke among the upper circles of the Federation. He withdrew his gaze, cleared his throat, and his commanding voice spread to every corner. To keep it brief, I won't delay your fortunes. Tonight's celebration is a big deal for the Federation's leaders. We've prepared 10 rare secret manuals and 95 advanced cultivation techniques for everyone. As soon as he finished, the luxurious banquet hall erupted in excitement. All the newcomers blushed with excitement and trembled with anticipation. They had just survived a beast tide and finally could hunt monsters and level up in the interstellar hunting grounds. But Earth itself had no extraordinary system, so they relied on the techniques dropped in the hunting grounds to grow stronger. Choosing techniques was like reincarnation. If they chose wrong, they would have to give up their skills, reset their level, and start over to get better techniques. Everyone was prepared to sell everything they had to buy a common technique from the starry sky divine city. Who would have thought that the Federation was giving away such valuable secrets for free? And they started with high-level items, even including 10 legendary rare editions. 105 people, everyone gets a share. Hearing the cheers and shouts around, Morong Qinxue looked completely unimpressed. As the daughter of a powerful Federation family, her rare secret manuals had already been prepared in the inner library, so she felt no surprise. She turned her noble head and looked toward the corner diagonally opposite, wanting to see Li Wei's shocked and clueless expression, as if he had never seen such things before. But in the end, Li Wei didn't even glance at the stage. He kept his head down, chatting and laughing with Su Lu beside him. Today, Su Lu was dressed very simply. Under her very short skirt, her two white, slender legs were pressed tightly together, occasionally brushing lightly against Li Wei's knees. Her neckline was slightly open, revealing a small patch of dazzling white skin that was faintly visible, full of admiration. Seeing this, Morong Qinxue was so angry her eyes nearly popped out. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and her long, beautiful white legs trembled with anger. Such a blind fool, not even moved by rare techniques, just staring at women. Morong Qinxue sneered repeatedly. On the high platform, Murong Zhan pressed his hands lightly, and the whole audience instantly fell silent. Now, the awards begin. Murong Zhan took out a holographic list and loudly read out, Su Lu. Here. Su Lu jumped up as if she had been spring-loaded. Her beautiful face was flushed, and although her chest was small, it also shook a little. She quickly put away her white legs that had been rubbing around and stood straight. High-level cultivation method Xian Shui Ju. Take it and practice well. Murong Zhan handed her a sparkling jade slip. Thank you, Commander. Su Lu took it with both hands, her face blushing with excitement. Lu Dong. High-level magic scroll flame storm. Wang Hao. High-level cybernetic transformation diagram mechanical ascension. Names were called one after another, and the atmosphere grew more and more excited. The Federation's resources covered peak systems of cultivation, magic, technology, and martial arts. As time went on, those whose names hadn't been called felt their breathing grow heavier, and their eyes filled with crazy bloodshot. Only 10 spots remained on the list. This meant the remaining people would at least get priceless rare secret manuals. Each rare skill contains the laws of the universe and is unique. It is very difficult to find one in the wild, comparable to winning a mythic hero. Li Wei, Murongjun's gaze falls on the back row. Here, Li Wei slowly stands up, looking calm. Everyone's eyes immediately turn to him. Seeing that it is Li Wei, many people show surprise and strong jealousy. Suddenly, a young master from a noble family in a fancy suit suddenly kicks his chair and stands up. Chief Executive Officer. I disagree. The young master points at Li Wei's nose, full of anger. A poor commoner who even sold his initial barracks. What right does he have to get a rare secret manual? The troublemaker is named Jack. He has blonde hair, blue eyes, a hooked nose, and comes from a wealthy family in the Western Hemisphere of Earth. Earth is officially a federal system, and Murongjun, as the chief executive officer, manages everything. But inside the Federation, there are hidden struggles among powerful interest groups, and fighting for power is common. This time, the Federation spent a lot to get 10 rare secret manuals, but the Western faction only got one. Jack is unhappy and naturally wants to cause trouble. What's your complaint? Murongjun's expression remains calm, and his stern gaze presses down. As the ruler of Earth, his vision has long extended to the vast universe. He doesn't care about petty disputes within the Federation. In his eyes, strength is the only standard for resource distribution. Jack sneers and points at Li Wei's nose. This poor kid just got lucky, found a dragon eye, and sold it for 100,000 crystals. Based on that, he thinks he can stand equal to us? And even step on us to take a rare secret manual? I won't agree first. Everyone here, didn't your family sponsor you with millions of initial funds at the start? A mere 100,000 crystals, what is that? Jack's blunt words reveal the unspoken rule that noble families secretly exploit lower-tier newcomers and gather vast initial resources. 10 million energy is nothing more than pocket money in the eyes of these second-generation rich kids. Many commoners who relied on luck to become geniuses are wide-eyed after hearing this. Starting with millions of energy, what a joke. What the heck is this all about? Did you really find the dragon eye? Is that true? That sounds unbelievable. A buzz of gossip quickly spread through the hall. Murongjun frowned slightly and looked coldly at Jack. This fool should know what happens when you talk nonsense in such a situation. He said himself he found it in a random graveyard in the wild, Jack said, glaring at Li Wei with contempt and mockery. Is that true? Murongjun turned to look at Li Wei. Li Wei nodded calmly. He had made up the excuse during lunch with classmates to hide his incredible achievement of defeating the legendary dragon alone. He just wanted to stay low-key and develop quietly, not wanting to become the target of gossip so early. But he didn't expect that right after lying, his so-called old classmates would betray him. It was probably a few jealous losers who had been eliminated and went back home who leaked the news. The official lord remaining in the hunting ground had just eaten his discounted high-level meat and still relied on him for resources, so he would never do something that cut off his own income. After all, in the interstellar hunting ground, besides him, which big corporation would share valuable early resources with a poor person? Seeing Li Wei nod in agreement, Murongjun's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. If this kid just shook his head and denied, he could easily pass off the rare skill manual. But he actually admitted it? A newcomer with no background, and he doesn't even want the rare skill manual that was handed to him? I knew it. A poor commoner. Where would he get the strength to slay a dragon at the start? It was just a false alarm. I thought he really got a legendary troop type, so it was just trash he picked up. This kind of luck is unbelievable. Haha. Why not just be honest from the start? Why cling to the dirt and refuse to leave? He's already made a fortune, right? Even if he doesn't get the rare skill manual, he still gained 10,000 units of energy for free, plus a high-level skill manual. He'd be laughing in his sleep. The hall suddenly erupted in chatter. Various sarcastic and sharp-tongued mockery filled the room. Humph, such a blockhead. Can't even tell a lie properly. Let's see how you end up today, in the front VIP seats. Murong Chinchua looked at Li Wei, who was at the center of attention. Unlike others, Her eyes did not carry sarcasm, but showed a strange hint of worry. But it was only a fleeting thought. She used her family's authority to check Li Wei's background and learned that he was holding a rare, top-quality spirit creature. Just this fact was enough to crush the fools in the hall. Clearly, these people were too focused on the dragon eye and didn't connect the popular spirit creature on the forum with Li Wei. Sitting next to Li Wei, Su Lu couldn't handle the sharp gazes around her. She tried to straighten her back and act cool like the icy angel Saris to calm the scene. But she lacked confidence, and her tight dress revealed her nervousness through her rising and falling chest. Fortunately, she knew Li Wei's terrifying hidden strength well. After taking a few deep breaths, she quickly calmed down. "Dear Chief Executive," Li Wei looked at Murong Zhan, who was struggling on stage, and slowly bowed. His voice was quiet but clear throughout the hall. "I am not learned enough. I don't need any secret cultivation manuals." As soon as he finished speaking, the deafening laughter in the hall suddenly stopped, as if cut off by a sharp blade. Everyone stared at Li Wei in shock, as if he were crazy. Even Murong Zhan, who was used to storms, showed a deep surprise in his eyes. "What's going on? Refusing free cultivation manuals? Throwing away such a gift, and risking your future to find your own way? Going to the Starry Sky Divine City to seek luck? Damn, is this guy out of his mind? Purely stupid. Haha, too proud for his own good. Can't get the rare one, so he doesn't want the high-level stuff either. That's funny. Young people, they'll pay for their arrogance someday." The top young stars around shook their heads, looking at Li Wei with teasing and mocking eyes, as if watching a hopeless clown. Jack was practically overjoyed. His ranking was exactly 11th. Li Wei's voluntary withdrawal meant the spot for the rare secret manual would go directly to him. This was a sure thing. What benefits are you always pushing out? Is this fool's mind full of glue? In the front VIP seats, Murong Qinshu bit her bright red lips, feeling very angry. Thinking back to when Li Wei refused the marriage proposal publicly, he was just as stubborn and unyielding. Is he deliberately playing hard to get in front of the chief executive? Trying to be clever in front of such an important person is a big mistake. Across the entire planet, no wealthy family dares secretly support someone who disrespects the chief executive. Why insist on going down this path? Li, aren't you secretly in love with me? Trying to get my attention with such strange tricks? If you really liked me, you'd have already become my son-in-law. Murong Qinshu quickly shook off her silly thoughts. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked again at Li Wei. She had to admit, right now Li Wei looked very handsome and calm, with an extraordinary aura. If he weren't so foolish in his actions, just his appearance alone would be quite attractive. On the high platform, Murong Zhan looked at Li Wei deeply. Since the first time he saw this young man, he had been secretly watching him. During the military chess competition, Li Wei was not yet 18. Facing him, the ruler of this planet, Li Wei showed no fear, neither humble nor arrogant, calm and composed. A young person capable of this is very rare. He deliberately offered an olive branch, even using his daughter's marriage as a bargaining chip, but was rejected on the spot. The investigation showed that Li Wei had no background, came from a poor family, and didn't even have a decent house. Despite being in a difficult situation, he had such strong willpower. Murong Zhan once felt some admiration. But unfortunately, with today's rejection, that appreciation was completely gone. Murong Zhan sighed inwardly. Ambitious beyond the sky, yet fate is fragile as paper. His vision was ultimately limited, like a frog in a well. This arrogant young man simply didn't understand the value of a high-level or rare secret manual at the beginning stage. "Sit down," Murong Zhan spoke in a deep voice. Since the other person didn't want it, he didn't bother to say more. Li Wei sat down steadily. To be honest, all that nonsense about rare secret manuals was so worthless he wouldn't even bother to wipe himself with it. There are 2 legendary beauties in my home, along with a special divine talent that can change fate. Someone went to practice a low-level rare skill. By the time they finish, their damage probably isn't even as high as a single shot from our level 5 crossbow tower. It's just a waste of time. Li Wei has a very broad view. Yuffie can easily start with an epic level bow. If you want to practice, you should aim for a top-tier divine skill above epic level. Seeing the brilliance of the highest divine myths, a mere rare-level skill is not impressive. After distributing the prizes, the feast officially begins. Everyone raises their glasses, and the atmosphere becomes lively again. After 3 rounds of drinks, Morongjin stands up and walks to the high platform again, his voice deep. Everyone is probably wondering why I am giving away my resources and offering you benefits. Thank you, Chief Executive Officer, for your support. Your kindness is like a mountain. We are deeply grateful. We are willing to serve the Federation with loyalty. The young men and women, all just turned 18, start to flatter as they usually do in their territory. Listening to the continuous flattery, Morongjin shakes his head and laughs. These young kids just left school and are quick to pick up social habits. That's enough. Morongjin's expression suddenly turns serious. The large banquet hall instantly falls silent. Sulu, sitting in the corner, is startled and shrinks back. There is only one reason for giving you special treatment. Morongjin surveys the crowd. You are completely different from previous newcomers. Everyone looks curious. Different? Peace has lasted on Earth for hundreds of years, with no wars against alien civilizations. The world is peaceful. Why does this batch get such divine treatment? Everyone stretches their necks, like a flock of hungry chicks, full of expectation. Even Li Wei feels a flicker of interest. The rules of the interstellar hunting grounds are always strict and fair. There's no reason to give special treatment to a particular batch without cause. Seeing the eager eyes below, Morongjin drops a heavy bomb. The interstellar 10,000 races ranking battle is about to begin. The 10,000 races ranking battle? What is that? Most newcomers are confused. But Li Wei's mind is in turmoil. He has already studied the history of the interstellar world thoroughly since arriving here. Of course, I understand how terrifying those words are, representing chaos and bloodshed. In the vast, endless multiverse, civilizations are as numerous as stars. Among them, the top tier, controlling core resources, 10,000 super civilizations are collectively called the 10,000 clans. Humans are ranked 8,321st on the list of all clans. It is said that every long period, the list is reshuffled. Earth has only been in contact with interstellar hunting grounds for 100 years, so it has no record of the last ranking battle. Who would have thought that a major reshuffle would happen today? Li Wei quickly understood the key point. Top cosmic powers can crush star systems with a single gesture. If they truly fought over resources, the entire universe would be reduced to ruins. To avoid mutual destruction, all races reached a silent agreement. All resource disputes are now decided by the latest generation of young leaders. The hunting ground rules state that leaders from different generations cannot interfere across boundaries. Letting the new generation fight each other is fair and also tests a race's future potential. Morongjin looked at many people below who looked confused and patiently explained. After all, these secrets are not written in Earth's textbooks. Only a few who love studying interstellar history understand them. Our human core base, the celestial domain, is preparing to select the top young talents from all humans to represent humanity in the 10,000 clans competition. Entry requirements: must possess a high-level hero or above rare-grade troops. Morongjin spoke clearly, making everyone's faces turn red and their breathing become heavy. Now, open the holographic terminal and fill out the registration form. Morongjin projected the registration link, smiling. You are the future of Earth, not necessarily to truly represent all humanity in the 10,000 clans. As long as you can stand out in the internal selection, gain some fame, and make a name for yourselves, I guarantee you wealth and honor for life. Hearing this, all the young stars were filled with excitement. Sulu's face turned red with enthusiasm, and she tightly grabbed Li Wei's arm, whispering softly, "Brother Li Wei, we're going to be rich." Meanwhile, Morong Chinchue in the front row also had shining eyes. Under her high-slit dress, a perfect, snow-white leg tensed excitedly. Li Wei's gaze became extremely sharp. Earth's broken and rare cultivation method is indeed considered trash by him. But if it is part of the huge amount of divine resources created by the core human star region, he is determined to get this big opportunity. Wow, it's a big competition organized by the entire human star region. All the parallel universes in the celestial star region are participating. How many talented gods and immortals will appear? I heard some core universes have their own cultivation rules, so they start off much stronger than us. What's there to be afraid of? In the hunting grounds, everything depends on territory defenses. Personal strength doesn't matter much. In the hall, everyone whispered excitedly, talking animatedly. Morongjun's big announcement caused a huge stir. Earth's star just joined the hunting ground not long ago, and it's considered a fringe planet. Even such a remote place is included by the human headquarters, showing how huge the selection event is. All the newcomers blushed and looked excited, their eyes shining and drooling a little. Li Wei opened the holographic terminal and clicked on the link Morongjun provided. A large message appeared on the screen: Human Star Region Lord Election. The competition uses a virtual simulation mode, where the organizers apply interstellar laws to simulate territory clashes in a sandbox environment. To register, you must reveal your true strength. Li Wei stroked his chin. He only filled in a rare-grade soldier type, probably not enough to attract the attention of the high-level officials in the Celestial Star region. High-level heroes and rare soldiers are the minimum requirements to participate. All 105 people attending tonight's banquet qualify. As for the newcomers who didn't show their full strength and didn't attend, there's no need to mention them. Li Wei quickly started entering his information. He used his own aura name as the territory code. Territory, Fortress Gift. Name, Li Wei. Core combat power, legendary hero, Yuffie. Universe, the Galaxy Universe. Origin, Earth. He didn't reveal Yuffie's mythic-level background, deliberately downgrading it to legendary. A tall tree attracts the wind, so legend level is enough. After submitting the information, Li Wei's name shot straight to the top of the registration list. The bright gold font dazzled everyone, blinding the audience. Murong Qinxue, who was occupying the top spot, was suddenly pushed down to second place. Murong Qinxue was sitting with her legs crossed, wearing a high-slit dress that revealed her thighs. Her long, slender, and firm white legs were casually crossed. She stared blankly at the holographic ranking list. In her hand, she held a legendary grade weapon, the Frost Dragon. She was supposed to be the undisputed queen among the new players on this planet. Why could someone else surpass her? Her eyes scanned the shining gold name at the top, then looked at the suffix behind it. Li Wei? A legendary hero, Murong Qinxue exclaimed, her beautiful face suddenly losing composure. Because she was so excited, her white chest heaved up and down sharply, almost revealing more. This cry of hers interrupted the lively discussion in the hall. When everyone heard the words, legendary hero, they all looked up at the giant projection in the air. On the high platform, Morongjun displayed the list, with a pure gold character hanging high at the top. Gold represented the legendary rank. Previously, only Miss Morong had a gold mark. Now, there was another one. After reading the name clearly, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The entire banquet hall instantly fell silent. Everyone felt as if they had been struck on the head, sitting stiffly in their chairs. It took half a minute for their brains to slowly process this shocking fact. Then, the hall erupted in chaos. Li Wei, he's holding a legendary hero. Is this some kind of joke? Is this real? We've been on this planet for over 100 years, and no new player has ever had a legendary hero before. The crowd gasped in disbelief. No one could believe it was true. A legendary grade weapon and a legendary hero were completely different levels. A hero's strength could crush others of the same rank with one hand. And it had only been 7 days since the beginner period. Jack, sitting in the front row, was initially proud because he had obtained a rare secret manual. Now, he was staring blankly at Li Wei's name. A cold shiver ran from his feet straight to the top of his head. Besides shock, only endless fear remained in his heart. Just now, he publicly mocked the legendary hero with a pointed finger. On the high platform, Morongjun stared at the leaderboard, stunned for several minutes. After repeatedly confirming there was no system error, he turned his gaze back to Li Wei in the corner. Su Lu was so excited her face was red, and she tightly hugged Li Wei's arm, leaning half her body on him. A flicker of doubt, confusion, and shock crossed Morongjun's eyes, finally turning into deep caution. Just moments ago, he thought this young man was a short-sighted fool who didn't value rare secrets. Now he realized the truth. This guy started with a legendary hero. He is practically a child of the interstellar rules. A rare technique? In front of a legendary combat power, it's not even worth tying his shoes. Morongjun looked at Li Wei's calm face. and his opinion completely changed. From regret to genuine admiration. Whether facing the sneers of wealthy young masters or confidently revealing his legendary general to impress everyone, this young man's expression never changed. He remained as steady as a mountain in the face of danger. The more Morongjun looked at him, the more he liked him, even having the absurd thought of forcing his daughter to marry him. Someone with such composure, you won't find a second in the entire star domain. Li Wei, Morongjun spoke in a deep voice. Yes. Li Wei stood straight, calm and composed. The future of the planet Earth depends on you. Morongjun laughed loudly, his tone full of absolute trust. I will not fail my mission. Li Wei slightly bowed. The celebration banquet ended. As they left the General Executive Office building, Li Wei's holographic terminal suddenly vibrated violently. A special transfer notification from an anonymous account popped up. Received 5 million crystal stone energy points. A full 5 million. Right after the exam, all the new recruits' resources were invested in building defenses, leaving their pockets empty. This 5 million was definitely a huge amount, scraped from the top federal officials by Morongjun. Interstellar rules prohibit direct trading of items between different generations of lords. Morongjun spared no effort to support his only successor. The night wind swept through the bustling shopping street. Brother Li Wei, you were so handsome just now. Su Lu excitedly leaned in, tightly hugging Li Wei's arm. After pretending to be cold and aloof at the party for hours, her facial muscles were almost cramping. Now she finally couldn't hold back and let her true self show. She desperately rubbed her modest chest against Li Wei's arm, trying to get a little closer. Li Wei looked annoyed and forcefully pulled his arm out of her grasp. All right, let's head back to the camp. Not going home to check on it. Su Lu blinked her big, watery eyes and asked. Li Wei paused for a moment. As a newly confirmed leader, he should really check in with his family. After all, the chance to teleport back from the heavenly hunting grounds to Earth was very rare, and this was a special reward for passing a big test. But he had already sent a message to Lin Chuxue on his device. My mom has been worried about you for days. Go back and see her, Su Lu said seriously, looking at Li Wei. Let's go. Make a quick trip. Thinking of his landlady, Lu Yun, a warm feeling flowed through Li Wei's heart. In his previous life, to save money, he rented a cheap room outside school. Lu Yun, the landlady, saw him as a helpless, poor student and waived his rent, only asking him to help with cleaning. She often invited him to join her for meals. Though not related by blood, she felt like family. Su Lu, nearing graduation, only then learned that her family's empty room was rented to a genius from the academy. Since then, she became his #1 little follower, bringing him breakfast every day. If anyone else had been so kind and sincere to him besides Lin Chuxue, it would only be this stunning mature landlady. They arrived at the old apartment building. Before knocking, the security door was suddenly pulled open from inside. A stunning woman in her 30s, still full of charm, stood at the door. Lu Yun wore a thin silk slip dress for home, her curvy, mature figure radiating a strong sense of elegance. The thin straps seemed about to break, and her full, white breasts pushed out deep, captivating cleavage. Her luminous, white skin was exposed to the air. The hem of her sleep dress was very short, revealing a pair of round, full, white legs that caught the eye. Xiao Wei Lulu. Congratulations on officially becoming full members. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled with a smile, her beautiful face full of excitement. For the alien planet, surviving in the hunting grounds and becoming a leader is the greatest honor and a source of pride. Even though her husband died in the hunting grounds years ago, she has no complaints about it. Since Su Lu moved out of her dormitory and started coming here every day, Lu Yun felt uneasy and also moved in to live together. The apartment has 3 rooms and 1 living room, just enough for 1 person per room. Now that I am officially a member, there are many things to handle at the camp. Hurry back and focus on your work. Don't waste time on me, a woman. Today, the Federation's chief executive personally summoned you. Don't mess up. Lu Yun kept talking, while Su Lu nodded obediently, and Li Wei listened patiently. Late at night, Lu Yun unkindly pushed both of them out the door. Once you become a starry sky overlord, come back and honor your mother. Now go back quickly and work on building things. Bang. The security door slammed shut. Li Wei touched his nose. understanding in his heart that this stunning mature woman was genuinely happy for them. "Let's go back to the hunting grounds to work," Li Wei said casually. "Oh, okay." The two of them opened their holographic terminals and activated the teleportation array. Two white lights flashed, and they disappeared into the night, returning to the dangerous interstellar battlefield. Back at the interstellar hunting ground, Li Wei stood on the edge of a cliff, looking up at the vast, shining galaxy above. After becoming a full member and returning to the alien planet for just one day, he fully understood the social leap that comes with being a lord. "Start recruiting." Li Wei raised his hand and gave the command through the holographic terminal. Today, they built 50 thatched huts, and the camp's population limit soared to 110. At the foot of the mountain, bright white light flickered wildly. 80 new workers, all with attractive figures and muscular builds, marched out in neat lines, kneeling in unison to salute. "Zhao Taizhu, reporting for duty. You are responsible for reorganizing the team. Have 30 veterans help train these newcomers." "Understood." Zhao Tieju's face was flushed with excitement as he clasped his fists. The boss was expanding the team significantly, and Zhao Taizhu, as the contractor, was also gaining status. "Tomorrow, continue building houses in the northern forest. Once we have 200 thatched huts, we will split into groups to build 200 more at the iron mine and the freshwater river. Ensure the task is completed. The muscular man is responsible for chopping trees and moving bricks, while the fiery woman does the delicate work." With these 80 new workers joining, the speed of building will definitely increase rapidly. Li Wei is not worried about the crowding issue in the construction site. As long as the total number of buildings exceeds 10,000, the ultimate privilege of the mythic talent will be unlocked, being able to move all buildings freely and infinitely. Others can only move their city walls once a day, but he can push the defense towers around like mobile turrets. Once he has enough 600 population houses, he will send some people to farm and cultivate land. The territory's population will explode, and relying only on energy from crystal stones to buy expensive food will eventually lead to bankruptcy. Fortunately, there is an epic shadow crystal core in the camp. This treasure continuously provides energy for daily use, saving a huge amount of crystal energy for upgrading buildings. Beep, beep. A private message notification suddenly pops up on the holographic terminal. Li Wei opens it and sees it is from the Chief Executive Officer, Morongjun. Although Morongjun is no longer a lord, the Federation's high officials have special terminals that allow cross-border contact and free access to the Starry Sky Divine City. Morongjun. Having a broad vision is good, but legendary secret manuals are rare and hard to find. Morongjun. If needed, I can personally go to the Starry Sky Divine City to help you find a rare cultivation technique. Li Wei. No need for the Chief Executive Officer to trouble himself. I have my own plans. Morongjun. All right. In the future, take good care of Qianxue for me. The communication ends. Morongjun on the Mystic Abyss star size. Honestly, he feels very uncertain after spending only 5 million crystal stones. This is a prodigy with a legendary general from the start. He's really worried that Li Wei will be snatched away by resource-rich alien factions from other star systems. Sigh. I just hope that after this kid becomes famous, he won't forget his roots on Earth. Morongjun rubs his forehead. Qianxue. Oh Qianxue, you must work hard. With such a figure emerging on Earth, he feels both excited and anxious. As long as this legendary hero doesn't fall midway, reaching level 50 alone is enough to sweep through the entire solar system, let alone reaching level 100. Meanwhile, in the Federation Starry Sky Selection Group, comprising 105 top newcomers, Morong Qianxue, at Li Wei, Li's surname. Come out here, Li Wei. Why are you acting crazy in the middle of the night? Li Wei, just lying on his wooden bed, casually replied. Notice, you have been muted by the group admin. Li Wei looked at the red warning on the screen, feeling speechless. This woman definitely has a problem in her head. She specifically tags him just to turn around and give him a mute punishment? Totally a spoiled princess syndrome. Li Wei didn't want to bother, so he simply turned off the holographic terminal. He stretched out his arm, pulled Yuffie into his embrace as she slipped into bed, and prepared to sleep. Li Wei, sir, you're hugging the wrong person. A delicate, faintly charming voice sounded in his ear. Yuffie exhaled softly, speaking very quietly, afraid of waking the icy angel sleeping next to her. Li Wei was momentarily stunned. He then realized the feeling in his hand was strange, soft, white, and incredibly smooth, as if crossing boundaries and touching something he shouldn't. He cleared his throat, blushing slightly, quickly moved his hand down, and held Yuffie's slim, white waist again. Ahem. Good night. Sleep well. Good night. Yuffie's cheeks flushed pink. She obediently curled into his arms, her thin nightgown unable to hide her stunning, fiery curves. 2 meters away, on another wooden bed, Sally lay flat, her cold, proud silver eyes wide open in the darkness. Yuffie had quietly slipped away from her side in the middle of the night, sneaking into her boss's bed, and Sally knew it all. For such shameless behavior, the icy angel could only keep a stern face, pretending she was already asleep. On the other side of the starry sky, someone couldn't sleep all night. Li Wei, you bastard, you made me so angry. I'm so mad. Morong Chinchua, wearing a silk nightgown, was rolling wildly on her luxurious canopy bed. Her skirt fluttered, and her 2 white, unhidden legs kicked around in the air. No wonder you're so confident. Not even giving my father face. Always hiding the legendary hero just to slap me hard in the competition, huh? Morong Chinchua hugged her pillow, feeling upset. Sometimes, the fate between people is very mysterious. In Li Wei's eyes, she was just a spoiled and willful daughter of a powerful family he had briefly met. He had no idea that this high and mighty Federation heiress secretly kept a close watch on his every move, even in her dreams, with a fierce determination. Seeing the mocking comments on the Starnet forum, Morong Chinchua's chest heaved with anger. Her sheer silk night dress with a high slit slipped down her shoulder, revealing 2 long, white, eye-catching legs that kicked restlessly on the bed. Her large, fair skin was fully exposed to the air. Every day, hundreds of people came to her posts to mock her. Since Li Wei revealed his legendary general card, the insults had increased tenfold. All eyes in the human star system were focused on Li Wei alone. Morong Chinchua clenched her silver teeth and quickly deleted a comment calling Li Wei a stinky, boastful guy. Li Wei, get ready to be cleaned up by me. Feeling wronged, the wealthy heiress secretly vowed to spend wildly to increase her forces and unleash a massive army of frost dragons. When the full star system simulation battle began, she was determined to rely on numbers to overwhelm Li Wei's legendary hero. After finding her goal, Morong Chinchua finally felt a bit sleepy, despite her anger. Elves have always been rare. Owning a legendary mythic elf was simply unbelievable. The next morning, the group chat for Class 2 of Starfire was in chaos. Li Wei's explosive news about the legendary hero spread across every corner of the planet overnight. Major news channels kept looping the story. Even the wealthy families from neighboring higher star systems sent delegations to Earth, trying to get a share. God of Wei, you're like my reborn parent. Please take me along. God of Wei is mighty and invincible, unmatched in the world. With this momentum, the position of Earth's chief executive must belong to the God of Wei. I heard the God of Wei even refused the rare secret manuals sent by the Federation headquarters. So arrogant. Everyone in the chat was full of flattery. Li Wei glanced over the messages, ignoring them as if they were background noise. He had no interest in becoming the chief executive of the local star system. His only goal was the highest throne in the endless stars. He opened his communication interface to accept friend requests, which were all marked with red dots. After searching for a long time, I finally found my old classmate, Zhu Dachong. He responded immediately after verification. Zhu Dachong, Vicen, I'm ready for any task you give, Li Wei. Keep a close watch on the major trading houses and sweep the defense tower blueprints. Start with rare quality items and use crystals and energy freely, Zhu Dachong. Leave it to me. I promise to clean them out thoroughly. Then, the communication was cut off. During a previous class reunion, Li Wei immediately took a liking to this chubby guy. He was full of a business-minded smell and showed strong potential as a shrewd trader. Li Wei didn't want to waste time bargaining, so he handed the task to a professional middleman. Lord, Sally's moved her stunning white legs and stepped forward. Her pure white armor couldn't hide her impressive bust, revealing a deep, alluring white cleavage. Her beautiful icy face looked serious. Let's go. Li Wei naturally took her soft, delicate white hand. Right after the big exam, Sally's mentioned sensing a very pure divine wave. If a mythic angel can resonate with it, it must be some extraordinary treasure. It also takes level 20 to barely notice it, and it's hidden very deeply. Surprisingly, the source of this divine wave was near Su Lu's ruins camp. Meanwhile, in the main camp of the Holy Light Divine Realm, the teleportation array shimmered, and the golden-eyed Saint Sun strode out excitedly. His impressive third-place finish in the exam earned him full support from the elders of the Divine Kingdom. Seizing this golden opportunity, he successfully applied for a core sacred relic that would shake the universe, the Heart of Holy Light. This relic was formed from the essence of 10,000 high-level angels above level 90 who had fallen, and it was the highest symbol of the Divine Kingdom. It had no destructive power. Its only function was to sense the purest source of holy light. The ancient records of the Divine Kingdom. The golden-eyed Saint Sun clenched his fists, trembling uncontrollably. The ancient true God who created the angel race once left a divine trace in the celestial hunting grounds. Mythology is called mythology because it is so distant and unreachable. As long as I can find the divine trace left in the hunting grounds, I, the Holy Child, will surely transform and become the supreme ruler of light. In pursuit of this elusive, fleeting opportunity, the Holy Child with golden eyes, filled with excitement, immediately activates the sacred light in his palm. A brilliant golden beam shoots into the sky, pointing toward the depths of the war fog. The Holy Child with golden eyes flaps his wings vigorously and dives into the dark mist. We've arrived. Sally's releases her soft, white hands and gently lands with Li Wei. In midair, Li Wei closely presses against the delicate body of the Ice Mountain Angel, smelling her charming scent. The white cleavage beneath her pure white armor and her long, intertwined legs give him a visual feast. Not far away, Su Lu is walking out of the ruins with a bowl of food. She wears a tight-fitting short skirt that hugs her hips, exposing her slim, white legs. Seeing the two flying down from the sky, Su Lu pauses for half a second. She initially wanted to approach and get close, but realized both powerful figures were fully focused and paid no attention to her. Brother Li Wei is probably busy with important matters. I should eat first. Su Lu wisely turns around, twirling her waist as she heads back inside to eat. Li Wei steps on the yellow dirt, scanning the surroundings. This place is just over 300 meters from Su Lu's shabby camp, a desolate spot where no birds even bother to fly. Could there really be a treasure hidden here? Sally suddenly shows an unusual seriousness, her stunning face filled with concentration. Deep within her silver-white eyes, a blinding pure holy light flickers. She lifts her delicate, white finger, forming a bright light ball at her fingertip. Then, she forcefully slices downward into the empty space below. Shoo! The void tears apart like tattered cloth, rippling with twisted waves. The holy light hidden deep in space is forcibly drawn out by Sally's. The light shines as if it were tangible, thick like milk, pouring out wildly. After a few seconds, the light gradually dissipates. A pure white ring, carved from exquisite sheep-fat jade, floats silently in the air. It looks ordinary, with no special features. This is. Sally's instantly freezes, her face showing shock as she senses the vast, boundless source of holy light inside the ring, her expression full of disbelief. A legendary angel, usually so majestic, is now trembling in fear. Li Wei is curious and asks, "What's going on?" "This is the ultimate inheritance left by the law of light," Sally says softly, her eyes full of complex emotions. According to ancient legend, the vast universe has gone through 3 great ages: the primitive, the ancient, and the primeval. Now, we are in the age of the stars and all races. The age of all races has lasted just over 10,000 years, but the primeval period lasted millions of years. Before that, the history is impossible to trace. During the primitive era, 12 supreme thrones of gods appeared in the universe. They are the true rulers who control all order in the world. Li Wei asks, "Where did the 12 thrones go?" "They disappeared," Sally replies. "People say they fell long ago, but their legacy remains in secret texts left in the vast starry sky. This ring is one of those relics, she says, staring at the floating white jade ring with a look of awe. Could the ancient history of the primitive 12 thrones really be so old? Why is their inheritance buried in a beginner area? After hearing this, Li Wei is very excited and starts rubbing his hands. He's worried because he has no top-tier skills and is about to join the human Starfield selection contest. If he could get a legendary secret manual, he would be so grateful. Who would have thought he would suddenly encounter the inheritance of the primitive thrones? This level of discovery is unbelievably high. But Li Wei quickly suppresses his excitement and asks carefully, "Is there any danger in accepting this inheritance?" Sally replies calmly, "With me here, I will keep you safe. Even if you fail, you will only lose some mental energy," she adds. Deep inside, Sally feels a storm of emotions, but her tone remains steady. As a mythic angel, she can protect Li Wei completely. But, just an ordinary person, can he truly be recognized by the light source? He has no angelic heart, nor is he a saint. He is simply an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. All right, Li Wei nods without hesitation, decisively reaching out his right hand and grabbing the floating jade ring. Suddenly, a powerful light erupts from his mind. Illusions appear everywhere. He sees a proud young man with black hair and black eyes, holding a worn wooden sword. He stands alone in a dark wasteland, fighting against an army of 100,000. At the moment of despair, a two-winged angel descended from the sky. The angel's left wing was pure white, while the right was pitch black. The young man fought side by side with the angel, cutting through endless darkness. Light returned to the world. However, the young man suddenly turned his sword and pierced the angel's chest without mercy. He had seen through the truth. It was only an artificial puppet. The true race of angels had vanished countless ages ago. The young man's black hair turned snow white, and his eyes became pure white as well. In the newborn universe, he chased after the light. No, he imprisoned it. He claimed all the holy light for himself, trying to become the ultimate law. He stepped onto the throne of light and reached the peak of the universe. With his own hands, he created the angel rebirth pool, forming a new race from nothing. He named them angels. But the more holiness the pool gathered, the more darkness it bred. From that darkness, forbidden creatures were born, bringing disaster to the entire universe. In the end, he was slain by a mysterious lord. A cracked white jade ring drifted through the stars, its master lost forever. Notice, you have obtained the supreme mythic technique, legacy of the light god. Notice, you have obtained the ring of the light throne. Ring of the light throne, effect, the only proof of identity for the light throne. Wearing it grants access to the Council of Realms. Ring of the Light Throne, ownership confirmed. The blinding white light slowly faded. Levi's pupils refocused, and his vision cleared. He turned to look at Saris beside him, a trace of doubt in his heart. The human in the vision had indeed stolen the essence of holy light. Though worshipped by the universe as a supreme god, he was still human at his core. To rule the cosmos alone, he imprisoned and corrupted the pure light. At best, he was a pretender, a thief of divine power, not one of the true ancient sovereigns born in the primordial age. The Jade Ring's description was clear. The 12 thrones neither fought for power nor sought eternal life. The man in the vision was nothing more than a complete and utter schemer. Li Wei looked down at the white jade ring on his palm. In the illusion, the ring was cracked, but now it was perfect and smooth as new. It must have been completely restored by the pure light source of time. He casually slipped the ring onto his right thumb. From today on, Li Wei would be the new light god. As for the secrets in the illusion, they raised even more questions. Could Saris also be a puppet crawled out of the reincarnation pool? No, that couldn't be. Puppets created by the reincarnation pool are all corrupted by evil thoughts and can't have pure, shining silver hair. Moreover, such evil-infested magic tools like the reincarnation pool had already been shattered by a mysterious powerful being with a single sword. How do the angels reproduce now? Li Wei shook his head, not wanting to think too much. Based on what the illusion showed, the previous light god was a villain who was almost destroyed by his own power. Would inheriting his techniques also lead him down a dark path? Li Wei chuckled quietly. Corruption always comes from the human heart, not from power. Power itself has no good or evil. It depends on who controls it. The last deity tried to monopolize the holy light and ended up suffering the consequences. Li Wei would never make the same mistake. Without hesitation, Li Wei closed his eyes. Notification: you have officially accepted the light divine inheritance. Notification: you have successfully comprehended the supreme secret technique, holy light glory. The remaining holy light around him flooded into his body like a flock of young birds rushing into the forest. When he opened his eyes again, a brilliant silver glow flashed in his pupils, then quickly returned to deep black. Notification: you have gained recognition from the highest source of light. Sally's loyalty has increased by 10 points. Current loyalty, 91. Sally's loyalty status has upgraded from close bond to trusting and open. Seeing the message, a wide smile spread across Li Wei's face. This was a huge win. Getting a mythic-level technique meant he could finally level up like a hero, killing monsters in the hunting grounds to gain experience. Although the experience needed to level up as a lord was 3 times that of a hero of the same level, this was the broad road to becoming a ruler of the stars. Normal beginners rely on defense towers and minions to survive, but Li Wei was different. By practicing the highest mythic techniques, his single-target combat power is strong enough to challenge mythic heroes of the same level. Open the personal attribute panel. Name: Li Wei. Identity: Interstellar Lord. Exclusive territory: Never Falls. Cultivation system: Mythology. Holy Light series. Level 1. Overall combat power 100. Exclusive skill: Holy Light glory. Just at level 1, his combat power exceeds 100. He is on the same level as mythic heroes. Across the entire server, he can easily defeat rare generals at level 10. Li Wei raised his hand and aimed at the empty space ahead, casually releasing a burst of holy light. Boom! Dozens of towering trees, as thick as a person's arm, instantly shattered into pieces, with air waves rolling. At level 1, he only has one skill, but its destructive power is incredible. Saris. Li Wei turned to look at the beautiful icy woman beside him, full of anticipation. Teach me how to turn this into clothes. He knew Saris could materialize holy light, transforming it into the fiery armor he was wearing, or even into a semi-transparent sleep robe. Come back to the camp and I'll teach you. Saris rarely stammered, her stunning face flushing with a tempting pink, her eyes a bit shy, but she didn't refuse. All right. Li Wei rubbed his hands together, excited about his new extraordinary power. He stretched out both hands, ready to fly back to their base with Saris holding his hand, just like when they came. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Saris stepped forward, directly extending her 2 slender, white arms, and tightly embraced Li Wei. Behind her, 6 pure white wings suddenly flapped, lifting her into the air. Li Wei was stunned instantly. Then he realized that this icy angel's loyalty had already surpassed 90 points. Her attitude toward him had completely changed. She even took the initiative to hug him. In midair, Li Wei clung to Saris like an octopus. Their bodies fit perfectly together, but the metallic armor felt a bit awkward and unromantic. Cough, cough. Saris, Lord, what's wrong? Her cold voice softened considerably. Can you change into different clothes? Li Wei calmly made a request. Your metal armor is too hard and uncomfortable. How about changing into a close-fitting sleep dress in the sky? Beneath the pure white armor, a stunning white figure swayed before his eyes. Her long, straight, white legs pressed tightly against his waist, and a charming, faint fragrance wafted into his nose. Li Wei held this beautiful goddess close, his mind wandering. In the endless thick, gray fog, a dazzling golden light streaked across, tearing a straight vacuum tunnel through the mist. The child of light spread his wings wildly behind him, his eyes full of greed. Following this path could lead to the legendary supreme opportunity. Then, the leader's first position would return to him. However, the bright, guiding golden light suddenly went out. The child of light sharply stopped in midair, his whole body stunned. What's happening? He hurriedly lifted the holy light hard in his palm, pouring energy into it to try to reactivate it. But this transparent, Spherical treasure seemed completely unresponsive, as if it had stopped working. No, this can't be. I felt it very clearly just now. The child of light was sweating anxiously. Suddenly, there was a crisp cracking sound. Under his desperate gaze, the holy light heart's surface suddenly split open with a fierce crack. This was a sacred object worshipped for countless years within the clan. If it was destroyed in his hands, he would face a punishment worse than death upon returning home. Damn it! Who stole my chance? He roared madly in the fog, but received no response. After an unknown amount of time, the child of light realized with horror. He was lost. The surrounding fog was slowly receding. As a leader of a divine nation, he now faced the shame of having to resort to self-harm to return to his base camp. Animal, if I catch you, I will tear you to pieces. His furious shouts echoed across the wilderness for a long time. Up in the sky, Sally had already taken off her cold metal armor. She was wearing a long, pure white silk dress made of shining light, thin as a cicada's wing. The narrow shoulder straps couldn't hide her large, snow-white shoulders. As she moved in the breeze, her neckline revealed a tempting deep cleavage that took one's breath away. Li Wei held her tightly in his arms. At this close distance, he could feel the warmth of her white skin and the faint, pure fragrance that smelled like orchids and musk. This scent seemed to have a calming effect, but Li Wei only felt his heart race. Since Sally was wearing a very cool short skirt, her long, glowing white legs pressed against Li Wei's waist. Sally bit her red lips, her silver eyes showing a mix of shyness and annoyance. She noticed Li Wei's gaze wandering freely over her snowy cleavage. Let's go home. Let go now, she said coldly, her ears already blushing. Li Wei loosened his grip, feeling a bit disappointed. Where did you go to pick wildflowers? Yuffie was leaning against a large rock, suspiciously watching the two return. Today, the moon elf was wearing a different outfit, a short, green leather skirt that hugged her rounded hips, with her long, beautiful legs crossed as she stood, looking very charming. She looked at Sally's rare silk dress with a strange smile in her eyes. Ahem, just found a good spot. Li Wei quickly hid his feelings, turning to give an order. Yuffie, go for a walk nearby, and see if there are other campsites. Remember the locations. Yes, boss. Yuffie tilted her head, giving Sally a meaningful look, then leaned close to Li Wei's ear and whispered softly, Li Wei, in broad daylight, be careful. Overdoing it isn't good for your health. After saying this, she floated away lightly on a gentle breeze. Li Wei's face warmed up. What did she mean by overdoing it? The fairy must have misunderstood. He looked to his side. Sally was nervously pulling at her skirt, trying to hide her overly eye-catching white thighs. Her cold, proud face contrasted sharply with her shy posture, creating a strong sense of contrast. Can you teach me that shining weaving technique? Li Wei asked tentatively. If I learn this move, won't I be able to make these two amazing beauties change outfits for me every day? Later, maybe tonight. Sally's didn't dare look directly into Li Wei's eyes. She turned her head and hurriedly ran into the heroic spirit hall, closing the wooden door with a bang. Li Wei scratched his head, but a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Although his loyalty hadn't dropped, this icy angel seemed quite flustered by his teasing. Forget it. Let's level up first. Li Wei tightened his grip on the dark flame bow on his back and strode down the mountain. Now he carried a myth-level technique, and his body had transformed completely. A shadow of a monster flickered in the gray mist ahead. He didn't bother to look. He raised his hand and drew the full bow. Whoosh! The arrow automatically tracked in midair. No surprise. The level 5 black bear, attempting a sneak attack, hadn't even seen his enemy clearly before being burned to ashes by black flames. The dragon might, from the epic level dragon bow, was a complete overkill against low-level monsters. Congratulations. You have slain a level 5 magic bear, gaining experience. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 2. All attributes greatly improved. Your combat power has increased by 100 points. A warm current instantly washed over his body. Li Wei clearly felt that every cell inside him was greedily devouring the bright energy. Not only was his muscle strength increasing, but his hearing and vision also became several times sharper. The originally dark fog became clear in his eyes. This powerful feeling of controlling everything made him want to let out a long howl. At this rate, I can reach level 5 before the big exam tomorrow. No problem. Li Wei stared at the swirling mist in the distance, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Time flew by. Li Wei, carrying the dark flame bow, was sitting leisurely by the river. His fishing rod was made of purple bamboo, and the fishing line was a fine silk spun from legendary ice jiao tendons. As for the bait, it was extremely luxurious, made from epic-level black dragon meat ground into a fine powder ball. Lately, he had been eating dragon meat every meal, and his throat was almost on fire. He planned to catch some fresh fish to change the taste. Unfortunately, after sitting for 2 hours straight, the water remained calm and still. Almost half a morning had passed, but there was no movement. A flicker of irritation appeared in Li Wei's heart. Splash! The calm water suddenly splashed up a wave. Li Wei's eyes widened sharply. He saw a fat green fish sticking out its head, with its eyes rolling around as it stared at Li Wei. Bah! The green fish suddenly opened its mouth and shot a sticky water jet directly at Li Wei's forehead. This sudden challenge left Li Wei completely stunned. An angry fire instantly surged to the top of his head. You dare to defy me? A mere creature dares to mock the interstellar lord? Li Wei pointed like a sword, with holy light and divine brilliance gathering wildly at his fingertips. Whoosh! A blinding white beam of light shot out, heading straight for the fish's face. The fish's eyes widened as if accusing Li Wei of unfair fighting. Boom! The beam pierced through the fish's body instantly. The entire fish exploded into a mess of rotten flesh, with bright red blood quickly spreading across the clear river surface. The frightened fish nearby immediately fled without a trace. Li Wei angrily threw away his fishing rod. He looked down at his palm, frowning. Although he had mastered the highest mythic techniques, his holy light could only be used for powerful blasts for now. His control was really poor. If only I could be a bit gentler, like turning my strength into steel needles that could pierce through. Li Wei sighed, then stood up straight. His mood was ruined after being spat on by the fish. He turned around to see a well-organized row of thatched cottages a few hundred meters away. The current camp layout was very clear. There were areas for the river, forest, and iron ore, each with about 200 houses for the population. This plan allowed workers to start working immediately after waking up, making everything very efficient. The houses by the river mainly focused on land clearing. The total population of the territory had already exceeded 1,200. Agricultural development had to be started immediately. Relying only on consuming crystal stone energy to buy rice, flour, and vegetables was no longer enough. As the population grew rapidly, expenses would soon become an insurmountable black hole. If the loyal followers went hungry, their loyalty, which was at 100%, would drop. Li Wei would never allow such logistical problems to exist. Taking advantage of the early spring in the interstellar hunting grounds, he had to start a big agricultural era. As the new lord, food was the lifeline. If it weren't for the hard currency of crystal stone energy, most camps would have collapsed from hunger before the enemies even arrived. Energy is very useful, but it should never be relied upon too much. If the population grows to several million in the future, crystal stone energy will only be a small help. Hello, Lord Li Wei. Long live the Lord. A group of laborers carrying hoes passed by, greeting with admiration. Every smile showed happiness. Li Wei nodded with a smile. Oh, Divine V, are you free again? A sweet voice came from behind. Li Wei turned around, and Yuffie was already standing in the shade of a tree. Today, this mythic-level elf wore a very cool silk vest, with her white chest almost bursting out of the tight fabric. As she leapt lightly down, her soft chest moved vigorously, and her deep white cleavage dazzled the eyes. Her long, smooth legs shone white in the sunlight, and her delicate feet lightly touched the grass, looking incredibly charming. Who did you learn those words from? Li Wei asked helplessly. From the terminal forum. Yuffie swung her wrist and smiled. Recently, she had been eagerly absorbing all kinds of strange words from Earth. She giggled and leaned closer, her neckline hanging loosely without protection. Do you want me to go down and catch a few for you? Never mind. I don't feel hungry today. Li Wei turned his face away, forcing himself to look elsewhere. The two walked side by side on a gravel path. The path was paved with cobblestones, leading straight to the mountaintop base camp. This river should have a name now. Li Wei looked at the shimmering water. What do you think it should be called? Yuffie pursed her lips and smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling. How about flowing stream? Good, it sounds smooth. Li Wei immediately agreed. The river was officially named Luchuan River. As he walked, Li Wei was planning his next steps. Continuing to increase the population was certain. The infrastructure speed must not slow down. As for the human race selection contest in 3 months, he didn't care much about it anymore. At first, it was just to deceive for the epic technique. Now that he carried the mythic inheritance, those small rewards no longer mattered. The population must keep expanding, but the territory is too small, and the fog of war keeps shrinking, seriously delaying progress. Li Wei fell into deep thought. Because of his mythological talent, he can build infrastructure beyond the borders of his territory without concern. However, the unclaimed wilderness is always covered by gray fog, which blocks the workers' vision and makes progress very slow. Unless there are buildings on the land, the fog will be forcibly cleared. You can't just fill the entire area with towers, right? Build a city wall. Include Su Lu's territory too. Surround the entire 100-mile radius. As soon as the high wall is built, the fog will definitely not come in. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted Sally through the holographic terminal, instructing Zhao Taizhu to start deploying troops. Some workers are moved to the border 100 miles away to build housing first, then recruited locally. Start the circular wall building plan. He holds the rare obsidian fortress blueprint. The key material is obsidian. A few days ago, Li Wei found a rich ore deposit in the mountain valley north of Su Lu's territory. While building the tall city wall, he also rapidly expanded the population, turning large areas of wasteland into fertile farmland. Li Wei's camp is entering a phase of rapid growth. The next focus is on building large water conservancy projects, laying water supply pipes across the entire solitary mountain. Most lords are still struggling to meet basic needs, so no one is interested in industrial infrastructure. The related water conservancy blueprints are very cheap in the trading shops. Zhu Dachong, a small business-minded guy, has made a big contribution by quickly buying all the low-priced blueprints with his sharp nose. In a few months, when everyone realizes it, the prices of these functional blueprints will definitely increase dozens of times. He leaves all the trivial matters to professional merchants, saving himself a lot of effort. Passing by Su Lu's territory border, Li Wei sits in Sally's arms and waves down below. The defeated Su Lu is lying on the Grand Master chair, weakly swinging her small white hand in response. These days, the former campus beauty has not been happy at all, even crying all day. Li Wei casually points to the crossbow tower on the border, which is extremely fierce, daily clearing all living things within 1,700 meters. If she wants to lead troops to gain experience or get some food, she must take her 2 long white legs and run a mile outside. At first, Su Lu thought Li Wei was stingy, only leaving her 1 tower out of more than 200. Now it seems her vision was too narrow. This deadly weapon has turned the area around her camp into a vacuum zone, where not even a single beast's fur can be seen. Su Lu can only grit her teeth and expand in the opposite direction. Just as she pushes through a patch of fog, she unexpectedly finds a rich obsidian mine. Before she can get excited for 2 seconds, she notices that the veins are already filled with Li Wei's territory flags. Looking at dozens of tall, muscular workers in the mine, swinging pickaxes with great speed, the efficiency is so high it's almost hopeless. Su Lu's mental defenses are completely shattered. Are these monsters even called workers? One of them can do the work of 10 or more of her subordinates. What's most frustrating is that Li Wei's population seems unlimited. Dozens of strong men sweat profusely, creating a very striking scene. Su Lu decides to give up and stop trying. Li Wei promised that the new city wall would include her territory, making everyone share the benefits. Basically, she has now become an outsider assistant to Li Wei. When the boss accidentally drops some divine-level resources, it's 100 times better than her struggling alone. Thinking of this, Su Lu simply stops practicing the secret manual given by the Lord and spends her days daydreaming in the yard, waiting for Li Wei to take her to the top. With Yuffie's swift wind blessing, Li Wei quickly returns to the main city. He begins to study the white jade ring on his thumb. After several days of experimenting, He finds that this treasure can make him instantly turn into a holy light, isolating all signs of life. In this state, he becomes a pure energy being of light. Unfortunately, this disguise offers no defense. If shaken, it will be forced to end, so it's only a high-level stealth method. As for the so-called boundary seat meeting, Li Wei has not yet figured out how to communicate. Lord, class time is over. Sally's appears on his side on time, lowering her stunning head. Li Wei puts away the ring, looking at this icy angel with anticipation. In the camp, he enjoys learning how to operate the holy light divine glow from Sally's, how to solidify it into tough armor or soft fabrics. In theory, holy light can simulate everything, but it requires precise control of energy output. Sally's silver-white armor and velvet gown in the palace are both made from holy light illusions. The two walk into the hero's hall. Silas's beautiful face was touched by a hint of pink blush. Because she needed to learn how to reshape energy to fit the skin, Li Wei had to take off his shirt. As a pure and flawless angel, she had never been so honest with someone of the opposite sex. Master, first activate the source and form a node here. Silas's delicate, white fingers touched Li Wei's chest. The warm sensation made Li Wei's heart tremble. Li Wei imitated her, quickly squeezing the holy light inside him. Finally, a pure white glow covered Li Wei's upper body, then slowly changed its material. It's done. Li Wei was very happy. After many days of seclusion, he finally succeeded. Silas finally relaxed, feeling relieved. She was glad she wouldn't have to face this body that made her blush and heartbeat every day. Her white top fit perfectly, showing off Li Wei's well-shaped and powerful body. Can you make it in other colors? Li Wei asked curiously. Of course, light creates all colors. Silas waved her arm casually. As the holy light flowed, she added some beautiful gold borders and intricate decorations to Li Wei's plain clothes. It looked very noble, with a sense of elegance that didn't belong to the mortal world. Li Wei was about to thank her. Suddenly, a cold red light flashed in his mind. Alert! Your worker Zhang Tai was ambushed, seriously injured and disabled, near death. Please rescue immediately. Far outside the territory, at the edge of the obsidian mine, Zhang Tai was swinging his pickaxe, digging into the hard soil. Lord Li Wei had ordered the construction of a circular city wall, and Zhang Tai, as the top worker, was full of energy. Thanks to the mythic aura, every swing of his pickaxe caused the ground to crack. A few other workers nearby were busy transporting stones and building a temporary shelter. Because this place was far from the main base, it took most of the day to go back and forth, so they had to camp here at night. Zhang Tai kept digging deeper. His pickaxe finally struck the dark red rock, sparks flying. This was an unbreakable bedrock in this area, used as the foundation for the wall, solid as a mountain. Just as Zhang Tai was about to widen the tunnel sideways, a teasing laugh sounded in his ear. Hey, look at this guy, so strong he's unbelievable. Zhang Tiexiao lowered his hoe, eyes alert. Ahead, 2 men and 1 woman approached. All 3 wore fancy long robes, clearly new local lords. The young man in front looked pale and had dark circles under his eyes, appearing to be a heavy drinker and a bit vain. Next to him stood a woman wearing a tight, very short skirt. She was quite attractive, with the skirt ending at her thighs. As she walked, her smooth, white legs caught everyone's attention. The bright white of her skin was very eye-catching in the sunlight, giving off an alluring vibe. The young man was named Zhao Feng. He was greedily staring at Zhang Tiexiao's muscles. Hey guys, look at this worker. He's probably a mutated creature, so strong. Zhao Feng turned to Zhang Tiexiao, lifting his chin. Big guy, follow me from now on. You can eat good food and enjoy yourself, instead of digging and working hard here. Zhang Tiexiao's face darkened. Such an attempt to recruit was seen as a huge insult by loyal workers. Get lost, Zhang Tiexiao shouted loudly, his voice like thunder. Startled, Zhao Feng's smile disappeared instantly. His companions behind him chuckled. Young Master Zhao, even you get beaten sometimes? Being told to get lost by a low-level farmer. TCH, that's embarrassing. The female lord covered her mouth and laughed softly, her eyes playful. Zhao Feng felt his pride hurt and became angry. Don't be so arrogant. If you want to be loyal, I'll send you to meet your ancestors. Gunmen, form up. Take him down. 3 elite gunmen in blue armor stepped forward, forming a triangle to surround Zhang Tiexiao. Zhang Tiexiao dropped his hoe and clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. He was just a farmer, but Lord Li Wei was a legend. As his subordinate, he couldn't afford to lose face. Roar! Zhang Tiexiao took the initiative, walking heavily. One gunman thrust his spear straight at Zhang Tiexiao's chest. But Zhang Tiexiao didn't dodge or block. Instead, he swung a fist with brute strength. His iron fist hit the spearhead, causing a gust of wind. The steel spear was shattered. His fist kept going, smashing into the gunman's chest. The blue armor dented instantly. The gunman was thrown over 10 meters like a broken kite, hitting a big tree and dying instantly. Wow, this farmer. His fighting power is at least 10 points. The other 2 lords shouted in shock, their faces full of disbelief. At level 10 combat power, that's the standard for a rare hero at level 1. An ordinary farmer's fighting ability is less than 0.8. But this man is almost a monster. My advanced troop type, Zhao Feng trembled with pain. His fully upgraded troop was just instantly defeated? Kill him. Kill him now. Xier, you too, attack. Zhao Feng commanded the advanced hero beside him to launch an assault. The female lord among his companions didn't join the fight. She just sat back, crossing her long, white legs and watching the scene with a slight smile. A rain of arrows fell from the sky. Zhang Tai was covered in blood, with several arrows stuck in his shoulders and legs. He spat out blood and coldly stared at the lord in front of him. My lord Li Wei will slaughter all of you. Zhao Feng sneered coldly, his eyes dark and fierce. He had only managed to severely wound this person after losing several high-level troops, and now he was furious. This area is under the control of the Silver Moon Alliance, your lord. If he dares to show up, I will make him kneel and accept his punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice, as sharp as ice shards, came from the void. Do you want me to kneel and accept my punishment? Hearing this, Zhang Tai, leaning against a tree trunk, first showed a happy expression, then quickly looked ashamed. He had lost too much blood, and his consciousness was starting to blur. He could only support himself with the tree. The other side was deliberately delaying their attack, just to mock and humiliate him. Thinking about how he had embarrassed his lord, Zhang Tai's eyes turned red with shame. A huge, blood-covered man showed such a pathetic expression, looking very miserable. Li Wei ignored him and walked toward Zhang Tai, while the surrounding lords watched quietly. In their view, killing the lord was not beneficial and would only create a deadly enemy. If they really wanted to fight, they would have to lead troops to destroy the enemy's stronghold. Eat this. Li Wei took out a milky white pill. His camp didn't have healing units, so he often bought holy healing medicines whenever he saw them at the trading shop. He had stored quite a few high-level medicines in his warehouse. Lord, sir, Zhang Tai's lips were dry and cracked, and he didn't want to speak. He knew he was badly injured, and the healing medicine would be extremely expensive. In his opinion, rather than wasting such costly medicine, it was better for him to die and then recruit a new farmer. Open your mouth, Li Wei ordered firmly. Yes, Zhang Tai dared not disobey and reluctantly swallowed the pill. As a warm flow spread through his body, the man could no longer hold back and tears fell like broken beads. A strong man, over 2 meters tall, actually cried out loud in front of everyone. This scene left Zhao Feng and the others completely stunned. Are we dreaming? A low-level worker unit, and their loyalty has reached such a high level? Looking at the situation, it's probably over 95%. Thinking about their own hero's loyalty being less than 80%, the 3 of them felt a bit anxious. Nearby, the female lord sat cross-legged on a rock. She was frightened and instinctively pulled back her beautiful, smooth, white legs. Tell me, how do you want to die? Li Wei's eyes were half closed, and his tone was calm. Zhao Feng was so angry he almost laughed. You, a lone lord coming alone, without heroes or soldiers, and you ask us how we want to die? Kid, you really don't know your place. Which territory are you from? Name yourself, and I'll send you on your way. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and 24 elite soldiers and heroes stepped forward with fierce killing intent. Li Wei didn't bother with words. He took down the shadow demon flame bow from his back, drew the string, and shot an arrow. Because of the longbow's power, the arrow automatically condensed. Swish. Tip. Your hero Kigro has been killed. The sudden notification stunned Zhao Feng in place. His close guard was actually killed instantly by a lord. Right in front of him, a rain of demonic flame arrows flooded the scene. Zhao Feng's two heroes had just drawn their swords. Shield soldiers had just raised their heavy shields. Spear soldiers hadn't even stabilized their stance, and archers hadn't even fully pulled their bows. In an instant, countless black arrows poured out wildly from Li Wei's taut dragon-string bow. These arrows, made of demonic flame energy, were completely black, swirling with hellish black flames, and instantly devoured all enemy forces present. A volley of arrows cleared the battlefield. They couldn't even make a defensive move and were shot into sieves, turning to ash. The wounded worker Zhang Tai stared blankly at the scene, full of fanatic admiration. Lord Li Wei, truly a divine being. Zhao Feng's fierce smile instantly froze, then became stiff, and finally was filled with fear. His pupils shrank to a needlepoint size, and every hair on his body stood up. His carefully trained elite soldiers were gone. All the top-grade troops had been wiped out. How could this happen? This person was just a newcomer. Why was his strength so terrifying? Could it be an old monster from previous generations coming back? But this place was more than 10,000 miles from the Central Star region. The old monsters couldn't possibly come here. Zhao Feng's heart felt like a volcano erupting, filled with shock and despair. You dare to slaughter my entire army. You will die soon. The Silver Moon Alliance will make sure you can't escape or find peace. His lips trembled as he let out a desperate, angry roar. The complete destruction of heroes and troops meant his career as a leader had fallen from the clouds into a deep abyss. As a talented person representing the Moon Star in battle, he was qualified to compete in the human selection tournament, but now he had lost his ticket to enter. This can't be true. It doesn't make sense. Everyone started at the same time. Why are you so strong? Zhao Feng stammered, almost going mad. He stared tightly at the shimmering longbow in Li Wei's hand and suddenly screamed, "It must be this bow. You stole some forbidden artifact." The female leader among Zhao Feng's companions was also terrified. Her originally raised white legs trembled violently. Seeing Li Wei look over, she knelt on the ground with a thud, her voice trembling with tears. "Please spare me." Zhao Feng led the attack. "It has nothing to do with me. I can return the medicine I took. Please don't kill my hero." The two leaders' eyes were red with tears, but deep inside, they were filled with cruelty. Li Wei's face was cold, and his tone was completely emotionless. "You are all in this together. Anyone who dares to attack me will face this outcome. Just for a worker. A worthless farmer. How could you ruin all our future plans?" Seeing that their pleas were hopeless, Zhao Feng gave up and glared at Li Wei with hatred. "Just wait. The brothers of the Silver Moon Alliance will avenge me. I will definitely tear you apart." Li Wei sneered and looked at the three of them as if they were already dead. He drew his bow again, pressing his thumb tightly on the dragon tendon string, using his arm strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Notice, you have been defeated. Your level has dropped by 5 levels. Current level, 1. Returning to the Lord's core to reshape your body." 3 flashes of white light appeared, and the corpse disappeared. Black magic flames burned quietly on the grass, giving off a sense of death. Li Wei put away the shadow dragon flame bow from his back and walked over to Zhang Tai. "Does your wound hurt?" "Thank you, Lord Li Wei, for saving me." Zhang Tai knelt and bowed his head, knocking his forehead against the ground with a loud thud. Thanks to the divine pill, his wounds had scabbed over, and his color was much better. "Go back to the thatched hut to rest. Don't dig the foundation here for now. Safety first." "Understood." Zhang Tai expressed his thanks again and hurried away. Watching Zhang Tai's disappearing figure, Li Wei's eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked north. In the interstellar hunting ground, there are no rules, and that's the biggest rule. When lords meet, it often marks the start of war. Unless they share the same origin, it's usually a fight to the death. Even among humans, there's no room for morality when interests are at stake. Is that the Silver Moon Alliance? Li Wei examined the scattered footprints left on the ground, heading alone northward along the retreating path. He wanted to see what kind of strength this so-called alliance really had. They dared to attack his people and even kill, so he must settle this score. Not just the Moonstar people. If even fellow Earth residents dared to do this, Li Wei would demand an explanation, and especially since they dared to make such harsh threats before dying. If he didn't eliminate them completely when they come back again, this city wall might never be rebuilt. Once the buildings reach 10,000 and the defense towers can be moved freely, I want to see who still dares to steal my home. Li Wei sneered inwardly. He valued his workers very much. Each one was a living being in his eyes. Although he could recruit them with money, loyal soldiers with full dedication were more than just cold data. What happens to other territories has nothing to do with him. At this moment, the Federation's Starry Sky Selection Group was in chaos. Did you hear? The Silver Moon Alliance had a big problem. What's going on? 3 top new heroes were instantly killed, and they even lost their qualification to compete. According to inside sources, the Silver Moon Alliance is gathering a large army, planning to march for 3 days and nights to find the culprit and punish him severely. Murong Qianxue jumped out and asked, which lord dares to be so bold as to attack the Silver Moon Alliance's hive? There was much discussion in the group. These talented young people, representing the planet Earth in the Starfield selection, had already formed the Federation Front under Murong Qianxue's command. However, one very noticeable person in the group had no idea he was included. Since Murong Qianxue silenced him once, Li Wei had not spoken in the group again. Is what you said true? Absolutely. That person wields a divine bow, with arrows like shooting stars, instantly clearing out our brothers. Zhao Peng knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, crying as he faced a handsome man dressed in fine clothes. The man was lazily leaning on a soft bed covered with white fox fur. 2 long-legged maids in thin silk knelt before him, gently pressing their delicate white hands on his legs. The man in fine clothes was named Kyle, the second prince of the Silver Moon Star, and the leader of this Silver Moon Alliance. After hearing the report, Kyle looked at his 2 discouraged companions beside Zhao Peng, his eyes turning cold. What do you think? Reporting to the prince, it's true. The 2 hurriedly kowtowed. No one dared to have bad intentions toward this royal genius who controlled all the Alliance's resources. From this, it seems, this person's weapon is at least of legendary quality, and his level has definitely exceeded level 10. A hint of greed flashed in Kyle's eyes. Less than 10 days into the game, someone already wielded a legendary divine weapon? Such a treasure would give a devastating advantage in early territory development and defense. If he could seize it, he would dominate his peers. Send orders. All allies within 500 miles, gather troops immediately and prepare to march. Understood. At the service of the prince, Kyle issued this deadly order in the Alliance channel, feeling very pleased. He had incredible luck at the start, drawing the legendary troop building, Nightmare Evil Palace, and holding 30 elite Dream Eater demons. Moreover, he recruited a rare hero, Orc Hag. This large orc was crouched in the corner, holding a delicate, snow-white human woman worker. The orc's rough movements made the girl quietly cry, which only increased his anger. Kale paid no attention to this. With his strength, he believed he could easily defeat Murong Qianxue on Earth. Although Murong Qianxue had a legendary type, her hero setup was quite ordinary. But Kale never expected that on Blue Star, a strange hero with a legendary background would appear. He knew very well the difference between rare heroes and legendary heroes. At the same level, a legendary hero could defeat 10 heroes of the same rank. However, Kale didn't think Li Wei would become a big threat. Even the strongest hero needs time to grow. If I can seize this divine bow, my development will crush all others. Kale. He clenched his teeth as he said the name, his eyes full of hatred. Prince, about us 3. Zhao Peng eagerly stepped forward, looking at Kale with hope. Kale frowned deeply, showing clear disgust. Losing face for the Silver Moon Alliance, and still refusing to leave? What do you want now? Kale asked coldly. Could you reward us with 3 hero orders? We want to recruit a great general to seek revenge, Zhao Peng bravely spoke up. In the early days of the hunting ground, hero orders were extremely valuable. Normally, as representatives of the Moon Star, they shouldn't lack such resources. But the rules of the Silver Moon Alliance were strict. All Lord's energy income had to be handed over to Kale for redistribution. Kale sneered, looking at the 3 like they were trash. Go back to your home planet. I will send someone to take over your territory. Zhao Peng and the others were struck like lightning, frozen in place. Prince, please, don't do this. Give us another chance. I don't want to lose my lord's status. The three knelt and wailed, crying and begging desperately. Losing their territory meant being expelled from the interstellar hunting ground and becoming civilians forever. Get lost. Don't dirty my fox fur. Kale spat out disdainfully and kicked Zhao Peng away. His guards immediately stepped forward, dragging the three out of the hall like they were dragging a dead dog. The pleading sound gradually grew quieter, eventually disappearing into the distant fog. Report. Lord, something terrible has happened. A messenger hurriedly rushed into the room. What's the rush? Kyle looked displeased. All the defense lines at the southern watchtowers have been taken down. What? Kyle suddenly stood up. To guard against wild monsters, he had set up dozens of arrow towers on the southern side of his territory, guarded by several allies. They were actually dismantled? Kyle quickly opened the holographic map. The private chat channel was already in chaos. Prince, enemy attack. The south has fallen. How many soldiers does the enemy have? I didn't see any soldiers, just a lord. A lord? Kyle's expression turned very strange. Not even an escort. Yes, he's just carrying a longbow with black and blue colors, shooting at every tower he sees. Seeing this report, Kyle was stunned at first, then burst into loud laughter. He had planned to send people to hunt this person, but unexpectedly, the enemy had walked right into his trap, intending to challenge the entire alliance alone. Such recklessness. Since you've willingly sent the divine bow to me, I won't refuse. Lu Wei was rushing through the forest. After killing Zhao Peng and others, he advanced 2 levels directly, reaching level 7. His combat power soared to 700 points. His running speed was astonishing. Thanks to the wind protection from the ghost dragon flame bow, the fierce wind coming at him not only caused no resistance, but actually pushed him forward. Dust and debris couldn't get close. Suddenly, the view opened up. He burst out of the dense woods onto a vast, endless green plain. The terrain is really good, Lu Wei said casually, looking into the distance. For ordinary people, starting on a plain is definitely a dream come true. Much better than rugged mountains and wilderness. But for him, any terrain was fine. His buildings could be placed directly outdoors. At the end of his sight, several wooden watchtowers stood tall. Lu Wei's eyes turned cold. He drew his bow to full tension. No need to aim. The arrow had tracking and locking abilities. Release. Whoosh. A completely black arrow tore through the air, instantly piercing through the watchtower. Black flames soared into the sky, and the wooden tower instantly turned to ashes. This was Li Wei announcing his invasion. A new member of the Silver Moon Alliance trembled in fear. Looking at the radar red dot on the screen, he was full of panic. He couldn't understand how a lone lord's destructive power could be more terrifying than rare generals. A single arrow could destroy a defense tower? Who are you? He shouted nervously. I'm the one sending you off, Li Wei replied coldly. In the interstellar hunting ground, killing only requires meeting face to face, no reason needed. Cavalry. Charge. The Silver Moon newcomer gritted his teeth and roared loudly. The camp gate opened wide, revealing 50 heavily armored rare-level cavalrymen, holding long spears, charging fiercely. Starting on the plain and drawing cavalry units was truly lucky. Li Wei remained expressionless and drew his longbow again. Dark, ghostly flames poured out wildly. 50 heavily armored cavalrymen, along with their horses, were instantly burned to nothing. Tip: you have successfully defeated 50 rare units of heavy cavalry. Gained 175,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 8. All attributes improved. Your level has increased to level 9. Your level has increased to level 10. Leveling up is fastest by fighting enemies. Li Wei coldly surveyed the camp layout ahead. The people of Silver Moon are very clever. They connected their territory into a straight line. Hundreds of people linked together, forming a net that blocked the plain completely. This required a huge amount of expensive migration cards. Ordinary civilians couldn't afford it. Only wealthy alliances could use such tactics. Watching the 50 elite soldiers he had painstakingly trained all perish, the Silver Moon newcomer's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the grass, eyes full of despair. Li Wei stepped forward and gently tapped the glowing Lord core with the edge of his longbow. A clear, crisp sound rang out. Your broken alliance. Who is in charge? Li Wei asked calmly. The Silver Moon newcomer's eyes darted up and down along the bowstring, terrified out of his mind. It's Prince Kyle. He was afraid Li Wei might slip and smash the core with his bow. If soldiers die, they can be rebuilt, but if the core shatters, everything is over. Lead the way to your prince's stronghold, Li Wei said, staring across the endless plain. The new member of the Silver Moon swallowed hard and used his hands and feet to crawl up. He obediently led the way in front. After walking a short distance, he secretly opened his holographic terminal and frantically sent out rescue coordinates. Li Wei caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, but pretended not to notice. Let the other person send out the warning. He was about to go straight for the main target, ready to challenge the entire Silver Moon Alliance alone. Meanwhile, the chat group for the Earth Star selection was in chaos. Finally, some good news. The Silver Moon Alliance was kicked out. Are you kidding? Weren't they just gathering a big army to fight back? Who is so brave? How many soldiers do they have? According to scouts on the front line, no troops at all, just a lone leader with a light armor. All alone. I just saved a high-definition screenshot. I'll send it to everyone. Inside the perfect oasis camp, Murong Qianxue was lazily lying on a jade bed. She was only wearing a semi-transparent pure white silk nightgown, revealing her stunning white body faintly. Her long, straight, beautiful legs were casually crossed, and her full, tempting chest pressed against the soft cushion, forming a deep, alluring cleft. She had just picked up a glass of red wine and was about to take a sip when she casually glanced at the frontline screenshot on the light screen. Poof! A mouthful of red wine sprayed all over the ground. Murong Qianxue stared blankly at the familiar figure holding a black bow in the photo. Li Wei, is this guy crazy? Going alone to attack an entire major alliance's stronghold. Wow, is that really Li Wei? What is he trying to do? Challenge the Silver Moon Alliance alone? Is he trying to start a war between two big star systems? There's an upcoming human race selection competition, and he's causing trouble now. At Murong Qianxue. Miss, you better control him. Murong Qianxue. How can I control him? At Li Wei. Is this okay? Everyone felt embarrassed. You previously muted him, so he must be angry and blocked the group. Maybe. Miss, you should add him as a friend. Murong Qianxue gritted her teeth in anger. You want me to add him first? For the sake of the Federation's future, she could only suppress her anger and send a friend request from her list. Half an hour passed, but it was like throwing a stone into the ocean. Li Wei is too famous. He receives thousands of requests every day, so he turned off the notifications. In a luxurious bedroom, Murong Qianxue was so angry she kept rolling on the velvet big bed. Usually, who would not pass her requests instantly? Dead Li Wei. Shameless Li Wei. How dare you ignore me? In the group chat, Su Lu suddenly popped up. Su Lu, I managed to contact him. Great. Hurry up and talk to him. Everyone is busy working hard. No time for fighting. Turning off the screen, Su Lu's face was flushed with excitement. She didn't care about the so-called all-humanity selection contest at all. She knew deep down that with her current skills, she would be eliminated in the first round. More than the contest, she wanted to find a way to secretly attach herself to Lord Li Wei and comfortably cling to his support. Thinking of this, she stuck out her tongue to lick her red lips, her two white, even legs crossed tightly. Su Lu quickly sent a private message. Is the divine Li Wei here? Everyone is talking about your attack on the Silver Moon Alliance. Li Wei casually clicked on the notification. Su Lu's messages were polite and not overly urgent, so he didn't block her. Li Wei. What? Su Lu wiped her cold sweat. Just look at the group chat, you'll understand. Li Wei returned to the group chat, flipped through a few pages, and looked speechless. It turned out that the 105 newcomers from planet Earth had been ordered to form groups and prepare for the selection contest in 3 months. Many even moved their territories together. To avoid being annoyed by these people, Li Wei decisively typed in the group, "Private grudges are unrelated to the alliance. Do whatever you want." The group instantly exploded. Li Wei, you're really bold. Dare to break into the Silver Moon stronghold alone. Aren't you afraid of losing 5 levels of experience? What's there to fear? He even refused to accept the cultivation techniques, so he's probably a level 1 rookie with 0 experience. Huh? I've already reached level 4 with advanced techniques. Jack jumped out, looking proud. Haha, I'm already level 5. With rare techniques, my combat power is close to 50 points. Wow, Big Jack is awesome. 50 points of combat power. I heard that reaching level 100 can make you a god. Level 1 is too far away. Let's set a small goal first. Seeing that Li Wei's declaration was a personal grudge, everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed, and they began to mock him wildly. In their eyes, a level 1 lord without any special skills going to the enemy's main camp was just asking to be killed. If a level 1 dies, there's no loss. Let him do whatever stupid thing he wants. Murong Chinchua. At Li Wei, at Li Wei, at Li Wei, at Li Wei, at Li Wei. Li Wei. What? Murong Chinchua. Check the private chat. Li Wei switches to the private message screen. Murong Chinchua. Add me as a friend. Li Wei. Okay. He quickly sends a friend request. The other party has rejected your friend request. Li Wei. Murong Chinchua. I just sent you a friend request. Hurry and accept. You have accepted Murong Chinchua's friend request. Li Wei looks at the holographic screen and rolls his eyes. This woman definitely has a screw loose. Purely a princess syndrome in the late stage. Murong Chinchua stares at the holographic light screen. Since she added him as a friend, Li Wei hasn't even sent a punctuation mark. She grits her teeth in anger, pouting and humming repeatedly. Holding a legendary general in your hand and not taking me seriously. Just wait for me. Murong Chinchua mutters alone for a long time, but sadly realizes she has no way to deal with Li Wei. Meanwhile, in the ruins camp, Su Lu is so excited she looks like a fuzzy caterpillar, twisting on the throne. She feels very itchy inside, eager to fly to Li Wei's side and witness the divine battle firsthand. No one in the group dares to discuss this matter anymore, but she is trembling with excitement. She deeply knows how terrifying her patron's background is. Forget about the Silver Moon Alliance. Even 10 of them would only get beaten up. So boring. I'm dying of impatience. I really want to see the scene. After her excitement fades, she looks full of longing. If only Brother Li Wei could do a live broadcast, that would be so great. Deep in the plains, the Silver Moon Alliance headquarters. Are you Li Wei? The Silver Moon's second prince, Care, looks coldly at the man in front of him. His brows are tightly furrowed. He really dislikes Li Wei. As a royal bloodline, Care believes he is the most handsome in the world. Usually, when he encounters a more handsome man, he secretly sends someone to eliminate him. The disgusting man in front of him is clearly on that list. Even more annoying, this man is not only handsome, but also hiding a legendary hero. A legendary general. How many of these can be found in the entire celestial star domain? Kale's eyes are full of jealousy. If he had the strength, he would immediately take the other person's legendary hero for himself. His gaze falls on the shimmering black-blue longbow in Li Wei's hand, and Kale feels more and more upset. He is the proud prince of the Silver Moon. So why does this poor commoner attract such favor from the interstellar laws? I want to settle this, Li Wei says calmly, slowly speaking. What do you mean? Kale cautiously glances at the dark flame bow. You Alliance fools hurt my worker. I want some medical expenses. Li Wei's tone is very serious. As soon as he says this, Kale's eyes widen in shock, almost popping out. This is just too much. You hurt one of our lowly workers, and now come to ask for compensation? What kind of interstellar joke is this? How many of our elites have you slaughtered? How many heroes have you destroyed? And now, you still have the nerve to ask for compensation? Who should really pay whom? Do you really think the Silver Moon Alliance is a soft target? The people of Silver Moon have always looked down on others. Although they fear legendary heroes, that doesn't mean they are willing to swallow such a great insult. Moreover, he is a high-ranking royal. Kale's face is full of disbelief as he points at Li Wei and shouts, You killed so many of our heroes and soldiers, and now, just for a lousy worker, you come to ask me for compensation. Exactly. I am doing this for your own good. Li Wei tilts his head, looking serious. For our good? Kale is stunned, completely unable to follow Li Wei's train of thought. Yes, Li Wei nods. If you pay up peacefully, I will feel better. When I feel better, your broken alliance can survive a few more days. What does that mean? Kale finally understands. It means if you're in a bad mood, the Silver Moon Alliance will be wiped out today. Some things are intolerable. He was practically grinding his face into the ground in a furious scramble. Kale had never felt this kind of helplessness before. Go to hell. He suddenly drew a high-quality long sword from his waist and crazily swung it at Li Wei. Clang! The ghost dragon flame bow casually lifted, steadying the blade, making a crisp sound. It seems the negotiation has failed. Li Wei's eyes lowered slightly. Negotiation? Is that what you call it? Enraged, Kyle instantly activated the full-scale war mode of the camp. In an instant, countless arrow towers around him emitted a harsh buzzing. Sizzle! 30 legendary-level troops, the ghostly charm demons, soared into the sky. The rare orc hero, Hag, also raised his heavy broadsword. Cut this little brat into pieces. Kyle clenched his teeth, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and roared wildly. Kill! The leaders of the Silver Moon Alliance, ready for battle, shouted in unison. A steel flood of heroes and troops surged forward. Li Wei grinned, raised the ghost dragon flame bow, and drew the bowstring without hesitation. A huge amount of experience points was coming right to him. This move was purely self-defense. Boom! The special effect of the ghost dragon flame bow triggered. Targets below level 15 all died instantly. Dark flames rolled through the sky and earth, devouring everything in an instant. Kyle watched as his elite forces turned to smoke and dust. Even the rare orc general, who was usually very obedient, was pierced through the heart by an arrow. His ears buzzed loudly, and everything went black in front of his eyes. He finally realized. This exaggerated-looking longbow in his hand was definitely an epic-level deadly weapon. With the legendary general, Li Wei was destined to shine brightly across the entire human star domain. Representing the Federation in the 10,000 race ranking battles was already a certainty, and he was just a pebble kicked aside on the opponent's path forward. Kyle completely broke down. He collapsed to the ground, crying loudly, like a giant baby looking for his mother. News spread like wings, flying quickly through Class 2 of Starfire. He single-handedly defeated the entire Silver Moon conglomerate, holding an epic divine bow, ignoring defenses, killing anyone in his way. The group chat instantly exploded. Wang Chong frantically kept posting, "Wei God is #1 in the world." Everyone followed the trend and worshipped. Everyone was very excited, eager to move their territory close to Li Wei, making him the main figure everyone looks up to. Su Lu happily chatted in the group. "So bored, I really want to visit Brother Li Wei's place for a vacation." The group instantly exploded with messages, all asking Su Lu for her location. They couldn't get close to Li Wei, so they turned to ask Su Lu to share her position for a chance to get close. Su Lu, feeling proud, giggled, "Call me Sister Lu." Everyone quickly changed their tone. "Sister Lu, please let us hold on to your leg." In the Starry Sky Federation selection group, the atmosphere turned icy. Jack trembled with fear. Is the god of Wei holding a grudge? Is it still okay if I return the advanced techniques now? Morong Chinchue gritted her teeth and sent a message. The information is certain. He has an epic-level divine weapon. Protected by interstellar laws, all violence is forbidden, and it is a place for major lords to relax and trade. Inside an elegant, antique-style pavilion, the door was tightly closed. Murong Jun, the Federation's chief executor, looked embarrassed. On the left sat the Queen of Silver Moon, and on the right sat Li Wei, looking calm. The Queen of Silver Moon wore a tight, high-slit qipao. Because of her anger, her proud white chest heaved violently, as if about to burst through her clothes and jump out. Her white, beautiful legs trembled with rage. Such a stunning beauty, but her eyes were full of hostility, as if she wanted to swallow Li Wei alive. "On what grounds do you cut off the roots of our Silver Moon star?" she demanded loudly. The Silver Moon Alliance was completely destroyed, a devastating blow that made her heart bleed. But facing Li Wei, who held legendary heroes and an epic divine bow, she felt powerless. Li Wei sipped his tea calmly and said naturally, "The Silver Moon Alliance injured my workers. I came to ask for an explanation. Kal not only refused to compensate, but also ordered an attack on me. I had no choice but to fight back in self-defense." Hearing this explanation, the Queen of Silver Moon almost spat out blood. Murong Jun also looked stunned. "For a low-level worker, you destroyed the entire alliance?" The Queen was so angry she trembled all over, pointing at Li Wei and scolding him. "Aren't you afraid I will summon the Starry Sky generals and crush you into nothing?" Faced with this threat, Li Wei showed no fear, and even seemed to want to laugh. The queen's anger made her blood rush to her head. Her eyes rolled back, and her delicate body collapsed onto the table, fainting from anger. Morongjun sighed with a smile. Let me handle this mess. Please try not to provoke her in the future. If she really goes crazy and leads her army here, it will be trouble for you. Li Wei secretly felt it was a pity. He actually hoped the army would attack, so he could gain endless experience. Right now, the surrounding area was full of low-level monsters, and gaining experience was very slow. Heroes need a lot of experience to level up, and Li Wei's leveling was 3 times harder than usual. Without large battles, his experience bar wouldn't move at all. Time passed quickly. 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. Li Wei stood on the mountain top, feeling the breeze, looking down at the huge fortress below, which was like a super city. There were exactly 8,000 houses for residents. Among them, there were 1,000 luxury duplexes. The total population had exceeded 20,000. Over 1,000 dining rooms worked day and night. 15,000 acres of fertile farmland stretched across the plains, with water pipes crisscrossing everywhere. The workers worked tirelessly, and the circular city walls were about to be completed, enclosing the entire area within 100 miles. The fog of war outside the walls was completely blocked out. Most importantly, the total number of buildings in the territory was about to reach 10,000. The ultimate special effect of the mythic talent, free movement of buildings, was about to be unlocked. Li Wei took a deep breath. It was time to go all out and build towers like crazy. Master Li Wei, the iron mine is almost exhausted. Zhao Taiju ran over, sweating profusely, to report. The stones in the mine area were renewable resources, constantly regenerating new deposits daily, but they couldn't keep up with thousands of muscular men working day and night. Li Wei nodded to signal him to leave. He looked down at the holographic sand table on the table, playing with a slowly beating black heart in his hand. This was the top-quality power source dropped by killing an epic black dragon. As the territory expanded, the workers relied on their legs to travel, making commuting very inefficient. Most workers had already become builders, focusing on constructing various high-level defensive towers. Li Wei now urgently needs to build an air track to solve transportation problems. Unfortunately, the chubby businessman Zhu Dachong has been waiting in the black market for 2 months and hasn't bought even half a map of the transportation routes. It seems he can only find opportunities later to contact the local lords through the starry sky divine city. Sally's put away her pure white 6 wings and landed lightly. The tall, straight, snow-white legs of the Ice Mountain Angel are close together, and she slightly shakes her head. After 2 months of searching, she still hasn't found the rare refined gold or needed to build a high-level sniper tower. Li Wei thought for a moment. Should we fly up with Su Lu and look around? At this moment, Su Lu was leisurely strolling along the cobblestone street. She had already signed a treaty of alliance for all the mineral veins around her home, giving them to Li Wei in exchange for the privilege to walk freely inside this huge fortress. Muscular men passing by respectfully greeted her. No one dared to ignore the guest of the Lord. Su Lu was happily shopping when a stunning figure descended from the sky. Sally's, dressed in pure white armor, with large, alluring snow-white skin that caught the eye. Want to go to the sky? The Ice Mountain Angel spoke coldly. Yes, 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 Su Lu nodded excitedly. Sally's casually waved a holy light that turned into a silk ribbon, wrapping around Su Lu's slim waist, and soared into the sky. Not long after, Sally's returned. Precious Gold, or 159 kilometers southwest. Life Spirit Spring, 177 kilometers. Precious Gold, or 105 kilometers southeast. Listening to the series of coordinates reported by the Ice Mountain Angel, Li Wei was completely speechless. Su Lu is really a treasure-hunting radar. No matter how high Sally's flies, she can't see underground. But with Su Lu, she hits the mark every time. With these coordinates, all that remains is to mine extensively. Li Wei smiled broadly, stood up, walked behind Sally's, and placed both hands on her plump, charming, snow-white shoulders, gently kneading. Even through the cool silver armor, he could still feel her incredible softness and smoothness. A faint divine body fragrance wafted over. Sally stiffened slightly and coldly asked, "What is it?" Li Wei shamelessly leaned close to her ear and softly asked, "Could you please go dig up the gold or—" This is simply a waste of talent. Li Wei relied on Saris's high loyalty score of over 90 to dare to test the waters. Because the distance was too great, the laborers couldn't bring back the resources. Only top-tier heroes with space storage abilities could handle it. Saris's beautiful cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not refuse. She raised her pure white hand, and a radiant pickaxe formed instantly from holy light. With 6 wings spread, she flew straight south. Yuffie, lying on a nearby lounge chair, was stunned. This elf sharpshooter was wearing a very cool silk nightgown today, with the collar open without any protection, revealing a deep, alluring white cleavage. Her 2 long, white legs were casually crossed, showing off her beauty. She was so frightened she quickly sat upright. Lord Li Wei, I don't know how to mine. No need for you to mine. Just play with your holographic terminal. Li Wei smiled and waved, promising to take her to see the elf realm when he had free time. Yuffie immediately smiled like a flower, her white, delicate body relaxing again on the lounge chair, happily watching her favorite shows. Li Wei stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the cliff, planning his next tower defense blueprint. Suddenly, the holographic screen flashed with a blinding red light. Alert! The total number of territory buildings has officially surpassed 10,000. Your supreme myth talent, Fortress Gift, ultimate effect has been fully activated. From now on, all buildings within the territory are freed from foundation restrictions and can move freely. Li Wei's breath suddenly caught. The total number of territory buildings finally exceeded 10,000. The foundation restrictions were completely lifted. He was overjoyed, quickly opening the holographic sandbox, and forcibly moved all the nearby crowded crossbow defense towers around the main city to the outskirts. The range of movement was ridiculously large. As long as the territory's soldiers or laborers had been there before, the defense towers could instantly teleport in. Even if the area was swallowed again by the fog of war, the tower's landing would instantly dispel the fog within their grid. This was definitely the ultimate cheat for full map vision. Li Wei sat comfortably in his grand seat. Yuffie was obediently snuggling in his arms. Under her emerald green tight leather skirt, her long, straight, white legs were casually crossed. She slightly leaned forward and handed him a peeled spiritual fruit, her collar open, revealing a large, deep, and tempting white cleavage that dazzled the eyes. Li Wei enjoyed the close service of a top-quality elf while directing the layout of defenses on a strategic map. He placed several cold, metallic-looking defense towers into the wilderness, as if playing a game of chess. Several dozen miles from the main city, a hilly area with lush grass and fragrant flowers, a young lord was out hunting with 3 soldiers. To quickly gain experience from monsters, he personally fought instead of letting his troops do the work. All 3 soldiers were rare fox girl types. They wore very light animal skin tops, exposing their white, delicate thighs, and carried heavy wool fawn clubs to guard the area. Just 2.5 months, and we've reached level 10. This hill area is really a treasure for monster farming. The young lord named Zhao held a long sword, swiftly slashing and killing a large wild bear. Blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, a beautiful white fox girl stepped forward. "What's wrong?" Zhao asked, looking confused. The rare fox girl was very sensitive to danger. "Lord, there is danger." Her white fox ears perked up suddenly, just as she spoke. A sharp sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. From the fog of war ahead, a pure black streak shot out. Its speed was so fast it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Bang! Thanks to her quick reflexes, the fox girl raised her steel shield just in time. But then, the unbreakable steel shield shattered with a loud crash. A black light pierced through the white, beautiful chest of the fox girl. Her stunning body instantly shattered into pieces, exploding into a bright cloud of blood. The terrifying arrow, with divine power, weakened only after killing its target, then fiercely embedded itself into the ground behind, creating a deep hole. "What's going on?" Zhao was terrified. This was a rare level 10 soldier. Yet it was instantly killed by a mysterious black arrow. How powerful could this arrow be to cause such fear? If it weren't for the steel shield blocking the attack for just 1/10 of a second, Zhao might not have even seen what was flying toward him. "Protect the Lord!" The other 2 snow-white fox women looked furious and roared, ready to step in front. Zhao heart trembled with fear. He quickly shouted, "Don't go to your death." Losing a rare troop once only costs a little experience, but if a special unit dies, it's extremely expensive to recruit and train a new one. But it was too late. Swish, swish. 2 black arrows, like venomous snakes spitting, ruthlessly shot out from the fog. Your Foxwoman troop has been defeated. Your Foxwoman troop has been defeated. You have been defeated. Returning to the core to rebuild your body. Rebirth complete. Zhao Kuo, now standing again beside the territory's core, was completely stunned. What kind of monster could deal such devastating damage? Could it be a wild humanoid boss? A sudden idea flashed in Zhao Kuo's mind, and his eyes became extremely excited. He had already scouted dozens of miles around, with no signs of any Lord players. If it can launch long-range attacks from deep within the fog, besides a high-level boss, what else could it be? Thinking of the terrifying power of the black arrows, his combat strength must have exceeded 200 points. It's very likely a legendary-level boss beyond level 10. Legendary equipment is calling to me. Zhao Kuo trembled with excitement. He knew he couldn't handle this alone and needed to gather allies. He immediately opened his communication device and contacted the 6 other human lords he had met in this hilly area. Usually, they kept to themselves and developed steadily. "Brothers, I found a legendary wild boss." "Are you serious?" "Guarantee with my life. This is such a great opportunity. Are you really not interested?" "I can't handle it alone. Come quickly." He closed the communication window, took a deep breath, and started frantically shopping at the Star Realm merchant. He specifically bought heavy armor designed to resist long-range physical attacks. Finally, he spent a lot of money to buy a large batch of tungsten steel alloy shields. After half a day, 7 lords, along with 7 high-ranking generals and over 200 elite troops, gathered in a grand convoy. Chun Fei's eyes widened, and his face turned pale. "Is there a problem?" Zhao Kuo asked suspiciously. "No, it's just that I have a psychological shadow over bows and arrows." Chun Fei shook his head repeatedly, trying to suppress his fear. On the 7th day after starting, he was instantly killed along with a bird by a mysterious arrow. Later, he was forced to move and escape, finally arriving in this resource-rich hilly area to rebuild. "Everyone raise your tungsten steel shields high. Don't let your guard down. My level 10 rare fox girl was killed in one move without even a chance to fight back." Hearing Zhao Kuo's warning, everyone looked serious. 7 lords led their iron armor formation, holding heavy tungsten steel shields, advancing like a wall of steel into the fog. Chun Fei sat on a high-level beast, the Gale Giant Eagle, looking down from above. To prevent arrows, the eagle wore a very smooth, specially made leather armor. "Be careful, I was just here a moment ago." Zhao Kuo hadn't finished speaking. A black flash tore through the gray fog and instantly appeared in front of them. Boom. A heavily armored shield soldier at the front was knocked flying. The tungsten steel shield was badly deformed in midair, and the arrow's remaining power pierced straight through his chest. Wow, what kind of divine power is this? It's really the legendary boss. Charge. Loot the equipment and share it. Driven by greed, the crowd, dark and dense, began a desperate charge into the fog. Puff, puff. One soldier after another fell. They pushed the fog's boundary with their flesh and blood. How far is this range? Exactly, enduring casualties, they advanced over 1,000 meters. Chun Fei, in midair, felt his scalp tingle. This familiar, crazy range awakened his deepest nightmare of fear. But he told himself, this is no longer a beginner's start. With over 200 elites in hand, they could definitely break through everything. Don't be afraid. Kill the legendary boss, and we'll be rich for sure, Zhao Kuo shouted loudly, afraid someone would retreat. I'll hold them off. A lord who practiced martial arts raised a half-human-sized alloy tower shield, standing at the front. His physical strength was even tougher than that of high-level heroes. A black arrow heavily struck the tower shield. The body repair lord's arm muscles tore instantly, and he took several big steps back, blood spilling from his mouth. He finally managed to hold on. Quick, healer, cast healing magic. Everyone continued to push forward with difficulty. However, they only advanced another kilometer. Ahead was still the deep, impenetrable fog, and deadly black arrows kept shooting out nonstop. The body repair lord's arms were broken, and he couldn't hold on anymore. He didn't want to risk his life just for some equipment. Suddenly, he stepped back sharply, and an ordinary shield soldier nearby was instantly caught in the attack. Bang! The black arrow, like a fired cannonball, exploded the shield soldier into pieces. "Is this boss retreating while fighting?" a lord said with a look of despair. "No way. Bosses have a hate range. They won't run too far." Zhao Kuo gritted his teeth and tried to reassure everyone. Seeing the increasing casualties, Zhao Kuo turned to look at the sky. "Chen Fei, send your giant eagle to clear the way. I will compensate you fully for any losses." Flying units ignore terrain and are very fast, making them the best for scouting. Hearing about compensation, Chen Fei clenched his teeth. "Let's do it." More than 30 giant winged eagles flapped their wings, turning into fierce gusts, launching a desperate attack toward the arrow's direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, blood rain started falling from the sky, and blood-stained feathers floated everywhere. One by one, the giant eagles were shot and exploded before they could even scream. Chen Fei was lying on the back of a giant eagle, biting his lip tightly. Seeing the loyalty of his troops drop sharply, his heart ached. Finally, through the narrow view created by dozens of giant eagle sacrifices, he saw the truth deep in the fog. He saw the legendary boss causing destruction. There were no monsters, no boss. On the open ground ahead stood a lonely, cold metal crossbow defense tower. Chen Fei's mind suddenly exploded with a loud bang. His brain went completely blank. A familiar wooden tower, a familiar sense of despair. His eyes rolled back, his legs went weak, and he fell straight down from the back of the giant eagle, hundreds of meters high. It is clearly a common low-level crossbow tower. What kind of defense building can unleash such destructive power? A broken wooden tower, worth investing huge resources to upgrade beyond level 40? And who is crazy enough to fill it with so many overpowered enhancement items? Chen Fei, what's wrong with you? Seeing Chen Fei suddenly fall from the sky, everyone behind him froze in place. Run! Chen Fei's desperate scream echoed loudly. But, trying to escape? That's a fool's dream. Everyone pushed forward with heavy shields, leaving behind countless fallen soldiers along the way. Now, how can they retreat? Leaving their backs exposed to the enemy? That's a sure death trap. Slowly backing away with shields? They can't move fast enough to stay out of the crossbow tower's range. The only outcome awaiting them is total defeat. Everyone will be wiped out. What's wrong with Chen Fei? They're already so close, and he's still shouting to retreat. Zhao Kuo gritted his teeth and led the charge again. Chen Fei's giant eagle and heroes had already died, and the others quickly passed the spot where Chen Fei fell. At this moment, Chen Fei sat on the dirt, eyes unfocused, looking utterly helpless. Despite being level 10, he couldn't even summon the desire to draw his sword. "Brothers, charge!" Zhao Kuo shouted loudly, leading by example. His whole body surged with energy, holding up a tungsten steel shield, bravely blocking a steel crossbow bolt. As a top contender in the Human Starfield Selection Tournament, Zhao Kuo naturally carried a life-saving trump card. With proper preparation, it's not easy to kill him instantly. Almost there. See it. I see it. Up ahead is a small, 3-meter-high wooden crossbow tower, standing alone in the wilderness. The entire formation suddenly halted. Everyone froze in shock. Like a cicada caught by the neck, the whole scene fell silent. Only the piercing whistling of arrows tearing through the air remained. The sound of alloy shields shattering into pieces. The muffled thuds of soldiers collapsing and gasping for breath. A suffocating sense of despair instantly engulfed everyone. What is despair? Even if they encounter an epic disaster beast, they wouldn't collapse like this. But instead, the obstacle in front of them is just a common, run-down ballista tower. Even if they sacrifice lives to destroy this tower, there will be no gain. The soldiers are just throwing their lives away for nothing. In an instant, all the Lord's mental defenses are shattered. They go crazy, commanding the remaining troops to turn around and run wildly. Don't run. You can't escape at all. Destroy this tower. Destroy it for me. Zhao Kuo's eyes turn red, and he screams in despair. With the tower's extreme range and power, turning around makes them easy targets. But everyone is already terrified, like stray dogs, panicking and fleeing. They just want to survive. At least, they must save the hero's life. Black crossbow arrows, like the scythe of death, ruthlessly cut down lives. Your hero has fallen. You have been defeated. Returning to the Lord's core to reshape your body. Rebirth complete. Zhao Kuo, reborn beside the territory's core, feels a lump in his throat. His nose stings, as if stuffed with torn cloth, and he can't even cry out. Why is there such a crazy defensive tower? It makes no sense. Who would waste time strengthening a wooden tower to such an inhumane level? How many rare treasures have been destroyed? And at what enormous cost was it dropped into the wilderness of the unclaimed land? What does it all mean? Thinking of the rare fox girl who died tragically, and the high-level general who vanished into smoke, and then recalling the upcoming human Starfield selection in half a month. Zhao Kuo finally can't hold it anymore, kneeling on the ground, pounding his chest, and crying loudly. God damn it. Damn it. Tears fall like beads. The pain is indescribable, tearing his heart apart. At Zhao Kuo, at Zhao Kuo, at Zhao Kuo. I won't let you go. At Zhao Kuo. Come out and accept your death? Damn it. You huge pit of a trap. In the regional chat group, angry curses flood in. In a moment, there are over 99 messages. His painstaking efforts for more than 2 months are all wasted in an instant. Who can swallow this anger? Watching the frantic screen on the holographic terminal, Zhao Kuo cried even more sadly. Meanwhile, on the wilderness battlefield, Chen Fei sat motionless on the ground, stunned. One steel arrow after another rained down on him like a storm, but they only created ripples on his body's surface. He remained unharmed. He was protected by top-quality gear. Hunter's Shield reduces 100 points of ranged physical damage. Arrow Evasion Aura cuts 30% of ranged damage, lasts for 1 hour. Special Silver Armor reduces 50 points of piercing damage. Wind Spirit Protection cuts 40% of ranged damage, lasts for 1 hour. All kinds of armor and gear, fully equipped. They barely kept him alive under the Death Tower. Since being instantly killed by a mysterious black arrow at the start, Chen Fei has been deeply traumatized. For 2 months, he has been hoarding defensive gear in the trading shop, just hoping to sleep peacefully at night. He thought he would never need these life-saving cards in his life. Until the ruthless black arrow struck again. Until his loyal followers' lives were completely lost. Chen Fei stared blankly at the distant connected tower. He was like a soul lost, frozen in place. His newly recruited hero was dead, and the giant wind eagle was gone too. He no longer knew what hope there was left for him as a lord. A soft voice came from above. A handsome young man dressed in pure white clothes, carrying a large black-blue bow, appeared as if strolling casually. Next to him was a stunning, charming elf girl. The elf gently linked her arm with the young man. Her proud white cleavage pressed tightly against his arm, and a fragrant, intoxicating scent drifted with the breeze. The visitors were Li Wei and Yuffie. The holographic terminal kept popping up alerts about the connected tower's kills, but at first, he paid no attention. After all, every day wild monsters blindly rushed into the defenses. But this time, the screen was filled with continuous hits. Li Wei curiously glanced and couldn't help but laugh. The defense tower had no vision and couldn't attack targets in the fog. But this area had been previously scouted by Sally with holy light, leaving behind visual markers. These people were basically running around naked on the radar, asking to be hit. How can there be so many soldiers lining up to die? And mixed with fierce wind and giant eagles? They really are old acquaintances. To get these rare and hard-to-find flying units' feathers, Livett specially took Yuffie for a trip. Just after landing, he saw a skinny young man, looking very upset, sitting on the ground with tears in his eyes. Even more strange, this person actually withstood the fire from the crossbow tower. How much money was spent on armor? Chen Fei looked up at Livett, who was dressed in pure white, and then at the stunning, enchanting white elf beside him. With a glance from Livett, the crossbow tower suddenly stopped firing. A flash of insight struck Chen Fei's mind. He felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Recently, the super territory that challenged the natural disasters was actually safe and sound. Is this really something humans can do? In the entire universe, are there really people who can suppress natural disasters alone? Chen Fei was completely confused. He suddenly knelt on both knees. Boss, please spare me. With a desperate cry, Chen Fei decisively offered his soul's core. Each Lord Soul core is stored inside the territory crystal. Offering the core means risking his life and territory, leaving everything to the other side. Livet was slightly stunned by the sudden kneeling. Is he selling himself just after meeting? What's going on? I'm not interested in your broken territory, Livet honestly said. A regular new player's territory, how much profit can it make? It's not worth his attention. Hearing this, Chen Fei, lying on the ground, felt like a thorn in his throat. This ruthless boss actually has no interest in annexing. Does that mean he only has a dead end? Please, have mercy. I am willing to sign a soul blood contract. Chen Fei's voice trembled, teeth clenched tightly. In front of Livet, he didn't even have the courage to try to commit suicide or restart. Thinking about the person in front of him, who might be a forbidden existence capable of tearing apart ancient disasters, he just wanted to desperately grasp the last straw for survival. A basic crossbow tower, with such terrifying range and power. The man carries a large black and blue bow on his back. Will one arrow shoot through him and destroy his core? Has he signed a soul blood contract? Li Wei's eyebrows slightly raised. This is like signing a lifelong slavery contract, and it is protected by the highest interstellar laws. If Chen Fei shows even a hint of rebellion, his soul will instantly collapse and vanish. This means complete slavery and submission. Okay, Li Wei nodded. He guessed that Chen Fei probably saw through some secret. After all, besides Su Lu, this was the closest to his camp. Now, seeing the strange crossbow tower, he could think of the night when disaster struck. When the void beast appeared, everyone within 10,000 miles saw it. But no one believed a newcomer could survive such a deadly calamity, just treating it as entertainment. Chen Fei was different. He knew the exact location. Within 10,000 miles, no other fortress had such firepower. The holographic terminal flickered, and the soul contract took effect instantly. Chen Fei knelt on the ground, forehead touching the dirt, swearing loyalty. The shadow of death disappeared. Instead, a wave of uncontrollable joy and trembling filled him, thinking of his master, who single-handedly suppressed the Doomsday disaster. He was so excited his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Only 3 newcomers had passed the disaster test across the entire server. The third place was the Holy Son of the Light God Realm. The second was the Demon of the Otherworld. The first place, his identity was a mystery, codenamed Never Fall. The young man in white before him was clearly a pure human. Humans, and they had topped the entire server's exam rankings. With just one person, he had crushed all the peerless monsters from countless worlds. At this moment, Li Wei's image in Chen Fei's mind was greatly elevated. To Chen Fei, this was definitely the ultimate weapon secretly cultivated by the core human star region, the Sky God Realm, carrying the hope of the entire human race's rise. Although Chen Fei himself lost the qualification to participate in the global selection, news of the multi-race ranking battle had already spread wildly on major forums. Being a dog for such a powerful destiny child was the greatest luck of his life. He knelt on the ground with both hands, bowing deeply and trembling with emotion. Subordinate Chen Fei reports to the Starry Sky Divine Child. The Divine Child refers to the highest leader guiding the future of the race. He is as noble as the current Saint Son of the bright divine realm. Hearing Chen Fei's respectful title, Li Wei's face darkened. A human race divine child? In 2 lifetimes, he had never even left Earth. A human race divine child should at least be a descendant of a powerful figure from the celestial star domain, right? But, since he had entered the hunting grounds of the heavens, holding 2 stunning mythic weapons and standing on an endless network of firepower, he was definitely not inferior to any so-called divine child or saintess. In the core temple of the celestial star domain, the highest human saintess, Jiyu, sneezed. She looked down with confusion, inspecting her pure and delicate body. Seeing nothing unusual, she shook her head and continued to meditate, focusing on the epic secret scripture, 9 Turns of the Star River. In the wilderness wasteland, absolutely no leaks of information. Chen Fei nodded eagerly, with a flattering smile. I will help gather intelligence around and look for the interdimensional teleportation array. Go, Li Wei waved casually. Watching Li Wei walk away, Chen Fei relaxed completely, feeling ecstatic. Being able to serve the starry sky divine child was a blessing he had worked for many lifetimes to earn. He quickly shook off his psychological shadow about the connected crossbows, even rushing forward to hug the rough tower pillar, loving it dearly. Chen Fei's reaction gave Li Wei a warning. The countless connected crossbow towers were too conspicuous. He opened the holographic display panel. A level 5 connected crossbow tower, under the amplification of over 10,000 buildings and mythic auras, had its attack, defense, and health skyrocketing to an astonishing level. One alone could crush a level 15 legendary boss. Such a freakish attribute, if noticed by outsiders, would surely cause endless trouble. Li Wei decisively activated the holographic control console, switching the territory's alert mode to neutral. By default, the hunting grounds considered all outsiders as hostile, attacking indiscriminately. Neutral mode would only automatically clear wild beasts and would not attack the Lord units proactively. Anyway, the Obsidian City wall was about to close, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Anyone trying to break through the wall would be deemed an intruder by the system and instantly killed. A flash of white light. Saris put away her sacred 6 wings and gracefully landed. Her storage space was filled with the rare refined gold she had just mined. Good job. Rest at home, Li Wei said, looking at her cold, beautiful face. Saris nodded slightly and walked toward the Hall of Heroes with her long, white legs. Although the Ice Mountain Angel was loyal enough, her expression remained cold and distant. Li Wei turned around and called Zhao Taizhu. Send the refined gold to the furnace for smelting. Prepare to build a heavy sniper tower. Yes, sir. Zhao Taizhu immediately gathered people to work. Now, buildings could be moved freely, so workers only needed to hit the structures in place. Once finished, Li Wei would drag and place them. Beep beep. The holographic terminal flickered wildly. Murong Qianxue said, "The selection competition is about to start. Hurry up and come to the starry sky divine city to meet." Li Wei only replied, "No time. I have a date tonight." He directly cut off the communication. He did have a date. Location, starry sky divine city. Romantic starry sea pavilion. The most luxurious couples restaurant in the city. Quiet and private, it's always a perfect place for a secret meeting. Tonight, the entire place was reserved. In the large private room, only one man and one woman sat. Lin Shuxue was swinging a tall glass, filled not with wine, but with light spiritual tea. She wore a moon-white silk shirt today, the fabric thin and delicate, with her full, tempting curves faintly visible. She paired it with a plain black pleated skirt. Her 2 long, eye-catching white legs were fully exposed. Because her legs were so long, she could only slightly cross and bend them under the table, making her pose very alluring. "Little brother, I heard you took down the Silver Moon Finance Group all by yourself." "That's pretty impressive," Lin Shuxue said with a charming smile. Under the table, she kicked off her high heels, and one white jade foot wrapped in black silk quietly reached out, playfully rubbing against Li Wei's calf. Li Wei kept a calm expression, secretly pressing down on her restless foot with his knee. "You don't know how tough I am," Li Wei said, taking a bite of food. "Yes, you're pretty tough, even daring to show your face to the daughter of the general manager," Lin Shuxue said softly, her beautiful eyes flickering. "Are you really not planning to become the perfect son-in-law of the finance group?" "I have no interest in serving a spoiled princess," Li Wei snorted softly. "By the way, you've been a full member for a while. Haven't you had any bold admirers confess to you?" Li Wei casually asked. Lin Shuxue's lips curled slightly. "A few days ago, some reckless guy came to propose." Snap. The beast meat held in Li Wei's hand fell onto the plate. "But I cut off his head with a sword and casually flattened his territory," Lin Shuxue said lightly, as if it was no big deal. Li Wei looked annoyed. "Your temper is really fierce." "Really? Are you scared?" "Can't confess to your sister." Lin Shuxue leaned slightly closer, her beautiful face near the table. Her collar slightly loosened, revealing a large, white, deep cleavage that exuded a deadly charm. "When we were kids, you followed me around all day talking about opening a harem. Now, you're even afraid to admit you're the main wife." Her jade foot suddenly pressed down harder under the table. Li Wei quickly pressed his calf against her foot. "Stop that. I don't want to be your little brother forever. Be good, call me big sister, and I'll show you a big treasure," Lin Shuxue giggled. After losing the last teasing game, she decided to start a new attack. The rules of the hunting ground are different. No direct trades between generations. What could you possibly show me? Li Wei pouted, not falling for it. Rules are dead, people are alive. Using the crossover stone, the new lord can still send gifts to the old lord. Lin Chuxua brushed her hair behind her ear. That's also something I give you, but you can't give me back, Li Wei retorted. Do you really have a gift? Lin Chuxua's eyes lit up, just teasing him. A newcomer who just developed a few days ago. What good thing could he possibly produce? As long as you obediently call me brother, I'll give you a gift you'll never forget, Li Wei said with a smile, eyes full of warmth. Hearing the word, gift, Lin Chuxua's body stiffened slightly, her heart pounding. She stared at the red rose on the table, took a deep breath, and blushing, softly called out, brother. This sweet, delicate call made Li Wei feel completely at ease. He reached into his core space and pulled out an item. Boom. The large private room was instantly flooded with dazzling pure gold light. Lin Chuxua stared at the card on the table, shining with a brilliant golden light. Her breath suddenly caught. Her proud breasts rose and fell sharply, almost tearing her moon-white silk shirt, revealing large, dazzling white, deep crevices exposed to the air. Legendary hero. This meant she had directly reached the threshold of the top ranks among the starry races. The old champions from dozens of generations ago, holding an epic-level card in their hands, were considered legendary. Most top-tier experts only had legendary-level trump cards. Lin Chuxua never imagined that the new recruit, who just recently became official, could casually produce a legendary-level recruitment order. Li Wei. This thing is too valuable, sister can't accept it. Lin Chuxua swallowed hard and retracted her snow-white feet under the table. The all-human Starfield selection competition is about to begin. This matter concerns the ranking of the entire race, so you'd better keep it for yourself. Even if you already have a legendary general, if you can form a double legendary team, your territory's overall strength could sweep across all humanity's Starfield. Lin Chuxua rarely took things seriously and spoke very seriously. However, Li Wei shook his head casually. Just take it. The heroes I have are much stronger than legendary. Huh, stronger than legendary? Lin Chuxua froze, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. She suddenly remembered the stunning photos of the elf sharpshooter circulating wildly on the forum. The entire Federation believed it was a legendary elf. Could it actually be epic level? Lin Chuxua felt her head spin. Although the current year's Supreme Power list for new recruits hadn't officially opened, to see an epic hero on the list, she would have to look back through dozens of previous records. In the past 10 or so editions, the top of the Supreme list had always been occupied by legendary generals. Does Li Wei really hold an epic hero? Does that mean he can definitely take the first place on this year's Starry Sky Supreme list? No, wait. This year's big exam involves the rare 10,000 race ranking battle, which happens once every 10,000 years. The major super races in the universe would definitely spend a lot of resources, and perhaps a few extraordinary monsters with epic heroes might appear. But even so, epic-level strength was enough to dominate and stay in the top 10 of the Starry Sky. Thinking of this, Lin Chuxua's heart trembled fiercely. She was proud of her own fighting skills, but she couldn't even reach the bottom of the Supreme list. How much hidden strength does this guy really have? Seeing Li Weifeng's calm and relaxed expression, Lin Chuxua forced herself to stay calm. She shook her head slightly. Even if you can't use it, I absolutely won't take it. Why? Li Weifeng looked surprised. When faced with a legendary-level recruitment order, only this woman in front of him seemed unaffected in the entire universe. Using this card could directly guarantee a spot on the Supreme list, making one stand out instantly. Who could resist such a tempting shortcut to success? If I accept this gift, won't I have to call you bro for the rest of my life? Lin Chuxua's lips curled into a charming smile. What's wrong? Feeling wronged, Li Weifeng pouted. Of course I feel wronged. I'm 2 years older than you. I should be called sister, Lin Chuxua argued confidently. It's 1 year and 6 months, Li Weifeng corrected firmly. Rounding up, that's 2 years. Who rounds ages like that? Because of their titles, the two started bickering again in the private room. Every time they met, this was a topic they couldn't avoid. After a few exchanges, the room fell silent. You're really not going to take it. Li Weifang frowned slightly, his tone serious. The interstellar hunting ground is full of dangers. I don't want you to get into trouble there. Hearing this, Lin Chuxue suddenly smiled. Her stunning face lit up with a radiant smile, beautiful beyond words. Can I take this as your concern for me? Of course, it's concern. Brother cares about sister, big brother cares about little sister, Li Weifang insisted. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Lin Chuxue put away her smile, a striking confidence appearing on her beautiful face. She sat up straight. Under the table, her two long, white legs crossed elegantly, with a hint of alluring spring visible at the edge of her short skirt. Don't worry, I'm definitely not as weak as you think. You've only been here for a little over 2 months. How much can you really have accumulated? Li Weifang asked back. I'm taking a different path from you. I also walk a wild road. Li Weifang's eyes turned cold. Is it the Lin family in the capital secretly providing you with resources? One of the 4 major financial families in the capital city of the planet is the Lin family. It is also the ancestral family of Lin Chuxue. However, she cut all ties with the Lin family when she was very young for certain reasons. I told you not to mention the Lin family in front of me, Lin Chuxue said with a slight frown, sounding a bit annoyed. Under the table, her white, delicate foot wrapped in black silk suddenly stretched forward and heavily stepped on Li Wei's foot. Fearing that her divine power training might hurt her, Li Wei quickly pulled his foot back. I'm just worried you might get hurt, Li Wei sighed. Haha. Lin Chuxue was amused by his serious attitude. The famous genius Li. When did you become so sentimental? Stop joking, I'm serious now. All right, I'll give you a little hint. What hint? Li Wei asked curiously. Lin Chuxue slightly lifted her elegant, white neck and said clearly, one day, my army will be invincible, unstoppable in battle. Invincible in battle. Unstoppable. Her calm tone carried a sense of absolute pride. Usually, a common person ranked at the bottom of the list wouldn't dare say such words. They'd be laughed at. If a high-ranking angel prince said it, it would seem more reasonable. But Li Wei didn't find it funny at all. He looked at Lin Chuxue deeply, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He turned his wrist and directly took back the legendary recruitment order from the table. The golden light faded. Lin Chuxue secretly clicked her tongue. Actually, she had never seen a real legendary item before. Big brother, if you really want to help me, just get me some items to increase the population limit in the future. Lin Chuxue blinked her beautiful eyes. Increase the population limit? Li Wei was stunned. He was holding a mythic-level item called City Building Heart, and the territory's building quota had long become a bottomless pit. As long as he kept building thatched houses wildly, the population limit could be increased endlessly. He never trained soldiers, so he never cared about this kind of data. Since Lin Chuxue had a need, he would pay more attention in the future. But I don't have money to give you as a gift. Lin Chuxue rested her chin on her hands, her fair arms pressing against the edge of the table, squeezing her proud, snowy white curves. Although we can use the loophole in the crossover stone to let newcomers give gifts to veterans, the old district lords definitely can't send things back to the newcomers. Otherwise, the balance of the entire universe would be completely broken. Balance? Li Wei secretly chuckled. The existence of myth-level talents is already the biggest blow to the multiverse. What kind of return gift do I want? Li Wei waved his hand, smiling mischievously. From now on, every time I give you a good thing, just call me bro nicely. Then you'll be getting a big deal. Lin Chuxue playfully blinked her big, watery eyes. I already called you bro just now. Where's my gift? Li Wei was speechless instantly. The legendary recruitment order just now was rejected, and now he was empty-handed. Where could he find a gift to handle this? With a stunning beauty beside him, her big, watery eyes shimmering like gentle waves. Her red lips parted slightly, a charming smile on her face. Although Li Wei was used to the breathtaking beauty of the 2 myth-level women in his territory, facing this girl's pure and extraordinary stunning appearance still made his heart skip a beat. Not for any reason, just because she was Lin Chuxue. Quick thinking, Li Wei hurriedly searched through the core space. Besides the high-level recruitment order, what else could he use to impress? Suddenly, he found an object. A black, scale-like bracelet appeared in his palm. This was a piece of jewelry he crafted using the reverse scale of an epic black dragon. carefully carved and polished with holy light every day. It was originally meant as a gift for Yuffie, after she gifted him her top-quality divine bow. But he hadn't found the right moment to give it. Now, by coincidence, it was just the right time to save the situation. "You're giving this to me?" Lin Chushue's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion. Yes, Li Wei's face remained calm, without any blush or nervousness. Thinking further, the black bracelet paired with Yuffie's dazzling white skin did seem a bit mismatched. He would find her a more suitable, unique gift later as compensation. If it doesn't have special properties, I'd rather skip it. Ordinary items aren't worth wasting precious breaking boundary stones. Lin Chushue's eyes filled with joy, but her lips showed some regret over the expensive cost of the breaking boundary stone. She had only asked casually, never expecting Li Wei to actually prepare a surprise. Set against the luxurious private room's romantic atmosphere, the beauty's heart fluttered. Just a small piece of crystal energy, Li Wei took out a stone shimmering with rainbow light. Since he carried a legendary recruitment order, he was well prepared with cross-dimensional supplies. The rainbow star stone touched the black dragon bracelet, and they instantly merged. "Here you go," Li Wei handed over the bracelet. "Thank you." Lin Chushue reached out her fair, delicate hand to accept it. After checking its properties, a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. A purely decorative bracelet that also has special abilities? Divine light protection. Disperses darkness and grants lifelong protection by the light law. The effect sounded a bit mysterious. While Lin Chushue was puzzled, Li Wei chuckled and teased. "A long-lasting flashlight. Still useful, right?" Wearing the bracelet, Lin Chushue felt a warm flow envelop her whole body, making her feel very comfortable. With a slight thought, the bracelet emitted a gentle, pure white glow, which could really serve as a light source. "How is it? Did I not call you big brother for nothing?" Li Wei asked with a smile. Under the table, Lin Chushue removed her high heels. Her white jade feet lightly brushed against Li Wei's calf, igniting a fiery sensation. She let out a soft hum, but did not reply. The joyful time together passed quickly. Li Wei and Lin Chushue did not spend every day together. They each had grand ambitions and kept a respectful distance. In this confrontation, Li Wei held the upper hand. He felt very happy. Thinking back to Lin Chushue's shocked expression upon seeing the legendary recruitment order, a strong sense of pride filled his heart. He was no longer the poor kid oppressed by the wealthy elite. Now, even the highest ruler on earth had to treat him politely. All his confidence came from the hunting grounds of the heavens. Returning to the wilderness camp. "Yuffie, I'm here, Lord Li Wei." Yuffie, dressed in a minimal amount of green fabric, stepped forward. Her white, stunningly beautiful chest moved dramatically with each step, and her deep cleavage was captivating. Her two long, glowing white legs stood close together, emanating a charming fragrance. "Come on, let's go to the back mountain by the river to fish." Understood. The obsidian wall of Li Wei's territory has finally been fully completed. He generously invested a large amount of crystal energy, directly upgrading the massive city wall surrounding the area to level 10 with full equipment. The tall city wall is 24 meters high. Inside the wall, there are many 30-meter-high heavy sniper towers. The fog of war within 100 miles has been cleared by Sally using holy light, blocking all threats outside the wall. The view is suddenly clear. Most of the area is wild land without owners, but from this vantage point, it looks just like his own backyard. Obsidian wall, rarity, rare, level 10, health 1,136,000, base 8,000, double mythic aura bonus. Defense 22,720, base 160, double mythic aura bonus. Special skill. Obsidian reduces physical damage taken by 90%, 10-fold increase. Looking at these incredible stats, even Li Wei feels a bit overwhelmed. While the building units don't have specific combat power numbers, their defense and health reveal their strength. Defense exceeds 20,000. Even if he and two mythic-level allies attack together, they probably can only scratch this wall. Against any creature below level 30, this wall is practically invincible. Only mythic giants above level 30 can leave a few scratches on its surface. As the number of buildings rapidly increases, the power of mythic talents becomes even more terrifying. The obsidian skill naturally reduces damage by 10%, multiplied 10 times, theoretically making it completely immune to damage. But in the world of the Heavenly Hunt, there are rules. Nothing is perfect. The maximum percentage reduction is capped at 90%, preventing the invincibility mechanism from breaking the universe's balance. To reduce damage further, the only way is to stack fixed damage reduction values. Now, let's look at the internal weapon. Heavy Sniper Tower, Rarity, Rare, Level 1, Health, 568, Base 4, Double Mythic Bonus, Attack, 568, Base 4, Double Mythic Bonus, Defense, 568, Base 4, Double Mythic Bonus, Effective Range, 20,000 meters, tenfold increase. The danger of sniping from the high tower lies in its incredible 20,000-meter long-range capability. Because the territory buildings are so numerous, their attribute bonuses are astonishing. Even at level 1, attack power exceeds 500. In the hunting ground rules, units between levels 1 and 10 show the most dramatic growth. Each level up doubles their attributes. At level 10, the increase is tenfold. Beyond level 10, there are no more such rapid jumps. Li Wei hesitated to upgrade the Heavy Armor Sniper Tower to the highest level, mainly because of this. Defense towers are inanimate and don't know how to limit their firepower. If they reach level 10, attack power would surge past 5,600. A single shot would be as powerful as forbidden weapons, destroying everything within several miles. Li Wei doesn't want to become a map-destroying machine, blowing all outside resources and loot into dust. I really don't understand how the interstellar laws suppress the battle fluctuations of high-level experts. Li Wei muttered to himself. A few thousand combat points are equivalent to a rare general of over 30 levels. In such battles, on Earth, the residual shockwaves could easily wipe out a major city. What if the level is even higher? A level 50 rare hero with over 84,000 combat points. When fighting each other, wouldn't they sink the entire continent? Li Wei still hasn't fully grasped the true meaning of the absolutely fortified terrain. The hunting ground has a built-in protection mechanism that absorbs all spilled destructive energy, maintaining the universe's balance. So, when the Heavy Armor Sniper Tower fires, it doesn't trigger a catastrophic mushroom cloud. The moment the target dies, excess kinetic energy is drained by the Earth, a destructive power that ordinary people only dream of after decades of development. Li Wei has reached in just over 2 months. His holographic terminal flickered. It was a message from Murong Qianxue. Li Wei, how's the territory coming along? It's okay. The all-human Starfield selection tournament is about to start. You'd better hurry. No problem. Murong Qianxue stared at the screen, gnashing her silver teeth in anger. She cursed loudly, then reluctantly deleted the words one by one. It wasn't that she cared about the manners of a young lady of the noble family. Purely because her father, Murong Zhen, repeatedly warned her that Li Wei was the only hope for Earth's rise and must be treated well. It is rumored that the high-level officials of the Celestial Realm have secretly taken notice of this legendary genius. This guy always looks so indifferent, like he's dead inside. It's so annoying. Murong Qianxue was so angry she stomped her feet on the silk bed. Her high-slit skirt fell open, revealing 2 long, straight, white legs that kicked back and forth. Every time she tried to contact Li Wei, she felt a tightness in her chest. I, the young lady, lowered my pride and dropped the formalities, yet he still acts so aloof and indifferent. Wait until you suffer a big loss in the arena, then see how arrogant you are. Murong Qianxue clenched a rare glowing artifact in her palm, her brows furrowed. This was a treasure used to strengthen heroes' combat power. Forget it. Let him crash and burn first. That way, he won't think I'm just trying to flatter him. Starry Sky Divine City. Destiny District. As the core activity area for humans in the Divine City, led by the 5 super civilizations, a strict order has been established here. The newly opened 11,520th floor. In just 3 months, countless magnificent buildings and floating fairy mountains have risen. Shuttles fly through the sky. Exotic beasts run on the ground. It is extremely prosperous. At this moment, the human selection tournament is opening, and the place is bustling with noise. New stars competing, seasoned veterans watching, and even onlookers from Earth gathering to observe. If not for the Divine City's multi-layered folding space technology, which separates buildings from the main structure, with everyone walking in parallel folded dimensions, so many billions of people packed together would have been crushed into a meat patty long ago. Li Wei, do you really not plan to buy some equipment to boost your strength? Get some good weapons for your heroes, or buy a few defensive armor suits. Keep some life-saving talismans handy, in case someone tricks you away from the main fight. Morong Chinchua walked along the wide street, constantly chattering like a machine gun. She cared more than anyone about Earth's ranking. Once Li Wei fights for humanity against all races, Earth could become rich overnight. No need. Ordinary junk doesn't match Yuffie's level at all. Li Wei yawned and decisively refused. Lately, this young lady has been dragging him shopping whenever she has free time. The territory was developing steadily. He was already level 15, but the surrounding monsters provided very little experience. Unless he went to fight the human neighbors, it was hard to level up quickly. Li Wei preferred peace and didn't want to cause trouble. Since he was free, he agreed to accompany the young lady on a walk around. Murong Chinchua bit her lip, looking at Li Wei's handsome but slightly mischievous face, and silently told herself not to get angry. She waved her hand to block the projections of passers-by from the folded space around them, and the street became much quieter. The two stepped onto a white jade staircase and entered a huge palace floating in the air. The Palace of Gods, a special place where the Lord's terminal grants unique permissions. The human high officials had applied for interstellar laws and specially opened a new feature for all new contestants for free. Tip: you have successfully activated the Virtual Combat Network. Try exploring it yourself first. I'll be back soon. I'm going ahead to find out about the opening gathering area for our Star Alliance. Morong Chinchua nodded, turned quickly, and left. Her pure white skirt fluttered, and her long, dazzling white legs quickly disappeared from sight. The Divine City was enormous, like a maze. As the chosen leader of the Star Alliance, she had to first figure out the route before leading the main force into the city. Li Wei opened the holographic terminal on his wrist. Seeing the new Virtual Combat Network icon on the interface, a flicker of curiosity appeared in his eyes. He clicked to open the holographic projection of the Virtual Combat Network. He was about to search for the exclusive interface of the Human Selection Tournament when his attention was caught by a giant banner in the center of the homepage. All races' lords compete together, fighting in the starry sky. Climb to the throne. Who can challenge me? Everything was in the world. A spark of curiosity arose in Li Wei's mind, and he decisively clicked to enter. What attracted him was not the rookie brawls among the new contestants, but the large characters on the banner. All races' lords. In the interstellar hunting grounds, wars among high-level overlords were rarely made public. For new recruits, there was no chance to see the true strength of top-tier experts. After reading the official introduction of TW, Li Wei was deeply shocked. This platform was a virtual war hub created by the 7 peak races of the universe. This is the only officially recognized simulated battlefield in the entire interstellar hunting ground. It has been popular throughout the universe for thousands of years and has a long history. Here, winning a match earns you 1 to 10 points based on the number of enemies defeated and buildings destroyed. Losing a match results in losing half of the points gained by the winner. Points are a hard currency that can be exchanged for many rare treasures in the TW marketplace. Any lord at any stage of the universe can participate in the exchange. In earlier years, a black market industry even emerged, where veteran overlords deliberately lost to newcomers to resell points and gain resources. However, the consequences were very harsh. The hunting ground's strict detection system can spot cheating and fake matches, and any cheating is immediately punished, destroying the cheat's soul. The number of points also measures a leader's strength. Although everyone keeps their true skills hidden to protect their secrets, their points give a good idea of their overall power. Every time a player reaches 1,000 points, they can enter the promotion match. There are 6 ranks: Bronze Iron, Silver Warrior, Gold Commander, Bright Star, Extraordinary Master, and Starry King. The top rank, Starry King, has the top 1,000 players listed on the Heavenly Ladder. These elite players are called rulers and are respected across the universe. Any name on the heavenly ladder is a legendary figure feared throughout the galaxy. Seeing the passionate introduction on the holographic panel, Li Wei's blood surged. He had dreamed many times of standing at the top of the stars, wielding unstoppable power. Now, the perfect chance to see that power up close was right in front of him. Start matching now. Please register a personal account first. Li Wei quickly entered his information. Code name, Starfall, identity, Lord of the 11,520th generation, exclusive territory, never falls after registering. Li Wei decisively clicked the match button. With a hint of excitement he couldn't hold back, he entered the simulated battlefield. As for the opening rally point that Murong Qianxue advised, he had already forgotten about it. System is matching opponents for you. The matching system considers win rate, rank, and number of battles. Meanwhile, in the starry sky city of the Divine Castle, inside a luxurious teaching hall, a gentle breeze blows. A blonde, blue-eyed male elf instructor stands at the podium giving a lesson. Students, watch carefully. Today, I will demonstrate a real battle to show you what a three-line attack tactic looks like. The elf instructor, Lauren, speaks softly and gracefully. He is a veteran from the 11,490th generation. Various races of new students sit below, all here to learn from his practical experience. Everyone benefits greatly. In the front row, a girl with fluffy fox ears giggles happily. She wears a very short pleated skirt with minimal fabric. Her long, straight, white legs are casually crossed, and the skirt slips down, revealing bright, attractive white skin. When she smiles, her chest rises and falls sharply, creating deep, charming clefts that are captivating. Teacher Lauren, are you teasing the newbies again with your small whiteboard? Hee, I wonder which unlucky person will be the target this time. Laughter erupts in the classroom, and everyone looks forward eagerly. Using real combat practice is always the most exciting way to teach. Lauren smiles slightly. To make teaching easier, he has stored many low-level accounts. His main account in TW has already reached the Golden Commander rank. For a lord who has only been developing for 30 years, he is definitely a prodigy among his peers. Match found. Territory, Oasis 03 versus Never Fall. Random terrain, Wilderness. The match is about to begin. Oh wow, it's a new player with 0 wins. Unbelievable. Such luck. Hope this rookie can hold out a few more minutes and at least show the essence of the three-line attack. Everyone in the classroom is talking excitedly. Lauren looks at the big screen, feeling the same frustration. How could he match with a newcomer with 0 matches? Could it be that the opponent is also an experienced player hiding behind a fake account? With curiosity, he quickly opens the opponent's profile. Whoa, this person is a new player from the 11,520th generation. Just barely past the beginner stage. Just a 3-month rookie, daring to come and fight in TW simulation battles. This is just inviting a beating. Watching the screen projected on the blackboard, the students suddenly erupted in excitement. Lauren, standing in front of the projection, looked a little stiff. Faced with hundreds of students, he was about to harshly criticize a new player who had just started. His noble elven heritage made him feel this was very embarrassing. After a moment of hesitation, he didn't dare to click the exit button. TW's punishment was very strict. Quitting was considered cheating, with serious consequences. Please choose the projection unit for both sides. The simulated battlefield within 1,000 miles was shrouded in thick war fog. Various facilities and units appeared on both ends of the wilderness. Forget it. Let's follow the original plan and show everyone the tactics. Lauren sighed lightly, deciding to finish quickly. He rapidly arranged his troops on the map. His generals led their units into 3 streams, pushing forward at maximum speed in 3 directions, crazily dispersing the fog. The 2 sides were thousands of miles apart. Dealing with a rookie with no experience, Lauren had no interest in fighting seriously. As long as he found the enemy's base and launched a quick attack, he could win in 1 move. Meanwhile, a towering, black obsidian fortress rose from the wilderness. Li Wei, new to the simulation battle, couldn't gauge the situation. He decided to invest all his newly built rare city walls and some basic buildings into the map. Yuffie and Sally's weren't with him, and he didn't bring over 200 fully equipped defense towers or any workers. His trump cards must stay secret. Let's see how the opponent plays first. Li Wei sat on the city wall, staying still. He didn't produce soldiers to explore the area or set any traps. He knew he couldn't outpace the opponent in speed since he hadn't brought any troops. As for using magical buildings to explore freely, Li Wei was too lazy to bother. Such incredible techniques were too frightening and were his ultimate secret weapon. As long as the enemy made a path through the fog, he could trace it back to find their base. A team of elite elven scouts swiftly moved through the forest. Lauren, watching the radar view on his device, quickly pinpointed the approximate location of the enemy's main base. He decisively ordered a squad of flying cavalry to rush northwest from the south. As the frontline soldiers sent back images, a tall, dark city wall outline clearly appeared on the radar screen. Lauren's lips curved into a look of admiration. To build such a large wall in just 3 months? This newcomer is quite capable. The thick fog cleared. A towering, black obsidian fortress stretched across the wilderness. Inside the high walls, the rare heavy armored sniper tower immediately locked onto the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar echoed nonstop. Your unit, the Swiftwind Falcon, has been destroyed. Your unit, the Swiftwind Falcon, has been destroyed. Constant death notifications left Lauren stunned. What's going on? These high-level flying mounts were just sent out to scout, not to attack. How did they all vanish so quickly? And even if we consider, how could a new recruit who just recently joined have such strong anti-air firepower? They took out all the high-altitude units in one shot? Lauren was puzzled, but quickly ordered the entire army to attack. A Holy Light Knight led over 10,000 heavily armored cavalry and siege engines straight toward the target point. A giant lava beast, along with 5,000 shield soldiers and 5,000 archers, flanked from the side. A frost mage, with over 1,000 elementals, circled around the back to provide fire support. He had no idea. At this moment, over 100 students in the training hall were already stunned. From their god's eye view, they were all captivated by the super long-range sniper tower on the screen. Does this defense tower's range cover over 20,000 meters? I thought the teacher's flying mounts could escape a few shots. Wow, this black wall is so impressive. Something's off. A new recruit just finished the protection period, and the level 3 base only has about 500 tiles. This wall is clearly built in the wilderness. What kind of crazy divine skill is this? Forcibly building in the wild. This is just ridiculous. Ridiculous to the point of opening the door to chaos. Totally over the top. The girl with fox ears in the front row was so excited she kept patting her thighs. Look, why is he just a ball of white light? She exclaimed. Why didn't he send out any units or heroes? What exactly is this white light? Don't ask anymore. Everyone is confused. Inside the battlefield, Li Wei transforms into a pure holy light creature. Watching the flying creature be instantly defeated, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The opponent sent a Falcon-level scout, below level 40, unable to withstand even a single attack from the tower's basic shot. It's really disappointing. He simply follows the fogless passage created by the enemy and walks forward alone. Having just received the highest inheritance of the light god's seat, his body has undergone a transformation. He's worried about not finding a punching bag to test his physical limit at level 15. What is this kid trying to do? Wow. Is he planning to charge alone into the boss's lair? This is crazy. Just throwing himself to be a target. Without any soldiers, how can he attack with just a few defense towers? Maybe he's just trying to enjoy the view after respawning. Everyone in the classroom is talking excitedly. Meanwhile, Lauren looks at the frontline reports sent back by his generals, feeling like he's been struck by lightning. The city walls. Everywhere he sees are towering black walls reaching the clouds. He thought it was a perfect three-sided encirclement, but it turned out to be a wall of copper and iron. Lord, the front line can't hold anymore. Requesting retreat. This wall's defense is insanely high. We can't break through it all. Lauren quickly switches to the hologram view. Seeing the endless obsidian fortress and the sniper towers spewing destructive beams behind him. His mind is buzzing. Is this guy fighting a newbie? Did he get the wrong account? Is this a high-level game for top-tier commanders? Damn, how could this defensive line be built by a 3-month-old rookie? The elegant elf mentor, proud of his demeanor, swears loudly in anger. The damage alert keeps flashing rapidly. until the army abandons their armor and escapes 20 kilometers away, with casualties finally stopping. This sniper tower's effective range is actually up to 20,000 meters? Lauren's heart trembles. Never fall. These 4 words sound so familiar. Usually busy with teaching, he only casually glanced at the gossip about this new batch of students, never thinking deeply. The most urgent matter now is how to win this fight. Hundreds of students below stare with wide eyes. If he loses to a rookie with 0 wins, where will he put his face in the future? From the fog spread, it's clear that the main enemy force is hiding inside their turtle shell, not coming out. In just 2 or 3 months, this kid must have spent all his resources on city walls and defenses. He probably doesn't have any strong troops left. Send in heavy siege hammers and focus fire to break down the gate. Lauren quickly changed his tactics, treating the opponent as a top enemy. But before he could give the order, suddenly, a series of sharp alarm sounds rang out. The ancient war tree guarding the outer perimeter was rapidly falling in large numbers. The ancient war tree is a high-level defensive building at level 35. Usually, it looks like a tall, giant tree. When enemies attack, it quickly rises from the ground and uses tough vines to crush enemies into pulp. But now, in just a few seconds, a large part of the outer defense line had vanished. What's going on? Lauren's scalp went numb with fear. He quickly checked the base's surveillance. The moment he saw the screen, his eyes nearly popped out. He saw a humanoid creature wrapped in pure white holy light, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, smashing through the ancient tree defenses. It didn't use any weapons. With a punch, the thick tree trunk exploded into splinters. With a sweep of its leg, the level 35 ancient war tree was snapped in half. The system radar flashed red wildly, clearly showing that the intruder was the enemy's main leader. How is this possible? A newly trained rookie. How could their physical strength be so terrifying? Just as Lauren was questioning everything, a sudden flash of white space light appeared behind his base. A cold, metallic-looking heavy sniper tower materialized out of nowhere. Its barrel was pointed directly at his leader core. Boom. Your leader core has been destroyed. Battle lost. 3 ranking points deducted. The system forcibly ejected him from the virtual space. Lauren was stunned, unable to focus for a long time. Wow. The teacher actually lost. This rookie is unbelievably strong. The teacher's level 35 ancient war tree was torn apart with bare hands? And what was that strange defensive tower that suddenly appeared at the end? Lauren's cheeks turned bright red, and she felt so embarrassed she wished she could hide somewhere. She had planned to show her students some clever tactics, but they didn't even touch the enemy's main gate, and her own base was quickly taken down. Cough, cough. Although rare, the ability to move buildings around on the spot isn't completely unbeatable. Mostly, he used outdoor supply drops combined with long-range attacks of over 20,000 meters, catching us off guard. This time, I was careless and underestimated him. If we play again, I am confident I can break through his defenses. Lauren forced herself to review the game, despite feeling awkward. The students below pretended to listen carefully, nodding politely. But inside, everyone was feeling shocked. What just happened seemed like a dream, unreal and impossible. A complete beginner with 0 wins managed to overpower a seasoned mentor? Losing to a cute new player made her feel ashamed. When the game replay was uploaded to the internal network, Lauren felt utterly humiliated. Is this some kind of joke? A new player with 0 wins defeated the famous General Lauren. Is this a fake account just to cause trouble? Look at all these high-level towers. They're all built in the wilderness. It must be a legendary construction talent, plus an epic-level unlimited aura. Never fall. That name sounds familiar. Wait, isn't that the freak who topped the server rankings and crushed all others? Wow, why bother with the rankings? The top spot is already decided. A veteran mentor with over 30 years of experience was beaten down by a newly promoted player. The news spread quickly and topped the official headlines. Lauren saw the flood of headlines and felt both ashamed and angry, wishing she could disappear. She was a respected mentor, now just a stepping stone for a newcomer to gain fame. Never fall. Lauren clenched her teeth, feeling a deep sense of defeat. Starry Sky Divine City. First layer secret meeting room. 7 shadowy figures sat around a round table. In the center, a holographic display showed the scene of Never Fall, destroying Lawrence Base. Over 10,000 buildings, ignoring the terrain. This must be a legendary construction talent combined with epic-level bonus items. Finally, the defense tower suddenly appeared, probably using a space teleportation card. Alright, everyone, let's be honest. With such an incredible divine being, he should be awarded the top spot among all the races this round. The 7 virtual shadows looked at each other in surprise. They are the 7 top leaders representing the strongest races in the starry universe. The Red Demon, Angel, Intelligent Machine, Star Beast, Demon, Celestial Spirit, and Undead. The TW virtual battlefield was created by these 7 giants working together. Some of the rules in the hunting grounds are even controlled by them. Birdman, is this your angel race's secret ultimate weapon? Don't talk nonsense. Just because it glows white doesn't mean it's holy light. It could be illusion magic or elemental magic. The angel elder scowled and glared, showing no noble demeanor. The leaders from all sides argued endlessly. The Never Fall team is just starting to show strength, which makes it hard for new players to compete. It's a clear advantage. Everyone wants to find out who is behind the scenes and won't let others easily take the top spot. The old Red Demon squinted, confident inside. Never Fall isn't from the Red Demon race. Based on this, at least one of the other 6 old foxes is lying. Only they, the 7 top races, could produce monsters with epic territory buffs, a single move to kill a level 35 ancient defense tree, and incredible luck and power. Other civilizations don't have the resources to train such monsters. Your sniper tower successfully destroyed the enemy lord's core. Victory in the battle. You earned 6 ranking points. Li Wei took a deep breath after exiting the virtual space. Facing experienced opponents for the first time, he didn't have much confidence, relying only on crazy range and strong stats. Suddenly, he saw the unread messages flashing wildly on his wrist. His body stiffened. Oh no, I forgot the important thing. His gaze shifted back to the Earth camp. The opening ceremony of the Human Starfield Selection Tournament was in full swing. Where is Li Wei? Why did he run off? Morong Chinchua was pacing anxiously. The opening ceremony had already started, and all the Earth's talented players were seated, including the chief executive Morong Zhen. Su Lu, you also can't reach him? Morong Chinchua asked, turning around. Su Lu sat upright, trying hard to look aloof and untouchable, but she failed as soon as she spoke. Morong Chinchua rolled her eyes, used to Su Lu's pretentious attitude. Daring to skip the Star Domain ceremony. It seems your stellar geniuses don't take the Federation seriously. A sharp, sarcastic voice sounded. The Queen of Silver Moon, dressed in a tight Chong Sam, sneered coldly. The Silver Moon Alliance was defeated by Li Wei alone, and she was furious inside. She decided to spend all remaining resources on the stellar planet camp, just to come here and make snide remarks. Morong Zhen smiled politely, trying to smooth things over, but no one paid attention to the Queen's complaints. After all, she was in the wrong first. Maybe I should go to the Divine City and look for him, Su Lu suggested cautiously. Morong Chinchua looked at her as if she were a fool. The Divine City in the starry sky was vast, with hundreds of billions of people overlapping across countless parallel dimensions. There was no coordinate system. How could they find someone? It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Hopefully, he'll show up soon, Morong Chinchua said anxiously. It was said that a newcomer holding a legendary general could get a huge opportunity at the opening ceremony. Missing it would be a huge loss. Who would have thought that Li Wei, this crazy person, actually went to play ranked matches? Everyone, be silent. Suddenly, Morong Zhen stood up abruptly and shouted loudly. The lively outdoor square instantly fell silent. He stared nervously at the entrance of the venue. A galaxy leader dressed in fine clothes was bowing and waiting by the roadside. Morong Zhen recognized him. He was the highest ruler of the Milky Way galaxy. Then, another figure with an even more intimidating presence appeared, also bowing respectfully. Who could make the ruler of the galaxy bow like a subordinate? The guest was definitely a big shot from the core human star region, the Celestial Kingdom. Morong Zhen gasped, heart pounding. An old man with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in blue, slowly stepped into the stellar planet camp's venue, surrounded by stars. his blue sleeves and chest embroidered with 3 faint white clouds. The symbol struck fear in everyone. The 3 clouds represented one of the 5 pillars of humanity, cultivation civilization. Murong Jun's legs went weak, and he immediately bowed deeply in a 90-degree salute. The Queen of the Silver Moon was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she lowered her head. Murong Qianxue, Su Lu, and the other newcomers all felt their hearts almost jump out of their chests, and they bowed their proud heads. A great figure from the heavens had arrived. I heard that there is a rising star here who commands a legendary-level general. The gray-haired old man stroked his white beard and spoke in a very gentle tone. Murong Jun nodded repeatedly, looking very respectful. Reporting to you. Yes, this is true. Seeing this, the old man with gray hair slightly frowned and looked displeased. If such a monster exists, why not introduce him quickly? Murong Jun kept an eye on the old man's expression. When he saw the frown, cold sweat broke out, and he hurriedly explained, reporting to you. This young man is not here yet. The grand ceremony has been going on for a while. Is he deliberately absent, or has he lost his way? The old man's voice turned cold. Murong Jun was speechless and could only look at his daughter for help. Recently, Murong Qianxue had the most contact with Li Wei. Qianxue quickly stepped forward, forcing herself to respond respectfully. He has already arrived at the Starry Sky Divine City. He would never miss it. Probably got lost. The old man with gray hair looked even more serious after hearing this. The grand ceremony that concerns the entire human star domain was seen as insignificant by these young people. The atmosphere in the venue instantly cooled to freezing. It was so quiet that even the sound of everyone's heartbeat could be heard clearly. A few attendants behind the old man were also very nervous. After a long silence, the old man finally spoke. I will go look for him later. When he shows up, report immediately. Understood. Murong Jun felt as if he had been pardoned. Just as everyone was relieved, a lazy voice suddenly drifted in from the main door. Isn't this the grand opening? Why is there no sound at all? A handsome young man in luxurious brocade clothes strode in. His clothes were pure white and flawless, like flowing starlight, exuding a noble aura that did not belong to the mortal world. This was naturally the attire specially made for him by Sallies with divine light and holy radiance. He looked nothing like a novice lord just starting out, more like a starry divine prince traveling from the heavens. The old man with gray hair looked displeased and turned to look. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the door. Who dared to be so bold as to make loud noise in such a grand occasion? Li Wei. Murong Qianxue's lips trembled in surprise, and her white chest heaved suddenly. She stammered as she reported to the elder. Sir, he has arrived. Oh, the gray-haired elder raised his white eyebrows, and the coldness in his eyes quickly faded a bit. Li Wei sensed that the atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. He didn't say much and stepped forward carefully. Your outfit is quite unique. The gray-haired elder used his spiritual sense to scan Li Wei's clothes from top to bottom. It's okay, just casual wear. Li Wei chuckled awkwardly. His gaze swept over the 3 white clouds embroidered on the elder's chest, then looked at Murong Jun and others' humble attitude. He understood. This elder was definitely a true god capable of crushing planets with one hand. I don't care how luxurious your private life is, but from now on, you must focus entirely on the selection competition. The 10,000 clans ranking battle is your main battlefield, the elder advised earnestly. As soon as he said this, the crowd was stunned. Directly naming the 10,000 clans ranking battle? That was practically announcing publicly that Li Wei would represent all of humanity in the fight. Understood. I will follow your instructions. Li Wei nodded obediently, showing a respectful attitude. I heard you obtained an epic divine bow from the first kill treasure chest. The gray-haired elder's eyes flickered with curiosity. Li Wei nodded in confirmation. When he fought the Silver Moon clan earlier, the Ghost Dragon Flame bow was already exposed and couldn't be hidden. I am willing to exchange a legendary cultivation secret manual for that epic bow you hold. What do you think? The elder asked. His tone was gentle but carried the authority of someone in a high position. Suddenly, the hall was filled with heavy breathing. A legendary secret manual? If Li Wei obtained it, he would not only have a legendary general, but also his own combat power could reach legendary level. In the interstellar hunting ground, The gap between legendary and rare levels was like a chasm. Once cultivated, he could become an unrivaled overlord roaming the stars. Trading a mid-level epic weapon for a lifelong benefit of a legendary cultivation manual? This deal was practically a huge win for him. All the newcomers looked on with envy, their eyes bloodshot. A sour feeling rose in their hearts, enough to flood the entire hall. Especially Jack, who had previously challenged Li Wei, now regretted it so much he felt sick to his stomach. Feeling nervous and worried that Li Wei might hold a grudge and seek revenge later, I kept thinking about how to apologize and make amends. Small people often try to guess what big people are thinking. At this moment, Li Wei also couldn't understand what this powerful cultivator was planning. Cross-border trading is against the rules of the galaxy, so what is this old man really after? No matter what schemes the other side has, Li Wei would never give up the ghost flame bow. The hall fell silent again. Everyone looked at Li Wei, who was slow to respond, with surprise on their faces. Murong-jun was so anxious he broke out in a sweat, quietly nudging Li Wei's shoe with his toe. It was one thing not to want rare techniques before, but now a legendary divine skill was right in front of him. Shouldn't he quickly bow and thank them? In everyone's eyes, Li Wei was still a useless beginner with no cultivation. But then, thank you for your kindness, senior, but I prefer this broken bow in my hand, Li Wei said calmly and politely. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. He actually refused openly? Murong Qianxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Murong-jun stiffened. The Silver Moon Queen looked blank. All the newcomers felt like they had been struck by lightning, silent and stunned. Even the followers behind the powerful cultivator looked shocked. Only Su Lu, sitting in the corner, pretended to be aloof but was secretly delighted. A legendary technique? Just to buy Li Wei's brother? That's ridiculous. Having been around 2 mythic-level beauties every day, Su Lu's horizons had already expanded. A legendary technique? Who cares? The powerful cultivator's eyes showed some surprise. He had lived for countless years and had long forgotten what rejection felt like. Suddenly, he chuckled softly. Keep working hard. You are the future pillars of our human race. The old man patted Li Wei's shoulder and turned to leave. A group of important figures followed behind him. The tense atmosphere in the hall finally eased. Damn, Li Wei, are you crazy? You refused a legendary divine skill? To keep that broken bow for early use, you lost a priceless secret manual. That's just stupid. Everyone was talking excitedly, full of regret. They wished they could kick Li Wei away right then and there and kneel to take the secret manual. The Queen of the Silver Moon looked at Li Wei as if he were a fool. She secretly sneered inside. Is this the hope of Earth? With unmatched talent, yet completely stupid. Even arrogance has its limits. Murong-jun looked at him with disappointment and asked angrily, Li Wei, why did you refuse? To him, this was no longer about having a high or low perspective. It was simply that Li Wei lacked common sense. Even if he were just a pig, he should understand the value of the legendary skill. This bow is very important to me, Li Wei said casually, dismissing the question. This was a divine weapon personally crafted by Yuffie. How could he just exchange it? Murong Qianxue listened and was completely speechless. However, after many refusals from Li Wei, she no longer found it too strange. Even the legendary skill offered by the top cultivator is rejected. It seems he usually refuses Miss Murong not out of malice. Murong Qianxue thought to herself, her beautiful face inexplicably flushing with a faint blush. She quickly shook off her unrealistic thoughts, lifted her pure white, high-slit dress, and sat beside Li Wei. Tomorrow, the virtual combat will begin. Let me teach you how to use the battle network, Murong Qianxue said softly, her voice gentle. Okay. With a stunning beauty offering guidance willingly, Li Wei naturally didn't refuse. Since their statuses had become closer, the princess-like attitude of this young lady seemed to have eased quite a bit. The long opening ceremony gradually became dull, and many newcomers started browsing the Star Network forums. Wow! Neverfall has appeared. In the virtual battle, they crushed a veteran commander who had been developing for 30 years. Watch the replay. The entire mountain is filled with high-level defense towers. Even the wilderness can be forcibly built on? What kind of crazy infrastructure expert is this? This is the top player in the server, surpassing all others in the big test. Forget it, the upcoming ranking battles among all races are pointless. The first place will definitely be taken by him. A wave of exclamations erupted around. Sulu opened the holographic screen and glanced at the headline video on the forum. She looked at Li Wei with a strange expression. So, Li Wei went to the virtual network to train his skills because he was late? Sulu fought to suppress her wide smile, feeling her stomach ache from holding back her laughter. She was afraid of revealing her benefactor's true identity, so she forced herself to keep a serious face and continued to act cold and distant like an ice princess. There's no point in playing with such a monster. Stop dreaming. You don't even have the right to meet them. Let's just survive the selection from all humanity first. In our Star Alliance, only Brother Li, who holds a legendary general, has the chance to touch the never fall. Indeed, all hope for humanity depends on Brother Li. Listening to everyone's enthusiastic praise, Li Wei remained expressionless, took a sip of juice. Sulu couldn't hold back anymore and quickly lowered her head, covering her mouth. As for Murong Jun and the Silver Moon Queen on the high platform, they paid no attention to this news. In their eyes, the divine figure who topped the 10,000 races was too far from Earth, like two completely separate worlds. The celebration ended. Only then did Li Wei realize a shocking fact. Looking across the 13 vast star regions of all humanity, among the new stars that took the lead this time, only 23 possessed legendary generals. This shows how terrifying the weight of the word legend really is. As for higher-level epic generals, no one dared to imagine. The interstellar hunting grounds have been opened for thousands of sessions, and no one has ever seen an epic-level general. Some people upgrade their hero altars to max level, explore secret realms across the universe, but still can't reach the epic threshold. Legends are already the ultimate ceiling for most lords. The 5 great human civilizations specially prepared generous gifts for these 23 extraordinary talents. Earth's Li Wei has been awarded a top luxury residence in the Destiny Zone of the Starry Sky Divine City. The regional manager announced the reward loudly. Suddenly, countless jealous and furious eyes looked around. A luxury residence in the Destiny Zone. Even Murong Jun, a powerful ruler on Earth, wasn't qualified to buy a house in the core area. A legendary general truly can defy the heavens and change fate. Everyone secretly clenched their fists, planning to sell everything they had to buy some recruitment cards and try their luck. What if they also drew a legendary hero? Because of Li Wei, the status of the Earth Alliance rose significantly. As long as Li Wei becomes successful in the future, everyone will be able to enjoy a good life. At this moment, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking ashamed, walks slowly to Li Wei. It is Jack, who previously challenged him. Brother Li, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize your greatness. Jack's voice trembles, and his legs feel weak. Li Wei pauses for half a second, recalls carefully, and then remembers who this person is. He had long forgotten about him. Since entering the interstellar hunting ground, his view is no longer limited to a mere outsider. Do as you wish. I've already forgotten about it, Li Wei says casually, not caring much about this small character. Jack is overjoyed, grateful, and moved to tears. After days of worry, he finally feels relieved. The steward steps forward and opens a holographic display. Li Wei from Earth, please choose your exclusive resource compensation. The screen shows a dazzling array of rare treasures, all of high quality. Li Wei glances at it, raising an eyebrow slightly. The best blueprints and recruitment cards are all gone. The 22 most valuable items are completely picked out. It's clear that the great cultivators hold grudges and deliberately left him for last to choose. Before Li Wei can speak, the people from the Earth Alliance can't hold back. Why? All the good stuff is gone. Why are we the last to pick? That's unfair. Li Wei holds legendary generals and epic divine bows. Why are we left with leftovers? Everyone protests loudly. Murong Qianxue is so angry she grits her teeth. Under her high-slit skirt, her long, straight, white legs tremble with anger. Quiet, Murong Jun sternly commands, suppressing everyone's anger. Li Wei feels indifferent. Having some good things is enough. He doesn't need to be picky. His gaze moves across the display and quickly locks onto an item. 1 ton of energy crystals. The steward looks surprised. Are you sure you want this batch of forging materials? Why not choose some armor or equipment? Yes, I'm sure. Li Wei nods. Energy crystals are essential for making the rare energy beam cannon. Other materials are already gathered, and today, he just needs to fill in the gaps. The transaction is completed, and the crystals are stored away. Li Wei, tomorrow is the first match of the selection competition. Don't mess up. Murong Chinchua snorted coldly, turned around, and left, leaving only a charming scent in the air. Everyone said their goodbyes and returned to their own territories. The light flickered. After returning to the camp, Li Wei immediately called Zhao Taizhu. Go, gather all the laborers near the city wall and have them build cannons on the wall. He swung his hammer, sparks flying. In a short time, a terrifying energy beam cannon, radiating destruction, was set up on the city wall. Li Wei used the last of his crystal energy to upgrade the newly built beam cannon and the previous heavy sniper tower all the way to level 10, fully equipped. The basic attributes increased tenfold. Energy beam cannon, rarity, rare, level 10, health, 5680, including dual mythic aura boost, attack, 5680, defense, 5680, range, 5000 meters, tenfold increase, special skill, energy burst. Each attack triggers a blast within range, causing 20 times the damage to targets in 10 squares around. Staring at the panel, Li Wei took a deep breath, feeling very satisfied. 20 times the destructive power. If he could get a defensive tower that boosts basic attributes, combined with a mythic aura, destroying the entire continent with one shot would no longer be a dream. As night fell, Li Wei planned to go into the virtual network of the Starry Sky Divine City to fight fiercely, but a simulated battle was too time-consuming and couldn't be finished quickly. He decided to wait until after tomorrow's selection match. He pushed open the door of the Heroic Spirit Hall. Yuffie was lying on a large wooden bed, playing a casual game on her holographic terminal. This exquisite elf was dressed very lightly today, only wearing a semi-transparent silk nightgown. Brother Li Wei, do you need anything? Yuffie put down her device, her beautiful face leaning closer, exhaling softly. Tomorrow, I need to borrow some of your time. Li Wei stepped forward and sat on the edge of the bed. No problem. What do you want me to do? Yuffie asked with a bright smile. Participate in a virtual combat. Li Wei stared at her deep, white cleavage and coughed lightly. Tomorrow, tone it down a bit. Keep your strength at the legendary level. If you don't need to make a move, then don't. To deal with a bunch of inexperienced rookie kids, relying on the crossbow tower is enough. Understood. Yuffie nodded obediently, a charming smile flashing in her ruby-like eyes. The next morning, Livy stretched lazily and opened his eyes on the wooden bed in the Hall of Heroes. On both sides, two stunning mythic beauties lay beside him. The two large wooden beds had already been pushed together. Last night, he didn't sleep well, moving his hands and feet a few times. Fortunately, Saris's loyalty was steady as a mountain, still at 91%, not dropping. Livy turned over and got out of bed. Saris woke up with him, her icy face showing no emotion. A pure white holy light instantly covered her body, transforming into a close-fitting battle armor. The armor couldn't contain her impressive white chest, and her two long, eye-catching white legs stepped forward. She spread her 6 wings and flew out through the skylight to patrol. Look at her, so diligent. Livy watched Saris's figure fly away, then turned and patted Yuffie's rounded, firm buttocks. Get up, we're going to the Starry Sky Divine City. Woken by the pat, Yuffie rubbed her ruby-like eyes and sleepily sat up. Her silk nightgown slipped off, revealing a deep, alluring white cleavage. She usually spends her days in the camp being lazy, just eating and waiting to die, completely the opposite of hard-working Saris. Change clothes, get ready to go out. Livy looked at her lazy state and couldn't help but tease. Yuffie giggled and stuck out her tongue, then took off her nightgown right in front of Livy. She changed into a tight, combat green leather armor. The armor hugged her slender waist tightly, and her two soft, high-lying breasts seemed ready to burst out at any moment. Her ultra-short skirt only covered her upper thighs, revealing 2 smooth, straight white legs below. She didn't like wearing shoes. Her tender, crystal-clear feet stepped directly on the ground, exuding a captivating charm. Let's go, Lord Livy. Yuffie linked her arm with his, her proud white chest pressed close, and her beautiful eyes full of smiles. Starry Sky Divine City, Destiny District. The human Starfield selection competition is in full swing. The virtual network can be accessed anytime, whether in the hunting ground or in the Divine City. Many newcomers gather in the square to participate, mainly to join in the fun and feel involved. The people from the Star-Earth Alliance are extremely nervous. Only Sulu looks very relaxed. She knows she is not very skilled in fighting and is prepared to be eliminated in the first round, just waiting to cling to the big opportunity. Li Wei, you go prepare for battle first. We will observe outside, Morong Chinchua said as she approached. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze was fixed on Yuffie and couldn't look away. This fairy-like spirit was simply breathtaking. Not only were her features stunning, but her figure was also incredibly attractive. She looked even more captivating than in her photos. The men in the square all stared with wide eyes, drooling. Oh my, this spirit is just too amazing. This figure, those long white legs. I'd be willing to be her pet. If you want to be her pet, you'd better ask if Lord Wei accepts followers. Classmates from Spark 2 also gathered around, all here to watch and cheer. As long as they had some connection to Li Wei, grabbing a little benefit made them happy for a long time. Chubby Zhu Dachong, with a flattering smile, rubbed his hands and said, Lord Wei, do you need any helpers in your camp? No, Li Wei replied with a glance. Sigh, being a lord is exhausting. It's better to be a servant at Lord Wei's house, serving tea and water, Zhu Dachong said, trembling with fat and full of emotion. Class monitor Lin Wanner also stepped forward and greeted cheerfully. After a few words, everyone dared not linger too long on Yuffie. Her beauty was so perfect that it inspired awe. No one dared to have any improper thoughts about Lord Wei's woman. Morong Chinchua looked down at her own figure. Although she was also quite attractive, in front of Yuffie, she suddenly seemed dull and unimpressive. She finally understood why Li Wei paid her no attention despite her efforts. No matter how she dressed, even in her favorite pure white high-slit dress, she couldn't make Li Wei look away for even half a second. Having such a stunning goddess at home, constantly by his side, made other women seem like ordinary vegetables. The proud daughter of a wealthy family felt a rare sense of shame and couldn't even feel a hint of jealousy. After a casual chat, Li Wei opened the holographic terminal on his wrist and entered the virtual combat network. At the top of a floating tower in the distance, a stunning woman in a blue long dress stood facing the wind. Her chest was embroidered with 3 white clouds, symbolizing the highest saintess of the cultivation civilization, Jiyu. She looked down at Li Wei in the square, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. Is this guy the hope of Earth? If I can get that legendary divine bow from him, I could dominate the ranking battle among all races. What a pity. Jiyu shook her head, put aside her thoughts, and logged into the virtual network to start matching. You have entered the simulation space. Opponent match successfully. Icebound Realm, vs. Fortress Gift, Taijing Universe, Lei AO vs. Galaxy Universe, Li Wei, Random Terrain, Endless Grassland. The duel begins. Please choose your projection unit. Win by destroying all enemy troops or breaking the enemy lord's core. On the vast virtual grassland, a pale blue lord core floated quietly. Li Wei raised his hand and lit up the holographic panel, beginning to project his own base. He only claimed 1 square of land. On it, 8 level 5 ballista towers stood bare. With a flash of white light, Yuffie appeared out of nowhere. She quickly opened a giant sunshade umbrella, then pulled out a beach chair from her storage space and placed it steadily on the grass. Li Wei didn't hesitate and lay down comfortably. Yuffie bent over and handed him a pair of sunglasses. Because of her big movements, her 2 white, tempting mounds were pressed into a deep valley, almost bouncing out at any moment. Next to them, a small round table was set up, filled with various fresh-cut fruits. Yuffie simply sat on a small stool nearby, her long, straight white legs casually crossed, and she played with her wrist communicator. Their teamwork was smooth and natural, like they were on a beach vacation. However, hundreds of millions of viewers watching on the big screen outside were stunned. What kind of operation was this? Where were the buildings? The hundreds or thousands of troops? They only brought 8 broken wooden towers in a battle? Did he really treat the interstellar exam like a beach resort? That's too arrogant. Everyone from the Earth camp was almost popping their eyes out, while the visiting alien tribes looked confused, just holding a legendary hero in hand. And he acts so overconfident? Strange looks were all directed at the Earth delegation's stand. Because Li Wei carried the aura of a legendary general, this match drew the attention of many top experts. Many veteran Earth players even came to cheer him on. On the holographic big screen, the scene of Li Wei lying flat was being shown from every angle. Even if your combat strength is very high, once your opponent figures out your weaknesses and targets you specifically, you will still fall. Moreover, he is a new player who just became official. Who among the geniuses participating here doesn't hold rare troops or high-level generals? Plus, with 3 months of relentless financial support from powerful backers, none of them are easy to deal with. Su Lu, why is Li Wei doing this? What could be his real purpose? Murong Qianxue anxiously leaned closer to Su Lu. In her eyes, Su Lu is Li Wei's top assistant and must know the secret. Su Lu's face stiffened, and her mouth twitched, unsure how to explain. There's no real hidden meaning. Li Wei's defense tower is incredibly tough. Others might not know, but she has experienced it firsthand. Not just 8. Even 1 tower is enough to vaporize any enemy who dares approach, even legendary generals of high level. Keep your heart in your chest. He's definitely going to win. Seeing Murong Qianxue's anxious look, Su Lu could only reassure her confidently. All right. Murong Qianxue sighed in relief. Holding a legendary hero, she knew he wouldn't fail in the first round. Meanwhile, in the viewing area of the Taichi universe, Li Wei's friends and family were already celebrating. This is so disrespectful. Lao, give him a good kick and show him who's boss. Haha, I thought the legendary lord was impressive, but he's just a clown. When Lao finds his territory, the match will be over. Time passed second by second. Everyone patiently watched the screen, waiting to see the legendary myth fall from grace. However, Li Wei's projection territory was very small, just 1 square, surrounded by a dull, gray fog. Lao, a top genius from Tainan Star, was sweating heavily. Why couldn't he find the enemy's shadow after searching for so long? There were no footprints on the grass. Did the opponent not send troops to scout? Or did they just defend their base directly? Looking at the troops who had already explored most of the map, Lao frowned. His fear of the legendary hero was also easing a bit. He knew Li Wei's name. As one of the only 23 legendary lords of the entire human race, he had long been placed on everyone's top blacklist. Where is he hiding? Lao was so anxious he clenched his teeth and ordered his troops to continue a grid search. However, the virtual battlefield stretched over 1,000 miles. Searching for a small square just 100 meters wide on such a huge map was like finding a needle in a haystack. The longer it took, the more irritable Lao became. He decided to send all the troops and heroes stationed at the main base out to search. Since the nearby fog had already cleared, there was no need to worry about being ambushed. This was maddening. They had searched almost every corner of the map, but where was the enemy's base hiding? Recon units moving in a grid pattern had reached the edge of the world, where the air wall stood. Looking at the radar screen, it was completely blank. Lao finally lost his temper. What exactly was Li Wei doing? Was his projected territory only the size of a needlepoint? Did he really have to search inch by inch? Meanwhile, the spectators outside, who had been waiting for hours, were also losing patience. They started to wonder if they had been foolish to come here just to suffer. Watching a clueless player scan the entire map for no real purpose. What entertainment was there in that? The most frustrating part was that once, Lao's cavalry just narrowly missed passing by Li Wei's position. They were only 1 grid apart. Hundreds of billions of viewers watched, clapping their thighs in excitement, their teeth itching. How long will this dragging on? Isn't this so boring? Is this what you call a battle? I strongly suggest the system punish Li Wei for passive gameplay. The longer they waited, the angrier the spectators became. Most importantly, Li Wei's behavior was really provoking hostility. Here he was, fighting a life-and-death battle, yet he was living better than the spectators outside. Everyone wished they could kick Li Wei away and lie on a beach chair, enjoying the close service of stunning elves. The representatives from the planet Earth felt so ashamed they wished they could find a crack to hide in. On the big screen, Li Wei was lying on a beach chair, already snoring softly. Yuffie stood obediently behind him, gently massaging his shoulders with her soft, white hands. Because she was bending over and applying force, her astonishingly alluring, snow-white cleavage almost pressed against Li Wei's face. The scene was so indulgent that it made people want to reach through the screen and give him a good scolding. Others had been training for months for the selection match, so nervous that their palms were sweating. But him? He was enjoying a relaxing full-body massage from a stunning elf on the battlefield. Murong Qinshue's pretty face turned bright red as she lowered her head in embarrassment and anger. Her legs pressed tightly together, and she covered her burning cheeks with both hands, unable to watch any longer. That guy was so shameless. Yes, the route is correct. Charge. Take down that arrogant guy. The spectators hidden in a separate space shouted with righteous fury. Before long, several scouts dashed through the mist, running straight ahead until they reached the edge of Li Wei's territory. Whoosh! The fog of war cleared. The moment they spotted their target, the three scouts turned and fled in terror. Twang! The bowstring vibrated, followed by several thunderous explosions. The scouts didn't even have time to dodge before they were struck down by steel crossbow bolts. Your scout unit has been eliminated. Hearing the system message, the foreign prodigy Lei Ao didn't get angry. Instead, his face lit up with excitement. Finally found you. You really stayed guarding just one tiny piece of land. You're completely underestimating me. Full attack. Lei Ao mounted his powerful black-armored warhorse and charged out of the camp. He wanted to personally crush the genius who possessed a legendary hero. If he could claim the first victory, he would become famous overnight. Hundreds of soldiers quickly assembled, 100 elite scouts, 300 advanced orc warriors, and 500 rare venomous ants, led by 2 high-ranking generals. Lei Ao was overflowing with confidence. A legendary hero might be strong in a duel, but against such an army, he would still fall. Heh, not even building a few soldiers? Relying on just 8 shabby wooden towers for defense? As the distance closed, Lei Ao raised his monocular with a mocking grin. But the next second, his smile froze. Through the lens, he saw Li Wei lying comfortably on a beach chair, with a breathtakingly beautiful elf standing beside him. She bent down, picked up a piece of sliced watermelon with a small silver fork, and gently fed it to Li Wei. Crack! Lei Ao crushed the telescope in his hand into pieces. A surge of anger rushed straight to his head. I'm out here working myself to exhaustion, planning battles, and that guy is enjoying such special treatment? We're all top talents from different star regions. How dare he ignore me like this? Attack! Lei Ao's eyes turned red with fury as he led his army in a full assault. He swore that right in front of Li Wei, he would defeat that charming elf completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A storm of arrows tore through the sky. Haha, finally, it's on. Li Wei's done for this time. I thought he had some secret weapon, but the enemy's already at his doorstep. Guess he thought a legendary hero made him unbeatable? The spectators around the arena were all talking excitedly, eager to see what would happen next. The Silver Moon Queen sat high on her throne, glancing coldly at Murong Jun. So this is the hope of your Earth Star? Looks like they're about to lose. Don't forget to return all the resources you took. The battle's not over yet. What's the rush? Murong Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead, clearly nervous as he stared at the big screen. What on earth is Li Wei doing? What's Wei thinking? Why isn't he projecting any troop buildings yet? The Earth Star Alliance members stomped their feet anxiously. In virtual battles, there was a strict rule. Once enemy units entered your territory, you could no longer project new buildings. Everyone sighed, convinced that Li Wei had completely given up. Wait, did anyone notice something strange about the wooden tower's damage? A quiet voice rose from the crowd. Everyone immediately looked up at the screen. The enemy charge had only advanced a few hundred meters, yet the mixed army of venom ants and orcs had already lost a full third of its forces. Even though the wooden towers were supposed to fire single shots, each arrow somehow tore through 3 or 4 heavily armored soldiers at once. This was supposed to be a basic crossbow tower, and the range was even more unbelievable. The 10-level wooden tower can only shoot about 200 or 300 meters, but Li Wei's 8 towers surprisingly cover over 1,000 meters. What's going on? All the spectators were stunned. The 8 wooden towers looked like 8 death gods, wildly shooting deadly steel crossbow bolts. At first, everyone was focused on Yuffie's beautiful cleavage and didn't notice how powerful the defense towers were. Oh my, how can basic crossbow towers be so strong? Did he upgrade resources to level 40? A level 3 base can't unlock the level 40 limit. He must be using some incredible enhancement item. Such waste. Wasting divine resources on the worst wooden towers? That's just a crime. The crowd was completely excited. Bang! On the screen, Lei Ao's black armor warhorse was hit and knocked away by an arrow. Lei Ao rolled several times in the dirt, falling hard. He looked up, covered in dust, with a blank expression. Where are my elite troops? Did they all get taken out by these 8 broken wooden towers? Detected, all your troops are defeated. You lose the battle. Visen is awesome. We won. We won while just lying down. The Earthstar camp erupted with deafening cheers. In the virtual space, a flash of white light appeared. Li Wei stretched lazily and calmly exited the battlefield. Fighting these inexperienced newcomers was so boring, it didn't excite him at all. Morongjun took a deep breath. Queen Silver Moon looked angry, almost grinding her teeth. No matter what, this battle completely changed everyone's understanding. Ugh, upgrading wooden towers to this level is useless. Exactly, it's all about stacking early resources. Once everyone builds rare defense towers, they'll easily crush these trash ones. Just short-sighted fools. Rumors spread among the spectators. Everyone from the Earthstar Alliance quickly quieted down. They looked at each other, wanting to argue for Li Wei but not knowing how to start. After all, they also thought it was a waste to invest so many resources into basic blueprints. People around felt awkward and started making excuses to leave, going to their own simulated battles. Good job. Morongjun walked over and firmly patted Li Wei on the shoulder. Visen, it's my turn to compete soon. Can you cheer me on? Sulu also jumped excitedly to Li Wei's front. She looked up with a pretty face, full of hope. Sorry, I don't have time. I have something important to do, Li Wei said firmly, waving his hand to refuse. Spending time beating weaker opponents in the selection match was a waste. He planned to create a secondary account to find top players in the ranking system and challenge them. Okay, Sulu pouted sadly and turned around to join the online match. Anyway, she was just going through the motions just to get by. Mu Rong Chinchua, standing nearby, wanted to talk to him. Seeing Li Wei reject both Su Lu and her without hesitation, she quickly swallowed her words and, stepping with her long legs, turned away in frustration to start her own match. After leaving Starry Sky Divine City, Li Wei returned to the main camp in the wilderness. He initially planned to connect to the virtual combat network for a good fight. He wanted to test how powerful the level 10 energy beam cannon really was and see if he had a chance to reach the top players in the server. If he could reach the Silver General rank, he could buy blueprints in the official shop. He was eyeing a high-level floating track construction diagram. With the idle epic-grade power source in his hand, he could solve the problem of slow workers. Items in the shop could be bought with points, regardless of how long someone had been in the game. He just opened the holographic terminal. Ding! His wrist received an urgent encrypted message. Yuffie was lying in bed, sleeping lazily, so the message could only have come from Sally, who was out. Found signs of activity from the old-school Starry Sky Overlord. Li Wei was stunned after reading the message. He checked the location. Wow, the iceberg angel flew over 10,000 kilometers in one go. Li Wei thought for a moment and decided to go see for himself. If he could grab some resources from the old-school Overlord along the way, the camp would definitely benefit. His current infrastructure speed was too terrifying. 2,000 low-level energy points a day were not enough. Many big corporations wanted to invest in him, but he refused them all. He knew that accepting too many connections would only cause trouble for himself. Moreover, the location of the Neverfall secret is absolutely not to be revealed. Once exposed, the old monsters in the universe will go crazy and come to attack. The temptation of being at the top of the rankings is just too great. At dusk, Li Wei arrived at a remote canyon. Shalais landed nearby. Today, she wasn't wearing heavy armor, only a tight silver short skirt. Because of long flights, her soft, plump chest was rising and falling sharply, creating a deep, white valley that was very alluring. Just ahead, Shalais whispered. Li Wei nodded and used a detection device to scan around. There was a strong fluctuation in space nearby, clearly indicating that a large group of people had used a teleportation scroll. Suddenly, the system flashed a red alert. Secret realm detected. Do you want to explore? A hidden instance? Shall I go back to the camp first? Li Wei ordered decisively. Shalice nodded obediently. Her 6 white wings spread behind her, and a charming fragrance wafted upward as she took off. Explore. As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, he turned into a white light and disappeared. Hey, another one. Secret location leaked? Don't joke. Look at him, so delicate and tender. Probably a rookie just past the protection period. Old-timers call anyone with less than 10 years of experience a rookie. Hearing the teasing, Li Wei ignored it directly. He was in a dark underground cave. Inside, a few strange alien creatures stood. Poison scorpions, snake-haired witches, one-horned rhinos. Judging by their appearance, they were seasoned veterans who had been in the interstellar hunting grounds for many years. Human kid, get lost, the one-horned rhino growled. If not for the Lord's resurrection mechanism, he would have smashed Li Wei into pulp long ago. What do you want? I'm just here, Li Wei said calmly. Anyway, he could respawn infinitely, so he wasn't worried. His right hand was already gripping a sharp dagger, ready to cut his throat and return to the city at any moment. Interesting. The snake-haired witch twisted her waist like a water snake, her bare white skin flashing as she moved. Kid, don't you know who we are? The poison scorpion sneered. Is it necessary to know? Who within 100,000 miles hasn't heard of our Poison Blood Alliance? Several members of other races stared at Li Wei with strange looks. They seemed to be chatting casually, but in their minds, they were already plotting how to trick him into revealing the location of his base so they could raid it. Li Wei sneered inwardly. Poison Blood Alliance? Coming all the way to such a remote beginner's area clearly meant they had been driven out of the Central Star region. Hey, handsome, it must be fate that we met. How about adding me as a friend and sharing your location? The snake-haired woman winked at him. Li Wei rolled his eyes. Did they think he was a child? Just then, something strange happened deep inside the cave. Countless dazzling purple-gold lights burst out. It's dropping loot. A big one. The experienced players instantly forgot about Li Wei and rushed forward like mad to grab the treasures. Li Wei froze for a moment. A folded secret realm. It turned out to be a rare treasure point. In the hunting grounds, after great battles, unclaimed items left in the wild would be swallowed by the mist and eventually gathered at treasure points, where they would erupt randomly. Brilliant high-level items flew everywhere. A beam of rich purple light shot straight toward Li Wei's face. He reacted quickly and caught it in one move. Obtained. High-grade heroic soul crystal, rarity, rare, description, expands the capacity of the Hall of Heroes, increasing the number of heroes you can recruit by 1. An extra hero slot? Li Wei's heart raced. This was exactly the kind of divine item he needed most right now. His camp would soon welcome a 3rd top-tier great spirit. You brat. Hand it over. The scorpion man, sharp-eyed, noticed the purple glow in Li Wei's hand and charged at him furiously. Without hesitation, Li Wei raised his dagger and stabbed himself in the chest. Facing a group of unknown and dangerous veterans, he couldn't afford to take risks. If they had a space-restraining item that could trap him, he might not even be able to end his own life, which would be disastrous. Flash, you have died. Newbie protection charm activated. No level loss upon death. Current level, 15. Returning to Lord Core to rebuild body. Rebirth complete. At the desolate mountain camp, Li Wei sat at the respawn point, looked at the glowing purple crystal in his hand, and burst into laughter. The talisman I bought for a few hundred points of energy finally proved useful. Using a low-level life-saving charm, I managed to free up a spot for a mythic hero. It was a great deal. A purple golden light surged wildly, instantly blending into the Grand Hall of Heroes. In the blink of an eye, the interior of the majestic hall expanded again. Mystical, deep purple magic patterns appeared on the white jade pillars, and the tiled floor transformed into shimmering, starry glass stones. The entire temple became more magnificent and imposing, radiating a powerful aura of dominance. Tip: the Hall of Heroes successfully merged with a high-level hero crystal. Internal capacity increased. Hero recruitment slots increased by 1. Seeing the more spacious hall before him, Li Wei felt very happy. He immediately opened his holographic terminal and sent a private message to the fat merchant Zhu Dachang. Fatty, send me 100 hero recruitment orders. As a high-level building, the recruitment threshold for the Hall of Heroes had increased tenfold. Now, drawing a hero required a full 100 tokens. Zhu Dachang replied instantly. Hold on, Lord Wei. I'll get the goods for you right away. The fat merchant had already moved his base to the safe zone of the Star Alliance. Over 100 beginners with advanced barracks huddled together for safety, and no one dared to provoke them on the outskirts. Only top students qualified for the entire human race's selection tournament. Within a minute, 100 recruitment orders were sent directly to Li Wei's warehouse. Li Wei expressed his thanks and was about to close the interface. But Zhu Dachang sent another message. Lord Wei, I just got hold of something rare yesterday. I think you'll be interested. What is it? Experience tree seed. Plant it, and it will grow experience fruit. Eating one boosts your experience. Buy it. Let's trade immediately. Li Wei's eyes lit up. The camp was in urgent need of upgrade methods, so he bought it without hesitation. Looking at the small seed in his hand, Li Wei casually tossed it to Zhao Taizhu nearby. Take some people to the southern cliff and plant the seed there. Once the fruit matures, he could grow an entire orchard of experience fruits. Then, sitting at home and munching on the fruits, he could let Yuffie and Shaliz level up rapidly. He dismissed the laborer. Li Wei rubbed his hands together and strode toward the center of the Hall of Heroes. Yuffie and Salis followed in from the left and right. Both stunning beauties knew that the camp would soon welcome a third member. Begin recruitment. Li Wei waved his hand. 100 tokens turned into shining light, instantly merging into the dome of the hall. A powerful mythic aura burst out suddenly. In an instant, the world changed color. The sun in the sky was suddenly replaced by a strange, dark glow. It was black light. The black light spread from the center of the sun, like a solar eclipse, swallowing the entire sky in an instant. Can there be black light? Usually, black light doesn't exist. Darkness is just the absence of light. But right now, every cell in Li Wei's body was warning him fiercely. The light in the sky was pure black. Black light shone brightly. Within a few million miles, the starry hunting ground plunged into complete darkness. The hunting ground was vast and powerful. Trying to change the weather within millions of miles was as hard as reaching the sky. It was like forcing a planet into darkness. Wow, why is it so dark? Is this a joke? The sun is gone. Light up. Damn, even lighting doesn't work. The darkness just won't go away. Everyone within a few million miles, whether new or experienced, was terrified. They thought they were under some terrifying area attack, so they turned on their camp's lights, but everything around was still pitch black. The black light's brightness completely overshadowed all other illumination. The only thing visible was the holographic screen projected into their minds. The regional channel was flooded with SOS messages. When they realized it wasn't an enemy attack, but an environmental change, the veteran players went completely crazy. There must be a rare treasure appearing. This is so scary. I'll run until my legs give out. But I'll find that treasure. The outside world was in chaos. Posts about the Black Light's arrival quickly topped the Interstellar Forum's headlines, attracting many old-timers' attention. Li Wei stood inside the hall, full of surprise. The darkness came quickly and left just as fast. A few seconds later, the black light vanished, and the sun shone again. No one knew where that all-consuming black light had gone. In the center of the grand hall, a stunning figure with deadly curves slowly entered the view. She had long, flowing black hair and deep, bottomless black eyes. She wore a very revealing black tight suit made of minimal fabric, along with very short black shorts. The outfit tightly hugged her proud curves, revealing a deep, white valley. The shorts couldn't hide her bright, long legs, which looked so white and smooth they seemed almost translucent. Behind her, she swung a thin black tail, like a small whip, exuding a dangerous charm. Congratulations! You have obtained the hero unit, Shadow Succubus, the Supreme Myth, Dark Myth, Night Charm, Level 1, Overall Combat Power, 100, Skills, Shape-Shifting, Stealth, Enchanting All, Loyalty, 70, Official and Formal. Shadow Succubus? Li Wei's eyes nearly popped out. Looking at her skills, she's clearly an expert in assassination and stealth. Master, a sweet, tender call, like an electric shock, made him feel numb all over. The beautiful succubus knelt on one knee in front of Li Wei. Her neckline was fully open, revealing a large, breathtaking expanse of white skin. Her black eyes looked at Li Wei with a captivating, soul-stirring gaze. Yuffie's beauty was playful like a fairy, Saris was pure and unreachable. But this new hero was pure seduction. Just one look could make anyone feel weak. She had the most ordinary black hair and black eyes. Yet her face was like a fox spirit that could turn the world upside down. Li Wei was stunned for a long moment before finally coming back to himself, looking confused. What do you call me? Call you master, isn't that right? Night Charm blinked her big, watery eyes innocently. Wow. She was summoned with only 70 loyalty points. And right after meeting, she knelt and called him master, showing more enthusiasm than a 90 loyalty follower? Li Wei was confused. He glanced at the long, swinging tail behind her and couldn't help asking, "Are you from the succubus race?" "Yes, master," Night Charm nodded obediently. The textbook clearly states that succubi hold a very low status among the countless races in the universe. They can only survive by attaching themselves to other species, even lower than ordinary humans. How could such a weak, low-level race possibly produce a mythic-level being? And aren't succubi supposed to have red eyes? Why is there a strange one with black eyes? I just can't understand, so I won't think about it. Li Wei reached out both hands, directly supporting Yi Mei's smooth, white arm, helping her to stand up. Yi Mei was so obedient that it was almost frightening. Her loyalty was only at 70 points, just enough to pass. But her obedient behavior made even Yuffie and Salis feel ashamed. Maybe deep down, obeying Lord Li Wei is her duty. I can't imagine how tempting she will be when her loyalty reaches 80 or 90 points. What special skills do you have? Since this fairy was so obedient, Li Wei decided to be straightforward, not afraid of offending her and losing her loyalty. Master, I can transform. I'm best at sneaking and assassination, Yi Mei coquettishly pouted. As soon as she finished speaking, her fiery, charming body started to twist and change shape. Her large, white, prominent chest quickly flattened into a smooth chest. Her soft black hair shortened. Her tight-fitting clothes turned into a luxurious male outfit. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into Li Wei's appearance. This was her special divine skill, ever-changing, which allows her to become anyone she sees. She acted like a little girl eager to show off, performing magic right in front of him, with no airs of a mythic-level demon. Li Wei was stunned. Before him, another version of himself appeared, even down to the hair strands. It was definitely not illusion magic, but a real physical transformation. Seeing the shock in Li Wei's eyes, Yi Mei smiled slightly, and her form changed again. With a flash of black light, she instantly transformed into the icy angel Salis. Pure white armor, silver hair, and an aura of sacredness that was perfectly intact. The real Sally standing on the right immediately frowned, looking displeased. But Yuffie next to her was excited, her eyes shining as she moved closer. She reached out her tender hand, pinching the white thigh of the fake angel, then touching her slim waist. There was not a single flaw to be found. Li Wei curiously reached out and pinched the glowing, white arm of the fake Sally. The skin felt incredibly smooth, soft, and elastic. Even the faint divine scent of her body was perfectly recreated. "Don't touch me," the fake Sally said coldly, her expression as icy and proud as the original. "It's so realistic. Even the voice and expressions are identical," Li Wei exclaimed in amazement. If he hadn't seen her come to life with his own eyes, he would have thought she was the real Sally. "Thank you for the compliment, master." The fake Sally suddenly smiled, blooming like 100 flowers, stunningly beautiful. Li Wei froze, swallowing hard. He had never seen Sally smile so sweetly, and she even called him master. Suddenly, a blinding holy light swept past. The real Sally, with a cold face, warned, "From now on, don't try to look like me." "Understood, angel sister," Li Wei replied. Yema, giggling, quickly transformed into Yuffie's form. Seeing this, the real Yuffie's eyes twitched, and she instinctively hugged Li Wei's left arm. Yema, now in Yuffie's form, mimicked her and hugged Li Wei's right arm. Two identical stunning elves. One on the left, one on the right. Two pairs of breathtakingly white, deep cleavage pressed tightly against Lu Wei's arms, squeezing and rubbing wildly. Two identical alluring scents wafted straight into his nose. Lu Wei suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. Lord Lu Wei, guess who is the real Yuffie? The elf on the right asked with big, watery eyes. Lu Wei froze completely. Just now, he had been distracted and couldn't remember which side Yama was on. He couldn't tell real from fake with the naked eye. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Lu Wei kept his mouth shut, absolutely not daring to guess. If he made a mistake, Yuffie's loyalty would surely plummet. How boring, Sally rolled her eyes at them. Suddenly, 6 pure white wings spread out behind her, ready to take off and patrol. Lu Wei quickly called out, Sally, don't go out wandering for now. Finding the stairs, Lu Wei yanked his arm out of the 2 stunning elves' white depths, as if electrocuted. Yama, seeing the opportunity, reverted to her original form as a black-clad succubus. How? Saris asked coldly. Facing the hardest worker in the camp, Livy was used to her icy attitude. He thought for a moment and said, things outside haven't been peaceful lately. Even if you have holy light to protect you, and others can't tell you're an angel, try not to go out. Livy recounted the encounter with the strange old monster in the underground cave. There is an organization called the Poison Blood Alliance, made up of seasoned veterans who have been around for decades, and they are located thousands of miles away. We must not alert them. Understood, Saris nodded. She just wanted to help lighten the Lord's burden. Since Livy spoke, she obediently followed orders. Summer is coming soon. Everyone should rest well in the camp, Livy added with a smile. The 4 seasons of the interstellar hunting ground are very distinct and dangerous. Summer causes severe droughts, with temperatures soaring above 50 degrees Celsius, turning everything except icy regions into charred land. Autumn sees everything wither, crops fail completely. Winter freezes everything solid, capable of freezing people alive. The weather is controlled by the law and will of the hunting universe. So, new players always arrive in spring. Starting in any other season would likely lead to death within 3 days. But Livy was not worried at all. He remembered clearly that Su Lu's special talent was called Eternal Spring. Her aura covers a wide area. Even if outside is blazing hot or snowing heavily, the camp remains spring-like. Workers won't get heat stroke, the flowing river won't dry up, and crops will still be abundant. Su Lu is practically a logistics miracle. That's why Livy was willing to bring her along. Currently, the only ally in the Never Fall alliance was Su Lu. As for others in the Earthstar Alliance, they were mostly strangers who didn't attack each other. Master, I want to go out and level up, Yeme said, glancing at the powerful Ice Angel and Moon Elf, and voluntarily asked to fight. She could sense the terrifying power within these 2 seniors. She couldn't provoke either of them and needed to raise her level quickly. Okay, Livy agreed without hesitation. After checking Yeme's skill panel, he understood she was a natural lone wolf. She could change forms at will, move stealthily to an extreme, and even control minds. She was a perfect top-tier assassin. Li Wei finally understood why a mere low-level demon could rise to become a supreme myth. With this set of extraordinary skills, even a pig could become a starry sky-killing god. By the way, keep a close watch on the Poison Blood Alliance. If there's a chance, secretly infiltrate to gather information. Stay safe, Li Wei gave the order. Sending a level 1 new hero to undercover among old monsters was very dangerous. But he wasn't too worried, because the Night Charm was a myth walking in shadows. Leave it to me, Master, the Night Charm giggled sweetly, showing 2 rows of white teeth. She loved being a spy the most. The thrill of cutting an enemy's neck with a blade was even more exciting than feeding on a man's essence. As an oddity among demons, the Night Charm had never even touched a man's hand. Her body was cleaner than a saint's. She preferred blood over men. In the blink of an eye, her fiery figure vanished into the air without a sound. Li Wei knew this wasn't speed or teleportation, but pure ultimate stealth. The black light blended perfectly into the environment, leaving no trace. Go have fun yourselves. I'm going to play a ranked match. As night fell, Li Wei told Yuffie and Sally's briefly, then opened his holo terminal. He logged into the virtual battle network called The World, with the code name Starfall, belonging to the faction Never Fall. He clicked to join the match immediately. Yuffie was lying on a grand chair, holding her hollow terminal and playing happily. Sally stood nearby, looking confused. The workers were all busy working, so there was no need for supervision. As a high-ranking myth general, she suddenly felt bored and restless. Angel's sister, come here quickly. Yuffie beckoned Sally's with her delicate hand, her big eyes shining with mischief. I've got some exciting treasures to show you. Sally's hesitated for a moment, but then walked over with her glowing white legs. The two stunning beauties squeezed onto one chair, watching a hollow movie together. Within a few minutes, Saris's icy, beautiful face suddenly turned bright red, and even her ears looked bloodshot. For a pure and innocent angel, the scenes on the screen were too intense and almost unbearable to watch. But Saris bit her lip, her gaze fixed and unable to look away, feeling strangely interested deep inside. Start matching. Li Wei entered the virtual combat network, touching the white jade ring on his thumb. In an instant, he was enveloped in a dazzling holy light, transforming into a pure white giant of light. This was the ultimate disguise of the light god's seat. Even the two myth-level spirits in the camp couldn't see through this disguise. It's not just a trick to deceive the eye. It rewrote the laws of physics, making the physical body fully energy-based and blocking all sense signals. As long as Li Wei curled up on the ground, no one would suspect that a glowing sphere was a living being. Opponent match successfully. Never Fall vs. Fierce Lion Empire. Participants: Starfall vs. Fierce Lion Beast. Random terrain, Lava Gobi Desert. The match officially begins. Wow! Starfall is online. What's Starfall? It's the top player on the server, Never Fall. Amazing! The new players on the Interstellar Forum's new member section instantly erupted in excitement, with the hype soaring. Usually, no new players would dare to join full server matches. Competing alongside the veteran champions who have been around for countless years? That's just asking for trouble. If your points drop below 0, your account can be forcibly canceled by the officials or even permanently banned from participating. Who dares to challenge them? But today, a strange player appeared. Not only did he join, but he even won a match. The top player who dominates the server's exam rankings finally appeared again, giving hope to all newcomers that they can beat the old pros. Quick, join the live stream. Can Starfall keep winning? Looking forward to it. A large number of new players flooded into the paid viewing channels. The rules for virtual battles are strict. Besides the participants inviting others, anyone else wanting to watch must buy a ticket. The rising popularity quickly caught the attention of the veteran champions. Many experienced players also spent money to join the live stream. At first glance, the two sides turned out to be a newly promoted rookie and a veteran commander. Everyone was complaining. Refund. What kind of terrible title is this? Starfall Clash, Fierce Lion, Century Blood Battle. A baby just weaned from milk fighting a 50-year-old veteran. This is called a Century Blood Battle? The official planners must be full of nonsense. Rookies are still rookies. Do they really think winning once means they can fly high? Does anyone know who the Fierce Lion Beast is? It's the expert Bateau from the Orcs. A true silver-level warrior. His territory has been developed for 50 years, with the racial talents exclusive to Orcs. Even against a top-tier corporation's army, he can still fight and tear off a piece of meat. A rookie who hasn't even grown a single hair. What can he do? It's just a joke. A group of veteran players mocked loudly in the comments, feeling their money was wasted. They didn't learn any skills, nor did they enjoy the game. It was just a one-sided crushing match with no fun at all. I've been developing for 10 years, but my win rate in the whole server is 0. He just got lucky once and wants to keep winning. The last time I lost to his elf mentor, I thought he was an idiot. Veteran players who watched the previous match looked disdainful. Getting beaten by a rookie was a huge shame for seasoned players. Who wasn't beaten by seniors when they started? A rookie trying to turn the tables? Even if the opponent is the #1 in the server, everyone still criticized him. Since everyone hides behind anonymous accounts online, they feel free to criticize without restraint. The new fans in the live chat were silenced by the criticism, as the strength was obvious. They could only silently hope that the Starfall Master would create another miracle. Mentor Lolan, Starfall is online. What? It's online? Elf Mentor Lolan had taken a sick day in the afternoon and couldn't even eat dinner. She looked exhausted, as if she had lost her soul. When she received a message from her student, she suddenly jumped up from her chair. Log into the world. Since losing to Starfall last time, she felt more and more frustrated. My proud army didn't even scratch the opponent's city wall. Now, everyone in my clan is secretly laughing at me, and I've lost face everywhere. If today someone also gets pressed down by the meteor, maybe I can clear my name a little? Lauren eagerly bought a ticket and rushed into the live stream. In the control room of the virtual network rookie competition zone, Supervisor Mark was staring blankly at the screen. His job was to promote and package the new player competitions. At first, he was responsible for the high-level silver zone, but because the results were always the worst, he was moved to the rookie zone, which was very quiet. Compared to the high-level zone, the rookies had very little potential. He worked hard for years, but saw no progress. He decided to accept his fate and wait until retirement, until he saw a popular video pinned at the top of the forum homepage. Mark realized he had a chance to turn things around. Push all channels. Immediately give this match the best promotion resources. Take over the main page of the Silver Warrior Zone with a big banner. Mark ordered with red eyes. Boss, should we directly target the recommended spots in the Silver Zone? If the data is bad, our competitors will team up to crush us. His assistant was sweating cold. A rookie who only played one match. Is it worth spending so much? If it goes wrong, everyone will have to pack up and leave. Go all out with the promotion. If the sky falls, I'll hold it, Mark roared angrily. He had never seen such a terrifying new star. He was the top scorer in the entire server, likely to be the top seed in the future multiverse ranking battles. He carried incredible popularity. This big gamble was definitely worth it. Watching the paid channel's online viewers spike wildly, crushing the neighboring high-end matches. Mark was so excited his fat trembled. His long-buried ambition reignited fiercely in his chest. He wanted to seize this opportunity to return to the center of power. In the virtual battlefield, a black obsidian wall rose from the ground within 100 miles. Along the wall, every 20,000 meters, a heavy energy beam cannon was installed. Over 100 dark cannons formed a dense, impenetrable fortress. No matter which direction the enemy appears from, they will face a brutal barrage of firepower. Li Wei transformed into a bright, pure white holy light, comfortably leaning on his command chair, quietly waiting for the prey to come to him. Like last time, he didn't spend any resources, only deploying buildings. He wanted to see if the unlucky players matched with him today could withstand the full-powered beam cannon bombardment and even reach his city walls. In the paid live broadcast room of the Interstellar Forum, the comments were already buzzing loudly. What's going on? No soldiers or heroes sent out. Only a commander going to fight alone? Are you kidding me? I heard some cursed talents can give negative effects to the base, even locking the recruitment function. Maybe the Starfall expert got hit. Nonsense. The Starfall expert simply doesn't see the opponent as a threat and doesn't bother to send reinforcements. A casual guess from a newbie quickly triggered a wave of mocking from veteran players. Are you out of your mind? Not even a single soldier? The enemy is a wild battle lion. The newcomers in the live chat suddenly felt embarrassed and dared not speak, only watching the game in silence. On the other side of the battlefield, several eagles flapped their wings, weaving through the dark fog of war. The veteran orc commander, Tyrone, used a cross-net reconnaissance method and quickly pinpointed Li Wei's old base. They didn't encounter a single patrol along the way. Tyrone sneered. Could the enemy be trying to use wooden towers to wear him down? That's just ridiculous. Without soldiers or generals, how can they fight a territorial war? All troops attack. Tyrone, with a huge lion head, mounted an elephant-sized shadow lightning leopard and led the charge himself. Unlike the mixed armies outside, which were a mess, he had carefully built his forces over 50 years, with only 2 trump cards. Rare mount, shadow lightning leopard. Fast as lightning, with sound explosions when running. Rare unit, troll knight. Putting a troll on a lightning leopard isn't just simple addition. Their combat power increases dramatically. 50,000 shadow lightning leopards combined with 50,000 troll knights. A total of 100,000 rare-grade soldiers. This lineup even topped the global rankings for an entire hour. He is definitely the strongest among his peers. Being able to personally crush the top-ranked player in the entire server makes Tyrone's blood boil with excitement. Even if the opponent is a newcomer, they carry the incredible aura of being number one. As long as he wins, it will cause a big sensation across the universe, and his clan will surely receive huge rewards. The white mane of the lion flutters in the wind. The more Tyrone thinks about it, the more excited he becomes, and he can't help but roar loudly. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly interrupts his fantasies. A trace of contempt flashes in Tyrone's eyes. The enemy's defense tower has a range of 20,000 meters, and he has already studied the intelligence thoroughly. Use the item. Quick March Scroll. Tyrone waves his hand. The charge speed of his army instantly doubles. The iron hooves race wildly across the desert, with dust flying everywhere. The soft sand dunes can't stop the speed of the lightning-fast leopard. Wow, they even used the quick march, fighting a new player just a month old, and they're wasting such expensive items. Anyway, it's a virtual battle. Items only count as projection uses, not actual inventory. No need to feel bad. The veteran players watch the show, enjoying the chaos. The best part of virtual battles is being able to unleash powerful skills without restraint. Boom! A concentrated energy beam cannon strikes the charging knight formation fiercely. Tyrone's pupils shrink suddenly. This sound seems a bit off. Your Troll Knight unit has been destroyed. Your Shadow Lightning Leopard unit has been destroyed. All 4 levels of rare units are wiped out in one shot, and they all died in a large group. Aren't defense towers supposed to attack one target at a time? When did they gain area explosion damage? Cold sweat beads on Tyrone's forehead, but he has no choice but to continue charging with clenched teeth. Boom! The sky is filled with beams of light, wildly sweeping the battlefield. Fortunately, the Troll Knight's charge speed is extremely fast. In just a few seconds, they endure the cannon fire and cross 20,000 meters, directly reaching the foot of the Obsidian City wall. Roar! Tyrone's eyes turn bloodshot. He activates his racial talent, Frenzied Roar. All units' damage instantly doubles. Facing the Bear City wall, he feels confident of victory. As long as he smashes through the wall, he will win. Giant Siege Hammer. Assemble. Speed build card. Use. Armor-piercing siege order. Use. Damage to the city walls doubles again. A smooth combo sequence, full of pressure. In the live stream, the newcomer's hearts sank completely. Sulu was sitting in her yard watching the stream, pacing anxiously. Today she wore a tight little skirt, and her 2 bright, white legs tapped nervously on the ground. Her chest was flat, but it still moved slightly, hinting at youth. Brotherly Way, what is he doing? Hurry up and let Yuffie's sister out to save the situation. Sulu bit her lip, tears almost falling from her eyes. It's over. Yeah, let's end it. Not deploying any troops, just asking to lose. Thinking about it, it makes sense. The new player has only been developing for a few days. All resources are probably spent on walls and towers. No spare money for troops. Right. The power of the beam cannon was too strong earlier. I almost forgot the opponent was a new player. The veteran players shook their heads in disappointment. No matter how strong the towers are, once melee troops get close, they become useless. Not watching anymore. I'm out. The walls are about to fall. Just use the siege hammer to smash them. Simple and direct. The strength of experienced players is not something newcomers can imitate. A group of veteran lords grew bored and left the stream one after another. To them, a new player trying to beat the wild battle lion was just a dream. Just as everyone was about to turn off the screen, suddenly, a system broadcast appeared across all servers. Wild Battle Lion has surrendered voluntarily. Match over. Winner, Xingyun. Wait, what the heck? Xingyun won? The seasoned veterans, about to leave, froze in place. Tywin actually surrendered on purpose when he had the advantage. Listening to the excited cheers from the newcomers in the stream, a group of old-timers was completely confused. Just a moment ago, they clicked to exit, but what shocking twist did they miss? On the big screen, lion-headed Tyrone's eyes were bloodshot as he commanded the army to fiercely attack the obsidian wall. Dozens of heavy siege machines slammed hard against the wall. But the obsidian wall remained completely still. Not a speck of dust fell. The terrifying recoil force immediately caused the frontline knights to vomit blood violently. How could it be impossible to even break the defense? A group of veterans stared in shock. This level of defense must be at least level 45, right? The city wall is the hardest building to upgrade, each level requiring a huge amount of resources. How could a new player who has only been developing for a few months build a level 45 city wall? Tyrone was even more confused. His own base's city wall was only level 20. Clearly, Xingyun must be holding some kind of incredible divine-level enhancement item. Before Tyrone could fully react, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly spread through the air. The energy-concentrating beam cannon finished charging. Boom! A powerful beam shot out fiercely. The moment it hit the ground, the earth within 10 squares evaporated instantly, forming a huge mushroom cloud. The soil was turned into glass, exposing the unbreakable foundation underneath. Your hero has fallen. Your troop type has fallen. You have been defeated and are returning to the main Lord Core to respawn. Respawn complete. Tyrone's eyes lost focus. His elite troops were instantly wiped out, leaving only a few reconnaissance eagles to scout ahead. What a joke. You have surrendered. All the veteran lords watching were stunned, speechless for a long time. Is this the firepower a new player can produce? Victory. In the virtual arena's backstage, Manager Mark was excitedly punching the air. Write the promotional article now. Invest all promotional resources. The whole network is shaken. Newbie Xingyun ruthlessly defeats veteran Commander Tyrone. A bright red headline shot to the top of the Interstellar Forum homepage like a rocket. It even stayed pinned at the top for half an hour. Hundreds of millions of views exploded instantly. Mark was so happy his mouth almost split from ear to ear. An ordinary ranked match's popularity now overshadowed real battles on the front lines of the universe. Mark made a firm decision. As long as Xingyun is online in the future, he would go all out, even if it meant going bankrupt, to promote him wildly. On the other side, well done. The elf mentor, Lauren, shook off his previous gloom and danced happily inside the house. Tyrone was pressed to the ground by the starfall, becoming the laughingstock of the entire server. Thanks to Tyrone's misfortune, Lauren's defeat by the starfall didn't seem so embarrassing anymore. Victory in the duel. Gained 10 points. Additional 4 points for winning streak. Current ranking points, 20. After logging out of the virtual network, the night outside was deep. Liam was very pleased with the power of the energy beam cannon. This weapon has concentrated damage and won't cause irreversible damage to their own resource points. It will definitely be useful in future battles. Time to sleep. Liam stretched lazily, pushed open the door, and slipped into bed. The expanded hero hall looked especially spacious. Yuffie and Saris were wearing light silk nightgowns, looking sleepy. Their long, straight, white legs crossed each other, and their large, tempting white skin shimmered under the moonlight. Lying beside them were two stunning beauties, giving a strong sense of security. Saris, half asleep, turned over and pressed her soft, white body directly into Liam's arms. Lord Liam, are you done with your work? The icy angel's lips parted slightly, her voice soft and sweet. Only in this semi-dream state would this highly loyal angel, with a loyalty score of 91, show such clingy affection. Liam smiled slightly, holding the breathtaking white figure in his arms, and closed his eyes. After defeating the old dominant, he felt extremely happy and slept especially soundly. Liam slept peacefully, but outside, countless people were unable to sleep. That's too crazy. Is this really a newcomer who arrived with us? We're all 2 or 3 months in. How can he build such a terrifying defense tower? He's definitely benefiting from a legendary permanent buff. All the leaders, new and old, in the interstellar hunting ground, were discussing this excitedly. A rookie just past the protection period had crushed a veteran who had been developing for 50 years. It's almost unbelievable, breaking all the rules. Everyone was witnessing a piece of living starry history. Although the Starfall's displayed strength on paper is nothing more than child's play in the eyes of true universe giants, this incredible potential makes many people feel terrified. Damn it, why is he so strong? I'm also a legendary level starter, so why can he turn his territory into a fortress? The holy child of the bright god realm clenched his teeth in frustration. He was unwilling and mad, pounding the table as he vowed to get a legendary permanent territory item. Deep in the endless grassland, there was only a lonely piece of territory. Lilith, with black hair and red eyes, stood quietly, staring at the battle report on the holographic screen, silent. A gentle breeze brushed her dark gothic skirt, revealing large, dazzling white thighs, which were very attractive. She lifted her head and looked up at the starry sky quietly, lost in thought. Since arriving at the hunting ground, as the brightest genius of the Fire Clan from another dimension, she hadn't even built a single barracks. Only a lonely core sat on the grass. Roar! Suddenly, a level 30 legendary beast, Night Charm Panther, rushed out of the fog. The panther's eyes were blood-red, greedily lunging toward the Lord's core. But before it could get within 10 meters, an invisible red flame suddenly ignited on it. No sound at all. The level 30 legendary beast was like a pencil drawing erased with an eraser, instantly vaporized and disappeared. The crimson flames danced happily in the air, like Lilith's blood-red, piercing eyes. In the highest secret conference room of the starry sky divine city, a woman with a stunning face that could outshine the sun and moon, dressed in a luxurious star silk long dress, trembled and lowered her head. Cold sweat poured down her white forehead wildly. Inside an old wooden hut, 7 shadowy figures stared at her tightly. She dared not lift her head, because sitting in front of her were the 7-peaked giants who ruled the entire universe. Any one of them could make the galaxy tremble with a stomp. Even though she was the star goddess of the Starry Sky Palace, she could only obediently take the scolding in front of these 7. Isn't it true that your Starry Sky Palace secretly trained you as a pawn? The old red devil frowned and asked coldly. Absolutely not. We are completely innocent. The Star Maiden bit her delicate red lips and answered confidently. Go outside. Understood. After escaping the secret chamber, the Star Maiden's tense nerves finally relaxed. Her proud, white chest rose and fell rapidly as she took deep breaths. Her beautiful starry eyes instantly filled with sadness and resentment. Why did the arrogant lord, who swore never to fall, have to choose a name like Starfall? Does the entire universe's major powers with Star in their names all belong to the Star God Palace? Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Countless lords with Star in their code names are being intensely investigated by major forces, causing chaos everywhere. The secret base of the Poison Blood Alliance is built in a deep, sunken valley. At first glance, it looks like a plain, but inside it has been completely hollowed out, and a huge underground black city has been built from the bottom up. The unbreakable layers of the interstellar hunting ground are very hard to penetrate. This clever reverse Earth construction method easily avoids external spying and beast attacks. The core area at the very bottom is even more heavily defended. A new mercenary wants to join. A tall, over 2-meter-high minotaur with a heavy battle axe in hand walks confidently to the entrance. The guards don't even bother to look at him and simply let him in. In the interstellar hunting ground, besides the regular army, many wandering mercenaries roam around. Most are abandoned dogs who lost their core and their lord status. Old powerful leaders recruit mercenaries mainly as cannon fodder for exploration and risking death. The Minotaur strides down the suspended stairs. She is the ever-changing shadow enchantress, Night Charm. At the reception on the first underground level, Night Charm mimics the receptionist's movements, pounding her chest to blend in smoothly. The Poison Blood Alliance is formed by 5 different races, hiding dozens of Lord Cores underground. The strongest figure is the Poison Spider Queen, who has surpassed level 50. After gathering intelligence, Night Charm sets her sights on a lone poison spider mercenary. When no one is around, she transforms her dark dagger into a shadowy afterimage and quickly cuts the other's carotid artery. She then changes her appearance, becoming the poison spider mercenary herself. Using her charm magic, she erased the memories of the nearby orc guards. All mercenaries, serve this emperor, and I will not treat you badly. The poison demon spider queen sat on her bone throne, looking down from above at the mercenaries in the hall. The night enchantress, hidden among the team, smiled charmingly. Not far from the underground fortress, she moved her dagger again, ruthlessly cutting the throat of a fellow mercenary. Sorry, I am the traitor. After killing her teammates, she looted all their supplies. The Spider Queen received a notification of mercenary deaths, but thought it was just a fight with a tough monster, so she paid no attention. It doesn't matter how many cannon fodder die. The Knight Enchantress repeated her tricks, changing identities constantly and crazily stealing her allies' wealth. At the main camp in the wilderness, Li Wei had just finished a routine match in the Starfield selection and was sitting on a blue stone slab, resting with his eyes closed. Recently, he focused on increasing his win rate and didn't bother to fight tough opponents in the virtual battlefield. Suddenly, his holographic wrist terminal flickered wildly with red light. Congratulations! Your hero, Knight Enchantress, has leveled up twice, reaching level 3. Congratulations! Your hero, Knight Enchantress, has reached level 20. Immediately, the terminal was flooded with notifications of massive resource arrivals. Knight Enchantress successfully transferred resources across realms. Crystal energy, 10 million points. High-level blueprints, spiritual energy farm, equipment refining furnace, cloud ladder, high-level chef recipes. Rare materials, focus refracting prism, large amounts of experience fruits, rapid maturing fertilizer. Li Wei suddenly opened his eyes wide and jumped up from the stone. 10 million crystal energy? And the spiritual energy farm to speed up crop growth, plus experience fruits and fertilizer for rapid maturation. He could produce powerful upgrade potions in bulk. He even got the core material for building a rare laser tower, the focus refracting prism. Knight Enchantress, you are truly my lucky star. Li Wei cheered loudly, praising her without hesitation. His excitement caused a commotion in the house. Yuffie was lying on a grand chair, playing Hologame, sprawled out comfortably. Today, she was dressed very lightly, only wearing a short, bright green leather skirt. Two long, straight, snow-white legs were fully exposed to the air, dazzlingly bright and eye-catching. Hearing Li Wei praise the new little fairy endlessly, Yuffie angrily threw the terminal aside. Her tight neckline was slightly open, revealing a stunning, deep white cleavage that rose and fell dramatically. Suddenly, she felt that lying around all day doing nothing was no longer enjoyable. She needed to find something exciting to do and catch the Lord's attention again. Sally, standing nearby, also seemed a bit off. The icy angel in pure white armor looked noble and pure, with her proud bust pushing the collar outward, revealing a deep, alluring white. Behind her, 6 white wings fluttered slightly, and her beautiful, cold face showed a hint of worry. Li Wei had strictly forbidden her from going out in public, fearing she might attract attacks from strange monsters. As a powerful mythic general, she was often stuck in the camp, only serving as a pretty decoration, which made her very frustrated. She absolutely couldn't be outdone by the little fairy. She had to think of a way to help the Lord solve his problems. Li Wei paid no attention to the thoughts of the 2 mythic beauties beside him. He directly crushed the newly obtained blueprints. Unlock building skills, advanced spiritual energy farmland, advanced cloud ladder. Xiao Taiju, Li Wei called. Xiao Taiju quickly ran over. Li Wei handed him a large bag of refracting prisms and heaps of rapid maturing fertilizer. Divide into 3 groups. 1 to clear land and farm, 1 to build the cloud ladder, and the rest to fully construct rare laser towers. Pour all the fertilizer into the experience fruit forest. Understood. Lord Li Wei. Xiao Taiju took the supplies with both hands and turned to lead the workers. Go call Rian from the kitchen. Soon after, a fiery-figured female chef approached, twisting her waist. She wore only a thin rough cloth apron, completely unprotected underneath. Her long, straight, white legs were fully exposed, dazzling everyone. Li Wei threw her a high-level chef's recipe. Rian took it with both hands, bowed in thanks, then turned around, swaying her peach-shaped hips as she left. Li Wei stroked his chin. He still had a high-level refined stone left. The Nether Dragon Flame Bow was a legendary piece of equipment, so he didn't need it. He drew out a short Ice Dragon dagger from his waist. It was just a low-level, common-grade weapon, usually used for cutting his throat or returning to the city. He directly threw the refined stone onto it. Refinement successful. The Ice Jiao short dagger's sharpness has increased. It's good enough for now. As long as the throat is cut quickly, it will do. After dealing with the miscellaneous items, Li Wei grabbed a handful of experience fruits and ate them. Your level has increased to level 20. In the hunting ground, every 10 levels is a big milestone. Beyond that, the required experience becomes an astronomical number. Yuffie and Saris, who are soloing epic level bosses, have only reached level 22. Li Wei is not worried at all. As long as there are enough defense towers, the camp is as stable as a mountain. He looked at the account with 10 million crystals of energy. Rich and powerful, he started spending wildly. He spent 2.8 million energy to upgrade. Transform all 10,000 dilapidated thatched huts in the camp into high-end duplex apartments. Each apartment can house 5 people. The population limit instantly skyrocketed to 55,000. Begin recruitment. As the major lords develop, the recruitment orders in the trading hall become more expensive, with prices soaring to hundreds of energy points. But Li Wei doesn't care at all. Ordinary people are limited by the foundation constraints when building houses, and recruiting people requires careful planning. With the infinite domain aura, he doesn't need to worry about breaking rules. After spending all the stock sent by Fat Zhu Dachong, Li Wei spent another 2.4 million energy, clearing out all the recruitment orders in the shop. Bright white light flashed wildly. A total of 26,000 muscular men and hot women workers emerged from the apartments. The terrifying productivity instantly reached its peak. Everyone did their part, frantically building infrastructure and exploring. With nothing else to do, Li Wei opened the class group chat. Haha, I finally reached level 3 base today. Getting 2,000 low-income energy points every day feels great. Class leader Lin Wanner spoke up. Don't celebrate too early. Summer is coming soon. With the drought, crops will fail. Has everyone stocked enough food? If not enough, just buy from the shop. Buying grain in summer? You might as well sell your underwear. Seeing the complaints in the group, Li Wei smiled. Su Lu's talent is eternal warm spring. As long as he cooperates with her, the grain will pile up like mountains. When winter comes and grain prices skyrocket, he can make a big profit. Maybe in the future, he won't even lack crystals of energy to buy high-level blueprints. A few days later, Li Wei spent another 176 million energy points to upgrade all 100 newly built rare laser towers to level 10 with full equipment. After finishing the attack setup, he felt very secure. Li Wei opened the holographic terminal and logged into the virtual combat network. Codename, Starfall. Logging in. Wow, the Starfall expert is online. The unbeatable mighty god has arrived. Is he going to attack the old-school overlords again? The new players section of the Interstellar Forum quickly became lively. Starfall's name had long become the only belief for all new players. In the main control room of the virtual competition zone, Supervisor Mark jumped up from his chair as if shocked. He hurriedly contacted the most popular official commentator in the community, Brother Leopard. Starfall is online. Brother Leopard is a well-known veteran commentator. He usually looks down on low-level beginner matches. But out of respect for Mark's long friendship, he replied with just one word. Okay, quick. Change all the server-wide announcements immediately. Put up all the prepared advertising posters. I want the most prominent spot on the virtual competition zone homepage to feature Starfall's name. Mark was gesturing wildly in the control room, giving frantic orders. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the office door. Mark hurriedly ran over to open it. Madam CEO, he quickly bowed in greeting. Outside the door, a cold and noble, stunning woman entered. She wore a very tight professional pencil skirt, tightly hugging her tempting peach-shaped hips. Mark, are you sure you want to invest all the department's resources into a newly promoted rookie? The female CEO looked cold, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Yes, I am. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility myself. Mark gritted his teeth, his attitude firm. His career was nearing its end, and he had already decided to take a big risk. This rookie, not only did you apply to feature him on the Silver Commander homepage, but you also want to grab the Golden Commander ad space. If his data tanks, have you thought about what will happen to you? The female CEO frowned. I know what I'm doing. Mark lowered his head, looking like a dirty, hard stone, stinky and tough. All right, I will honestly report to headquarters. The female CEO snorted coldly, strutting away in high heels with her fiery, snake-like waist, without looking back as she left the control room. Mark wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He turned to stare intently at the holographic projection. He knew very well in his heart that everything, his life and death, depended on Xingyun. If Xingyun lost, he would have to pack up and go back home to eat dirt. He must win, no matter what. Mark clenched his fists with a cracking sound. Starry Sky Divine City. The top-secret conference room. 7 shadowy figures emerged from a space crack at the same time. Long Patian, why are you picking your toes? Put your foot down. Eileen, the queen of the mechanical race, looked disgusted. This queen was half human, half machine, with the most perfect human female torso. She wore only a few cold, silver armor plates, exposing large areas of dazzling white skin, which was very tempting. I'm just showing my dragon claw. Do you understand appreciation? The giant dragon of the star beast race rolled his eyes and reluctantly put his foot back under the table. Everyone, shut up and watch the match. Let's see if we can find some clues today. The old red devil waved casually, and a huge holographic live broadcast appeared on the table. Red demons, angels, machines, star beasts, demons, celestial spirits, and undead. The 7 top figures of the universe, usually high and mighty, had dropped everything today and were watching like ordinary spectators, focusing intently on a beginner match. They had to find out who was backing Xingyun. Matchmaking successful. Never Fall, vs. Sky Dominator. Participants, Xingyun vs. Long God 369. Random terrain, mountain range. The duel officially begins. Both sides, please choose your projection units. Hello everyone in the live stream. I am your brother Leopard. Today, I was invited by the officials to comment on a beginner match. Honestly, I usually don't pay attention to low-level games, but I recently heard that a newcomer called Xingyun is quite boastful. A rookie who just finished nursing and dares to challenge the big veterans. I almost laughed out loud after hearing that. Commentator Leopard Brother went live on time. As soon as he spoke, the viewers' anger shot up instantly. In the field of space game commentary, having a clear stance means more viewers. If your predictions are right, you get praise. If wrong, you get mocked online. As long as there's buzz, you can make a lot of money. Our star player, Starfall, got 2 wins by pure luck. Let's see who unlucky match they got today. Leopard Brother grinned and mocked loudly. New fans in the live chat instantly got furious. What does lucking out mean? That player has only been developing for 2 months. Can you build hundreds of crazy defense towers in that time? Many new fans were outraged and flooded the chat with comments. Get lost, cheetah. Shut up, bad commentator. The insults flooded the screen. For new players, veteran players in the space arena are like looming death. They worry every day about being pushed out by stronger enemies. When a genius like Starfall appears, able to beat the old champions, it becomes a hope for all newcomers. Wow, everyone's so angry. Your manners need improvement. Leopard Brother touched his leopard print face, showing disdain. He didn't care about the insults and kept explaining. Oh my gosh, look. Today, Starfall's opponent is the Sky Dominator. Only top players on the global ladder can be called a Dominator. Let's pray for Starfall. Hope he doesn't get scared and lose. Dominator? Global ladder? New viewers in the chat were confused. They couldn't even win consistently, so they didn't understand high-level rules. After Leopard Brother explained, many insults disappeared. Could it be that Starfall really met a tough opponent today? Since he's got a perfect win record, even against small accounts, he's among the best old players. On the big holographic screen, Leopard Brother pulled up the info of the Sky Dominator. Owner, Long Jiyuan. Main account ID, Long Zhan Yuyi. Rank, 1,800 points, Silver Warrior. Wow. This is surprisingly Long Jiyuan's alternate account. Brother Bao's eyes widened suddenly, and his expression became extremely exaggerated. Actually, he was just acting. As the official top commentator, he had already memorized both sides' information before the broadcast. Long Jiyuan is a super powerful player, only 2 points away from being a golden commander. Long Jiyuan comes from the Star Beast clan, one of the 7 top races in the universe. Everyone, look at the screen. From his base, a legendary army is flying out. Legendary flying units. Void illusion dragons. They have a passive divine skill. Illusion clone. They can create countless illusions, and the main body can instantly teleport between clones. Targeted defense towers can't even touch their fur. TSK. Now, we're really doomed. Our Starfall little friend's city walls and heavy cannons, built with all his resources, are going to be useless today. Brother Bao, with both hands, quickly scared the entire audience with a few words. They've encountered a true disciple of one of the 7 top races, and the indestructible obsidian city walls are no match for the flying army. Legendary units can clone and teleport. Beam cannons can't lock onto them. Is Starfall really going to lose? The entire screen of comments suddenly fell silent. Only a few veteran viewers remained, happily gloating. Brother Bao sneered proudly. A bunch of inexperienced frogs at the bottom of the well, daring to insult me? Suddenly, a prominent VIP-style comment floated across the center of the screen. Commenter ID, Proud Queen. Shut up. Starfall will definitely win. It was Su Lu who sent the comment. She was lying in her base, her 2 white, slender legs angrily kicking. Seeing this comment, Brother Bao burst out laughing. If he can win, I'll swallow this microphone right here in front of the whole universe. Half-dragon, half-human Long Jiyuan laughed arrogantly. His wings spread behind him, transforming into a huge silver dragon. Leading over 10,000 legendary void illusion dragons, he launched a direct attack. His dragon wings blocked the sky, and the whole world instantly darkened. All flying units. The most troublesome lineup in the interstellar hunting ground. Long Jiyuan has a rare talent called Sky Dominator, which doubles the damage of all flying units. He commands 4 rare-level flying generals: Wind Nightmare, Flame Demon Sparrow, Sky Devouring Eagle, and Cracked Golden Eagle. All of them have surpassed level 40, with individual strength over 10,000. Just one of them can easily destroy a small country. They are supported by over 10,000 legendary illusionary dragons. Long Jiyuan never thought he could lose. Facing a newly promoted beginner, he simply crushes them. This shows the pride of the peak Star Beast clan. Everyone look. Long Jiyuan's 10,000 dragons ascend formation. Commentator Brother Bao is excitedly talking. It's so fierce. The little cow is flying. Amazing. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for Starfall Kid, who trains new players like this. Aren't they afraid of scarring their mind? A rookie coming to fight high-level players across the server, acting so arrogant. Brother Bao sarcastically mocks, standing firmly on his stance. Most viewers in the server match are experienced veterans. What does a newbie matter? The real strength in the hands of old players is the true power of the universe. Oh no, Starfall's base has been exposed. Are you crazy? Coming to get beaten? Watching the illusionary dragon easily dodge the regular anti-air towers and fly confidently over the obsidian city walls. New players in the live stream can't bear to watch anymore. Huh? Did Starfall build a new structure? A rare-level annihilation ray tower? Not bad for high-end equipment. Ray towers can concentrate energy for a combined attack, but unfortunately, there are too few. Only 100, which is useless. Continuous fire can indeed restrain the illusionary dragon, but it's just for show. Get ready, 3 countdowns, and bid farewell to Starfall's old nest explosion. Brother Bao shouts loudly into the microphone. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light, piercing through the sky and earth, rises from the wilderness. It shoots straight into the clouds. Under the dark sky, the red light is blinding. A huge hole is torn in the clouds. Then, the red light moves. Like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, it ruthlessly sweeps across the sky. In an instant, the vast army of 10,000 dragons, proud and invincible, is all vaporized and destroyed. It's like someone waving a glowing hot iron rod, instantly clearing out the ants on the ground. The crimson beam is an unstoppable scythe of death. The mighty dragon above has turned into ashes. Your troops have been defeated. Your hero has been defeated. You have been defeated and are returning to the core to rebuild your body. Rebirth complete. Long Jiyuan stands at his resurrection point, completely stunned. His mind is blank, unable to understand what just happened. Brother Leopard's action of raising the microphone suddenly stiffens. His proud smile on his face slowly freezes, replaced by endless fear. This can actually win? Hundreds of millions of viewers in the battle channel gasp collectively. What on earth just happened? No one can understand. In just 1 second, a red light piercing through the sky and earth, like divine punishment from the Creator, forcibly erased over 10,000 dragons from the universe. Dragon God 369 has surrendered. The match is over. Winner, Starfall. Wow, wow, wow. The battle channel erupts with cheers that shake the galaxy. All the newcomers are so excited they can't speak clearly. The veterans, however, freeze in place, staring at the screen, waiting for the official slow-motion replay. High-definition slow-motion analysis is out. When everyone sees the truth clearly, they gasp in shock. The attack from 100 Annihilation Ray towers actually merged perfectly into a single beam. How could the power be so incredible? Even 10,000 level 40 or higher Ray towers might not produce such a destructive effect. Just 100 towers. How did they do it? Annihilation Ray Tower, Rarity, Rare, Level, 10, Health, 6480, including double Mythic Aura Boost. Attack, 6480, including double Mythic Aura Boost. Defense, 6480, including double Mythic Aura Boost. Effective range, 5,000 meters, tenfold increase. Exclusive skill, Beam Matrix, combines all Ray towers within range to unleash continuous energy buildup attacks. For each additional tower within range, attack power increases by 1%, tenfold boost, attack range doubles, tenfold boost, and range increases by 1%, tenfold boost. Li Wei was sitting in a grand chair, feeling quietly proud. The sight of thousands of flying dragons ascending to the sky was truly magnificent. Hundreds of thousands of dragons blocked the sky, and they could teleport with afterimages. Unfortunately, in front of the absolute firepower of the Ray Tower, they were all just targets. A quick wave of attack wiped them out. The number of camp buildings exceeded 15,000, and their basic stats increased by 162 times, combined with the tower's special skill. Normally, each tower only adds 0.1%, but the Mythic Aura forced a tenfold increase, turning it into 1%. With 100 towers, the attack power doubled. When the Mythic Privilege perfectly merged with the basic stats, the numbers exploded. It was like having 100 Ray towers, with attack power soaring 324 times, reaching an incredible 12,960 attack points. Not to mention rare generals at level 40. Even a level 100 Starry Giant would be overwhelmed. Flying units have weak defense, so using their heads to block? Li Wei clicked his tongue, imagining the scene of thousands of Ray towers firing together. Just need to gather more core materials in the future. Unfortunately, the refracting prisms needed to build the towers were too hard to get. The stock Nightshade Stoleback was only enough for 100 towers. But the matrix stacking of the Ray towers was limited by range. With a tenfold boost, the range reached 5,000 meters. Including the passage area, a circle with a 5,000-meter radius covered over 78 million square meters, enough to hold 1.6 million Ray towers. Normal Ray towers had a maximum range of 500 meters, fitting only 16,000 towers. 0.1% increase per tower, maximum 16 times boost. 1% increase per 160,000 towers, directly boosting attack power 16,000 times. Plus the base doubling from the mythic talent. Future firepower networks alone made people's scalps tingle. They would definitely be the ultimate weapon for clearing stages in the late game. Eat the microphone. Eat the microphone. Hurry up and eat. After the match, the live stream viewers didn't decrease. In fact, they surged. The barrage of comments was all about demanding more. Brother Bao was sweating heavily, soaked all over. As the official top commentator, he absolutely couldn't break his promise. Not eating meant the official would ban him directly. Trust is the first rule in the commentary world. Brother Bao stared at the black, solid microphone in his hand. A fuzzy leopard face shows pain and struggle. To eat or not to eat. The scene shifts back to the camp. Yuffie is sitting obediently on Levi's lap. Her short green skirt has already been rolled up to her waist, and her long, beautiful white legs are tightly wrapped around Levi's waist. Lord Levi, you're so amazing. The fool with the leopard head on the screen is about to cry. Yuffie coquettishly flirts. Nearby, Sally has changed into a semi-transparent pure white silk nightgown. The icy angel sits gracefully on the bed's edge, with a cold and stunning face. But her silver eyes also show a hint of shock and a smile. Cough. I have to admit, Lord Xingyun really has incredible skills. Using 100 ray towers to produce such destructive power, they probably used an epic-level enhancement item. Brother Leopard looks bitter. While explaining, he uses both hands to forcefully break the hard, black metal microphone into 2 pieces. He then stuffs it into his mouth. His eyes widen, and he hardens himself to endure the discomfort, not even chewing, swallowing it down his throat. His face turns red from holding back, coughing several times, finally swallowing the half microphone. Wow, Brother Leopard is really a brave man. Keep your word. I respect you as a real man. Seeing how fiercely you swallowed that microphone, I won't scold you today. The newcomers watching all give a thumbs up. Their impression of Brother Leopard instantly improves. He's not just a keyboard warrior who talks big. He dares to act and takes responsibility, which is impressive. Brother Leopard snorts twice and quickly ends the stream. The staff nearby rushes over, lifts him, and rushes to the infirmary to give him a stomach wash. Being an official commentator is a risky job. A moment of carelessness could be deadly. In the secret conference room of the Starry Sky Divine City. Not interesting. Let's end this quickly. Can't the hunting system match him with a tough opponent? The giant of the Star Beast clan, Long Patian, snorts coldly, looking unhappy. The old demon of the Red Demon clan waves his hand. Don't worry. When he takes action himself and uses his extraordinary powers, his background will eventually be exposed. I want to see who is secretly pulling strings behind the scenes. The 7 top-tier leaders glare at each other, each with their own thoughts. Wow, Mentor, Xingyun is so powerful. The elf mentor, Lolan, watched the replay with a complicated expression. But finally, he felt a huge weight lift from his heart. Even the top geniuses of the Star Beast clan lost so badly. If he lost to Xingyun, what does that matter? In the future, no one in the elf race would dare to mock him for losing. Losing to the universe's #1 freak isn't shameful. However, thinking about Xingyun's terrifying potential, Lolan felt uneasy. Even if he could start over and fight again, he probably would still be defeated quickly. Today, a new guild called Xingyun Divine Sect was officially formed. All new members had just survived a big test. There was no entry fee. Anyone who admired Xingyun was welcome, regardless of race. Maybe it was because veteran players felt pressured, or because Xingyun's unbeatable record inspired everyone. The new leaders of the universe surprisingly united like never before. Although the group was full of weaklings, even the high-ranking members of their own race looked down on these beginners. But thousands of weak forces coming together still looked promising. Everyone supported each other and kept peace. Looking at the radar, they saw dozens of miles filled with family members. They no longer had to worry constantly. They could focus on building and developing rapidly. In just one day, the guild's members exceeded 30 million. Lolan, the elf mentor, created a small account and secretly joined the group, instantly sparking cheers. Everyone praised Lolan for his vision, and they were completely convinced by the Divine Protector. The most hated force of the Xingyun Divine Sect in the universe was the Starry Sky Temple. Boss, leave it to me. I'll go undercover in the sect. I'll break down that bunch of rabble from the inside. Xingyun's rising star, Xing Mingming, a girl from the Moon Rabbit clan, was confidently making her promise. She gently shook her 2 pink-white rabbit ears, looking cute and charming. She wore a very short pleated skirt, with 2 long, straight, white legs close together, radiating youthful energy. As a super genius who ranked in the top 4,000 in the interstellar exam, she was full of pride. Go, but be very careful. The Holy Maiden of the Stars personally gave this task. You must not fail. I promise to complete the mission. Star Mingming smiled brightly, her 2 dimples charming and sweet. Write promotional articles. Find online supporters. Post all over the internet. Thoroughly investigate the terrifying tactics of Never Fall. Make sure to make Xingyun's name famous. Promote across the universe. Manager Mark was so excited his face turned red, and he was frantically giving orders in the control room. Boss, he's still a newcomer. What if he ends up matching with a powerful veteran in the future and gets badly beaten? His staff looked at each other uncertainly. The ranking matches depend on win rates. As long as he keeps winning, he will eventually face a mighty ancient expert. Betting everything on a newcomer is too risky. Don't be afraid. Just go for it. As long as he keeps winning, he will become a legendary figure ruling the universe. Mark's eyes shone with hope, but he also felt a little regret. It would be great if he could add Xingyun as a friend and discuss cooperation face-to-face. But with Xingyun's level, he probably wouldn't even look at ordinary energy crystals. Victory in the duel. Earned 10 points, an extra 9 points for 3 consecutive wins. Current total ranking points, 49. After logging out of the virtual network, Li Wei felt very happy. The scene of the dragon soaring to the sky was indeed spectacular, but under the overwhelming firepower of the Ray Tower, everything was reduced to ash. He had finally established a firm position in the interstellar hunting grounds. He opened the Star Realm Marketplace. The homepage was flooded with posts about high-priced requests for the Annihilation Ray Tower blueprints. Li Wei quickly sent a private message to Fat Zhu Dachang. Fatty, from today on, buy up all the focusing refractive prisms on the market. Budget is unlimited. The prism was the only core material for building Ray Towers, and its production was very limited. But as everyone expanded their territories, the output would eventually increase. Buying everything without limit was definitely a huge, crazy deal. Got it. Rest assured, V-God. Fat Zhu Dachang's face trembled with excitement. What V-God personally requested must be very useful. His brain raced quickly, and he suddenly understood. So, refractive prisms are essential for building Ray Towers. The business opportunity was here. Following V-God would surely lead to great wealth. Li Wei was planning his ultimate future blueprint. Later, when the camp is filled with 1.6 million radiation towers, I want to see if a single matrix volley can instantly kill a top-tier starry sky divine being. With full enthusiasm, Li Wei leisurely strolled around the camp. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, and his expression became very surprised. Unbelievable. In the newly cultivated spiritual energy farmland ahead, the noble and cold ice mountain angel, Saris, was rolling up her pure white armor sleeves, revealing 2 slender, dazzling white arms. She was bending over, holding a small hoe. Farming? At the moment she bent down, her neckline was completely open, revealing 2 towering, stunning white curves that formed deep, alluring clefts. A myth-level angel working in the fields? Saris, what are you doing here? Li Wei looked at the angel in front of him with a confused expression. In the spiritual energy farmland, Saris was holding freshly ripened experience fruits, accelerated by rapid fertilizer. The rich, pure white holy light peeled away the flesh, leaving only the core, quietly soaking in the holy light. Lord, Saris nodded expressionlessly as a greeting. Li Wei didn't mind and naturally moved closer to her. They were very close. The ice mountain angel surprisingly didn't dodge, allowing Li Wei to press against her tightly. What kind of operation is this? Li Wei stared in amazement at the seed core in Sally's hand. The seed core suddenly cracked open, revealing over a dozen tiny seeds. Under the nourishment of holy light, they quickly took root and sprouted visibly to the naked eye. Li Wei was deeply shocked. A single experience tree seed core has less than a 1% chance to sprout naturally. In other words, the survival rate of a single seed is less than 1 in 1,000. And now, all the seeds inside one seed core have sprouted. A 100% survival rate. One experience tree can produce 50 experience fruits. It contains over 750 seeds. With a 100% germination rate, one tree can breed 750 new trees. Li Wei's voice trembled slightly, his eyes wide like bells. Saris nodded gently, then straightened up and pointed her pure white finger southward. Li Weishan looked in the direction she pointed. He hadn't noticed before. Now he saw that in the large southern fields filled with spiritual energy, all the young trees were experience trees. They were densely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. Today, I used up all the fertilizer brought back by the night charm and ripened 120 experience trees. We planted several tens of thousands of new seedlings. Sally's tone was calm, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Sally, I love you so much. Li Wei was so excited he couldn't control himself. He quickly hugged the icy angel's slim waist and leaned in to kiss her flawless white face. So many experience trees. How many experience fruits will they produce when they grow up? In the future, the camp will never lack experience points. As long as the level doesn't exceed 50, even eating can make you level up rapidly. At most, in a year, I can reach level 50. Li Wei felt proud inside. Reaching level 50 in the interstellar hunting ground usually takes a veteran monster 100 years to achieve. Even without sharing experience with minions, reaching level 50 in a year is incredibly fast. Remember, Yuffie and Sally reached level 22, and their experience bars haven't moved much in recent months. With this orchard, everyone can definitely aim for level 50. Li Wei's mind was full of the thrill of leveling up, completely unaware of the strange look from the icy angel beside him. Suddenly being kissed, Sally stiffened. Her fair, slender neck instantly turned a tempting shade of pink, spreading to her ears. Her usually cold silver eyes flickered with waves of emotion, her breathing becoming irregular. Then, a system prompt sounded in Li Wei's mind. Because of your passionate confession, Sally's loyalty increased by 1. Current loyalty, 92. Her loyalty, which had been stagnant for a while, actually increased again. The last time her loyalty increased was when he first received the Light God ring. Li Wei was stunned, looking at the icy beauty beside him with a strange expression. Sally still kept a serious face, but her head was slightly lowered, not daring to meet Li Wei's eyes. Her small, white hands nervously clenched her skirt. These are the 6,000 experience fruits just picked today. To hide his embarrassment, Sally quickly took out a shiny, golden fruit from the storage space. Li Wei had already given her access to the warehouse. All the fertilizer was used up. The 120 fruit trees that ripened early had their seeds removed by Sally to plant new ones, and the remaining pulp was blended together. The experience fruit has a special feature. No matter how many you have, they can merge into one, with experience points stacking perfectly. Li Wei reached out and took the heavy, golden fruit. Its color was much darker than before, looking like a pure gold apple. Crack, he took a bite. The fruit was crisp, sweet, and juicy. The taste is amazing, but it can't fill your stomach. The experience fruit melts in your mouth, and Li Wei couldn't stop praising it. Eating it doesn't make you full. It's like a pure upgrade pill. When not busy, you can break it into many small pieces and enjoy it as snacks for several days. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 21. All attributes have surged. From now on, you and Yuffie can prioritize eating the fruits you produce. I'm not in a hurry. Li Wei smiled and gave the order. He was very satisfied with the huge amount of experience the fruits provided. As the big boss, you shouldn't be out on the front lines fighting every day. He joked shamelessly. Sally nodded gently, agreeing. Who would have thought that holy light could be used for farming? Li Wei said with surprise. Holy light is all-powerful. Sally raised her smooth, white chin, her tone carrying a rare hint of pride. Li Wei didn't argue. After all, she was a myth-level angel with the right to be proud. Meanwhile, oh wow, careful, be gentle when pulling. In the hospital of the Starry Sky Divine City, commentator Brother Leopard was lying on the operating table, looking pained, tears streaming down his face. He was having a colonoscopy to remove a foreign object. Hold on. I told you not to use anesthesia, the doctor said impatiently, holding cold medical forceps. Anesthesia damages our leopard people's nerves too much. It can cause long-term effects. Brother Leopard was sweating profusely, trying to distract himself. The doctor suddenly applied more force, and the forceps jabbed inside. In an instant, Brother Leopard's pupils shrank, and his legs straightened out completely. Behind the butt was a light yellow leopard tail, standing straight up like a steel pipe reaching into the sky. Huh. The doctor pulled out half of a metal microphone covered in stomach fluid, taking a deep breath. Relax your body. There's still half inside. Hearing this, Brother Leopard trembled all over, tears streaming down his face. Starfall, I'm not done with you. A heart-wrenching scream startled the doctor. His tongs trembled and accidentally pinched Brother Leopard's intestine. Brother Leopard's body instantly stiffened, and his eyes rolled back. Stop screaming. Shut up, the doctor shouted angrily. Feeling wronged, Brother Leopard could only keep his mouth shut, not daring to breathe loudly. He felt extremely bitter inside. Why pretend to be a big shot? You even swore an oath on the microphone. He blamed all the trouble on Starfall. Starfall, just wait and see. When you lose the match and fall from the top, I will definitely mobilize the entire online army to criticize you. In the Earth Star Selection Group, Brothers, have you joined the Starfall Divine Cult? Already joined. I also got in. Such a new, weak guild. Why are you all so excited? Hee hee, there's a super cute girl in the group, and she's one of the top talents in the whole server's exam rankings. Who is she? Starcute. The bunny-eared girl from the Starry Divine Palace. Send a picture to see. Starcute private photos. Click to view. Wow. She's amazing. Those long legs. Those bunny ears. Almost too much to handle. These legs, I could play with them all year. I declare I'm in love. Get lost. You're just a simple pervert. In the class group, a bunch of boys were drooling over the photos of the bunny-eared girl. Starcute's arrival instantly boosted the popularity of the Starfall Divine Cult. Suddenly, class monitor Lynn Warner popped up. Stop staring at pretty girls all day. Focus back on your territory. Summer officially starts tomorrow. Have you prepared your heat stroke prevention supplies? One sentence from the class monitor caused a row of ellipses to appear in the group chat. All the good mood was ruined. Summer is coming. For all the new employees just promoted, this is their second nightmare after the monster exam. It's commonly called the second disaster. As usual, Li Wei logs into the all-human Starfield selection tournament, just to go through the motions. He places 8 high-level defense towers on the ground. Then he lies down on a beach chair. His opponent quickly forfeits. That marks the end of his daily routine. Now, not many people spend money to watch his live streams anymore. Who would bother to pay to see a man lying around, enjoying the close service of a beautiful elf? Everyone knows he has a legendary hero in his possession, so encountering him is just bad luck. There's no desire to fight. Over time, Starfall's live stream room becomes deserted. Even Murong Qianxue is too lazy to follow him. The proud young lady is busy commanding the Ice Frost Dragon in fierce battles on the front lines, with no time to care about trivial matters. She logs out of the virtual network. Li Wei stands in the camp, looks up at the sky, and is momentarily stunned. It's midday, yet the sun hangs high and blood-red. It looks like a giant fireball, scorching the air until it twists and warps. The red color makes people feel anxious and hopeless. Is summer coming? The second disaster of the interstellar hunting ground has officially arrived. Because of Su Lu's exclusive talent, Li Wei doesn't take summer seriously. He shakes his head, discards all his messy defense plans into the trash. He picks up his purple bamboo fishing rod and heads to the Luchuan River to fish. Yuffie changes into a barely there silk bikini with a transparent sun protection shirt over it. She obediently follows Li Wei, holding a plate of chilled grapes. At the same time, the group chat of Class 2 of Starfire has exploded. Too hot for me. Where's the air conditioner? I want to build one. Only 3 months into development. How can I build an air conditioner? Dream on. What kind of development style does everyone have in their territory? Mechanical technology, magic, cultivation. After surviving the early stage, everyone begins planning their development routes. Earth humans favor cultivation, magic, and technology. After all, the top human genius follows the cultivation path, and magic and machinery are mainstream among the dominant races in the universe. Stop talking nonsense and think of a way to stay cool. The ice blocks in the cellar all melted into water this morning. I'm about to be roasted alive. The chubby guy, Zhu Dachong, jumped out and said, "Brothers, this is too miserable." "Hey, fat guy, how's it going on your side? You're following Miss Morong, so you must be living comfortably." Zhu Dachong grinned. "Summer? Just a light drizzle for us." "What? You call the second natural disaster a drizzle? The wind outside feels like fire. How come your fat hasn't melted yet?" Zhu Dachong didn't reply. Instead, he sent a high-resolution photo to the group. In the picture, more than a dozen legendary frost dragons, each over 20 meters long, were circling in the sky. Their huge wings stirred the air, scattering countless ice crystals and snowflakes. It looked like a beautiful painting. Zhu Dachong said, "Sorry, it's a steady 20 degrees outside here, actually a bit chilly." "What the? You're using legendary frost dragons as giant fans? That's unbelievably nice. Fatty, send us your location. I'm coming to join you." "Brother Zhu, I miss you. Take me with you." The group chat exploded with envy, everyone practically in tears. Squad leader Lin Warner said, "All right, stop whining. I've got a few bottles of plant-based sunscreen. I'll share some with everyone." "Thank you, squad leader. You're a lifesaver. Long live the squad leader." The temperature outside had passed 50 degrees. Without sunscreen, they could literally dry out and die. By the way, how's Wei Shen's camp doing? I heard Wei Shen didn't join the main group. He's out there with Su Lu. Wei Shen only has elves and angels. Those races can't exactly make cold air, right? At the mention of Li Wei, everyone grew curious. In their eyes, Li Wei was the strongest person on Earth. But against a climate disaster like this, even the strongest fighter couldn't do much. How was Wei Shen surviving the summer? At Su Lu. Hey, school beauty Su, you're with Wei Shen, right? How are you two keeping cool? Someone quickly tagged Su Lu. At that moment, Su Lu was lying on a reclining chair by the river. She wore a pair of fitted shorts. Her fair, slender legs crossed gracefully. Though she wasn't very curvy, her long legs were definitely eye-catching. Seeing the message in the group, Su Lu smirked mischievously. Su Lu, summer, yeah? Does Vishen have any good ideas to beat the heat? Su Lu, hee, I'll take a photo. You guys figure it out yourselves. Li Wei's life photo, click to load. In the photo, the sky is bright blue and cloudless. The grass is lush, and a gentle breeze blows. Clear river water ripples softly. A handsome young man in a loose white shirt sits relaxed by the shore, holding a fishing rod. Next to him, a stunning fairy in a bikini squats, feeding him peeled grapes. The scenery is beautiful, full of spring life. Is this summer? Outside, it's 50 degrees. How come your grass is so green? The water isn't even drying up. The photo was taken a minute ago. Is the system malfunctioning? Why are you guys still experiencing spring? Wow. Unfair. The entire class of Starfire Class 2 exploded. Everyone crowded into a stuffy stone hut, sweating profusely, feeling like steamed buns. Watching Li Wei fishing peacefully on the screen, next to the fiery white fairy. Everyone's hearts ached. Their bodies trembled. Envy, jealousy, and resentment made the class feel hopelessly overwhelmed by the harsh reality. Sometimes, the gap between people is bigger than the gap between a person and a dog. The summer disaster on the interstellar hunting ground rages mercilessly. In the group chat of Starfire Class 2, everyone was crying out in despair. Wang Chong, shirtless, covered in blisters from the heat, hid behind broken rocks, gasping for air. He looked up at the sky, but not a single drop of rain fell. Even the wild monsters were going crazy from the heat, biting everything around. Everyone knew that even if Big Pig Zhu Dachang used the frost dragon to cool down, the riverbed outside would still be dry, and the plants would wither. Zhu Dachang, Vishen is Vishen, as steady as Mount Tai. Su Lu suddenly popped up in the group. Hee. This time, it has nothing to do with him. It's all thanks to my special talent, Eternal Warm Spring. Su Lu has been very proud lately. After more than 3 months, she finally found a way to be useful in front of her big benefactor. She used to look down on her own talent, thinking it lacked fighting power. Who would have thought that climate change could be so destructive? Now she spends every day around Li Wei, standing straighter than before. The group chat instantly exploded. Wow, a rare talent. I thought everyone started with a blank slate. Sister Lu is secretly making big gains. Sister Lu, Empress, please share your location so I can come and escape the heat. The Eternal Warm Spring can forcibly change the surrounding climate, turning all seasons into a comfortable spring. Su Lu, dream on. This is my and Li Wei's private world. Besides, you can't even set up a teleportation array. How do you plan to come here? The students looked at the screen, almost crying. Right now, no one has enough food, so where would they get advanced teleportation arrays? Wang Chong was anxious. Sister Lu, can I walk there? Please, give me a way out. Many people looked hopeful, planning to get a migration order and move their base. Su Lu, no way. If you're really that hot, just buy a ticket to Starry Sky Divine City to escape the heat. Entering the city costs hourly stay fees, and poor folks can't afford that. Ugh, it's so hot. Class monitor Lin Wanner couldn't stand it anymore. What are you all complaining about? Summer is just a second small test. Always expecting others to help you. Are you here to compete in the starry sky or to beg for charity? What if you encounter high-level wild monsters in autumn and winter? Grin and bear it, develop on your own, and get stronger. That's the real way. As soon as Lin Wanner spoke, the group instantly quieted down. Everyone genuinely respected her. Lin Wanner didn't get a top-tier hero or a divine-grade troop. But she relied on ordinary units and managed to stay ahead of most people. She led the way in building houses by hand, found a clean water source early, and used every crystal energy point wisely. She even fenced off a piece of land behind the camp to farm monsters for experience, and her level had already broken past level 10. Her words were like a cold splash of water, waking everyone up. They immediately stopped complaining and continued working under the hot sun. With someone like Li Wei leading the front, they had some advantage, better than the newcomers outside who were struggling to survive. Li Wei had no idea that the group chat was causing so much drama because of summer. By the river in Ruchuan, Su Lu was wearing a tight black silk slip dress, with the hem just covering her hips. Her two long, straight, white legs were casually crossed as she sat on the grass. Recently, thanks to her talent, she had become very confident and braver. Li Wei, you've been sitting here all morning and haven't caught a single weed, she said with a cute smile, teasing him. She skipped calling him brother and just used his name. Li Wei glanced at her. He was too lazy to argue and handed her the fishing rod. Enough talk. If you think you can do it, go ahead. Hee hee. Watch me. Su Lu reached out her smooth, white hand and took the rod. Suddenly, the float on the water sank sharply. Su Lu's pretty face froze. Then she broke into a big smile and pulled back hard. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. A huge sturgeon, about half a meter long, burst out of the water. Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of luck was that? She just took the rod and caught a fish? Huh. Li Wei, catch it, Su Lu shouted excitedly. She often ate experience fruits, so she was very strong, and she managed to pull the big fish onto the shore. The giant fish flopped wildly on the grass, splashing water all over Su Lu. Her thin black silk slip dress instantly soaked through and clung tightly to her body. Li Wei stepped forward and held the thrashing sturgeon. Looking at her proud face, he fell into thought. This woman's luck was definitely extraordinary. But with such incredible luck, why did she start with only weak, non-combatant recruits? Li Wei had a guess. Could it be that he, carrying memories from 2 lifetimes and the highest divine talent, had absorbed all the initial good luck from the surrounding area? That's why Su Lu's early strength was so weak. The luck of all things was always balanced. Li Wei was pondering this. Suddenly, Su Lu, who had been smiling just moments ago, turned pale. Li Wei, brother. Something's wrong. Su Lu looked terrified, her voice trembling. There's a monster attacking my main core. My camp is under attack. Li Wei stiffened. What was going on? Su Lu's broken camp had long been completely surrounded by her obsidian city wall at the very center. Not even a mosquito could fly in from the outside. So how could an attack happen? Next moment. Warning. Your crossbow defense tower is under attack. Defense tower destroyed. A red alert flashed wildly in her mind. Li Wei's heart sank. Something serious has happened. He quickly grabbed Su Lu's slender waist, which was soft and graceful, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. His figure turned into a gust of wind, rushing straight northwest. Dust and smoke billowed behind him. When they arrived at the scene, Li Wei put down the stunning school beauty he was holding and looked up. The crossbow defense tower outside the perimeter had already been shattered into pieces. The surrounding temperature was extremely high. The ground cracked open, and hot lava surged wildly. Even with the eternal warm spring protective spell, the air was still scorchingly hot. A giant red flame dragon over 30 meters tall stomped in the hot lava. Its body was covered in fiery red scales, and its huge meat wings slowly folded back. With a casual sweep of its thick tail, the towering trees around snapped in half like toothpicks and flew away. It's over, my Lord Core. Su Lu's face turned pale with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. The workers and nuns in her camp had already fled early. Dealing with such a huge beast, ordinary people would just be sending themselves to danger. Everyone knew clearly, her lord had a golden support, so they didn't need to risk their lives. Don't worry, I am here, Li Wei said casually to comfort her. Roar! The red flame dragon let out a deafening roar, shaking the broken wall and causing the soil to fall apart. It suddenly opened its blood-red mouth. A beam of red light as thick as a water barrel shot straight towards Su Lu's Lord Core. With Li Wei as her shield, Su Lu's broken camp had no protective barrier. Her core was fully exposed. Watching the incoming beam, Sulu's heart nearly stopped. Boom. A burst of fire and heat waves swept over, knocking down all the thatched cottages around. When the smoke and dust cleared, a pure, holy white shield of light protected the pale blue core tightly. It was Sally's sacred barrier. The giant red flame dragon suddenly lifted its massive head and spread its wings in an instant. In midair, Sally wears pure white armor, with her impressive bust pushing the collar up and making it look full. Her long, white legs are close together, and her icy silver eyes look down coldly at the giant dragon. Next to her, Yuffie stands calmly, her green skirt fluttering in the wind, revealing a lot of bright white skin that dazzles the eyes. Red Flame Dragon King rank. Epic level, 20 description, a young dragon king born from deep magma, appearing randomly in hot summer terrains. Another dragon? Sulu's territory is basically a dragon's nest. Liyue squints at the attribute panel. This isn't an ordinary boss. It's a king-level boss. In the hunting grounds, bosses are divided into 4 levels: leader, king, emperor, and god. A king-level boss of the same level has much stronger power than a normal hero. This epic dragon king at level 20. Even 3 epic generals of the same level working together might not be able to defeat it. The giant dragon roars loudly, sensing a deadly threat from the 2 mythic figures above. Cough. Liyue touches his nose and turns to Sulu. Your nest will probably be destroyed and rebuilt again. Sulu is struck like lightning, completely frozen. Last time, Yuffie fought the black dragon and destroyed her camp. She spent 3 hard months building her house, and now it's going to become ruins again? Woo-woo. Sulu squats on the ground, covering her face and crying sadly. Liyue feels a twinge of guilt. Sulu contributed mineral veins and provided climate protection. He was careless. He only thought about surrounding the obsidian city wall over 100 miles, but forgot one crucial thing. The territory inside the wall is officially claimed, but he only controls about 500 grid squares. The remaining open land still belongs to the wild zone without an owner. When summer arrives, the terrain in the hunting ground changes randomly, and suddenly a magma volcano appears inside the wall. For ordinary newcomers, a volcano erupting near their camp in summer is a disaster. But Liyue only sees a screen full of top-quality equipment. He pulls out the Dark Abyss Dragon Flame Bow. He pulls the bowstring to full tension. He closes his eyes. This time, he didn't use the black flame from the dragon bow, but instead wildly activated the holy light source within his body. After reaching level 20, he learned a new skill, Holy Light Arrow, a pure white, dazzling light gathered at his fingertips into an unstoppable arrow. Just as he was about to release it to get the kill, Liyue's action suddenly stopped. The Dark Dragon Flame Bow has a special effect, Mythical Angel's Blessing, which doubles the drop rate of defeated monsters. He suddenly remembered. At the start, Yuffie single-handedly killed an epic dragon, but no loot dropped. Only a corpse remained. Later, Sally participated in killing the black dragon and dropped a bunch of blueprints and energy sources. With the double drop rate, he didn't need to do much himself. This is Sally's innate hidden passive ability, amazing and powerful. What's wrong? Sulu, with tears in her eyes and a tear-streaked face, weakly asked. Epic Dragon King's loot will be split 2 ways. Liyue put away his longbow and smiled. Really? Sulu immediately brightened up and jumped with excitement. A level 20 epic boss. Even a small drop could feed her for half a lifetime. Open it up. Loot everything. Scrape the ground if you have to. Looking at the thatched hut turning to ashes in the holy light, flames, and fierce wind, Sulu was so happy she couldn't find a single regret or worry. Roar! A thunderous, grief-filled dragon cry shattered the sky. The Red Flame Dragon King crashed heavily onto the scorched earth, finally dead. It never understood why, after crawling out of the magma, it encountered 2 mythic-level generals. In the interstellar hunting ground, how many mythic-level creatures are there? As an epic-level king boss, it should have ruled the world and swept everything in the beginner zone. Full of frustration and despair, the dragon died with its eyes wide open. Notification. Your heroes Yuffie and Sally successfully defeated the epic king boss, Red Flame Dragon King. Loot. 3,000 units of dragon meat, 100,000 experience points, 50,000 crystal energy points. Congratulations! Obtaining special loot. Epic Space Teleportation Core, Epic Frost Dragon Flame Codex, Epic Dragon Wing Flight Scroll, Epic Demon Dragon Furnace, Epic Absolute Barrier Talent Scroll, Staring at the rapidly scrolling list on the screen, Li Wei's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? These drop rewards are way too unbelievable. Space Cores, Cultivation Secrets, Talent Scrolls, all of them are epic level. Just one of these items would be enough for the richest families across the entire star region to fight over. Is there any justice? Any sense of fairness? Li Wei was completely stunned. Li Wei, brother, Su Lu stood nearby, rubbing her small, white hands, her big eyes full of hope. The blood and flesh of the Red Flame Dragon King had already been automatically recovered by the Lord Core, leaving only a huge white skeleton on the ground. She didn't understand the chances of rare drops, but she believed that the epic-level boss would definitely drop top-quality treasures. Li Wei looked at Su Lu with a strange expression. A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be, because he promised her a 20% share of the loot before the fight, that the drop rate became so crazy? All kinds of codex and talent scrolls were dropping out. Combined with Sally's passive ability to double-kill drop rates, it was simply unfair. As far as he knew, the highest-level techniques in the human star region were only epic. Today, they had gathered all of them at once. Li Wei took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly. He used the holographic terminal to extract the Frost Dragon Flame Codex, an absolute barrier scroll. The dark gold glow unique to epic items instantly overshadowed the surrounding boiling lava and firelight. Su Lu's eyes widened, and a string of clear saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. Is this for me? Her eyes sparkled with tiny stars. Li Wei was willing to give her epic techniques and talents. She was so happy she almost fainted on the spot. Yes, Li Wei nodded and handed over the 2 dark gold divine items. Su Lu didn't understand how terrifying epic-level items were in the interstellar hunting ground. She only knew that following her rich patron meant good food. She eagerly dispelled the high-level technique she had been practicing earlier. Her level instantly reset to 0. Revert to level 1. Suddenly, her internal strength was drained away. Su Lu's body went limp, and she staggered forward, falling down. Li Wei reacted quickly, reaching out his hand to steady her slender waist. Su Lu completely collapsed into Li Wei's arms. Her long, straight, white legs were weakly pressed against his pants, feeling surprisingly soft and smooth. Don't you know to be careful when you lose your power? Li Wei frowned and sat down on a large rock nearby. Su Lu's face was red with embarrassment. She shyly stuck out her tongue and said, "I was just too excited." She quickly opened the Frost Dragon Flame Codex. Countless dark gold runes flowed from her fingertips into her limbs and body. In an instant, a white flame rose in Su Lu's palm. White? Li Wei looked a bit surprised. Yes, Su Lu explained confidently. The flames with red and black are too ugly. I prefer pure white. Li Wei was speechless. You absorb the black dragon's core power and still find it ugly? If the black dragon knew, it might be angry enough to die again. Li Wei, can I really use this scroll? Su Lu held the Absolute Barrier Talent Scroll with bright eyes. After mastering an epic-level technique, even at level 1, her basic combat power instantly increased to 50 points, comparable to a level 5 rare hero. The weakness from losing her power disappeared, and she felt full of strength. Of course, Li Wei looked at the scroll description. Each lord can have up to 3 talent slots. Absolute Barrier Rank, Epic Effect. As long as there are surviving heroes or soldiers within the territory, the Lord's core becomes invincible. It's a very powerful life-saving skill. But for Li Wei, it was unnecessary. His core already had an invincible defense tower mechanism, so he didn't need to occupy a precious talent slot. It was just right for Su Lu to have one for self-defense. Thank you, Li Wei. Su Lu smiled happily and decisively crushed the scroll. Besides the eternal warm spring, she gained another exclusive talent. In midair, Yuffie and Sally exchanged smiles. Yuffie raised her delicate, white hand and gently brushed her silver hair behind her ear. Finally, I have contributed to Lord Li Wei. Yuffie smiled sweetly. Since the new little demon, Yime, started rushing supplies to the house. She had been feeling very anxious. She was worried she might lose her position as the top hero. Today, she finally proved her worth. Suddenly, Yuffie's beautiful smile froze instantly. Her holographic wrist device flashed brightly with a red upgrade light. Notice, your hero companion, Yeme, has reached level 21. All attributes greatly increased. Notice, your hero companion, Yeme, has reached level 22. All attributes greatly increased. Yeme? The little demon's level actually caught up? Yuffie's mouth opened slightly in shock. Raising from level 20 to 22 requires a full 1 million experience points. How did the little demon manage that? Sally looked serious and quietly comforted her. It's okay. The Lord planted an orchard of experience fruits. Once the fruits are ripe, we will enjoy them first. Notice, your hero Yeme has reached level 23. All attributes greatly increased. Sally's breath caught. From level 22 to 23, another 1 million experience points needed. She and Yuffie had just teamed up to defeat the epic Red Flame Dragon King, and they still needed 90,000 experience points to reach level 23. What is Yeme doing outside? Does she have a group of high-level soldiers over level 30, lining up to be defeated by her? Li Wei was also a bit surprised. The surprises brought by the Shadow Demoness were endless. I'm heading back to the camp. Li Wei waved at Su Lu, ready to leave. This place was full of boiling lava and intense heat, unrelated to summer temperatures, just baked by the terrain itself. Hey, wait for me. Su Lu paused briefly, then quickly moved her two slender, white legs to catch up. Judging by her attitude, she didn't plan to rebuild the broken house anytime soon. On one hand, it was too hot. On the other, she had just obtained an epic-level technique and was eager to show her strength outside. Recently, in the Star Domain Selection Tournament, I haven't been winning very honorably, Su Lu giggled. Next time, I want to crush my opponents with real skill. Li Wei looked surprised. You can still win. A tall, powerful hero with only a few allies, like nuns who can't fight. How can he win? Su Lu shyly stuck out her tongue. Last time, the enemy's troops were frozen to death by a snowstorm. Before that, a meteorite fell from the sky and shattered the enemy. And once, a volcano erupted right in the middle of the battlefield, flooding the enemy's core. Li Wei. Alright, relying purely on luck to defeat others. This incredible lucky streak is truly unmatched. Su Lu, along with the swordsmen and the nuns, excitedly headed into the fog to level up. Li Wei returned to the main camp in the wilderness. He crushed the epic spell scroll, Flying Dragon Wings. He learned a new divine skill. Using the wings requires black dragon flames as fuel, but luckily he already controls Abyssal Demon Flame, so summoning the wings is smooth. Dark flames rise behind him, quickly forming into a large pair of black dragon wings. Li Wei's feet lift off the ground, and he slowly floats into the air. Yuffie and Saris, who are dismantling dragon bones nearby, stop their work and look up. Seeing their lord's power increase so much, both of these top beauties feel genuinely happy. The black fire wings suddenly flap, carrying Li Wei straight into the sky. At first, his body wobbles a bit, but he quickly finds his balance and freely soars in the air, letting out a long, joyful roar. Flying feels amazing. A strong wind brushes his face. After more than 2 months in the interstellar hunting ground, his hair has grown quite long. The breeze blows through, not messy but adding a touch of carefree style. The Shadow Dragon Flame bow naturally has wind element protection, and playful wind spirits circle happily around him. His flying speed has long surpassed the sound barrier, but no sonic boom occurs. The wind acts as the gentlest push. Li Wei moves like a black lightning bolt, silently weaving through the clouds. He flies for 2 hours before reluctantly descending back to the mountaintop. The black fire wings dissipate with the wind. He casually opens his holographic camera and takes a beautiful aerial shot, then posts it directly to his lord's social feed. It's visible to friends and other lords in the same regional group. Li Wei captioned, "The scenery is nice. In the photo, the sky is blue with white clouds, the sun is shining brightly, and the scenery is endless and beautiful." Zhu Dachang quickly replied, "Wow, is the divine spirit now controlling flying troops?" Murong Qianxue commented sourly, On my first day here, I already rode a frost dragon into the sky, Lin Wanner said. The scenery is really beautiful. Wang Chong sighed. I'm so jealous I could cry. Jack asked, Boss, it's over 50 degrees outside. Aren't you hot flying so high? Qin Fei said, Shut up. The divine spirit is invincible everywhere. Summer is nothing, Su Lu agreed. Yes. The divine spirit is the best. Li Wei responded to Su Lu. Aren't you leveling up? Do you have time to chat in the group? Su Lu chuckled. Hee hee, I set a special focus on you. Seeing the flood of likes and comments, Li Wei smiled. He casually checked the regional and global channels. The regional channel covers 100 billion grid squares, about the surface area of a planet. The global channel is even larger, made up of 10,000 regions combined. Inside, there are old monsters that have been developing for decades, or even 100 years, chatting in the group. Newcomers don't dare to speak up. In the regional channel, there are only a few messages a day, all complaining about the summer heat. In the global channel, members of the Poison Blood Alliance are constantly posting recruitment ads for mercenaries, but no one knows what they're up to. Posting in the channels costs a huge amount of crystal energy, so ordinary lords can't afford it. Looking around, no one was posting requests for help to defeat bosses. Li Wei can now fly and support across regions easily, but he's worried about not having a good place to hunt monsters and get rare loot. He sent a message in the Spark 2 class and Earth Star Alliance groups. Anyone who encounters a wild boss they can't beat, remember to call me. Got it. Divine Spirit. No problem, boss. The students all agreed eagerly. But some people in the Earth Star Alliance were whispering privately. Our over 100 lords are working together, all equipped with high-level generals and rare troops. Murong Miss also has a legendary dragon. If they can't beat these bosses, even the legendary elves of the Divine Spirit probably can't help much. They spoke cautiously. Li Wei didn't take it seriously, just warning them casually. He closed the communication interface. Then he took out the magic dragon furnace and the space teleportation core from his core warehouse. The Demon Dragon Furnace is a ready-made forging station that can directly refine and strengthen weapons and armor. The space core is an epic teleportation device. Just input coordinates, and you can teleport over long distances within the hunting grounds. Looking at the teleportation core in his hand, Li Wei had an idea. He turned to the busy blonde elf nearby. Yuffie was handling dragon meat with great enthusiasm. Perhaps she was stimulated by the little succubus, Night Charm, because she was now full of energy and not at all lazy. Lord Li Wei, what's wrong? Yuffie blinked her ruby-like eyes, full of curiosity. Li Wei flicked the epic teleportation core in his hand, smiling. Yuffie, do you want to visit your elf homeland tomorrow? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuffie's stunning face froze instantly. Her ruby eyes trembled violently, filled with disbelief and joy. Tip, you have actively fulfilled your promise. Yuffie's temporary loyalty has become permanently fixed. Current loyalty, 90. Tip, you fulfilled your promise. Yuffie's loyalty increased by 1. Current loyalty, 91. He placed the Demon Dragon Furnace next to the Heroic Spirit Hall. Li Wei took off the Netherfire Dragon Bow from his back. Yuffie obediently stepped forward, handing over the eyes, reverse scales, and dragon tendons of the Crimson Flame Dragon King. Li Wei took the materials, along with the longbow, and threw them into the furnace. He used crystal stones to power it. Suddenly, a fierce black flame ignited inside the furnace. Within a few minutes, the longbow was upgraded. Netherfire Dragon Bow quality, epic level, 20 attack power, 200 special effect. The instant death kill range is increased to all targets at level 20 and below. As long as it doesn't exceed epic quality, even a level 20 king level boss can be killed with one arrow. Upgrading with high-level materials has incredible benefits. Li Wei felt extremely satisfied. In the future, when facing level 20 epic bosses, he could just shoot one arrow and gain experience rapidly. All of this powerful weapon creation was thanks to the stunning elf by his side. Saris, for now, I'll leave the camp in your care. Li Wei turned to the nearby Ice Mountain Angel. I'm taking Yuffie to the elf territory. Saris, dressed in pure white armor, crossed her long, straight, snowy white legs slightly. She nodded expressionlessly. Yes, my lord. On the surface, she showed no emotion, but her small, fair hands clenched tightly into fists. Since the lord was not at home, She had to guard the camp very carefully. The next morning, Lu Wei held Yuffie's soft, delicate white hand in one hand and the epic-level, space teleportation array core in the other. He casually entered a set of coordinates for the elf territory found on a Star Network forum. A purple-golden light instantly enveloped the two of them. In a flash, the light disappeared, and they vanished from the spot. At the headquarters of the Poison Blood Alliance, on the 13th level of the dungeon, deep underground, away from the sun, it was brightly lit by luminous pearls. Inside a luxurious and spacious bedroom, a strong scent of violet filled the air. The poison demon spider queen lazily leaned on her white bone throne. She wore a long purple dress with a high slit, exposing her plump, white thighs. Her long, wavy purple hair and 6 mysterious purple eyes gave her a deadly allure. Queen Spider. A close guard hurried in and respectfully knelt. The poison demon spider queen rubbed her forehead. Recently, bad news kept coming from the Alliance. Teams sent out to loot often went missing, making her very irritable. What is it? Speak directly. Her tone was cold. Reporting, my lady, among the mercenaries we recruited, there's a neutral spider woman named Yuffie who has been performing very well lately. The guard reported loudly. She always leads the attack when fighting monsters. A few days ago, during a raid, her team was ambushed and all were defeated. Only she survived and brought back the intelligence. Oh, a neutral mercenary. The queen was slightly surprised. What level is she? She is now level 32. The queen nodded. Level 32 was quite promising. The guard quickly added, even the commander of the 3rd Legion thinks highly of her. Bring her in. The queen waved her white arm. Soon after, a shy, curvy spider woman, cautiously walking into the hall, appeared. This was her disguise as Shadow Succubus Night Charm. Your name is Yuffie? The queen examined her from head to toe, her tone softening slightly. Yes, your majesty. Yimei pretended to be surprised and flustered, her voice trembling. Starting today, I appoint you as the captain of the 17th Squad of the 3rd Army. Do you agree? The Spider Queen smiled as she offered a tempting reward. Yimei was so excited she trembled all over and knelt down with a thud. I agree. I am willing 1,000 times. Very good. The Spider Queen smiled with satisfaction. Bring someone, serve a cup of purple blood. A guard stepped forward carrying a silver tray, which held a thick, dark purple liquid. Yimei took the cup with both hands, hesitated for half a second, then lifted her elegant neck and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, the Spider Queen's cautious expression completely disappeared, and she smiled proudly. The purple blood in the cup was mixed with her original toxin. For her own kind, drinking it could strengthen the body. For outsiders, it could cause instant death. Most importantly, once someone drank the purple blood, life and death were entirely in the Spider Queen's hands, and they could never betray her. Welcome to the core of the Poison Blood Legion, the Spider Queen announced proudly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Yimei bowed enthusiastically to thank her. But inside, she was overjoyed. This useless poison blood was no different from plain water to a supreme goddess like her. After so long undercover work, she finally became a squad leader. From now on, when she led the team to loot, she could embezzle even more treasures. Lord Li Wei would definitely praise her highly. In the interstellar hunting ground, in the endless forest. Looking around, the rolling green giant trees covered hills and wilderness. Clusters of treetops overlapped neatly, arranged very orderly. Sunlight streamed through the gaps, casting mottled patches of light on the ground. The light was soft and warm, not dark and oppressive like in dense forests. Outside, the second disaster was happening. Summer heat was intense, enough to bake people alive. Many lords, to escape the heat, spent vast amounts of crystal energy, crossing mountains and rivers to reach the edge of the endless forest. But deep inside the forest, there was no sign of the heat. A gentle breeze blew, cool and pleasant, like a paradise on earth. The reason was simple. Right in the center of the forest stood a towering, sky-reaching giant tree. The tree was so huge it seemed endless, its crown piercing the sky. Translucent jade-green leaves blocked the deadly, scorching sunlight. Each tree represents a world. The old nest of the fairy race, the origin divine tree. 3 men sit high in the treetops, enjoying the shade and chatting. One man, with a full beard, swallows his saliva and leers at the patrol guards passing below. I really want to climb up and take a look. Rumor has it that the female elves above are very beautiful. They have slim waists, long legs, and their white thighs sway so much they make your head spin. If I could serve them for a night, I'd be willing to give 10 years of my life. His companion rolls his eyes and slaps the bearded man on the back of his head, mocking him mercilessly. Dream on. Female elves are indeed beautiful, but their eyes are all on top of their heads, and they are very proud. Don't forget your own strength. As humans, we can't even touch the bark of the divine tree. If we dare to break in, we'll be shot to pieces by the patrol elves in no time. Another man agrees. That's right. Just sneaking into the forest to cool off is already lucky. Trying to climb the tree? That's just wishful thinking. The three men look disappointed and sigh repeatedly. In the endless forest, many mercenaries and independent lords wander around. As long as they don't cause damage and aren't part of the evil factions, the elves don't mind outsiders coming to relax. But stepping even a foot onto the origin divine tree, foreigners can't even think about it. Even the top elders of the major human civilizations would have to wait obediently below. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoes in all directions. The sky above trembles violently. A thick, mighty branch of the origin divine tree slowly descends, reaching all the way to the ground. It gently supports a man and a woman. Wow! The three men in the treetops are stunned, their jaws dropping and eyes nearly popping out. Countless wandering lords and mercenaries around scramble up the trunk, eager to look closer. The ancient elves, who have lived for thousands of years, are even more stunned. How is this possible? Why would the divine tree lower its branches on its own? An elderly elf holding a staff trembles with shock. The rules of the divine tree are strict. Only elves who have reached level 50 can climb it step by step. Top-tier powerhouses above level 70 are allowed to settle on the tree. Even the current elf queen, when returning to the palace, must obediently walk up the divine staircase. Let the divine tree bow itself to greet. I have lived for 3,000 years, and in the history of the elf race for over 10,000 years, I have never heard of such a thing. The young female elves were so excited they went wild, quickly opening their holographic devices to take photos. They wore very little clothing, just short pleated skirts that revealed their smooth, white legs swinging between the trees, showing off their stunning beauty. Look, on the branch. It seems to be a human. Nonsense. How could a human make the divine tree bow its head? A lord activated his vision enhancement skill to zoom in. On the big screen, a young man in white clothes stood with his hands behind his back, looking elegant and otherworldly, like a fairy. Next to him stood a beautiful golden-haired elf, obedient and charming. Yuffie was wearing a bright green strapless leather dress, tightly hugging her curvy hips, with her long, straight white legs crossed as she stood close to the young man. She held his arm tightly, her impressive, tempting white cleavage pressed against his arm, moving with her breath and giving off a charming, alluring scent. Black hair, black eyes, really a human male, and so young, everyone watching gasped in surprise. Big news. A human fairy has arrived, and the divine tree is actively bowing to serve. Shocking. A mere human man has an unspoken connection with the divine tree. The post instantly exploded across the star network. The human lords stationed in the forest frantically took screenshots and shared them. Everyone wanted to find out which hidden human powerhouse was enjoying the highest treatment among the elves. What the heck? The divine tree of origin. For newcomers just past their beginner stage, high-level information like this was very unfamiliar. But many new players quickly recognized the man in the photo. Wow, isn't this Lordly Way? Really Lordly Way? How did he end up in the elf main camp? Wow, wasn't he just posting fishing photos in the group earlier, crossing millions of miles in an instant? That must be an epic teleportation array. In the Starfire Class 2 group chat, messages flooded in rapidly. Fat Ju Dachong said, "Vishen is Vishen. We mortals can only look up in awe, so powerful. Even proud elves have to bow down." In the ruins camp, the heat wave was intense. Sulu was lying on a broken rot tin chair, covered in fragrant sweat. She looked at the photo on the holographic screen, pacing anxiously. Why does the wealthy sponsor go to enjoy himself, while she has to endure the heat in the ruins. Sulu quickly opened a private chat. At Li Wei, brother Li Wei, why didn't you take me to the elf nest? I also want to see the beautiful female elves' white long legs. Please, take me to see the world. I don't want to level up in the ruins anymore. Sob sob. A few seconds later, Li Wei replied immediately. At Sulu, shut up. I'm busy. Li Wei was busy. But he wasn't doing anything serious. He was walking with Yuffie along the thick, towering branches of the Origin Divine Tree. Countless stunning female elf hosts lined both sides of the wide wooden path, greeting with the highest standards of ceremony. Li Wei watched so intently that he almost didn't want to blink. Although he faced mythic-level elves like Yuffie every day, his aesthetic standards had already risen. But the surrounding elf girls each had their own unique beauty. Some wore tiny leather skirts that barely covered their hips, with long, straight, snow-white legs casually crossed. Some wore semi-transparent, low-cut sheer fabrics, revealing deep, white cleavage that dazzled the eyes. Some were petite and delicate, others curvaceous and alluring. It was truly a top-tier visual feast. Turning his gaze to the top of the Origin Divine Tree, a crystal-clear emerald palace sat steadily on the thick trunk at the very top. Lush green leaves formed a sacred, solemn canopy. Through the crystal windows, the entire interstellar hunting grounds clouds stretched beneath their feet. The blue sky was endless, as if one could reach out and pluck stars or catch the moon. Today, the elf queen, Eileen, teleported back to the palace as usual. She lazily leaned on her throne, flipping through the latest holographic battle report. Today, she wore a high-slit, floor-length dress, with two long, glowing white legs crossed casually. The hem of the dress slipped freely, revealing dazzling, tempting glimpses of spring skin. Lately, her biggest concern was the performance of the new elves. After all, the clan's ranking battle among 10,000 races was about to begin. But unfortunately, the battle report was filled with ordinary rookies, and there was not a single standout among them. The only notable member of the entire elf race was Princess Sia, born from the divine tree fruit. But even Princess Sia ranked only 5,320 in the first round of the big exam. Eileen looked at the information in her hand and sighed heavily. More than half a month had passed since the internal selection. There were only 17 new elves who drew legendary-level generals. A strong feeling of worry filled her heart. Your Majesty the Queen, something big has happened. Suddenly, a chief elder rushed into the hall, stumbling and looking panicked. What's the big fuss about? Eileen frowned slightly. She always liked peace and quiet, and disliked loud noise. Her subordinates should know the rules well. Why are they so frantic today? A bad feeling rose in her mind. Her body trembled slightly as she looked down at the elder kneeling at the steps. The jade tassels on her crown swayed gently. The divine tree. The source divine tree has actually lowered its branches voluntarily, the chief elder stammered as he reported, trembling with fear. He thought the source divine tree had become sick or mutated, and only fear filled his heart. The divine tree was the life source of the elf race, symbolizing peace and eternity. However, when Eileen heard the report, she was stunned for half a second. Then, her stunning eyes burst with uncontrollable joy. Had an ancient ancestor awakened from the long river of history? Only ancient sleeping giants of the elves could make the divine tree bow its head and greet them. She knew better than anyone the hidden meaning behind the divine tree lowering its branches. Quickly, send me the highest imperial decree. Gather the top leaders of the entire race and prepare to welcome with the highest honors. Hurry and do it. The high priest of the elves, the 12 celestial seat elders, the 24 earth seat elders, the 4 great domain masters, and the 7 elemental guardians, top figures with immense power and influence, rushed to the Emerald Palace. No matter what urgent matters they were busy with, faced with the rare, supreme imperial decree that is issued only once every 1,000 years, all elves must immediately put down their work and gather quickly. Your Majesty the Queen, she urgently summoned us. What does she want? I really don't understand. The important figures in the main hall whispered to each other, looking confused. Could it be that the elf race is facing a life and death crisis? Otherwise, why call everyone together and make such a fuss? Princess Sia of the Elves stands quietly at the back of the crowd. Today, she wears a very short pleated skirt, and her two white, slender legs are very eye-catching. She even skipped a competition just to come here quickly. But her big, bright eyes are full of anticipation. She doesn't often get the chance to visit the sacred tree. She thinks to herself that she probably has nothing important to do today, just going through the motions. After finishing the process, she plans to ask her mother for some high-level resources to take back and help build their territory. This would be very helpful. Gathered everyone for one reason. Aileen stands up, her stunning white curves bouncing as she moves, revealing a deep, alluring cleft. The grand palace suddenly falls silent. All the elves hold their breath and listen carefully. Follow me to welcome a distinguished guest. As soon as Aileen finishes speaking, the hall erupts like a stone causing ripples. Welcoming a guest? What's going on? Just to greet someone, and we all have to come here. Using the supreme imperial decree that is issued only once every 1,000 years? That's just nonsense. Ugh. I was strongly against her becoming the queen back then. The older elves exchange glances and quietly complain. Their worries are temporarily set aside, leaving only silent frustration. Aileen remains calm and proud. The elf race is naturally peaceful and tolerant. She doesn't care about the gossip in the hall. Anyway, the supreme imperial decree has already been issued. These stubborn old folks will have to accept it. When the ancestor appears, they'll be silenced. Princess Sia is surprised, opening her small cherry lips. The queen is making such a big fuss just to welcome one person? Isn't that a bit too much? What kind of important figure is worth the entire race's leaders gathering? Even the leader of the demon clan would never receive such an extraordinary treatment. Although the elf clan ranks lower, they are inherently proud. Once, they were the second largest race in the starry sky. How could they easily bow to outsiders? Esteemed guest has arrived, Aileen softly announced. The heavy palace doors were slowly opened by the etiquette officer. A blinding pure white holy light spilled into the hall through the door crack. All the powerful elf elders present took a deep breath. Everyone quickly tidied their appearance, lined up on both sides, and prepared to bow in a grand ceremony. But, halfway through bowing, everyone froze. It was as if a spell had frozen them in place, all stuck. Many secretly glanced at the door, curious to see what kind of divine being could make the queen willingly pay the highest royal decree. And then, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Walking in was a young human man with black hair and black eyes. He was casually stepping on the red carpet, looking around curiously. Next to him, the stunning mythic elf Yuffie obediently lagged behind by half a step, acting like a humble follower. The entire elf race had gathered such a grand welcome just for a human. All the elf elders instantly became furious, trembling with anger. Even though humans and elves had good relations, this level of treatment was like throwing the elf race's dignity on the ground and stomping on it wildly. A group of powerful beings who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years felt deeply humiliated. Princess Sia was even more stunned, staring blankly. Welcome, esteemed guest. Aileen didn't clearly see the human features of Li Wei, assuming he was an ancestor in disguise, and bowed without hesitation. As she bent down, her neckline suddenly opened, exposing a large, dazzling white chest to the air. Even the queen had bowed. The other elves, though feeling extremely uncomfortable inside, could only grit their teeth and bow as well. Proper etiquette must be maintained. Any anger could be dealt with later when confronting the queen. But, when these elders caught a glimpse of Li Wei's expression with their peripheral vision, their inner anger could no longer be suppressed. They saw the young human man in front of them. Two eyes stared straight at the queen's stunning white cleavage with intense focus. A mischievous smile played at the corner of his mouth. He looked shameless and lecherous. Everyone in the grand hall was furious, like a blazing fire fueled by oil, burning hotter and hotter. Livy couldn't understand it all. He had only looked at the scenery a little longer, so why did the surrounding starry giants become so angry? He was simply stunned by the incredible scene before him. The high and mighty elf queen personally came out to greet him and Yuffie. She was a supreme ruler who shook the universe, backed by the powerful elf race. If Yuffie hadn't been with him, Livy would have felt a bit nervous facing such a grand scene. When he heard the queen's greeting, his mind went blank, and he stood there for a long time without saying a word. To others, he looked like a reckless person who didn't respect the queen's dignity. But Queen Eileen didn't mind at all. Her gaze crossed Livy and directly landed on the nearby blonde elf. Just one look, and Eileen seemed struck by lightning, her beautiful face filled with shock and disbelief. Her body trembled violently, and she even couldn't hold the emerald scepter symbolizing supreme authority. "Queen, Your Majesty?" The steward elder next to her noticed Eileen's strange state and asked with confusion. "Get out. Everyone, leave now." Eileen's voice trembled, and her proud, white cleavage rose and fell rapidly, as if breathing was becoming very difficult. The elf giants in the hall were confused, but everyone had been holding back anger for a long time and just wanted to leave quickly. No one cared why the queen lost her composure. They just thought Livy was some poor relative she knew. As for why such a grand scene was created, they planned to hold a meeting afterward and seriously scold the queen. "Yes, ma'am." The group of elf giants turned to leave. Before leaving, many cast cold glances at Yuffie, but they didn't think much of it. The elf race was never short of beautiful women. Everyone was already tired of their looks. Walking at the back of the group, Princess Shia wore a very short pleated skirt, and her two slim, white legs moved slowly. She curiously looked back at Li Wei, full of gossip. Bang! The heavy crystal door slowly closed. Inside the Emerald Palace, only Li Wei, Yuffie, and Queen Eileen remained. Warm sunlight shone into the hall through the glass. Eileen could no longer hold back her emotions. Her legs went weak, and she knelt down suddenly. The emerald staff in her hand clattered onto the white marble floor. Li Wei watched the staff roll and move, feeling confused. What is going on? Then, what happened next shocked him so much that his jaw nearly dropped to his feet. He saw the high-standing elf queen, covering her chest with both hands, bowing humbly to the ground. She looked up, her voice trembling. Queen Eileen of the 19,610th generation of the elf race. Bows to the great elf goddess. As soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Li Wei swallowed hard and looked at Yuffie with wide eyes, as if seeing a monster. He quickly moved 2 steps aside to avoid the queen's bowing ceremony. What kind of space joke is this? He was just a rookie recently promoted. How could he handle the bow of a space giant? Since entering the endless forest, Yuffie had been looking nostalgic. Li Wei guessed that this big fairy had a high status among the elves. After all, she was a legendary hero, and her ancestors must have been wealthy. But he never imagined it could be so exaggerated. Just mentioning a historical title could make the current queen kneel and bow. Elf goddess. Li Wei searched through interstellar history but found no record of this title. "Do you recognize me?" Faced with the queen's bow, Yuffie accepted it without hesitation. Today, she wore a tight green leather dress, her long white legs casually crossed, and her beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. Even she didn't expect that after so many years, someone could still recognize her face. I recognize you." Eileen was nervous and at a loss, her small, soft hands clutching her high-slit skirt tightly. "Over many long years, I have read your secret portrait countless times, Lady Goddess. To see you reshape your divine form with my own eyes. Eileen." As she spoke, this proud queen suddenly had tears in her eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Yuffie stepped forward, gently helping Eileen to stand with her soft, white hand, and said with feeling, "The starry laws have reunited my lost soul. I never thought I would see this day again. All thanks to my lord Li Wei." Yuffie spoke while smiling sweetly at Li Wei beside her. Seeing Li Wei looking confused and silly, a playful glint appeared in her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Eileen suddenly turned her head and looked at Li Wei. The only way to reunite the spirit of the elf goddess is through the recruitment rules of the interstellar hunting grounds. Fortunately, the lord of this resurrection goddess is a human, not an evil alien. Eileen secretly felt relieved. She quickly wiped away her tears, tidied her messy dress, hiding her youthful glow. Then, she bowed deeply to Li Wei with a serious expression. Her neckline slightly lowered, revealing her deep, white cleavage once again. Li Wei quickly took a step back and returned the bow. Eileen smiled brightly, like a blooming flower. "May I ask your honorable name, Li Wei?" He answered honestly. "Lord Li Wei, please, don't call me that. Your Majesty, you flatter me too much." Li Wei's head was buzzing, feeling overwhelmed. He saw Yuffie covering her mouth, giggling secretly, her white chest trembling with her laughter, which made him very annoyed. When they returned to the camp, he was determined to teach this mischievous fairy a good lesson. Li Wei didn't want the elf queen to bow so humbly to him. If a group of old monsters outside found out, they would tear him apart in an instant. Earlier, Eileen had sent everyone out, clearly to hide Yuffie's true identity. Even if the elves outside were loyal, such a secret as this must not be leaked. He was just a rookie who hadn't fully grown yet. Yuffie was also far from regaining her peak strength. All the major powers in the universe absolutely do not want to see the supreme legend of the elves reappear, nor do they want the elves to once again dominate over others. Eileen is a smart person. After a few words, she understood Levi's concerns. She smiled and suggested, "How about we treat each other as equals from now on? Call me Levi, and I'll call you Eileen." This was the biggest concession she could make. After all, Levi is the master of the goddess, and treating her as an equal would be a serious breach of respect. "All right, no problem," Levi secretly marveled. He had just visited the elves' ancient home and immediately became friends with the starry sky giant. It was like a dream. Eileen is the ruler of the endless starry sky. In the past, Levi didn't even have the right to look up to her. They exchanged a few polite words. Finally, Eileen couldn't hold back her excitement and turned her eager gaze to Yuffie. Levi wisely moved to the edge of the hall, found a soft sofa to sit on, crossed his legs, and left space for these two stunning beauties to chat. "The elves, how are they doing now?" Yuffie softly asked, her beautiful eyes filled with nostalgia. She had awakened from the sleep of the cosmic laws, and her past memories were already blurry. Now, her whole heart and eyes were only for Lord Levi. However, as a former supreme deity, she still cared deeply for her people she once protected. Eileen looked ashamed and lowered her head to reply, "To the goddess, everything is fine. But the elves have completely fallen, now ranking at the bottom among all races. Once a mighty race that shook the universe, now they are bullied by others." As the current ruler, Eileen felt ashamed. Yuffie didn't care about the rankings of the races. As long as her people were safe and not involved in wars, that was enough. "Are the things I left in the divine tree still there?" Yuffie softly asked. She specifically took Levi to the elves' ancient home, not just to reminisce, but to reclaim her old assets and strengthen Levi's power. "Yes, still there," Eileen nodded repeatedly. "The highest secret passed down through generations of queens. Who dares to touch the goddess's relics?" Irene turned and walked to the depths of the grand hall, using her royal power to open the core treasury of the origin divine tree. She respectfully held out a clear, colorful crystal stone. The rainbow glow instantly lit up the entire Emerald Palace. The light was endless. Yuffie stepped forward, wearing a green leather skirt, and moved her long, straight, white legs to take the colorful crystal stone. This is her special divine item. In the interstellar hunting ground, no rules could stop her from reclaiming what belongs to her. "My lord." Yuffie turned around and walked lightly to Li Wei. She sweetly called out and handed over the colorful crystal. "A little gift for our meeting." Yuffie smiled like a flower. Li Wei looked confused as he took the crystal. Rainbow light. In the interstellar hunting ground, it symbolized the highest divine level. Creator God heart, rank, supreme myth, description, the origin condensed by the mercy of the elf goddess for all living beings. When shattered, it can awaken the myth-level exclusive talent creation spirit. Looking at the attributes displayed on the holographic screen, Li Wei didn't jump for joy or feel excited. He only felt confused. He stared blankly at the sweet-smiling Yuffie in front of him, unable to speak for a long time. He thought this big fairy was just crying about wanting to go back home, simply missing her hometown. But it turns out, it was all for him, to find a myth-level treasure standing at the top of the universe for him. They met by chance, and he hadn't given her a proper gift yet. She was even hunting for her own food and drink. A bitter feeling rose in Li Wei's heart, and his eyes started to sting. Thank you," Li Wei said, clutching the rainbow crystal. "What's wrong? Don't like it?" Yuffie blinked her big, ruby-red eyes. She leaned in very close, bending down to carefully examine Li Wei's expression. He could even smell her charming girl's scent, with her soft, white body almost pressed against his arm. Li Wei quickly looked away, trying to hide his awkwardness. It's an honor, an honor. Hee. Yuffie giggled softly. Then, a hint of reluctance appeared on her beautiful face as she hesitated to speak. Li Wei, I might need to stay in the divine tree for a while. Li Wei was stunned. What's wrong? I want to regain the lost power. In the hunting ground, it should be called the mythical secret of awakening, right? The ultimate move of a high-level general, surpassing all regular skills. Its power is earth-shattering. Many legendary experts who have lived for thousands of years never reach the threshold of this secret. Yuffie only needs to sleep inside the divine tree to awaken directly. Li Wei sincerely feels happy for her and laughs out loud. Great. I'll wait for you. Yuffie turns around and enters the core of the divine tree to meditate in seclusion. Li Wei doesn't want to stay in the palace as a giant panda, being watched by a group of old elves, so he decisively follows the tree trunk downward. He plans to explore the endless jade immortal forest for a few days and enjoy the exotic scenery. At home, the cold but warm-hearted Ice Mountain Angel, Chalice, is in charge, so he feels at ease. If trouble really comes, smashing the teleportation stone will let him return to the camp instantly. Halfway there, Li Wei directly crushes the Creator God heart in his hand. Rainbow-colored light instantly rushes into his chest. There is no pain, only a strange feeling of warmth and comfort. It's as if his whole body is thoroughly cleansed and refined, making his aura become extraordinary, like a compassionate savior. But this saintly aura doesn't match his handsome, tough appearance at all. Li Wei quickly suppresses it into his body. Tip: you have successfully used the myth level one-time item, Creator God Heart. Congratulations! You have awakened the second mythic talent, Creation Spirit. Creation Spirit, rank, Supreme Myth, Core Skill 1, Turning Stones into Spirits, 1. Can give independent consciousness to dead buildings, transforming them into spiritual beings. Their appearance is entirely up to the Lord's preference. 2. The spiritual beings are absolutely loyal to the Lord, full score 100 points, unbreakable in life and death, immune to all mental mind control. 3. When a spiritual being dies in battle, it will revert to a building at the same spot. It can be reawakened by consuming resources, retaining all memories from before. Core Skill 2. Life Link 1. The spiritual being inherits all the health, attack, and defense of the original building. 2. Spiritual beings of the same type can share damage and pool their health points. Core Skill 3. Creator God Authority 1. Each additional spiritual being in the territory increases the attributes of all members by 1%. 1. Each time a new spiritual creature is added, the territory's maximum size automatically increases by 1 unit. 2. When the number of spiritual creatures exceeds 100, a divine skill called Soul Revival is unlocked. It grants immunity when receiving a fatal blow and instantly restores 100% of health. 3. When the number of spiritual creatures exceeds 10,000, another divine skill called Destroy and Conquer is unlocked. It deals 10 times true damage to all enemy structures. Note: each use of a spiritual divine skill consumes 1 soul medium, which can be dropped by killing high-level spirit monsters. After viewing the incredible data panel, Li Wei's heart was pounding with excitement. Turning cold, inanimate wooden defense towers into living beings with independent consciousness, and being able to freely customize their appearance? Imagine transforming hundreds of heavy armored crossbow towers in the territory into beautiful girls wearing black stockings and short skirts, with long, white legs. Or turning obsidian city walls into a group of fiery, confident women wielding heavy shields. Just thinking about it makes blood rush to the head. Absolutely thrilling. Li Wei stared at the new talent on the holographic screen, feeling overwhelmed. Creation Spirit. This divine-level talent is insanely powerful. It gives cold wooden buildings independent consciousness, turning them into living beings. After death, they can revert back to buildings. If the core isn't broken, smashing some resources can bring them back to full health. It's like having unlimited resurrection tokens. Others might see dead, activated buildings on the front lines as useless wreckage, easily destroyed by enemies. But Li Wei is different. He holds 2 mythic privileges, plus the absolute invincibility and tenfold attribute boost from City Building Heart. And if he wants to retreat, the buildings can just run away. The activated buildings inherit the same health and defense as their original forms. In tower defense games, the toughest structures are usually the buildings themselves. If he activates all 24-meter-high obsidian walls, turning them into a group of beautiful, white-skinned women with heavy shields. Standing at the front line, they would be the most durable, invincible fortress in the universe. Even bombers couldn't break through. What's even more terrifying is the core privilege, the Creation Divine Authority. Every activated unit increases the entire army's attributes by 1%, combined with his chaotic and mythical aura. If he creates 10,000 defense towers with long black silk legs, his basic stats would increase by over 200 times. Over 200 times more health and attack power. Even a pig-headed warrior could crush an 80-level starry giant with a single punch. There are also skills like Soul Revival and City Breaker. He comes with an automatic death-proof shield, and attacking others' nests doubles the damage. As long as this undead army of white, delicate women charges into someone else's territory, it would be a one-sided, destructive slaughter. Damn, Li Wei swallowed his saliva, frightened by his own crazy power. He just recently became a true warrior, with strength easily reaching several thousand. Walking down the steps of the heavenly tree, his legs felt a bit weak. He was completely stunned by his own future world-destroying strength. "Why are you sighing?" At the corner of the stairs, a pretty blonde elf girl stood. She wore a short pleated skirt barely covering her hips, with 2 long, white, eye-catching legs close together. Her big, curious eyes stared at Li Wei without blinking. Li Wei casually turned off his holographic terminal, suppressing his excitement, and looked at her expressionlessly. "Who are you?" "I'm Princess Xia. The Queen sent me to guide you and show you around," she said, blinking her beautiful eyes like a curious child. She even circled around Li Wei twice, as if trying to see through this human. Her neckline slightly drooped, revealing a tempting, alluring white cleavage that was faintly visible. Circling around, Li Wei rolled his eyes and directly refused. "No need trouble. I can explore on my own." He always kept his distance from women with princess titles, feeling they were full of princess syndrome and hard to deal with. No. Xia hurriedly waved her hands. "The Queen's orders. If I mess up, I'll definitely get punished." But inside, she was itching with curiosity. A normal human, why would the mighty divine tree bow to him? Why would the Queen send the highest royal decree to welcome him? And this guy, like her, was also a newcomer just past the beginner stage. This made Xia's gossip fire burn fiercely. Do as you like. Since it was arranged by the Queen, Li Wei didn't want to embarrass her directly. He was accompanied by a stunning little elf with a hot figure and snow-white legs, very eye-catching. As long as she didn't cause trouble, he was fine with her following. The two walked side by side along a lush green path in the woods. After a few words, Li Wei realized he had guessed wrong. This elf princess was very friendly and had no airs at all, just like a simple girl next door. "You're the top-ranked human, right?" "Her name is Qing Xian Fairy. An old relic in our clan always teases me about her. I ranked 5,320th in the big exam, and she was 5,060th. Just a little higher than me." Xia pouted, looking unhappy. "I only made it into the top 10,000, but your people have 5 in the top 10. That's not right." Xia stretched out her smooth, tender finger and started counting. Qing Xian Fairy, the transformed human, the magic saint, the superpowered girl, the martial arts fanatic. She widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Li Wei from different angles. "Qing Xian Fairy and the superpowered girl are both girls. You don't have any mechanical armor, and you don't seem like a mage. Could you be a martial arts fanatic?" "But the martial artist is a big bald guy, right?" Xia looked confused. Li Wei sighed silently. "I'm not from the 5 great super civilizations." "Impossible," Xia exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be that you didn't even make it into the top 10,000? Thanks for the high praise, but I'm just an ordinary person with no background." Li Wei replied casually, just wanting to shut her up quickly. "I don't believe it." Xia bit her bright red lips, full of suspicion. She immediately opened the holographic terminal on her wrist and connected to the Human Public Star Network forum. She typed Li Wei's name into the search box. In the next second, Xia's stunning face froze instantly. In Xia's mind, Li Wei was definitely a top ace of the human race. Otherwise, why would the queen herself give such a high-level reception, even sending her, the elf princess, as a full-time guide? But the information displayed on the holographic screen was completely opposite to her guess. It felt like meeting a beggar on the street, giving him half a steamed bun, and then realizing he's actually the emperor of the dynasty. It was like meeting a pure angel, but upon closer look, it was actually a green-skinned goblin. The strong contrast made Xia's mind freeze, and she stood there blankly. She stared at the headline on the Starnet forum. The top-ranked leader everyone hates? Is Li Wei's reputation so bad among humans? Elves care a lot about their reputation and face. They never seek fame for profit, and they won't tolerate any shame on their name. People with a bad reputation are seen as shameless losers in Xia's eyes. Like her mentor, Roland, a veteran who had been developing for 30 years, but lost to a newly promoted star called Xingyun. If it weren't for the fact that some experts from the Star Beast clan also fell, Roland would have been drowned in the gossip of his people. Xia just couldn't understand. What did Li Wei do to be so evil that all humans despise him? If he's such a disgrace, why does the queen still have her close to her? Even using the rare royal decree once every 1,000 years. Curious, Xia clicked on a post exposing Li Wei. Seeing all the filthy words on the screen, her delicate, pointed ears turned bright red with embarrassment. Hey, Xia couldn't help but look up at Li Wei. What's wrong? Li Wei was looking up at the huge emerald leaves above. Why aren't you participating properly in the human selection tournament? Xia asked seriously. The internal ranking competition among humans. Oh, right. Thanks for the reminder. Li Wei quickly opened his holographic terminal. The tournament hadn't started today, but he had no intention of joining in. Manager, I want to take a leave. Li Wei sent a private message to the tournament organizer. As one of the only 23 newcomers holding legendary generals, the manager responded very politely and replied instantly. How long? Maybe. I'll take a long break first. Okay. After handling the leave, Li Wei casually closed the interface. He only signed up for the tournament because Yuffie was there to support him. Now that Yuffie isn't around, he doesn't meet the system's matching requirements and can't even enter. So he just takes a leave. Anyway, he's been just going through the motions lately, letting opponents surrender easily. He's gotten bored of it. Sia blinked her big, watery eyes and curiously leaned in. Requesting leave. Leave for what? The selection competition. Sia was completely speechless. I just asked why she wasn't taking the competition seriously, and she suddenly withdrew from the contest? A human is supposed to care about face the most, right? Why does this person act so fearless, like a pig unafraid of boiling water? Sia remembered what her academy mentor had said. If someone doesn't care about others' opinions at all, they are either unbeatable and don't see ordinary people as a threat, or they are a complete failure and give up. Which one does Li Wei belong to? Sia felt very curious. She quietly activated her special divine skill, planning to clear away the fog and see the human clearly. Origin Tree of Life, Emerald Palace. Queen Eileen just returned from outside, feeling very happy. She had a beautiful smile on her usually cold face. Her long skirt with a high slit swayed as she walked, revealing her two plump, tempting white legs. Your Majesty, an old voice came. Come in. An extremely old elf, leaning on a wooden cane, slowly entered the hall. He was so old that his face was full of wrinkles. Elves live a long time. Even without practicing, they can live over 1,000 years. It's rare to see an elf this old. Eileen quickly went forward to support him. When she was a little girl, the High Elder had already looked like this. No one knew how many ages he had lived through. Your Majesty, why did you use the highest imperial decree today to welcome a human? The old elf's cloudy eyes were full of doubt. He knew Eileen was not a foolish ruler. The elf race was declining, and Eileen managing to keep her people from falling below 10,000 was already a great achievement. Eileen looked at the old man who had dedicated himself to the clan and softly said, He can lead our elf race to rise again. No more words were needed. The old elf's cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and a terrifying light burst from them. The queen never joked. He knew exactly how serious this statement was. How far can one rise? The Grand Elder's voice trembled with fear. Iron smiled slightly. Back to the peak. Back to the peak? To reclaim the throne of the second largest race in the starry sky? The Grand Elder trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Sia was a pure-blood princess born from the divine tree fruit. She naturally possessed a special skill granted by the divine tree, Origin Insight. This skill allows her to see through all disguises and directly understand the true strength of her target. At this moment, she was activating her skill, staring intently at Li Wei. Her legs felt heavy as if filled with lead, frozen in place. "Why aren't you leaving?" Li Wei turned around, looking confused. Sia seemed lost in thought, ignoring Li Wei's question. In her mind, only a crazy, flashing blood-red number remained. 4,320. A newly promoted lord. How could his combat power surpass 4,000? Sia had been absorbing the essence of heaven and earth from the divine tree core since she was young. Her current strength was only about 450 points. That could barely destroy a commercial street. What does 4,320 points mean? It's enough to turn a super city into ruins with a single slap. Is this what you call a newcomer? Seeing Li Wei's handsome, youthful face, Sia's body trembled uncontrollably. Her white legs under her short skirt felt weak. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. In the interstellar hunting ground, methods that rely on cheating or overusing potential to boost early strength are not recognized by the system. Even if you start with over 10,000 combat power, without a way to directly reach the divine realm, you're just guessing. Building a solid foundation in the later stages is crucial to becoming a god. So, a newly promoted beginner is either a blank slate or a super genius who advances steadily. Li Wei was a brand new star, confirmed without doubt. Sia was completely stunned. Her beautiful face turned red with shock, so overwhelmed she forgot to breathe. The human in front of her had a terrible reputation among their kind. The high-level humans definitely didn't know such a freak had appeared among them. Starting with over 1,000 combat power can bring calamity-level disasters. Only 3 can survive the calamity in the entire server. The first is Starfall. Second place, the Flame Witch. Third place, the Golden-Eyed Saint. Rumors say that the top 3 have combat power over 2,000. They probably achieved this by using a legendary skill given by the hunting ground, rapidly gaining experience and leveling up. Starfall is the most mysterious. No one knows its true background. "What's wrong with you?" Li Wei asked with confusion. The noble elf princess, walking a few steps, looked like she was about to faint. He reached out his large hand and gently touched Sia's smooth, delicate forehead. The warm feeling from his palm made Sia tremble suddenly. She finally regained her senses, gasping for air. Her 2 white, high, and firm breasts rose and fell sharply, and her deep, alluring cleavage made people dizzy. "Are you feeling so weak?" Li Wei said, speechless. "If you're sick, go back to your room and lie down. If you faint near me, your elf race will definitely come after me." Sia's cheeks turned red, and her big, watery eyes looked at Li Wei. Her voice was soft and sweet. "Are you a star?" Before she could finish saying, falling, Li Wei quickly covered her tender, red lips with his hand. His fingertips touched her soft, moist lips. Sia's crystal-clear, pointed ears instantly turned bright red with embarrassment, as if they might bleed. Under her pleated short skirt, her long, straight, white legs were tightly pressed together in tension. "Ellen even told you my secrets." Li Wei widened his eyes. Sia blinked innocently, her long eyelashes fluttering. She understood everything now. A newly promoted rookie, with a combat power soaring to 4,300. This could only be explained by the legendary skill fed by the hunting ground system. There was no other way. And Li Wei was just a lord hiding behind the scenes. What kind of monsters are the heroes under his command? Sia had been practicing an epic-level skill herself, working hard for 3 months, only reaching level 9. The gap between people was too big. "Why are you daydreaming?" Li Wei released her and waved his hand irritably. His palm was covered with her saliva. Sia quickly wiped her mouth, not angry at all. In fact, she was smiling happily. Starfall, the #1 player on the server, the greatest demon king, was right in front of her. It was so exciting. "Big boss, please take me along and carry me to victory." The elf princess bent down without hesitation, offering a fragrant pink handkerchief with both hands, eager to help Li Wei wipe his hands. At the moment she bent over, her neckline was wide open, revealing large, dazzlingly white skin that was completely unprotected. Li Wei took the handkerchief and wiped his hands clean. Fortunately, her elf nature was pure, and her saliva had no strange smell. "Keep your mouth closed tightly. Aileen must have told you to do so," Li Wei said as he threw the handkerchief back. "Yes, sir. I promise to keep my mouth shut." Xia quickly stuffed the handkerchief into her short skirt pocket, nodding repeatedly. She knew with her toes that revealing Starfall's identity would be deadly. Once exposed, she would definitely be attacked by major forces across the universe. Although the eternal fall is strong, it cannot withstand the siege of countless races. "Big boss, can we be friends?" Xia leaned in actively, her delicate, white arm pressed tightly against Li Wei's, soft skin rubbing constantly. She looked like a close friend she had known for years. "Sure," Li Wei said, opening the holographic terminal and sending a friend request casually. On the way, Xia changed completely, not asking any more nonsense. She lowered her head, holding the terminal screen, repeatedly watching Starfall's few recorded battles, looking very interested. "Big boss, can I join the Starfall Divine Sect?" Xia looked up eagerly. Li Wei felt a headache coming on. "Just call me by my name. And watch your image. Everyone around is your people." Xia didn't listen at all. Just then, a shocking cry came from the side. "Princess!" A female elf guard passing by nearly dropped her eyes to the ground. She couldn't believe her eyes. The high and mighty pureblood princess was acting like a clingy little maid, following a human man closely. He rubbed his aching temples, feeling helpless. He had planned to explore the endless forest, enjoy the sight of the beautiful elf women's long white legs and stunning figures, and experience exotic scenery. But everything was spoiled by the young girl beside him. Since she had pulled him over forcefully, Li Wei was too lazy to argue. He shook off her soft little hand and asked, "What do you want?" Hearing his question, Xia's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to see you play another full-server virtual match." Xia's voice trembled. She had long believed that the person in front of her was definitely Starfall, an unmatched genius who outperformed all others in the universe and topped the exams. But she needed to see it with her own eyes to be satisfied. Okay, Li Wei was just looking for an excuse to get rid of her. He decisively activated his holographic terminal on his wrist. He logged into the virtual combat network, his form turning into a streak of white light and disappearing instantly. Seeing Li Wei go offline, Xia's legs buckled, and she sat down hard on the ground. Her two delicate, white legs crossed weakly, with a glimpse of her spring-like thighs visible at the hem of her short skirt. The facts were right in front of her, impossible to deny. She quickly opened her terminal and joined the spectator zone. User Starfall is now online. In the control room of the virtual competition zone, Supervisor Mark was dozing off on his desk. These days, he was nearly going crazy. Starfall had been missing for several days and hadn't played in any matches. The pressure from the higher-ups was overwhelming, and competitors were aggressively targeting his department. When he heard the crisp notification sound, Mark suddenly snapped awake, as if injected with adrenaline. "Quick, get everything moving. Open all promotional channels. Front page banners. Pop-up ads. Flood them all." Mark shouted wildly with bloodshot eyes. Today he finally saw hope. Along with an official red notice, the entire virtual channel's online viewers skyrocketed like a rocket. Not only enthusiastic newcomers, but also countless veteran players who had been around for decades, with tears in their eyes, rushed into the live streams. Last time, Starfall had crushed the Star Beast clan's geniuses, causing many veteran players to lose face. Today, all the old-timers in the universe are holding their breath, eager to watch Starfall crash during the live stream. Today, we must defeat him. Whoever can beat Starfall will be able to step on the big boss and become famous overnight. Crush the Pretender. A rookie just promoted to official status dares to act high and mighty in the top server. They don't know their place. A large group of veteran players are frantically stirring up trouble in the comments, their anger boiling over. Match found. Neverfall vs Steel Fortress. Player, Starfall vs Mechanical 8-Bird. Random terrain, Fiery Volcano. The match begins now. On the commentary stand, Brother Leopard had just finished half a box of rice, barely had time to wipe his mouth, and hurried onto the stage. He started speaking with a strong, aggressive tone, clearly determined to fight Starfall to the end. Thinking about the humiliation of losing the last bet and swallowing a metal microphone, his stomach still clenched painfully. "Hello everyone, I am commentator Xiao Xiao." Next to him sat a fresh-faced female commentator. Xiao Xiao looked sweet, wearing a tight, short, body-hugging skirt. She deliberately leaned slightly forward, revealing a lot of white skin at the neckline, very eye-catching. Commentating on Starfall's game is her big chance to become famous, so she naturally used all her charm to attract viewers. Brother Leopard looked at his opponent's profile and felt a chill. Mechanical 8-Bird is a low-level veteran who only developed for 20 years. He has only one account, with very low ranking points, just a casual player who's wasting time. With such a useless opponent, how could he possibly beat Starfall? Everyone look. Starfall is so lucky, matched with a weak opponent. Let's congratulate Starfall in advance. Brother Leopard sneered sarcastically. Xiao Xiao slightly parted her lips, her voice sweet and soft. After only 3 months of playing, even if Starfall wins, it's already quite impressive. Brother Leopard rolled his eyes, not wanting to reply, and kept watching the broadcast screen. Wow. Everyone look. Suddenly, Brother Leopard pointed at the holographic broadcast and burst out laughing. On the screen, in the volcanic terrain, Mechanical 8-Bird has all his mechanical units hidden inside his base. The gates are closed, and the walls are lined with dense cannons, forming a very defensive, cautious iron bucket formation. His opponent is using mechanical technology with very strong defenses. Surprisingly, not a single scout was sent out to expand the view. It was obvious they wanted to hide and retreat. The audience immediately started shouting angrily. Shameful, how shameless. Just a beginner who just turned a month old, hiding in a shell to defend. You've completely lost face for veteran players. In the interstellar battlefield, defending is always cheaper than attacking. With a firepower network based on buildings, 10,000 troops can hold off 100,000 enemies. An old general who has been developing for 20 years, facing a newcomer, doesn't even have the courage to attack. Brother Leopard, however, was happily grinning, his leopard print patterns squeezed together on his face. Well done. That's how you fight Starfall. Deception is key. Starfall doesn't even have a single soldier, relying only on defense towers. Let's see how he breaks through. At this moment, a bright, pure white holy light slowly emerged from the gate of Neverfall. Starfall himself, surprisingly, stepped into the fight. He charged into the unknown fog of war like a headless fly, wandering aimlessly. The veteran spectators were first stunned, then burst out laughing so hard tears almost came out. "Huh, that's hilarious." While others use low-level flying units to scout, he's just running on his own 2 legs. That's so funny. Can't even afford a cannon fodder to scout ahead. Newbies are just newbies, hopelessly stupid. Thinking a bit of luck can make up for a lack of experience. By the time he runs across the map on foot, the game will be over. Hearing all the mockery on the screen, the new fans in the live stream were sweating nervously. Xiaya sat alone in a special viewing seat. Her 2 long, white legs were tightly crossed. She held her breath, her big watery eyes fixed on the screen, not daring to even breathe loudly. Mechanical Brother 8 happened to encounter a big opportunity. The secret of Starfall had already been exposed online. Mechanical Brother 8 came prepared. The intelligent machine race generally prefers building infrastructure and has a steady personality. He invested over 80% of his resources into defense structures. Without a doubt, he is following the most proud technological path of their civilization. In just 20 years, his camp was filled with rail trains and even built a rare electromagnetic ion cannon. The alloy walls were even more indestructible. When Starfall arrived, Mechanical Brother 8 trembled with excitement. He believed that winning this game would make him stand out in his race, and he would definitely receive great rewards. After all, even the lion-headed Rayo from the Star Beast race was defeated. Starfall didn't send any troops, relying solely on defense towers. Even if Starfall used building teleportation cards and the powerful infinite construction aura to place wooden towers right at opponents' doors, so what? As a new player just starting out, how many space cards could he have? Just move one over and destroy one. Victory seemed within reach. Wow, I just ran into a master of the intelligent machine race. On the commentary stand, Brother Leopard grinned widely. Look at that defense. It's like an iron barrel. With such thick alloy walls, it really feels safe. Xiao Xiao agreed sweetly. Brother Leopard looked smug. Starfall is definitely going to lose today. Facing a level 40 electromagnetic ion cannon. Just one shot, and there's nothing left. The intelligent machine race is best at defense. As the top player in the server, Starfall must be proud and wouldn't waste time stubbornly waiting. If Starfall attacks first, he will definitely be doomed. They were getting closer. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up. Look, Starfall is getting close. One more step and he'll be in the firing range. Brother Leopard shouted excitedly. Electromagnetic ion cannon. Fire! He fully immersed himself, face full of enthusiasm. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, building teleportation. Starfall just moved a wall to block the attack. That's so clever. Obsidian barriers once made Rayo despair. They're an unbeatable wall. Brother Leopard sneered. What's the use of hiding behind the wall? His vision is completely exposed. Look, Mechanical Brother 8 has sent a swarm of bombers. That's some skill. Dozens of heavy bombers flew over the wall, pouring fire wildly at the pure white figure on the ground. Boom! A loud explosion shook the earth, dirt flying everywhere, and the ground cracking open. Smoke and dust rose, and flames flickered. The white figure moved so quickly it was almost unbelievable, quickly pulling back to a safe area. Brother Leopard laughed loudly. He ran away. Starfall was hit so hard he's running for cover. Ha! The bombers couldn't catch him, so they turned back to the camp to reload. Xiao Xiao looked curious. Starfall is so fast. Did he use some special tool? Brother Leopard was about to mock him, but suddenly widened his eyes. Xiao Xiao exclaimed again, wow! Starfall is circling back under the wall. Is he trying to climb over? Brother Leopard laughed wildly. He's asking for trouble. Once he climbs the wall, he'll be hit by over 1,000 defense towers and turned into pulp. Unexpectedly, Starfall calmly stood on top of the wall. In the command room, the main supervisor, Mark, was sweating nervously, his heart pounding. Why did he show himself on purpose? You're a rookie. Even if it ends in a draw, the mechanical race will definitely be blamed. So you still win. Mark was almost in tears. If Starfall died, the myth of invincibility would be shattered instantly, and the faith of the newcomers would collapse. All the traffic would be lost. Lu Wei stood on the obsidian wall. Using the height advantage, he easily saw over the low alloy wall on the other side. The enemy camp was fully in view. Brother Leopard was so excited he pounded the table. Open fire. All troops, fire now. Damn it, Starfall is about to become a dead dog. If he wins, his bold words were cut off suddenly. It was like a duck being ruthlessly strangled. Brother Leopard's face instantly filled with horror. Next to him, Xiao Xiao covered his red lips, looking shocked. Starfall successfully destroyed the enemy lord's core. Battle over. Winner, Starfall. The white figure on the wall slowly extended a finger. Then, a blinding, pure light burst out from the fingertip. It shot straight toward the enemy's main base. At the speed of the limit, time seemed to freeze completely. The enemy's defense towers were still charging, shells just fired. The beam had already traveled thousands of meters, piercing through the thick alloy armor and turning the Lord's core into dust. A pure white beam of light cuts through the sky and earth, dividing the world into two. With a single finger, it breaks the air, unmatched in the world. The entire audience is stunned. Brother Leopard, Xiao Xiao, Mark, along with countless fans in the live stream and seasoned veterans, even including Princess Xia, sitting in the spectator seats. Xia is so frightened her legs go weak and she falls to the ground. Her two snowy white legs are tightly intertwined. The hem of her short skirt reveals a hint of spring, but she is completely unaware. Everyone is speechless. The terrifying brilliance at her fingertips is deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, impossible to forget. Starfall has, for the first time, shown the universe a superhuman level of personal strength. Starry Sky Divine City. Top secret conference room on the highest floor. An angel leader suddenly slams his hand on the table, staring at the holographic screen showing the pure white figure and the holy beam emanating from her fingertips, stunned and wide-eyed. The other 6 top leaders turned their heads, looking at him with strange expressions. Their eyes seemed to say, "Pretend all you want. Old bird, keep pretending." The dazzling white beam of light is sacred and inviolable. Looking across the vast starry sky, only the second-ranked angel race can fully harness the power of light. The angel leader never expected that starfall actually came from their own faction. It's like a gift from the heavens. When did such a peerless genius appear in the angel race? The angel leader has no doubt. Besides the god of light, there is no one else in the universe who can wield holy light to such an extraordinary degree. Ding ding ding. The old demon taps his fingers on the table, looking at the angel leader with disdain. The mechanical princess yawns, her metal armor revealing a tempting white cleavage. She looks at the angel leader with a playful expression. The star beast dragon scratches its head, amazed that Starfall is actually an angel. The demon king boredly closes his eyes, ready to take a nap. The fairy queen giggles charmingly, her laughter causing her flowers to sway, her proud white bosom rising and falling dramatically, drawing attention. The undead bone emperor toys with a skull staff, the ghostly fire in his eye sockets flickering wildly, full of curiosity. I swear, I really didn't know beforehand that Starfall was one of our divine nation members. Looking at the 6 starry sky lords around him, the giant angel chuckled awkwardly and quickly explained. Fake. Still pretending, the old red demon spat. Look at how his mouth is almost reaching his ears. Maybe he really doesn't know. The mechanical princess yawned, her slender white waist twisting into a captivating curve. Let's end the meeting. The demon king waved his hand. Since Starfall is an angel, it's no longer his concern. With Starfall's incredible strength, he is firmly at the top of the rankings among all races. The only one who should be worried is the Red Demon clan. Haha, what if he's not from the light god realm? The celestial empress giggled and asked back. The other 6 giants rolled their eyes in unison. What is the celestial empress up to now? If he's not an angel, then who else besides the light god realm can control such pure holy light? I know you all are jealous of me. Sorry about that. In the upcoming ranking battle, our angel race will definitely shine brightly. The giant angel smiled so broadly, he couldn't close his mouth. If not for considering the red demon old monster's face, he would have already shouted a boastful slogan like, taking first place all the way. Starfall's hidden power revealed. Holy light descends. Who can compete? Shocking. Starfall is secretly the holy light sun? 2 divine sons of the angel race gather, about to crush the red demons and top the universe. The light god realm rises strongly, unstoppable. When the holy light appeared, the entire new user forum exploded. The golden-eyed holy son of the light god realm stared blankly at the trending posts on the holographic panel. He is a legitimate holy son, a secret weapon cultivated with all the resources of the angel race. Why? Is there someone in the divine realm who can surpass him? Confusion, frustration, and unwillingness flooded his mind. It's just a single holy light beam. I can do that too. The golden-eyed holy son clenched his fists tightly, his golden hair standing on end without wind, his eyes full of jealousy. He had to admit that Starfall's destructive power now definitely surpasses his own. One day, I will become a 12-wing archangel. I will prove to the entire universe that I am the only son of light. Red Demon Realm Headquarters. A bright red sun hangs high in the sky, pouring out deadly heat. The air is so hot that breathing in causes a sharp pain. A stunning girl dressed in a black gothic short skirt sits cross-legged at the edge of boiling lava, expression calm. Her skirt is very short, revealing 2 long, white, eye-catching legs that are completely exposed, very alluring. She looks down at her device, and in her usually calm ruby eyes, a rare flicker of emotion appears. Light of the Holy, Lily, the fiery witch, whispers softly. She lifts her head to look at the blazing sun above. The sun's power is so fierce and hot. Is it the power of fire or of light? Super cool. Xingyun actually used holy light. One finger turned the entire steel fortress into rubble. Definitely a supreme divine technique. Brothers who haven't joined the Xingyun divine sect, hurry up. Wow. Even Princess Xia of the Elves has joined the sect. In the group chat of the Earth Alliance, messages are flying fast. Everyone, despite the terrifying heat of the second natural disaster, is still excitedly chatting. After Xingyun demonstrated the power of holy light, countless top-tier geniuses who ranked in the top 10,000 rushed to join the Xingyun divine sect. The sect's size is growing wildly like a snowball. Except for a few dark races naturally opposed to holy light, more than half of the top newcomers have become followers. The number is so large it's impossible to count. Everyone bands together for warmth, avoids conflict, and works hard on infrastructure. Even Murong Qianxue, who usually looks down on others, secretly added herself with a fake account. Hee, Miss Qianxue is here too. Our sect has 2 princesses in charge. Today, Murong Qianxue wears a silk slip dress, with her deep, white cleavage faintly visible. She quickly types, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm just a representative of Earth. How dare I compare myself to a pure-blood elf princess? Murong Qianxue. Immortal figures like her are not someone we can reach. Everyone, mind your words and don't cause trouble. Murong Qianxue. Only Fairy Qingxian from Earth can barely exchange a few words with her. Miss, you're right. However, in the hearts of the brothers, you will always be our goddess." The starfall reveals holy light, and besides the angel race, the happiest group is the Star God Palace. The Star Maiden sighs deeply. The power of holy light is completely unrelated to the power of stars. Recently, the Star God Palace has been troubled by the words, starfall, causing major organizations to investigate and almost collapse. You say you're a holy son from the bright god realm, and you insist on having the word star in your name. The Star Maiden feels helpless and finally relaxes as her worries ease. Cancel the mission to dismantle the Starfall cult? But they are happily undercover. Star Momo looks at the retreat order on the holographic terminal with a blank expression. Her fluffy rabbit ears droop sadly. Disbanded? No way. Since you joined, the cult's members have increased even more wildly. The liaison officer, Star Red Jade, grits her teeth in anger. Moreover, Starfall has been confirmed as the bright god's son, and we, the Star God Palace, can't afford to offend him. Holy light. Haha, what does that have to do with us humans? Don't bother with useless news. In the divine abyss star, inside the Hall of Gods, an old man with white hair looks disdainful, boredly swiping the holographic screen. That's right. A pointed hat old man nearby casually agrees. A bald strong man, a mechanical demigod, and a three-eyed elder all sit down. The white-haired old man pouts. Holy light looks impressive, but unfortunately, it's ultimately the power of outsiders. After speaking, the hall falls into a long silence. The 5 human leaders stare at the trending topics on the terminal. A strong wave of jealousy rises in their hearts. The angel race has double happiness, taking first and third place. Meanwhile, the human race, which has invested all its resources to train promising talents, didn't even make it into the top 5,000. Comparing people makes one angry. An unmistakable envy slowly melts in the hearts of the 5 leaders. Even after living for thousands of years and cultivating their minds, they can't suppress the bitter frustration. The supreme palace of the Holy Light Realm. The oldest leader of the angel race sits firmly on the throne, smiling happily. A flash of white light flickers. A male angel with 4 wings appears, kneeling respectfully with one knee on the ground. Greetings, old ancestor. Stand down. The old ancestor waved his hand and smiled so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. The surprise you pulled off this time is quite shocking. Well done. After the male angel stood up, he looked confused. Bring the star fallen here so I can see it. Why hide it away? Let me see what it looks like. The old ancestor squinted his eyes, feeling very happy. Star. Fallen. The male angel tilted his head, full of questions. Old ancestor, isn't the star fallen the ultimate secret weapon you secretly trained? As soon as he finished speaking, the old ancestor's smile froze instantly. His squinted eyes suddenly opened wide, his brows furrowed tightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his silver eyes. Are you saying you don't know the star fallen at all? The old ancestor asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the old ancestor, we really don't know. The male angel lowered his head. The old ancestor's eyes narrowed again, shining with a cold, intimidating light. Find out. Turn everything upside down until you discover the truth. Check all the affiliated forces under the Divine Kingdom. Don't leave anyone out. The old ancestor issued a strict order. Yes, sir. The male angel responded loudly and disappeared in a flash of light. Even if the star fallen isn't a pure-blood angel, as long as it can use holy light, it falls under the divine kingdom's control. Let him represent the angel race in the 10,000 race ranking competition. It's proper and unquestionable. No one can find fault. The old ancestor stroked his chin, a proud smile returning to his face. Victory in the duel earns extra points for consecutive wins. Current ranking points, 75. Li Wei exited the virtual combat network. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Princess Sia of the Elves standing nearby. Her big, watery eyes sparkled like stars. She looked like a passionate little fan. Li Wei's eyelids twitched. Being stared at like that, trouble was sure to follow. He quickly took out the core of the teleportation device and hurriedly said, "There's a fire at home. I have to go now." A purple-golden glow lit up, and Li Wei instantly teleported away. Sia not only didn't get angry but smiled brightly and waved her delicate, white hand. "Take care, big boss." Until Li Wei completely disappeared, Sia was still excited, unable to hide her joy. This was so much fun. A single person from the human race is surprisingly skilled with holy light, directly making the proud angel race feel humiliated. She decisively opened the holographic panel and entered the internal group of Starfall Divine Sect. As soon as she joined, she started arguing with Xing Mingming, the rabbit-eared girl from the Star Palace. Xing Mingming is ranked over 3,000, while she is over 5,000. These two stunning geniuses immediately began arguing loudly in the chat. Millions of onlookers watched silently, afraid to speak, enjoying the show. "Big Boss Xing, your name has star in it, so you must like the star carrots we grow," Xing Mingming said confidently. "Nonsense. The boss definitely prefers our elves' special fairy flower honey," Xiao replied fiercely. "Your elves are just pretending to be noble. Honey is not as tasty as carrots, so shameless. Only your rabbits smell bad. Honey is 100 times better than carrots." Stinky woman. Newcomers from various races watched in shock. Everyone says elves are noble and elegant, but they fight like this. It's terrifying. In the main camp of the barren mountain, Li Wei had just landed when the icy angel Sally silently approached him. Her pure white armor couldn't hide her hot, alluring figure, and her long, glowing white legs were very eye-catching. "Come on, go fishing with me by the river. The food back home in the elves' land is too bland," Li Wei beckoned. Sally nodded and turned to get her fishing rod. The two followed the stone-paved path to the flowing river. Li Wei was about to cast his line when suddenly he paused. "Li Wei, you're here too." Not far away on the riverbank, Su Lu was wearing a tight black strap dress, with her two white, slender legs soaking in the cool water, waving vigorously at him. Li Wei twitched his mouth. He really dislikes fishing with Su Lu. This girl's luck is too crazy, messing with his mood. "Come see the fun." Su Lu ran ashore barefoot, her delicate white feet exposed. She held up the holographic screen in front of Li Wei. "Look at these two silly girls, arguing over what they love to eat for you. It's so funny." Li Wei glanced at the group chat record and was speechless. The princess and the saintess having time to argue online. Unbelievable. The scene shifts. On the endless Gobi Desert, the sun blazed overhead. A damaged team of poison spiders is slowly moving forward. Although they are strong enough to handle high temperatures, they are exhausted after a fierce battle and the intense sun. What keeps them going is their brave female leader at the front. She is a lone mercenary, but she led them to defeat powerful enemies, collecting the bodies of 2 level 40 bosses and uncovered secrets of a rival group. "Come on, brothers. Let's push harder. With all these treasures, Lady Spider Queen will reward us well." The female leader cheers loudly to boost morale. Hundreds of injured poison spiders stare eagerly, pulling a cart loaded with loot. She walks at the front and quietly activates a hidden device on her wrist. She is Shadow Enchantress, Night Charm. Night Charm licks her tempting lips and sends her coordinates and a private message to Li Wei. "Master, come quickly. I've got a mountain of loot here, and hundreds of injured level 40 monsters. Great chance. Come and gather everything." Li Wei is sitting by the Luchuan River fishing. He smiles as he reads the private message on the holographic screen. Night Charm's surprises keep coming. A whole team of injured poison blood allies. And they're carrying a full cart of loot on their way back? Perfect opportunity. Sally, I need to go out for a bit. Li Wei casually hands his fishing rod to Angel of Ice and takes out an epic teleportation array core. Next to him, Su Lu looks at the divine item with envy, feeling a bit jealous. Teleportation tools are so convenient. A purple glow surrounds him, and Li Wei instantly disappears. As soon as he lands, a wave of scorching heat hits him. The air is so hot it feels like it could ignite his lungs just by breathing. His holy light automatically activates, creating a white glow that blocks the high temperature. Looking around, the scorched earth is cracked and baked by the blazing sun. Hundreds of elite poison spiders are escorting a cart pulled by giant fire lizards, moving slowly. Despite everyone being injured and moving at a snail's pace, their formation remains tight. The poison spiders on the outside stay alert, ready for any sudden attack. Li Wei squints his eyes. The coordinates sent by Night Charm were very hidden, just behind a huge rock. The surrounding area had already been cleared by Night Charm in advance. Li Wei suddenly appeared behind the team, unnoticed by any of the poison magic spiders. The fiery female team leader at the front suddenly felt weak in her legs and fell heavily to the ground. Captain, the captain has fainted. Get some water quickly. The orderly team instantly became chaotic. The poison magic spiders admired the female captain greatly. When she fainted, everyone panicked, and their tight defense formation broke apart. Li Wei sneered and quickly opened the territory control panel. With a thought, he forcibly moved a heavy sniper tower and dropped it onto the wilderness 20,000 meters away. 20,000 meters was just within range. Boom! The sniper tower emitted a deafening roar. Steel crossbow arrows tore through the sky. Before the sound reached, the attack arrived first. Behind the poison magic spider team, a huge bloody hole was instantly blasted out. Enemy attack. Deputy Captain Blacktooth let out a sharp, piercing scream. The poison magic spiders hurriedly formed a formation. Since they were a rare unit upgraded to level 40, even with the mythic bonus from 10-level sniper towers, a single shot couldn't completely kill them. But the terrifying impact still knocked over more than 10 unprepared, heavily wounded poison magic spiders, injuring them further. The attack came from 20,000 meters away. To the poison magic spiders, the sniper tower was just a small black dot on the horizon. They could only be passive and take hits, unable to reach the enemy's edge. Boom, 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 boom. Li Wei kept clicking his fingers, and dozens of sniper towers instantly descended from all directions, unleashing a furious barrage. The poison magic spider's defensive formation was repeatedly shattered and finally squeezed into a tight cluster. Li Wei seized the moment and dragged all the energy beam cannons over. Bright energy gathered wildly at the muzzle, distorting the surrounding light. Fire! Over 100 energy beam cannons fired simultaneously. The poison magic spider's steel web shields, formed from venom and solidified, instantly cracked. Under the terrifying destructive power of a blast 20 times larger, the ground within several kilometers turned into a blazing fire. The earth suddenly collapsed. No matter how strong a spider web shield is, it can't last more than 3 seconds. Vice Captain Blacktooth bit through his teeth in frustration. He desperately activated his spider senses, trying to locate the enemy. When he saw the radar screen clearly, he froze in shock. What the heck? Energy cannon? A territorial defense building suddenly appeared in the wilderness. How is that possible? Even with a teleportation device, you can't build a tower in unclaimed land. Blacktooth looked stunned. And the range of the energy beam cannon is only about 500 meters, yet the turret in front of him is over 5,000 meters away. How can he withstand such a dense firepower net from 5,000 meters away to destroy the turret? Staying put means waiting for death. Only charging forward offers a slim chance. Follow me, Blacktooth roared angrily. He crouched on the ground, his 8 strong spider legs pushing him forward with force, leading the charge out of the defense zone. His injured body unleashed incredible energy, moving as fast as lightning. The remaining poison demon spiders followed closely, charging headlong into the enemy fire. Within seconds, they had run over 1,000 meters. But the cost was extremely high. Dozens of poison demon spiders were shredded into pieces during the attack, turning into meat fragments. The cannon fire covered every inch of the scorched earth. Roar! Blacktooth howled and finally reached the base of a beam cannon. His 8 sharp spider legs shimmered with cold light, ready to strike a deadly blow. Suddenly, a dark, cold dagger stabbed fiercely through a gap in his damaged armor from behind. It pierced straight into his heart. Blacktooth froze, turning his head stiffly. What he saw was the female team leader he had secretly admired and worshipped, but never dared confess to. She tore off her disguise, transforming into her shadowy demon form. Night Charm wore a seductive, enchanting smile, but her voice was cold as ice. "Sorry, I am an undercover agent." Swish. The dagger twisted in reverse. Blacktooth's massive body was instantly dismembered into pieces. Blood splattered, rising in white mist over the hot ground. Night Charm stuck out her delicate tongue to lick her red lips, her smile becoming even more charming. Note: your hero, Night Charm, defeated a level 40 elite enemy, gaining 45,000 experience points. Night Charm turned around and looked at the poison spider lying in a pool of blood, struggling. She suddenly appeared holding a Black Reaper sickle. Moving her slender, snake-like waist, she stepped into the pile of monsters. "One strike, one kill," mercilessly. She playfully repeated, "Sorry, I'm undercover." Tip: your hero, Night Charm, defeated a rare enemy, gaining 20,000 experience points. Tip: your hero, Night Charm, defeated a rare enemy, gaining 20,000 experience points. Congratulations! Your hero, Night Charm, has reached level 24, with all attributes greatly increased. Congratulations! Your hero, Night Charm, has reached level 25, with all attributes greatly increased. Captain Night Charm has defeated all her subordinates. The Black Reaper's sickle in her hand vanished into dark light. Her flat chest suddenly swelled up like a balloon, almost tearing her tight black clothes. Her small, doll-like figure quickly grew taller, transforming into a stunning beauty capable of causing chaos. The 8 ugly spider legs behind her also disappeared completely. With flowing black hair and deep, captivating eyes, she radiated deadly allure. Below her tiny black shorts, her long, straight, white legs were exposed under the blazing sun. Her delicate, white skin was slightly reddened by the heat, making people feel pity. Such a perfect beauty, if sunburned, would be a real tragedy. Master Night Charm knelt on one knee from 10 meters away. Li Wei was momentarily stunned. Used to Yuffie's playful attitude and Saris' icy expression, he felt a bit uncomfortable with the demon's endless submission. "Get up and speak. Don't kneel so often in the future." Li Wei stepped forward quickly, reaching out to support Night Charm's smooth, white arm and helping her up. Although they had only met twice, Li Wei remembered well the large amount of supplies she brought back. Night Charm leaned in naturally, her tempting body almost pressed against Li Wei. She blinked her big, watery eyes and asked, "Master, do you feel sorry for me?" It's natural for a servant to kneel before their master, and Li Wei's actions made her feel sweet inside. "Of course," Li Wei nodded. "Feeling sorry for me means you like me, right?" Night Enchantress with charming eyes like silk, breath fragrant as orchids. "You can see it that way too," she said. Li Wei was speechless for a moment. The charm demon's way of thinking is truly unique. The Night Enchantress smiled softly at him. "Because of your confession, the Night Enchantress's loyalty increased by 1. Current loyalty, 71. The system prompt sounded. Li Wei looked surprised. Could a casual remark really increase loyalty? This little demon seems quite easy to deceive. But then he remembered she was a top-level shadow charm demon, a ruthless assassin who kills without hesitation, definitely not a naive girl. "Master, I need to go back and continue working," she said. The Night Enchantress slightly bowed, her neckline opening again to reveal a dazzling white. "Did you wipe out the entire team? Could there be danger if you go back now?" Li Wei asked casually. "Don't worry, Master. I have it all under control," she replied sweetly, winking. "I've already sent the loot to the camp's storage through the system," she added. "Good, stay safe." The Night Enchantress swayed her slender, snake-like waist and turned to leave with a feline stride. Her figure twisted suddenly, transforming back into the ugly form of a venomous spider, and her silhouette disappeared beyond the hot, red earth. Li Wei looked at the scattered limbs and broken arms on the ground, frowning slightly. He waved his hand, and black dragon flames erupted, burning the bodies completely to erase all traces. It's almost sunset, but the temperature remains extremely high. Li Wei looked up at the crimson sunset in the sky. If it weren't for the divine light of holy radiance automatically protecting him, he would have been roasted to a crisp. The space teleportation array's uses for today are exhausted. He could only rough it for the night outdoors and return to the camp tomorrow. As for suicide or reloading to return to the city, he had already reached level 21, and the common experience protection talismans no longer worked. High-level protection talismans are expensive, so he preferred to save them. Anyway, waiting one more night wouldn't cause any loss. The camp wasn't in a hurry. Li Wei found a large shaded rock and sat cross-legged. He opened the holographic panel and began counting the loot he had collected. A few kilometers away from the Poison Blood Alliance, a blood-covered venomous spider collapsed heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. The scorching sun mercilessly burned its wounds, giving off a strong smell of burnt flesh. Not long after, the Alliance patrol happened to pass by. "Quick, it's Captain Yuffie. Hurry, carry her back. Call the medic." A group of mercenaries hurriedly carried her into the underground fortress. On the 13th underground level, in a luxurious bedroom, Night Charm, who had regained consciousness, changed into clean clothes. A purple-haired, stunning venom spider queen slowly entered. Today, she wore a high-slit purple robe, with two plump, white thighs crossed seductively. "Are you feeling better?" The spider queen looked at her tenderly. Night Charm's nose twitched, and she shed 2 tears. "Queen, I am useless." The spider queen reached out, stroked her hair, and pressed her into her full, white bosom. "You've done very well." Recently, the 17th squad led by Night Charm had achieved many victories, recovering a large amount of resources for the Alliance. Today, they even killed 2 rare level 40 bosses and fought through a fierce ambush at the skeleton graveyard, barely surviving. Such a powerful monster. Why is she just a lone mercenary? The Spider Queen looked at Night Charm with pity in her eyes, a cold glint flashing in her purple pupils. "Don't worry, I will make sure the skeleton graveyard's blood debt is paid. Thank you, Queen." "Boo-hoo." Night Charm leaned into the deep, white valley and cried like a weeping willow. "Give my orders." The Spider Queen activated her terminal and shouted sternly. "Tomorrow morning, launch a full attack on the 3 core mining areas of the skeleton graveyard." Her anger frightened the other leaders of different races in the Alliance, who kept trying to dissuade her. But she was determined and ready to start the war. "Yuffie, from today, you will directly take command of the 5th Division of the 3rd Army." The Spider Queen spoke gently. "The 5th Division?" Night Charm widened her eyes, pretending to be shocked. "The 3rd Army is the main force of the Poison Blood Alliance. The closer the division, the more terrifying its strength. To make her a neutral mercenary the commander? Why, Your Majesty, I am not strong enough to lead." Night Charm trembled, looking frightened. "No problem." The Spider Queen smiled slightly, then took out a shiny, golden fruit. "Look at this. Do you know what it is?" "Experience fruit." Night Charm took a deep breath, acting perfectly. "Ah, it would be so great if I were a proper hero under this emperor." The Spider Queen sighed longingly. Tip: your hero, Night Charm, has reached level 26. All attributes greatly increased. Tip: your hero, Night Charm, has reached level 30. All attributes greatly increased. Midnight. Li Wei, sitting behind a large rock while checking his storage, was completely stunned. What's going on? How did Little Charm suddenly level up to 30? Li Wei stared at the soul medium in his palm, unable to believe it. He had been worried about this little demon's safety before, even kindly helping to hide the evidence. Now, it seems that was unnecessary. How powerful is the mind control magic of Little Charm? It's so strong it can fool experienced veterans and even give away experience fruits for free. I didn't expect this batch of loot to drop a soul medium. Night Charm reported that it was a rare item dropped by defeating elite enemies at the skeleton graveyard. It looks like I need to visit the skeleton graveyard when I have time. Li Wei was playing with a semi-transparent, pure white, fluffy substance. It was the soul medium. With it, the second mythological talent, creation spirit, can finally be used. Soon, He could turn cold, defensive towers into lively, beautiful women. Night Charm's cross-dimensional transfer supplies list. Crystal energy, 30 million points. 10 soul mediums. 1 rare magic power surge blueprint. 1 rare weatherstorm blueprint. 1 rare thunderstorm blueprint. 10 advanced population expansion orders. 1 advanced lord's loving heart. Blacksmith job transfer scroll. The screen was filled with loot, dazzling to the eye. The next day, before dawn, Li Wei crushed the teleportation core and returned to the main camp. As soon as he landed, the deadly summer heat vanished instantly, replaced by a refreshing spring breeze. Su Lu's logistics talent was truly effective. Li Wei took a deep breath, feeling completely relaxed. Holding a semi-transparent, soul medium in his hand, he strode toward a connected crossbow defense tower. This was the first defense tower built in the camp, and it held special meaning. Li Wei didn't move it to the wilderness. Looking up at the 3-meter-high wooden tower, Li Wei silently thought, "Transform into spirit." The pure white, fluffy substance in his hand instantly floated up and directly entered the inside of the tower. Suddenly, a streak of dawn appeared in the eastern sky, forcefully dispelling the darkness. A beam of morning light precisely shone on the tower. The dazzling white light flickered wildly. The rough wooden tower, 3 meters tall, suddenly began to twist and deform rapidly, like soft rubber. In the blink of an eye, the bright white light faded away. Standing on the yellow earth was a stunning girl, about 1 meter 60 tall. She had sharp eyes like an eagle, but soft, slender eyebrows balanced her fierce gaze. She wore very little clothing. Her upper body was only wrapped in a tight brown strapless top, unable to contain her white, full breasts, with deep cleavage that dazzled the eyes. She wore a short brown skirt, and her 2 long, glowing white legs stood close together, her skin tender as if it could drip water. On her back, she carried an exaggerated giant crossbow, creating a strong contrast with her small frame. "Greetings, my god." The girl knelt on one knee, lowering her beautiful head. "My god." Hearing those words, Li Wei was stunned for half a second. He quickly reached out to support her smooth, white arm and helped her to stand. For these transformed structures, the Lord was the creator who personally made them, so calling her God was quite reasonable. "Please name the transformed spirit character." 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 "From now on, I'll call you Little Crossbow." "Please name the transformed spirit character." "From now on, I'll call you Little Crossbow." Li Wei casually gave her a name, transforming the crossbow defense tower into a spirit. Little Crossbow, level 5, combat power 800, skill. "Please name the transformed spirit character." "From now on, I'll call you Little Crossbow." "Please name the transformed spirit character." "From now on, I'll call you Little Crossbow." "Please name the transformed spirit character." "Please name the transformed spirit character." "From now on, I'll call you Little Crossbow." "Please name the transform." A level 5 mythic hero's combat power is only about 500 points. It's quite incredible. However, if Little Crossbow were to fight a mythic hero of the same level, she would definitely be overwhelmed. The combat power value only shows destructive ability. Besides drawing her bow and shooting arrows, Little Crossbow doesn't understand any tactics. A level 5 mythic hero's combat power is only about 500 points. It's quite A level 5 mythic hero's combat power is only about 500 points. It's quite incredible. However, if Little Crossbow were to fight, but this is already enough to be extraordinary. In Li Wei's view, the biggest advantage of the spirit-formed characters is that they can understand human speech. They don't need him to constantly monitor the radar and manually control the turrets. Most importantly, Little Crossbow turned, but this is already enough to be extraordinary. In Li Wei's view, the biggest advantage of the spirit-formed characters is that they can understand human speech. They don't need him to constantly monitor the radar and manually control the turrets. Most importantly, Little Crossbow turned back. "Yes, sir." Little Crossbow cheerfully responds. Then her body flashes, and she instantly transforms back into a cold, but this is, the enemies probably would be left questioning their lives on the spot. A little regretful, Little Crossbow currently lacks emotions and desires, and is too dull. Once she gets used to being a building, even standing guard for decades, she probably wouldn't even frown. In the future, after more exposure to the colorful world, she should improve. What excites Li Wei the most is that little crossbow can directly control all the crossbow defense towers on the field. Before, defense relied solely on Li Wei clicking on the control panel, which was exhausting. Now with little crossbow, he can free his hands. In the future, whether attacking or defending, little crossbow alone can command hundreds of tower spirits to move flexibly and set up firepower networks. Seeing little crossbow revert to her tower form, Li Wei is very satisfied. He walks toward the several advanced buildings behind. Spirit formed, spirit formed, spirit formed, spirit formed. The obsidian barrier is transformed into little Yao. The energy beam cannon is transformed into little cannon. The heavy armored sniper tower is transformed into little sniper. Frost cold ice arrow tower transforms into a spirit named Little Ice. All are stunningly beautiful women. Each has a hotter figure than the last, with short skirts that reveal long, white, tempting legs and deep, alluring cleavages. Why have they all become women? Li Wei pretended to look seriously at the skill description of creation spirit. Appearance is determined by the subconscious preferences of the Lord. Gender, male, preference, female. Very reasonable. All 4 girls are rare and high-level building transformations. Their combat power reaches 6,000 points at level 10. They are about to catch up with Yuffie and Sally. Even the level 30 Night Charm has 20,000 combat power, confidently surpassing them. Once the territory is fully developed, how terrifying would a legion of immortal charming maidens be? Li Wei turned off the holographic terminal. He still had 5 groups of soul mediums left, but he didn't plan to use them anymore. Resources are very scarce, with low drop rates. In the early stages, transforming 1 spirit is almost as effective as transforming 100. Each type of defense tower only transforms 1 girl, who acts as the commander, controlling the buildings and formations to maximize benefits. Li Wei waved his hand, making the 4 fiery beauties revert to their building forms. He looked down at the remaining loot in the warehouse. High-level Lord's heart of compassion. This thing is useless to him, but for someone else, it's priceless. Li Wei opened the communication interface and sent a private message to Lin Chuxua. Say hello to the big brother. Climbing from the bottom as a rookie is almost as hard as climbing to the sky. As the newest staff member at the lowest level of the restaurant, I was lucky enough to be close to a super-rich boss. The fat boss was eager to treat us like family. A single meal here is worth a month's income for the restaurant. Everyone, keep your eyes sharp. Do not disturb our distinguished guests, the fat boss sternly warned all the waiters. It was a bright, sunny day outside. Inside the restaurant, holographic projections created a romantic atmosphere of a moonlit night. Outside the large windows, they even simulated shimmering blue ocean waves. A gentle breeze and the moonlight made everything look stunning and dreamy. Little Li Wei, I am so busy every day. Today, I took time to see you. If I don't see a gift that makes me happy, I will definitely get angry right here. Lin Chuxua sat on a fancy sofa, smiling sweetly. She changed her outfit today. Usually, she liked wearing very short skirts to show her legs, but today she wore tight-fitting jeans. The jeans had rips at the knees and thighs, revealing flashes of her white, delicate skin, which was more tempting than just showing her legs. Because her legs were so long, there wasn't enough space under the table. So, Lin Chuxua moved her chair back half a meter, crossing her long, elegant, white legs. Li Wei was used to the stunning looks of Yuffie and Sally's. But seeing Lin Chuxua's fiery, tight jeans, he still felt a little excited. The more she covered up, the more intriguing she seemed. Li Wei pretended to be serious, looking away from her white thighs with rips, and turned his gaze outside to the holographic sea. Didn't I say earlier? If you call me good brother nicely, I will give you the best gift you need, Li Wei said calmly, as if offering a fair deal. Seeing Li Wei act so composed, Lin Chuxua instantly smiled. Her beautiful face lit up with a charming smile, her eyes slightly squinted, full of flirtation. All right, let me see what big gift you've prepared for me. Li Wei didn't waste time. He opened the holographic terminal and pulled out some top-tier items. Advanced Population Expansion Token, 10 pieces. Each piece can add 100 worker slots. Plus, a high-level prosperity stone. This is a rare building item for a territory. After using it, the capacity of all the residences in the camp increases by 1 person. In the late game, when the population explodes, this is a super powerful tool that can change everything. The workers under Li Wei's command have already exceeded 10,000, and the construction speed is far beyond normal. He holds a mythic-level city-building core, so to increase population, he just needs to build thatched houses. No need for expansion items. Since Lin Shushua urgently needs to train troops in advanced technology, giving her this is the best way to benefit her. Oh my, a rare strategic treasure. Where did you get it? Lin Shushua's big eyes widen in shock, her beautiful face showing surprise. She happily takes all the items, smiling happily and sweetly. Thank you. Big Brother Li Wei, I accept your kindness. Calling him Big Brother Li Wei makes him feel relaxed and happy. Big Brother Li Wei, can I ask you a personal question? Lin Shushua uncrosses her legs, then crosses them again on the other side, her tight jeans showing her attractive curves. Ask anything. Li Wei waves his hand casually. I specifically used connections to find out some inside secrets. Lin Shushua narrows her beautiful peach blossom eyes, her gaze like silk wrapping around Li Wei. The top scorer in the big exam gets a special reward, including a supreme treasure chest. In the chest, there's a high chance to get a legendary hero recruitment order. Lin Shushua leans slightly forward, her proud, white, and tall chest pressing against the table edge, creating a deep, charming cleft. A few days ago, you casually pulled out a legendary recruitment card. Be honest, are you the top player in the whole server, the Starfall boss who crushes all the geniuses in the universe? Are you joking about the universe? Li Wei rolls his eyes, stubbornly denying. I'm just an unknown nobody from Earth. How could I crush countless races? Besides, everyone knows that Xingyun uses pure holy light. How could I, a human, master holy light? Oh really? Lin Shushua raises her eyebrows, smiling slyly like a clever fox. How do you explain the legendary recruitment order in your hand? You casually gave it to me, clearly looking down on mere legendary generals, right? Li Wei wants to make up a lie. Is that so? Lin Shushua leans back and raises her delicate wrist. On his wrist, there was a sleek, black dragon reverse scale bracelet. It was the protective charm Li Wei gave her last time. Wow, that's amazing. Lin Shushua shook her wrist, her beautiful face full of teasing expression. A bracelet with no rank at all, yet it contains the purest power of light law. Some stubborn guy still lied to me, saying it was an eternal flashlight. Hiss. The person who gave me this bracelet might just be a high-ranking member of the Light God realm. Lin Shushua pretended to be surprised, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Wei. Ahem. The bracelet was indeed made with the help of a friend from the Light God realm, Li Wei said confidently, lying without hesitation. As a newly promoted human on the edge, how could you reach across several star systems and contact the core leaders of the Light God realm? Lin Shushua giggled, her white chest bouncing as she laughed. That's none of your business how I made contact. Everyone has some private secrets they can't show in the light. Li Wei clenched his teeth, refusing to admit anything. Fair enough, no need to expose everything. Seeing Li Wei stubborn, Lin Shushua stopped pressing further. She gracefully stood up, ready to return to the camp. Thanks a lot today, Li Wei. The item you gave me was a big help. If I get more top-tier items with huge populations in the future, don't forget little sister Shushua, okay? Lin Shushua winked playfully with her big, watery eyes. Li Wei nodded expressionlessly, but secretly he relaxed. Lin Shushua waved her white hand, activated the cross-dimensional teleportation array, and disappeared in a flash of white light inside the compartment. Li Wei scratched his head, feeling speechless. She called him good older brother today. But after a meal, he felt like he was once again being manipulated by a woman. As long as I keep denying it, she might just suspect. But even if she figures out my secret, it's no big deal. Li Wei shook his head, pushing all distracting thoughts away. He trusted Lin Shushua completely. The white light flickered. Li Wei teleported back to the main camp in the wilderness. As soon as he landed, an urgent private message popped up on his holographic terminal. Your friend Zhu Dachong has sent you cross-dimensional mail via black market channels. 2,000 focus refracting prisms. Seeing the transaction details, Li Wei did not hesitate, and immediately transferred 20 million crystals worth of energy to the fat merchant. That's 2,000 shining, refracting prisms. What does this mean? It means the camp can soon set up 2,000 energy beam cannons. With their explosive range and a terrifying tenfold power boost, this heavy firepower army will surely become the strongest weapon to sweep everything. Zhao Taizhu, Li Wei shouted loudly, quickly stuffing all the newly acquired prisms into his arms. Zhao Taizhu understood immediately, his face glowing with excitement, and he turned to gather his brothers to work hard. Wait a moment. Li Wei called out to the top worker and casually ordered, find a strong man in the hard labor camp who likes swinging a big hammer to forge iron. I have a top-quality job for him. Yes, my lord. In the camp, Zhao Dachi was an unremarkable low-level worker. As his name suggested, he loved swinging a big hammer since he was young. Since joining the territory, he worked shirtless every day, pounding on or at the forge. All the building materials for the houses were hammered out by him, one strike at a time. Turning his hobby into a skill for earning a living made him very happy. Early that morning, Li Wei suddenly sent someone to summon him. Zhao Dachi felt nervous, almost dropping his hammer. But he wasn't afraid at all. Everyone in the camp knew that Li Wei was very open with his brothers. He had never lost his temper, let alone punished anyone. In fact, he once single-handedly stormed the enemy's stronghold to save a badly injured brother. That heroic deed was legendary among the workers, and everyone was moved to tears when they heard about it. Whenever the Lord called someone alone, it was always a great opportunity, like a gift from the sky. Reporting to Lord Li Wei, Zhao Dachi hurried over, kneeled heavily on the blue stone slab, and dared not lift his head, his heart pounding with excitement. Li Wei sat on a grand chair, looking at the muscular man over 2 meters tall, as strong as a water buffalo, and nodded with satisfaction. What's your name? Li Wei asked casually. Reporting to the Lord. My name is Zhao Dachi, the man shouted loudly with a very respectful attitude. Zhao Dachu? Nice name, very down-to-earth. Li Wei praised, and then casually took out a skill book from his space. It was a common-quality blacksmith transition book. This book allows low-level workers to instantly awaken their life profession. By working at the forge every day, they can gain experience and level up. Life professions only go up to level 10. At level 3, they can craft high-level equipment. At level 6, rare items. At level 9, legendary items. And at level 10, epic items. As for the legendary master craftsman who can forge mythic gear, that depends entirely on luck and skill. Leveling up a life profession is very hard. Many veteran powerhouses who have been developing for decades still can't afford a top-tier blacksmith. Li Wei doesn't need the common junk now, but training a blacksmith early won't hurt. Here you go. Li Wei threw the skill book over. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Zhao Dachu caught the book with both hands, tears streaming down his face, and kowtowed 3 times on the spot. A flash of white light appeared. The transition book turned into a streak of light and entered his forehead. Li Wei opened the holographic panel and looked over. Name, Zhao Dachu. Profession, blacksmith. Level, 1. Loyalty, 100. Unwavering loyalty. A level 1 blacksmith, currently unable to craft powerful equipment. Go work. Li Wei waved his hand. Zhao Dachu respectfully bowed and turned to leave, secretly vowing to work hard and break his hammer to repay the Lord's kindness. In the Holy Light Divine Kingdom, the Supreme Temple, the Holy Light Ancestor leaned on a large golden throne. He supported his head with one hand, his blonde hair moving slightly in the breeze. His silver eyes radiated a chilling coldness, commanding authority without anger. Below the steps, a group of high-level angels with 2 or 4 wings knelt. They are the core figures holding life and death power in the Divine Kingdom. But today, no one dared to look up and meet his gaze. You really disappoint me. The ancestor spoke, and the angels kneeling on the ground trembled. After searching for so many days, not even a feather from the starfall, are you all just useless slackers who only eat dry rice? Or are you deliberately trying to laugh at me? The voice was soft and calm, with no emotional change, but it carried a deep chill. All the angels felt uneasy and worried inside. The archangel raised his head, about to speak and explain. The old ancestor waved his hand impatiently, cutting him off. He was very annoyed. The divine kingdom had a strong foundation, but finding someone took so much effort. It was obvious that the people under him were not doing their jobs well, and maybe some were abusing their power or secretly protecting someone. If the old monster cultivating Xingyun was hiding in the main hall, he was probably secretly laughing at him. Thinking of this, the old ancestor felt even more headache. Give you one last chance. The old ancestor's silver eyes widened. If you can't find Xingyun again, everyone will be kicked out. I will not give you any more resources. The angels looked at each other, feeling wronged. They really didn't know who Xingyun was. They only knew about their own precious golden eye saint son, whom they worked hard to raise. Get out. The old ancestor, annoyed and restless, ordered them to leave. Watching his subordinates leave one after another, he clenched his teeth and had a worst-case guess in his mind. What if Xingyun wasn't even from the holy light divine kingdom? Then the whole universe would think the angel race was a big joke. They're proud. Pure holy light was actually played by outsiders in such a clever way? That's absolutely unacceptable. Even if he wasn't one of their own, he had to be forced onto the chariot. At the wilderness camp, by the Luchuan River, the grass was lush, and a gentle breeze blew. Li Wei comfortably lay on the grass, fishing. His head was resting directly on Sally's round, white thigh. Today, the iceberg angel had changed out of her heavy metal armor and wore a ridiculously short pure white silk skirt. The hem of the skirt slightly curled from sitting, revealing two long, straight, snow-white legs in the sunlight, skin glowing white and tender, as if water could be squeezed out. Li Wei leaned on her, feeling the surprisingly soft and smooth sensation. Because they were so close, every breath carried a divine, tempting girl's scent, drifting into his nose. If Li Wei slightly lifted his head, he could see through the open neckline two towering, soft curves and a bottomless white cleft. The scenery was breathtaking, almost making people reluctant to leave. Sally had a cold, beautiful face, her body stiff and straight. Although feeling embarrassed and annoyed inside, I let Li Wei take advantage of me and remained still. I even acted like a responsible pillow, afraid that Li Wei might not be comfortable lying on me. Suddenly, the holographic terminal flickered. Li Wei clicked to see that it was a private message from Lin Chuxue. Brother Xingyun, thank you so much today. Li Wei rolled his eyes and quickly replied, Thanks, but don't get too close, and don't falsely accuse me or ruin my reputation. Just after closing the chat window, another message popped up. Zhu Dachong, Visen. Is it time to start selling water? Selling water? The summer disaster had only just begun a few days ago, and everyone was already extremely thirsty? Li Wei looked confused and casually opened the Star Realm trading platform. The homepage was filled with urgent requests to buy clean drinking water. Various high-priced buying posts were dominating the list. Li Wei was stunned. What have people been doing all this time? Not even stockpiling some cooling supplies in advance. And now, they're so unprepared for the second disaster? Listening to the sound of rushing water beside him, Li Wei turned to look at the wide, clear Luchuan River in front of him, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. This was a golden opportunity, right at his doorstep. Selling 100 units of pure water, earning 10,000 energy points. Confirm? Confirm. Selling 500 units of pure water, earning 50,000 energy points. Confirm? Confirm. By the Luchuan River, Li Wei relaxed comfortably on a large lounge chair, frantically clicking the confirmation button on the holographic screen. His fingers almost cramped from clicking. In the trading hall, the bounty posts requesting clean water were decreasing rapidly, visibly. A group of unscrupulous water hoarders suddenly became anxious. The summer had only just started? Who's so crazy to sell now? Once half the summer was over, and many lords were desperately thirsty. On the brink of despair, they could sell water for a mansion by the sea. Selling at low prices now was simply breaking market rules. The water hoarders never imagined that someone's water resources could be so abundant as to meet the needs of tens of millions of people. Seeing the high-priced buying posts almost cleared out, Li Wei thought for a moment and directly spent money to buy a global top banner. The price shouldn't be set too low, or even those who don't lack water might come to join the fund and take advantage, which could drain the river completely and cause problems. Unlimited supply of pure water. A bold, trending message firmly occupies the top spot on the trading platform. Usually, The top position is reserved for top wealthy families. Unlimited supply? Which big business has such a powerful backing? Wait, the seller's ID is unfamiliar. Angry and scrupulous merchants quickly organize online trolls to stir up trouble under the pinned post. Unlimited supply? That's just a scam. Only fools believe that. Don't fall for it. The water he's selling is probably toxic. Drink it and you'll drop dead instantly. I have authentic glacier water. Message me if you're interested. Various slanderous comments flood in. Repeating lies 1,000 times makes people start to doubt. It costs 50 points of energy to get a bottle of water, which isn't cheap, but it's not dirt cheap either. The most suspicious thing is the phrase, unlimited supply, which sounds like a scam. Hey, everyone, be a bit more decent. This is water sold by the divine. Produced by the divine, absolutely pure and pollution-free. Stop maliciously slandering and get lost. Fatty Zhu Dachong immediately posts a notice in the Starfire Class 2 and Earth Alliance groups. Zhu Dachong is now the logistics chief of the Earth Alliance. Everyone knows he's Li Wei's classmate and has a close relationship. When they heard that the Divine was being attacked online, many Earth Lords who had benefited from Li Wei's kindness rushed to help, fiercely typing on their holographic keyboards to fight back. Divine? Which Divine? I remember. There's a human named Li Wei who was praised as a divine being by a bunch of flatterers. This is hilarious. He's just the biggest clown on the server. Legendary generals have all run away, and he's still out here selling water. Haha. A few days ago, the Starry Sky Divine City opened. There were 23 legendary heroes. Now only 22 remain. What a strange thing. Every day, legendary generals serve tea, pour water, and give shoulder massages. Loyalty has dropped to 0, so they ran away. Serves them right. A human named Zhang San. A fool. The legendary hero ran off and was so ashamed he just deleted his account and went back home. How does Li Wei still have the nerve to show his face? It was revealed that the seller was Li Wei. The public opinion suddenly changed completely. Li Wei is very famous among newcomers. Although his identity as the top scorer in the big exam, Never Fall, hasn't been fully revealed yet, he is already well known for being the most annoying top player. Winning a legendary hero at the start makes people extremely jealous. But what did he do? During the virtual selection competition, he had a stunning legendary elf peel grapes and feed him fruit. The most eye-catching thing was that the elf was breathtakingly beautiful, with long legs, white skin, and a very hot figure. Who in the entire universe can accept this? It's so infuriating. It will definitely backfire. Sure enough, just a few days ago, the Origin Divine Tree in the Endless Forest publicly welcomed a human and a female elf. It's obvious that Li Wei's legendary hero couldn't stand the oppression and ran back to the elf tribe's homeland. To become a legendary hero, he must have been a high-ranking elf leader before. Such a divine figure being driven away by Li Wei makes everyone feel very happy just to think about it. Nonsense. V is just on a break and didn't skip the competition. Exactly, he didn't withdraw. Let's see what happens. You guys are just jealous. Haha. If a legendary hero wore a bikini to serve, who wouldn't run? Are you his dogs? Protecting him so much? Li Wei's reputation among humans is already terrible. Does he think he's some kind of delicacy? What started as a simple water-selling post turned into a full online fight. Li Wei leaned back in his lounge chair, looking at the crazy insults below the trading hall, feeling speechless. He just earned 1 billion crystals of energy, and it's not even warm yet. But these trolls are messing everything up. It looks like he can't keep selling water. Should he sell it to the black market? The volume is too large, and he would definitely get a low price. Plus, refugees who are about to die of thirst would go bankrupt buying water from the market. Li Wei isn't a saint, but he's experienced the extreme heat of summer firsthand. Since he has endless resources, helping some lower-level newbies a little and making some money in the process sounds good. Lowering the price to sell more. Is my reputation among newcomers really that bad? Li Wei started to doubt himself and casually sent a private message to Su Lu. He usually doesn't spend much time on forums, so he subconsciously thought that many people followed Starfall, and his personal reputation should be very good. He completely ignored the hatred points associated with his real name. Su Lu responded instantly. Su Lu. No way, Su Lu. Brother Li Wei is the only one in the universe. the most respected and powerful true god. Seeing the overly cheesy flattery on the screen, Li Wei decisively closed the chat window. This girl's words can't even be trusted with punctuation. He stroked his chin, thinking about how to sell water at a high price. The 1 billion crystal energy he just earned was nothing for the later defense line of the gold-consuming beast. He had to get more money. Ding dong. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the holographic terminal. Elf Princess Sia invites you to join the guild, Starfall Divine Sect. Do you agree? Li Wei paused for a moment. Yes. It's too tiring and unprofitable to sell water at the public trading hall. Why not just list it inside the Starfall Divine Sect? Millions of loyal fans are all family. Why let outsiders share the benefits? A sly smile appeared on Li Wei's face. Agree. Congratulations. You have successfully joined Starfall Divine Sect, Guild members automatically enter mutual non-aggression mode. You are the 362,388,014,21,006,600th member of the guild. Please remember your exclusive number. Seeing the astronomical number on the holographic screen, Li Wei gasped, almost choking on his iced fruit juice. 362 trillion? How could the number of members in the Starfall Divine Sect be so outrageous? 1 trillion equals 10,000 billion. On Earth, the number of adults forcibly sent to the interstellar hunting grounds each year is at most around 100 million. After the 3-month beginner period, at least 70 million are eliminated. The veterans who survive through all 4 seasons are fewer than 1 in 100. If you average it across the countless top races in the vast universe, each race alone has dozens of billions of newcomers. The universe is really too vast. Li Wei secretly marveled, gaining a new understanding of the terrifying background of the interstellar hunting grounds. Gathering all the universe's newcomers together, the nature of the Starfall Divine Sect has long been distorted. It's definitely an unimaginable supergiant. Li Wei didn't hesitate and immediately opened the guild's exclusive trading channel, posting a prominent top banner. Unlimited supply of pure water. With the hot summer just beginning, such a bold advertisement suddenly appeared in the trading hall, making it look like a scam. How bold? Dare to come into our divine church and deceive people. Where's the admin? Kick Li Wei out now. Just as everyone was furious and ready to criticize online, a VIP-style message floated across the screen. Sia, Li Wei was invited by me. It was the elf princess speaking. As soon as she spoke, the whole place fell silent. All the newcomers who were about to start criticizing were stunned. What's going on? The proud pureblood elf princess actually came out to support Li Wei? Do they know each other? Everyone was familiar with both the elf princess and Li Wei, but their images were completely different. One was a top-ranked star in the entire server, proud and elegant. The other was a notorious spender who treated beautiful elves like maids and ended up losing his reputation as a hero. How could the proud elf race associate with someone like Li Wei? Wow, that handsome guy must have hooked up with the princess. Everyone suddenly realized. Li Wei was indeed handsome, and he probably used his charm to win over the inexperienced elf princess when he was returning a legendary elf home. Damn, the entire elf race is full of looks-obsessed people. Xing Ming Ming, wow. The noble elf princess actually lowered herself to be with a human man. That's so embarrassing. Xing Chun Divine Palace's bunny-eared girl jumped out. Sia, what's wrong with dating a human? Sia, don't forget, in the distant old era, humans once topped the universe. Xing Ming Ming. Haha, you can only talk about old history. Now the elf race is at the bottom. In the upcoming 10,000 races ranking tournament, will you be disqualified? Xing Ming Ming. Don't think that ranking over 5,000 in the big exam can save the elf race. Sia, no need for you to worry. Looking at the reply on the screen, Xing Ming Ming froze. A hint of doubt flickered in her ruby-like eyes. Did the elf princess take the wrong medicine today? She was mocked, yet she didn't get angry? The 2 fluffy rabbit ears twitched. Could it be that Sia was intentionally showing weakness to seek peace? I don't fall for tricks. Xing Ming Ming snorted softly and didn't continue to argue. Instead, she became very interested in Li Wei and casually searched for his photo on the forum. He looks pretty handsome. Xing Ming Ming licked her tempting lips, a strange light in her eyes. Using a legendary hero as a servant, though a bit cheeky, was also quite a rare talent. Moreover, He was involved with the elf princess. A strong gossip fire burned fiercely in the bunny girl's heart. I bought a bottle. It's really pure water, sweet and thirst-quenching. Thanks to Lord Li Wei for saving us. Our water tank in the camp is almost empty. Today, the workers are almost dying of thirst. Loyalty drops sharply, but luckily, Lord Wei is selling water. Lord Wei is awesome. Because the elf princess publicly endorsed it, a few brave newcomers dared to buy a bottle. When they received it, they saw it was clear and pure, with no pollution at all. Just boil it, and it's ready to drink. Everyone had their own cultivation techniques. As long as it wasn't toxic, drinking large gulps was incredibly satisfying. Once the news of buying water spread, the sales in the trading house skyrocketed. 50 points of energy for a bottle of water. Though not expensive, it was definitely not cheap. In just half an hour, Li Wei sat on a lounge chair by Luchuan River, watching the rapidly flashing income notifications on the back end, his mouth curling into a wild smile. Crystals and energy poured into his account like a flood, endlessly. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, easily breaking the 100 million mark. Are you really selling? 50 points of energy for a bottle of water. Li Wei is doing charity. I still have a warehouse of water, planning to sell it at a high price in a few days. Get lost, greedy merchant. Haha. Li Wei is truly a kind-hearted person. Jealous merchants were furious but reluctant to lower prices and follow suit. They could only hide behind and feel sour. Don't know what the soldiers will drink if all the water is sold out. Still bragging about unlimited supply? No matter how big the reservoir is, it'll run dry one day. The brothers from the Earthstar Alliance were not happy. Why so bitter? The Divine Camp has a wide river. How could it ever run out? The alien merchants burst into laughter. A river? Don't make me laugh. When summer comes, the heat outside can dry a person to dust. What kind of river wouldn't dry up? You humans are really pitifully ignorant. My home was surrounded by water, and this morning it all turned into cracked yellow earth. Such empty boasting. You can't even protect your own heroes. Faced with a flood of insults, the Earthstar Alliance members couldn't be bothered to argue. They simply dropped a location pin in the group chat. At Sulu, our campus beauty, come show them the truth. The alien trolls were confused. Show the truth? What truth? Less than 5 seconds later, Sulu slowly typed a line on the public screen. Sulu, sorry, but my special talent is called Eternal Spring. Eternal Spring? No way. Am I seeing this right? A rare climate-type talent? Xing Mingming from the Star Palace stared at the holographic screen in shock. She quickly typed in the chat at Sulu, how about joining my camp as a guest? I'll cover all travel costs. Sulu replied instantly. Sorry, I'm currently staying at Brother Li Wei's camp, so I can't leave. Seeing the message, Xing Mingming gritted her teeth in frustration. A lord with a divine climate ability, no matter the season, would be treated like royalty by every major power. And yet she was content to stay under someone else's roof? Where was her pride as a lord? She could easily join one of the top 10 leaders. Li Wei again. Xing Mingming was left speechless. She was ranked among the top 3,000 geniuses, yet a small human had turned her down. It was hard to swallow. Although the Star Palace had plenty of water and moonlight protection from the heat, the land around it was dry and cracked, completely ruining the view, and definitely not to a bunny girl's taste. Meanwhile, in the Taiching Star Domain, Fairy Qingxian sat gracefully on her jade chair. Fairy Qingxian spoke in the group. At Sulu, since it's an invitation from the Star Goddess, you can go if you're free, Sulu replied. Sorry, I always listen to Brother Li Wei. Fairy Qingxuan's delicate hand holding the teacup suddenly froze. What kind of hypnotic spell did Li Wei cast to make Sulu so loyal? As the top genius of the Starry Sky race, just one word from him could cut off all aid supplies for new members on Blue Star. Qingxuan's beautiful face, usually calm and serene, now showed a hint of anger. A few days later, the main camp in the desolate mountains. Li Wei looked at the 10 billion crystals of energy in his account and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Currently, the Lord Core was still at level 3. After a moment of hesitation, he decided not to upgrade. Level 4 requires 200,000 energy and a civilization core carrier. The civilization carrier determines the future development path of the camp. For example, technological civilization or magical civilization. Li Wei had a very broad vision. Holding 3 mythic beauties and supported by divine talents, he wasn't interested in ordinary single-path routes. He wanted a diverse civilization or a custom carrier. Unfortunately, such options were impossible to buy on the market. His peers were all developing their own main civilizations, and no one had what he wanted. Anyway, with the incredible aura of infinite territory, there was no limit to the number of buildings. Not upgrading to level 4 wouldn't affect his ability to rapidly produce troops and build towers. Forget it. Let's focus on the main task. Li Wei pushed the upgrade aside and took out an old, dull box from the depths of his warehouse. It was a top-quality loot he had previously obtained from the Spider Demon Army during a raid by Yi Mei. Undead Whisper, rarity, rare, description. Inside is a greedy undead. Inject crystal energy to make a wish. The more energy injected, the more terrifying the reward. Maximum limit, 9.9 billion points. Wish-granting items are very rare in the interstellar hunting grounds. They often transcend rarity levels and produce incredible divine objects. Li Wei took a deep breath and poured 9.9 billion crystals of energy into the box. Watching the balance in his account quickly run out, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. All of it was earned by selling pure water under the scorching sun by the riverside of Luchuan River for several days. Normally, a lord relies on going out to fight monsters and earn money. Even after hundreds of years, it might not be enough to gather 99 billion. But thanks to Su Lu's special talent, she made a big profit for the whole server. The summer of the first year was the best time for her climate talent. Energy filled up. With a click, the gray box opened. A semi-transparent, ghostly figure floated out, happily absorbing energy, then disappeared into the air satisfied. Only a dazzling golden light remained. Congratulations! You have obtained the blueprint for the legendary Flare Sun Tower. Li Wei's eyes nearly popped out. A blueprint for a legendary defense tower. It's the ultimate dream item for defense-focused players. Many old monsters that have lived hundreds of years would be lucky to have 10 or so legendary buildings in their camp. Because blueprints are very rare. Even one-time building cards are hard to find. With the blueprint and enough materials, you can produce unlimited copies. Li Wei was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He casually took out 4 more rare blueprints stolen from Yi Mei. Magic Energy Surge Tower, Weather Storm Controller, Meteor Thunder Tower, Energy Barrier Generator. All are large-scale weather defense devices, especially the storm and thunder controllers, which are like machines that control the weather for destruction. With the blessing of a mythic aura, their power would be truly astonishing. Learn all of them. He shattered all 5 blueprints at once. 4 purple lights and 1 gold light simultaneously entered the Lord's core, instantly unlocking 5 advanced buildings. Li Wei had already gathered enough rare materials for construction, enough to build 100 of each without trouble. As for the core materials needed for the legendary Flare Sun Tower, it just needed a pure source of light to create a miniature sun. Li Wei turned to look at the distant Ice Mountain Angel. Saris, come help me out. He smiled and waved. Help me make a sun. Make a sun? If anyone else dared to ask the Ice Mountain Angel for such an unreasonable thing, Saris would have slapped them into pulp. Even with control over the highest holy light, dreaming of manually creating a sun was impossible. According to Shirley's own estimate, she would need to reach at least level 70 to barely touch the threshold for star creation. However, it was Lord Li Wei who spoke first. Shirley didn't get angry or even frown. She walked quickly to Li Wei's side, her long, straight, white legs moving gracefully. Lord, with my current level. The icy angel lowered her beautiful face, her tone filled with deep shame. It was as if she thought of herself as useless. Don't be nervous. I'm just making a simple comparison, Li Wei said with a smile. He directly showed her the list of materials needed to build the legendary Flare Sun Tower. Main requirement: controlled nuclear fusion. For angels, achieving nuclear fusion is very easy. A huge amount of pure, holy energy was rapidly compressed in Shirley's tender palm. A dazzling white light brought extremely high temperatures, capable of destroying everything. Within a few minutes, the bright, pure white holy light transformed into a shining, golden sphere of light. Holy Light Fusion Core. Type: rare material. Note: purpose unknown. The egg-sized glowing sphere floated in midair, tightly locked by a sacred shield that contained the raging energy. After completing the core, Shirley was completely exhausted. Her stunning face was full of fatigue. She was almost out of energy to maintain her clothes. Her pure white armor flickered wildly, becoming semi-transparent. Large patches of dazzling, tempting white skin were exposed to the air. Two soft, firm mounds on her chest rose and fell rapidly, with deep, captivating cleavage that was hard to look away from. Seeing her panting like this, it looked as if she had just fought a fierce battle with Li Wei on the bed 300 times. "Are you okay?" Li Wei quickly stepped forward, full of concern. "I'm fine," Shirley nodded gently. To satisfy her lord, she forcibly drained the last drop of energy from her body. "Lord, I can only produce one of these cores per day." Shirley bit her lip, feeling very guilty. It would be better if her level was higher, but unfortunately, the experience fruits in the camp still need half a month to ripen. Li Wei was stunned after hearing this. He casually took the hot fusion core. Looking exhausted and almost fainting, she still thought about making one item per day. She wasn't just a greedy boss who exploited her workers. Don't push yourself too hard. From now on, just make one every 2 days. Rest a bit more. Li Wei reached out his big hand, gently wiping the sweat from Sally's smooth forehead. Feeling the warmth of Li Wei's fingertips, Sally's heart suddenly felt sweet. Since she was forbidden from going out to hunt monsters, she spent every day planting trees at the camp, feeling useless like a flower vase. Now she could finally help the Lord, and was treated so gently. The icy angel's beautiful face blushed with pink, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Tip: Sally's mental state has subtly changed. Loyalty 1. Current loyalty, 93. Suddenly, a prompt popped up in her mind. Li Wei's hand froze midair. What's going on? Just wiping sweat increased her loyalty? That's too easy to trick. Is this what they call self-strategizing? Li Wei was confused. He helped Sally, who was soft and weak, and they went into the Hall of Heroes to rest. He hoped this kind of self-strategizing would happen more often, so he could quickly raise her loyalty to 100. "Zhao Taizhu," Li Wei shouted. Subordinate here, the muscular man, Zhao Taizhu, ran over shirtless. "How long will it take to build a legendary-level defense tower?" Hearing legendary level, Zhao Taizhu shivered in fear and quickly answered, "Reporting, sir. If we gather the 10 best craftsmen in the camp, it will take at most 2 days to finish." 2 days? Perfect timing. Li Wei immediately issued a strict order. Start working at full speed. Build rare-level structures like Magical Energy Surge, Weather Storm Controller, Meteor Thunder Tower, Energy Barrier Generator, and 3 legendary-level Flare Sun Towers. Frequent construction of rare buildings earned the workers a lot of experience. 10 strong men had already upgraded their crafting profession to level 2. Their skills became more refined. Once they reach level 6, they can design blueprints and craft equipment themselves. But advancing in crafting professions is very difficult and cannot be rushed. A whole week passed. The over 2,000 refractive prisms sent by the fat merchant were completely used up. 2,000 new laser towers suddenly rose from the ground in the camp. Soon after, the new project was fully completed. 100 magic energy vibrating foundations, 100 weather storm towers, 100 lightning weather towers, 100 energy shields, plus 3 towering legendary flare sun towers. Li Wei, being generous, waved his hand and spent several million crystals on energy. He immediately upgraded all the new buildings to level 10 with full equipment. Magic energy vibration, a dark night magic pattern, rarity, rare, level 10, health, none, disappears when destroyed by terrain. Attack power, 8,880, including double mythic aura boost. Defense, none, range, 0 meters, special effect, magic surge, deals a deadly blow to enemies stepping on the magic pattern. Ignores normal defenses. This thing is just a pure trap. The magic pattern is carved into the ground and invisible to the naked eye. The most sneaky part is, under the mythic aura, the building can move on its own. It can be controlled to shift beneath enemies' feet, acting as a one-time high-explosive mine. With its ability to ignore defenses, it's almost impossible to defend against. Unless the enemy has a shield specifically designed to counter magic, stepping on it will definitely lead to destruction. It's a pity there are no specific values for the special effects, so I can't enjoy the tenfold mythic talent boost, Li Wei said with a shrug. But even without the tenfold boost, combined with the moving fortress feature, it's enough to drive people crazy. Usually, others use it for air defense or to prevent landings. But in Li Wei's hands, it becomes a powerful active assassination formation. Weatherstorm, Controller, Rarity, Rare, Level 10, Health 1, breaks with a light touch. Attack power, 17,760, including double mythic aura boost. Range, 50,000 meters. 10 times boost. Special effect, Destructive Tornado. Controls the atmosphere to deal devastating strikes to enemies within 1,000 grid range. 10 times boost. Also deals true wind attribute damage times 1,000%. 10 times boost. Weather Thunder, Controller, Rarity, Rare, Level 10, Health 1, Attack, 17,760, Range, 50,000 meters. 10 times Amplification. Special effect, Thunder Power. Summons fierce lightning to strike enemies within a 1,000 grid area. 10 times Amplification, delivering precise hits. Additional true lightning damage x 1,000%. 10 times Amplification. 2 weather towers have broken the camp's maximum shooting range record. 50,000 meters. Exactly 50 kilometers. With just the distance of a city, it can directly destroy the enemy's base. The weather storm focuses on massive area clearing. A 1,000 grid damage zone is like creating a giant, spinning storm vortex over 3,000 meters wide. It can instantly wipe out 1,000,000 troops. Weather Thunder is a long-range, single-target killing skill. With a base attack of over 17,000 points, plus 100 times lightning damage. One strike of lightning, and even immortals would turn into roasted pigs. If only the percentage bonus could directly multiply with the base attack, how awesome would that be? Li Wei couldn't help but feel greedy. If it could multiply directly, one shot could destroy an entire planet. But now, with an attack power of over 17,000, it's already comparable to a catastrophic disaster. These 2 towers are strategic nuclear deterrents. They can't be casually placed, or they might turn all the treasures on the map into ashes. Energy Barrier, Generator, Rarity, Rare, Level 10, Health, 17,760,000, Base 80,000 double mythic boost, Protection range, 10 miles in radius. 10 times Amplification. Special effect, Energy Absorption. Consumes 100 crystal energy points per second, 10 times Amplification. For every 1 energy point used, it automatically heals 1,000 health points. 10 times Amplification. Pure ultimate defensive shell. 100 barriers fused together form a huge protective zone covering 100 miles. The most incredible part is the healing ability. With 10 times Amplification fully active, absorbing energy wildly every second, it can heal up to 100,000 health points in just 1 second. Standing there, letting others attack freely, but healing faster than they can hurt. With this invincible protective shield and a 24-meter-high obsidian city wall, the entire camp has become the hardest fortress in the universe. Not even a mosquito can fly in. After reviewing the exaggerated data of rare buildings, Li Wei turned his head, eyes shining, and stared at the 3 newly completed legendary flare sun towers. A strong urge filled his heart. The highest level of the defense towers was only 10, because beyond level 10, the attributes no longer doubled, and the materials needed for upgrades became astronomical. But looking at the incredible attributes of the flare sun towers, Li Wei clenched his teeth, wishing he could spend everything right now to break the 3 divine towers past level 10. Flare sun tower, grade. Legendary level, 10 health, 17,760, base 80 plus double mythic boost, attack, 17,760 defense, 17,760 lock-on range, 10 to 10,000 kilometers, 10-fold increase. Special skill 1, Flare Bombardment, draws solar power for wide-range fire coverage, causing massive real flames damage. Special skill 2, Photon Penetration, focuses high-energy photons to fire a destructive beam at a single target, ignoring armor and causing penetrating damage. This tower is completely different from ordinary wooden towers. It directly absorbs sunlight from above and automatically locks onto enemies. As long as the sun is overhead, it can ignore the fog of war. With the tenfold range boost, its attack range covers a full 10,000 kilometers. What does 10,000 kilometers mean? Just drawing a bit of solar energy can strike enemies from thousands of miles away. Li Wei can comfortably sit in the main camp and target all creatures within 10,000 kilometers for precise strikes. The attack power is terrifyingly high. Area damage exceeds 170,000. Single target burst damage skyrockets to 530,000. After checking the interstellar combat power conversion table, Li Wei gasped. 170,000 in area damage is like casually evaporating a piece of land. 530,000 in single damage could instantly burn through the surface of the Earth. Even a level 60 rare veteran would turn to ash instantly when hit by photon penetration. Wow, level 60. That's a threshold only experienced veterans who have been developing for thousands of years can reach. Li Wei just recently became a full member, but his power has already skyrocketed to the maximum. It's incredibly exciting. He forcibly suppressed the urge to keep leveling up. After level 10, each new level requires an extra holy light fusion core. Reaching level 20 needs 55 cores. The cost is too high. He can only wait until he harvests enough experience fruits and raises Sally's level before continuing. Li Wei took out a plump, white, soul medium and looked up at the 10-meter-tall Sunfire Tower. Transform Spirit, a dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky. A stunning blonde woman in a fiery red strap dress slowly emerged from the light. The dress was so short it barely covered her, revealing two snowy white mounds that seemed ready to burst out. Her skirt was extremely short, exposing two long, white, eye-catching legs that were completely visible in the air, very alluring. Greetings, Lord. The blonde beauty knelt on one knee, showing her snowy white figure without reservation. From now on, you'll be called Yuffie, Li Wei said happily, giving her a name. Yes, sir. Yuffie nodded obediently. Li Wei stroked his chin. Yuffie was clearly smarter than most rare-level transform spirits. She didn't like standing around like a block of wood. She preferred sitting on the grass with her long, white legs crossed, slightly tilting her beautiful face, quietly watching the sun in the sky. She looked like a beautiful painting. In the Central Star region, the core competition zone, the zone's supervisor was sweating profusely, kneeling on the ground and not daring to breathe loudly. Seated above was the recognized top genius of humanity, Fairy Qingxian. She was also the predicted first place in this year's human selection tournament. Today, Fairy Qingxian wore a long, high-slit blue dress, with her long, slender, white legs casually crossed. Genius talents from major human civilizations had already been crushed under her. Magic prodigies, cybernetic humans, martial arts enthusiasts, all defeated by her. In just 4 months since arriving at the interstellar hunting ground, her Lord Core had already reached level 5. With the entire human main universe backing her, the energy from crystal stones was just a number to her. As soon as top-quality blueprints are posted in the hunting grounds, the family immediately sends people to deliver them to her warehouse at any cost. Fairy Qingxuan's rise was built on the sacrifices of countless lower-level newcomers. Seeing the news on the StarNet forum about Li Wei earning crystals by selling water, she only found it amusing. Crystal energy? She has never lacked it. Any treasure she likes on the trading platform is instantly bought out by her people. The entire Star region's super-wealthy families are frantically increasing their armies for the upcoming ranking battle of the 10,000 races. If not limited by beginner-level restrictions, they could even use resources to create a giant beast at the 1,000-year level. Post a pinned message on StarNet. Fairy Qingxuan's lips part slightly, her voice cold. I want to challenge Li Wei to a life-and-death fight. Tell him, if he loses, he must hand over the epic divine bow. If he wins, he doesn't have to fight the rest of the matches and will directly represent humanity in the 10,000 races war. She doesn't believe Li Wei can win. With the stakes involved, it's just a formality. Understood. The supervisor quickly bows and steps back. Soon after, a bold, eye-catching challenge post dominates the front page of the Human Star Network. Humanity's saintess, Fairy Qingxian, boldly challenges the rising star Li Wei. The entire internet erupts. Newcomers from various civilizations are excitedly shouting. Everyone knows Li Wei has a legendary general, and they've long been unhappy with him. Now that the Saintess personally steps in to teach him a lesson, everyone is ready with snacks to watch the show. In the main camp of the Wilderness Mountain, Li Wei sits cross-legged on the grass, bathing in sunlight as he trains in the mythology technique. Suddenly opening his eyes, a sharp, white, cold light flashes in his black pupils, radiating endless indifference. He opens the holographic terminal. Seeing the forced notification from the supervisor and glancing at the heated public opinion on StarNet, he realizes Fairy Qingxian is clearly putting him on the fire. This battle, he has no choice but to accept. Refusing could lead to him being expelled from humanity just from online criticism. Li Wei narrows his eyes. Even more, Fairy Qingxian is secretly pressuring him. Su Lu, Murong Qianxue, and the entire Earth-Star Alliance are all facing intense suppression from the core star region. Their living space is being severely squeezed. It seems like they are forcing a palace coup, not even giving him the chance to refuse. Since you insist on risking your life, don't blame me for being ruthless. Even a clay figure can have some temper. Li Wei, who usually avoids trouble, is furious today. The last time someone crossed his bottom line without knowing it. The entire Silver Moon clan's dozens of territories instantly turned to ashes, completely destroyed, ending their hopes of competing for dominance in the starry sky. Haha. Fairy Qingxian is finally going to take action against Li Wei. She's made the face of the Earth Star look bad. 2 legendary generals, and they both ran away. I think he's doing pretty well selling water at the Starfall Divine Sect. That's nonsense. He's just relying on Su Lu's special talent to make money. Newcomers from Earthstar all seem so proud. Su Lu is also a strange one. She's the Saintess of the Starry Divine Palace, and Fairy Qingxian tried to recruit her, but she refused. Shoo, don't start attacking randomly. I'm also from Earthstar. Haha. I heard the Central Star region was called Blue Star before. Interesting. Starry Sky Divine City, Destiny Zone. Today is very lively, with noise reaching the sky. Countless newly promoted lords are flooding in like a tide. Even with the system's multi-layered folding space, the scene is still crowded with people, heads everywhere. Today, about half of the newcomers are here, more grand than the official opening ceremony. Many rookies don't even qualify to participate and usually don't care about the selection contest. But today is different. The high and mighty saintess of the human race, Fairy Qingxian, is personally coming to teach Li Wei a lesson for tarnishing the reputation of the human race. The strongest versus the weakest. The hype is at its peak. While everyone struggles to gather resources, Li Wei is busy being pampered by a stunning legendary general, and his hatred level has long exploded. In the center of the Destiny Zone, a super holographic battlefield spanning 2,000 miles has taken shape. Spectators in the folding space can overlook the entire scene from above. Around the battlefield, countless luxurious viewing booths float densely. It's so crowded that even the sky is almost blocked. Not only new recruits from the same batch, but even veteran overlords have come with their families to watch the show. Things are really lively on the human side. It's just to boost the younger generation's confidence, such a big show. Many curious outsiders from alien races also mingle among the crowd. Haha, it's just a show for the outsiders to see. But who has the free time to play house with you? As soon as the words left his mouth, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed across the sky. A stunning blonde beauty appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by dozens of royal guards. Wow! The elf queen. Oh my. Although humans and elves get along well, to invite the queen for a small duel, how much did the human side have to pay? With a major outsider here, today is truly a grand occasion. The audience was all stunned. In the exclusive foldable space, numbered 99,999, only a few top-tier pavilions float in the sky, peaceful and quiet. A huge holographic screen shows real-time battlefield updates. Inside a luxurious pavilion, Elf Princess Xia sits obediently on a silk sofa. Today, she wears a very revealing pleated miniskirt. Her long, straight, white legs are crossed, and the hem of her skirt slips, revealing a hint of alluring skin. Xia's bright green eyes are filled with a happy smile. An ordinary duel, yet humans made such a big fuss? Anyone with eyes can see that the human leaders are trying to pave the way for Fairy Qingxian, showing off their strength to the starry races. Using Divine V God as a stepping stone, they really don't know their limits. Sigh. If Divine V could leave the humans and join our elves, that would be great. With the blessing of the sacred tree, she could soar to the top, Xia mutters softly. She feels both regretful and amused at the foolishness of the human leaders. She knows very well that Li Wei would never betray. Li Wei hides incredible power, but still agrees to fight. If it were her, with the strength to surpass all geniuses in the universe, she would definitely stay low-key. Revealing too early would only make the leaders see her as a puppet, controlling her with resources and stripping away her freedom. Her true strength can only be shown when she becomes truly invincible, standing tall and speaking confidently. Queen Eileen also seems to see the truth. She keeps silent and even comes personally to help cover for her. Even Her Majesty the Queen is visiting us. What a rare honor. In a luxurious and spacious supreme chamber, all 5 top human leaders are present. Elf Queen Irene sits quietly in a VIP seat nearby. Old man with white hair, you really have a lot of face, even able to invite Her Majesty the Queen. The old man with a pointed hat, representing the magic civilization, sarcastically comments. After today's battle, Fairy Qingxuan's reputation will fully reach the peak of the human race. Cybernetic humans, the saint of magic, superpowered girls, and martial arts enthusiasts will all become mere background characters. The cultivation civilization rises above everyone else with clever methods. The old man with white hair looks very happy. He just casually sent out an invitation, never expecting the elf queen to actually bring the princess to the meeting. Although the event is grand, it's hard to attract top figures from other races. Who has the leisure to help juniors gain fame? Having powerful leaders from other races endorse your juniors is a big face. All thanks to Her Majesty the Queen's graciousness, the old man with white hair says proudly. The 4 other elders around feel a bit annoyed. It seems that in the upcoming ranking competition, the cultivation civilization will truly dominate. It's starting to show signs of becoming the top civilization among humans. Irene, sitting in the VIP seat, quietly watches the holographic screen outside the window, silent. But she finds it quite amusing. Humans are such a strange race that loves internal fighting. Even during a major exam, they still fight fiercely among themselves. They are trying to elevate Li Wei, who is hiding well, to the spotlight. The reason? Because Fairy Qingxian has developed a greed for the epic divine Bao in Li Wei's possession. Fairy Qingxian is simply hopelessly foolish. Irene subtly shakes her head. Her slight movement is instantly noticed by the old man with white hair. He smiles and leans forward to ask, Your Majesty, what do you think of our Fairy Qingxuan's talent? What do I think? Of course, she's an idiot. Irene slightly opens her lips, tucks a strand of golden hair behind her ear, and casually replies, She is both beautiful and talented, with exam results far surpassing Xia. Truly a rare genius. Your Majesty, you flatter me. The old man with white hair beams happily. The pointed hat old man nearby looks speechless. Xia is ranked 5,320th, and Qingxian Fairy is ranked 5,060th. How big can the difference be in these rankings? Besides the top 3 freaks who face disaster-level challenges, everyone within the top 10,000 has only faced the evil omen-level beast tides. There's hardly any difference between those ranked a few hundred apart. Every 1,000 places is a new level. For old men look worried, afraid that the cultivation civilization has secretly allied with the elves. Hey, the people from the Starry Divine Palace are also here? The old man with the pointed hat suddenly turns to look outside the window and exclaims in surprise. Everyone immediately follows his gaze. The Star Maiden of the Starry Divine Palace, Xing Mingming, has also arrived. Recently, Xing Mingming has been arguing a lot with the elf princess Xia. The 5 human elders glance at the elf queen, but say nothing. The younger generation is arguing, and the elders are too lazy to interfere. Xing Mingming's luxurious box is right next to Xia's. Red Jade sister, it's so rare to see you free to watch the match, Xing Mingming says with a big smile. As a high-ranking saintess, she shows great respect to a young woman beside her. Xing Hongyu, also a newly appointed leader, has no fame. Unlike Xing Mingming's cute and petite appearance, Xing Hongyu is tall, with snowy white, towering breasts that nearly burst the tight leather outfit. Her long, white legs are fully exposed, and her pink-white rabbit ears on her head give her a cold and alluring look. I'm very interested in Li Wei, Xing Hongyu says coldly, staring at the holographic screen. Oh. Xing Mingming turns her ruby-like eyes and her soft chest jiggles slightly. Did you see something special, Sister Hongyu? Xing Hongyu thinks for a moment and then speaks slowly. Li Wei might be the ultimate trump card secretly cultivated by the high-level humans. Xing Mingming's eyes widen. Like you? As the saintess of the Starry Divine Palace, Xing Mingming knows how terrifying Xing Hongyu's combat power is. As the palace's secret weapon, if Xing Hongyu fights with full strength, she could definitely rank in the top 100 players in the entire game. There's a huge difference between the top 100 and the top 3,000. It's just a gut feeling, Xing Hongyu explains. Humans are deliberately manipulating the situation to lower his profile. Did you notice? Apart from the coordinates of Qingxian Ferry and a few others, and Li Wei's camp location, everything is a secret. Our intelligence network hasn't even found a single clue. Xing Mingming looked confused but somewhat understanding. I don't know which civilization of the human race he belongs to. If he's from a tech-focused background, he would definitely be your biggest enemy. Xing Hongyu continued, don't be proud just because you ranked in the top 10,000. Many talented monsters who made it into the top 10,000 hide in the shadows, like me. When facing Li Wei, you must be careful. Xing Mingming stuck out her pink tongue and said, anyway, with Sister Hongyu backing me up, no matter how strong Li Wei is, he can't beat you. Of course not, Xing Hongyu said confidently with a smile. Although she didn't make it onto the ranking list, her official identity was just as Xing Mingming's personal bodyguard, but she firmly believed that all the newcomers present were no match for her. On the Earth Alliance observation zone, Morong Jinlian arrived early, even skipping breakfast. He frowned, looking worried. Next to him, Queen Silver Moon sat upright and composed. Aren't you worried? Not complaining about asking Li Wei to return the money, Morong Jinlian asked, unable to hide his concern as he looked at her calm demeanor. Every time I ask him for compensation, he just dismisses me. I'm used to it, Queen Silver Moon said nonchalantly. But the opponent is Qingxian Fairy, Morong Jinlian's heart pounded. He was extremely anxious, while Queen Silver Moon seemed completely unfazed. So what if it's Qingxian Fairy? She said lightly, glancing at him. Do you think Li Wei is an ordinary person? She asked. Morong Jinlian was stunned. Did you investigate everything? Queen Silver Moon slightly parted her lips. Do you know what kind of cultivation method Li Wei practices? He shook his head. It's been several months. Li Wei refused to share his cultivation method twice in public. If he hasn't been practicing at all, that's just nonsense. Do you know his camp's coordinates? She asked. No. Do you know how many buildings are in his camp? She continued. No, Li Wei only placed 8 wooden towers during each simulated battle. Do you know if he has any other generals besides the legendary level spirit? She asked. No. Do you know his troop types? She pressed. No, what exactly are you trying to say? Morong Jinlian stared into her eyes. The Queen of the Silver Moon sneered. Even you, the ruler of this planet, don't know much. Do you think Li Wei is useless? Recently, he sold water and earned over 100 billion crystal energy. I don't believe he will lose easily. Even without a legendary spirit, don't forget, he still has an epic-level divine bow in his hand. After hearing this, Morong Jin's tense nerves relaxed a little, but he still kept his eyes on the holographic projection. The competition was about to start. Morong Jin felt like he was back on the night before he entered the interstellar hunting grounds in his youth. Xiaozhen, what do you want to do in the future? Become a starry sky overlord. Ah, Morong Jin sighed, clenching his fists. Once, because of various worries, he gave up competing for the stars and returned to Earth to become a chief executive. Now, with the rising star on Earth, does he have to go down the same path again? Li Wei, you must win. Dressed in a pure white long dress, Morong Qianxue sat beside Su Lu. She handed over a delicate lunchbox. Su Lu sniffed, her eyes immediately shining with excitement, eagerly tearing open the package. A fragrant smell of meat wafted out, revealing a roasted beast leg, golden and crispy. Su Lu, without even wearing gloves, grabbed the meat leg and started to eat, her mouth greasy. Morong Qianxue looked worried. Like her father, she was also worried about Li Wei and the future of their people. Watching Su Lu eat so happily and carelessly, Murong Qianxue couldn't help but ask, Su Lu, do you think Li Wei can win? Absolutely. Brother Li Wei is invincible in the world, Su Lu replied vaguely, puffing her cheeks. Invincible in the world? Could Li Wei be the star fall? Murong Qianxue found Su Lu's blind confidence quite strange. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Su Lu, who was chewing on the meat, started coughing violently, her face turning red from choking. Water, water. She reached out with her oily, white little hand, grabbing at Murong Qianxue's white dress. Here, eat slowly. Murong Qianxue quickly handed her a bottle of water. Su Lu gulped down a few sips, finally catching her breath. I really don't understand how you can eat so much and still have such slender legs, Murong Qianxue said, glancing at Su Lu. In the past at the academy, she thought Su Lu was a cold, high-class beauty, but after getting to know her, she realized she was just a big foodie. Hee. Su Lu wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth and giggled softly. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up. She extended her delicate finger toward the holographic screen. Look, Brother Li Wei is here.